I am going to tell you. It's Colin Dunlap for Schultz Ford. About that time right now, truck month, truck month, truck month at Schultz Ford. Oh, yeah. So, all the locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford Wheeling, too. Always online, schultzford.com. About truck month that's happening right now. How about that F-150? Man, are they spectacular. You drive an F-150, you're sitting inside, it's like being in your living room. Spacious, elegant, extravagant, phenomenal. Want something a little smaller? How about that Ranger? Man, are they sharp. Anyway, truck month. So get yourself to one of the dealers or online right now at schultzford.com because it is truck month. You could see yourself inside one of those trucks, right? So schultzford.com right now. Pick that truck out that you want for truck month.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's time to wake up.
It's early, and if you're up, so are we. It's the early morning show. Think of it as a pre-show to the pre-show kind of thing.
Hell of a way to begin a day.
Tuck in Pittsburgh sports before the sun comes up. The Fan Early Morning Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. Happy Monday morning, I guess, unless you don't like Mondays. You know, I don't want this weekend to end. I've just wanted to zone out forever. Took a couple of days off at the end of the week. Wasn't a great week last week, but some of the aspects of it were good. By the way, I'm back. I'm here. And I'm happy to be back. It's nice to get back into the routine. And you can get back into the routine as well, starting the weekday off. Talking to me, Nicholas Harry Callis. Call me, 412-928-9370 if you have any thoughts, opinions, feelings, ideas about anything Pittsburgh sports related. Give me a call, 412-928-9370. So nope, my math is bad. 3 Pittsburgh teams played over the weekend. I said 4 because the Penguins played twice, so there were 4 games. And actually, 5 games played over the weekend because the Pirates played twice as well. So math, welcome, brain, morning, yay. 5 games were played over the weekend among 3 teams that are active right now in Pittsburgh sports. That would be the Pirates, Penguins, and Pitt men's basketball. Penguins lost both their games, so nothing new there. They're no good. The Pitt men's basketball lost to Notre Dame. You know, it's getting expected at this point. Pitt men's basketball is trending the wrong way. They've got 4 games left in the regular season, and yeah, it's not looking great for them. Pirates, though, in games that really don't matter, exhibitions, but they won twice. One on Saturday against the Orioles, 10-5, and one against the Twins on Sunday, yesterday, 5-1. Again, their games don't matter quite yet. Spring training has just begun. The Orioles game that they played in was the first game of spring training this season. So that's that. There's plenty more games to go. Regular season doesn't start till next month. But, hey, baseball's Almost back. That's what I call spring training. At the beginning of spring training, it means baseball is almost back. We're almost there. We got games to watch. They don't mean anything yet. But, it's an indicator that baseball's about a month away, which can be exciting in its own right. Baseball's my favorite sport. So I'm very excited for that. And then the fact that the Pirates won twice, hey, again, doesn't mean much. But it's something. It's a good start. So we'll see. We'll see how things go. And, spring training is just for those repetitions as well to get people in and get people playing and, figure out what you have. So it's a big reason spring training last season was how the Pirates discovered Jared Jones was ready. He kind of immersed himself through out of nowhere and became one of the Pirates' more relied upon starters last season. So that's what spring training's for. No Steelers news from what I saw, and I'll just double-check the headlines here real quick online. I didn't see any Steelers news over the weekend, just a lot of, a lot of quarterback rumors, a lot of stuff that, I think I don't need to dedicate too much of this show towards because it's only, 35 minutes of me talking. Oh, Pickett, big headline. Pickett tells the fan he'll be back for Pitt spring game. Cool. Super Bowl champion Kenny Pickett. Nice guy. All right, what do I want to talk about here? The Andrew Heaney signing. That was the big thing that I wanted to talk about. Left-handed starter signs with the Pirates. He's got quite a track record for a guy. He's played for a lot of big teams over the last couple seasons. The Yankees and Dodgers are among the top teams that he played for, and a guy who never really. He's a guy who I look at when he was on the Yankees and the Dodgers, and I'm like, yeah, he's a 5-starter. And with the Pirates, they sign him, and I also think, okay, yeah, he could be a 5-starter, but, his presence is a little more glorified, I think, in Pittsburgh, just based on where the Pirates are versus where where those other teams are. So it makes it feel like, oh, yeah, okay, he's good. He can make an impact. Now he's aging. He's older than he was before, and he's all right. He's a reliable guy. That's for sure. He's not the most overpowering pitcher. I wouldn't call him a power pitcher anymore, but he's a reliable guy. He's a guy that's a veteran that you put on a team to enhance a rotation. I think he could be good for the Pirates. And when I look at it from that perspective, I'm like, okay, that's good that the rotation's bolstered. They've gotten better from a pitching standpoint, I'd say, getting this guy. And again, it's another signing that's not too expensive for the Pirates. They're continuing to bargain their way through payroll this season, which is met with criticism. But it's met with extra criticism as well, just because then the next thing I think is, okay, great. Does he make the team better? I think. But how about that lineup? How about the starting lineup? The guys that are going to bat and play offense. Are we sure that that's good? Are we sure that is where it needs to be? Now, starting spring training, they won 2 games, and they scored 15 runs between the 2 games. Is that a big indicator to me? No. Not a bad sign, though, but, doesn't mean, like I said, too much. It's still spring training. People are just getting reps or just starting out. Don't get bucko fever too quickly. The lineup, though, hasn't been invested in. I don't know why they're investing so much in pitching, and they wouldn't go out and spend a little extra on a hitter. I don't know. But that's what that made me think of, that Andrew Heaney signing last week. That's what that made me think of is, well, why not more offense? That's going to be the biggest criticism for me moving forward and just seeing how their offense plays. And you know me. You know how I react if indeed the Pirates do score a bunch of runs and win games and have an offense that's threatening. When the regular season comes around, I'll apologize. I might take a little longer to apologize, though, because we've seen it before. The Pirates have gone through April, the last couple seasons, and done really well. Like, they've got to be, like, real in it into June, and their offense has to be a big reason why they're winning for me to apologize for that, though. Because a lot of their winning last season, at the very least, was done by the pitching staff more than the offense. The pitching staff was really key last season. There were a few games where the offense scored a bunch. And I remember the game the Pirates ran out of fireworks because there were so many home runs hit. That was fun. That was fun. Like, I want to see that more often. I just don't know how often that's going to happen with this lineup the way it's constructed right now, with the offensive players that are there right now. I think that they needed at least 1, 2 ideally, just veteran guys to come in and support the offense, because right now I'm just not sure. I'm not as confident in the offense. So when I hear about the Andrew Heaney signing, that's what I think. I think, what happened to, investing in the offense. Pirates must trust that offense to do what it's going to do as it exists. I'm not as confident in it right now, the way I look at it. With all the investment in pitching, and with, I think, an overall lack of investment in just the offseason in general. And it's just surprising, too. I mean, this has been talked about, and it's a fair point. You've got Paul Skeens. This was the first season that Paul Skeens was in the major leagues. And this is the offseason that follows. It's just odd. Like, I don't know what they're waiting for. It's not like they're drafting too high up either in the draft. They finished with 76 wins over the past 2 seasons, so now they're getting to the point where they're in the middle. Like, they're not picking at the literal peak anymore. They're going to be closer to the middle. So when you get closer to the middle and when you're at a point where you're getting better, you got to invest. And Pirates didn't do that. And I don't know what the thinking is. This is unconventional. I don't know what the thinking here is. To invest a boatload in pitching, try to develop offensive talent while spending still under $100 million. They're around 80, I think, on payroll for the entire team this season. Yeah, it's unconventional. It's odd. And it's frightening. I mean, I'm worried. I am worried about what the Pirates are going to do this season, just based on how they're built. And, I mean, if this is the reaction after Paul Skeens is promoted to Major League Baseball, this is the reaction, this is the offseason that proceeds. It's not a great look. It isn't. So when they sign Andrew Heaney, like, again, for the pitching staff, if we're talking about did the pitching staff for the Pirates improve, I'd argue yes. I mean, he's a reliable starter. I don't think he's going to blow anybody away anymore. And I think he's available to the Pirates for a reason. No offense. But I think that he enhances the Pirates pitching staff. There's no doubt. But then my second thought following that is, do we really need to enhance the pitching staff anymore? I say no. Although I was one of the people that was a little skeptical of Bailey Falter coming into this season before, he ended up doing really well. He's a little younger, but same principle. But, I mean, okay, does this improve the pitching staff? Yes. But then you pivot and you think, well, would money better be spent on the Pirates' offense? Which I also think the answer to that is yes. So, tough. Tough to think about a little bit, but hey, baseball's back in April. Brings eternal optimism to most teams in Major League Baseball. I think the Pirates have some of that optimism. Pirate fans have some optimism as they look forward to 2025 that hopefully yields a playoff berth. I really hope so. No, many of you hope so out there as well. And the Pirates are good. Pittsburgh's good. And again, we've talked about this for months now. Not really, actually. It's been about a month since the Steelers lost in the playoffs. Pirates have a unique opportunity to steal the attention away from every other Pittsburgh sports team that's out there, because the Steelers, everybody's frustrated with them. The Penguins are bottom of the division bad, and Pittman's basketball kind of fell off. And there's not much to look forward to with Pittman's basketball as the playoffs start here in about a week or so, with Pitt having just 4 games left in the regular season. There's not much to look forward to from their corner. So Pirates have an opportunity to win summertime, to be the most popular team when fall rolls around, if they could get into the playoffs, for sure. So I hope that they figure it out. I hope that they, push the right buttons. I hope Ben Jerrington figures it out. I hope Bob Nutting supports him with that as owner. And I hope they do great things this season. We can only hope at this point. And again, hope is eternal in March and April for most Major League Baseball clubs. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis, the Fan Early Morning Show. I've got more to say after this break. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
No major incidents or accidents to report as we begin the Monday morning rush. Traffic on all 3 parkways as well as Route 28 pretty much up to speed for you. Also, if you're traveling along the Parkway North, the HOV lanes are now open alongside that roadway as well as the crosstown. Pennsylvania Turnpike also up to speed from the Gateway, Ohio line out past New Stanton. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Do you know the difference between type 1 diabetes, T1D, and type 2 diabetes, T2D? Type 1 diabetes is an autoimmune disease that is not preventable, and nearly 9 million people are living with T1D globally. If you or someone you love is living with T1D, your local Breakthrough T1D, formerly JDRF chapter, is here to support you. Visit breakthrough-t1d.org to find your local type 1 diabetes support network today.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Your old or broken phone can let you down, but at Verizon, trade in any old phone from our top brands and get iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence with a new line on My Plan and iPad and Apple Watch Series 10. After all, you don't want your old phone to die on you when you're lost.
Perfect.
Or for your broken phone to glitch at the worst possible time.
Hey, can I get your number? Oh.
Trade in your old phone for a brand new iPhone 16 Pro, iPad, and Apple Watch. Visit Verizon.com today. Additional terms apply. Service plan required for Apple Watch and iPad.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-668-6655. That's 800-668-6655. Again, that's 800-668-6655.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys. Goodrich and Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist. Hey, it's Chris Muller. In the past 10 years, the weight loss industry has seen it all. New medications, fad diets, sculpting, and still Awaken 180 continues to stand alone as the proven solution for weight loss. Results at awaken180weightloss.com.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. As you know, it's tax time again. So if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half your salary, or only 25%, of course you choose 25%. It's a no-brainer. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. So don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich, and Fishman. Our fee is only 25%. If you've been injured, call us at 1-888-98-TWINS. We've got your back, not your wallet.
This season, a new hot deal has arrived at Metro. $25 a line for 4 lines with all the data you need and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G phones. Getting Metro's best deals is easy. No ID required, no activation fees. Get a new number or keep your own. It's up to you. That's 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 free phones. Visit a store or go online today. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
When you join Metro Plus Tax, for a limited time and subject to change. Max 1 offer per account.
Folds of Honor has been meeting sacrifice with hope since 2019 in Western PA. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. Their scholarship application process is officially open from February 1st until March 31st. Apply today at foldsofhonor.org/scholarships. Please consider a donation to help provide scholarships at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Thank God I got a chance to wake up. Wake up. Another day that get my kick up. Kick up. 'Cause every time I wake up,
Pitt Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. I'm Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Fan Early Morning Show. And you can call 412-928-9370. Get yourself a phone line and chat with me. Talking a lot about the Pirates this morning, but the Pirates are the only team to win over the weekend. Penguins lost 2 games over the weekend, and Pitt men's basketball lost on Saturday. So, Pirates won both their games over the weekend. So if you want to call, talk about it, 412-928-9370. Caller on the line now that wants to talk. Good morning. What's your name?
Neil from Butler.
All right, what's up?
I wish I could get optimistic. I think the pitching should be fine. The Bednar will be the big question mark as opposed to last year. But the offense, Ben Cherington, it's just there's too many ifs, and hopefully all across the diamond. I don't like to trade too much young pitching. Plus, it's the 40-man with Ashcraft, Burrows, and the other one slipped my mind. But anyway, they're going to have a tough time keeping all these guys on the 40-man, especially when they get injuries. It's just a badly constructed team. He got rid of 3 pitchers for, I don't even think, a very good hitter. Probably could have got rid of Walton or definitely Ortiz for him. It's just Ben Cherington has not done a good job. It's not brought in any international talent. There's holes all over the roster. Guys that are misplaced in positions. We're talking about Andy playing first base, catcher, Henry Davis, who knows where. We got O'Neill Cruz in the outfield. It's a badly constructed roster. He's had a lot of years to fix that.
Yeah, no, I hear you. Thanks for the call. No, that makes sense. The worry is justified, I'd say. 412-928-9370. You can call as well, by the way. Get a phone line talking about the Pirates. The big thing I brought up earlier was Andrew Heaney getting signed and talking about, okay, well, the pitching staff is pretty deep at this point. There's a lot of talent on the pitching staff. It's the hitting that they've needed to improve upon. And, yeah, a lot of concerns from that last caller, which I understand. I do. And I'm with it. Ben Cherington's had several years now to get things done, and there are no more excuses. Like this season's really it. This 2025 season is it. And I've been saying this for a couple weeks now. The Pirates seem more like they've put their offense together and they said, well, we hope that these things happen and we get a bit fortunate to have a good offense. Like we expect these players to have breakout seasons or play better than they have in their entire careers. And that's not a great way to approach things. You usually want to have one or two solid guys in there, and the Pirates have not added the one or two solid guys that I think that they need to really become more of a threat. And it feels like they're so close, too. Like, they do have great pitching. That's the thing. They have great pitching. So, they just, right now, need a bit of offensive help, and it seems more like they're just hoping that the offense is going to be good enough. If last season was any indicator, the offense was indeed not good enough. Now, maybe players got better, but we're hoping at this point. There have been no players added that have been, like, giving the Pirates assurances that they'll do well. Like, they're just hoping that the players that are on the team now are going to be good enough. It's a hope. It's not a near guarantee. Now, again, things happen, too. Like, sometimes you sign a guy and then he doesn't pan out. And I've been of the opinion, too, that spending money doesn't necessarily yield results. But at the same time, teams that spend, it just seems like they're more likely to have success. And spending a little bit is good. Overspending is not good, but spending a little, or at least being competitive and maybe overspending a bit for one player who's got high upside, it can be worth it. And I just missed those times, 10 and more years ago. Those 3 years, 2013 to 15. Like when they signed Russell Martin and Francisco Liriano in the same offseason, going into 2013, the year after they acquired A.J. Burnett, and we're developing Garrett Cole, another young talent. Well, they had McCutchen have a breakout year in 2012. Like, all these things just came together, and it felt incredible. And the Pirates got Russell Martin's best offensive season in 2014. It was great. And then there was another another group of moves made in 2014 into 15, where they went out and they traded for Francisco Cervelli to play catcher. He kind of broke down over the years, but he had some of his best years of his career in Pittsburgh, which was great. And they were just pushing a lot of right buttons. They were making a lot of moves, and they took some risks in those years, and they paid off. And they broke it all down in 2016, which wasn't great. But those 3 years, there were just a lot of good moves that were made, a little extra money spent, and the Pirates were winning. And I feel like this season that is lacking. Doesn't mean they're guaranteed to be terrible. They still got a lot of young talent to develop on this team, but, for right now, there's just it doesn't inspire much faith in me. Just to review, the Pirates won both their games over the weekend in spring training. They won on Saturday over the Orioles, and yesterday they played the Twins and won. Penguins lost both of their regular season games over the weekend. They lost to the Capitals on Saturday, and the Rangers they lost to yesterday. Pittman's basketball lost on Saturday to Notre Dame. So the Pirates are the only team to win, and they're playing games right now that, again, don't matter. It's just spring training games. They've got a game tomorrow against the Phillies, game on Tuesday. Let's try that again. They have a game today against the Phillies. They have a game tomorrow against the Braves, and then they play two different squads they've got playing on Wednesday, the Orioles and the Braves. They're going to play on Wednesday. Penguins next play tomorrow at 7 against the Flyers, and then they play the Flyers again. So they're playing on the road against the Flyers tomorrow. They're playing on Thursday at home against the Flyers. And then Pitt men's basketball has 4 games left in the regular season. Pitt's next game is tomorrow against Georgia Tech at home. So, and Kenny Pickett, speaking of Pitt football, he said Deuce is out there. He says he plans to attend Pitt's spring game this year. So, cool. Super Bowl champion Kenny Pickett coming back to Pittsburgh to watch and support the Pitt program. So, cool. Very good. All right, that's it. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Fan Early Morning Show. Fan Morning Show pre-show with Adam Crowley is coming up next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan is taking a look back at our last 15 years with 93.7 The Fan's 15th Faniversary. Like when Dan lost his mind due to a bad call.
The catcher failed to maintain firm and secure possession of the ball throughout the tag. The tag was applied before the runner's foot hit the plate!
93.7 The Fan's 15th Faniversary. Brought to you by New Flow Men's Health, Pittsburgh's leader in ED treatment. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Parmar store. See for yourself. Download the Parmar Stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrili reminding you that if there's not a Parmar store near you now, there will be soon.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray, and I've been helping Pittsburghers for 30 years navigating the legal issues surrounding aging. Get ready for your retirement years and what lies ahead with a no-obligation consultation. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
At Planet Fitness, we're declaring it. This is the year of getting stronger. And future stronger you can get started now by saving $28 or more when you join today. You in? We have all the best-in-class equipment you could ever need to keep stepping it up. And free fitness training to help you mix up your routine. Plus, most clubs are open 24 hours. So let's do this. Join Planet Fitness today and save $28 or more. Just $1 down, $15 a month, cancel anytime. Deal ends February 28th. See Home Club for details.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In Penn Hills, crews checking reports of a structure fire at the intersection of Mayrose and Burton Drive, so expect some lane closures there. Meanwhile, the parkways east and west a little heavy into their respective tunnels. No problems on Route 28. That's mainly steady from Harmer to the north side. HOV lanes open alongside the Parkway North and the Crosstown. You can use those with 2 or more in your vehicle until 10 o'clock this morning. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's the Fan Morning Show, The Joe Starkey Show, or The PM Team. You can get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as one click to listen on demand. Miss a great moment, great guest, we've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app, search 93.7 The Fan, and tap earlier today to get started. It's the perfect way to catch up on what's happening from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. 93.7 The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
An asteroid will hit Earth on December 22nd, 2032. If we know it's coming in 8 years, and there's now a 2.4% chance that it hits us, I feel like we got to put a team on that. Let's reappropriate some funds. Let's get a team on that. It's not funny, Callis.
That's how Pittsburgh solves problems. We got to get a team on that.
That's exactly right. It's how Pittsburgh solves problems. We got to get a team on that. We do got to get a team on that.
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This is the home of the Pitt Panthers, a.k.a. FM HD1 Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station. 93.7 The Fan.
Pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. Crowley here. Dickerson not. Nicholas Harry Callis behind the glass. We knew that Doran would be off today for a while. We did not know that I would be off on Thursday and Friday. Travel issues. I wound up getting extra vacation. I'm not going to complain, although Wednesday was a nightmare. And here I am. I'm happy to be back. Love my job. Missed you guys. Missed the texters. But most of all, I miss Nicholas Harry Callis, whom I gave a massive hug when he walked through the door this morning. Hello, Harry. Let's go.
Yeah. No, I missed the end of the week unexpectedly as well. So it's good. Yeah. It's good to be here.
We're back.
Hooray.
Except for Doran. And I feel like Doran deserves a day off for carrying the load. The last 6 shows, and then the last 2 shows of the week, he didn't have either of his partners in crime. I felt bad about leaving him out to dry, but here's the situation for me, right? So I was supposed to fly back on Wednesday, come do the show on Thursday and Friday, and I'd like to thank Craig Riley for being understanding and Doran for being understanding. Missed the first flight of what would have been 2 flights. And by missed, I mean it wasn't my fault. It was their fault. We were supposed to fly to New Orleans, land in Charleston, and then from Charleston to Pittsburgh. But there was only an hour between the Charleston flight, or when the New Orleans flight landed and when the Charleston flight took off. So we had an hour. Well, the first plane wound up being delayed like 45 minutes, so you're not going to make that connector, right? And they're not going to hold the plane for me. I could tell them, hey, I'm Adam Crowley. I'm a big-time sports morning show host. I need to go talk to the people. They ain't holding the plane for me. So it was either take 3 different planes and get home at midnight on Wednesday and probably still miss the show on Thursday morning, or get a direct flight on Friday, which is what we did. We also could have taken 4 planes to come home on Thursday, but we would have had to pay like an extra $1,000. So we wound up only paying an extra $100 to fly home on Friday. Thank you to Breeze for being accommodating. Could have been a lot worse, but I got extra vacation. I do feel bad for Doran, and I appreciate Doran for busting his hump without me. And without you the last couple of days. But that's what happened to me. I didn't say that all that eloquently. Let's kick some of the rust off in this first segment, and we'll get this thing cooking. How you doing?
Life is good.
You're dating somebody.
I met a lady.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go.
It was good.
You met a lady?
I met a lady.
And you're dating now?
Yeah.
Like, you're official?
Yeah.
Like, she would not turn the radio on today, hear you say that, and go, whoa, 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 things are going too fast.
Correct.
This is unbelievable. So how long have I been gone? I've been gone 10 days, 6 shows. I hadn't heard that you were even speaking to a woman, and now you're dating one? This is unbelievable.
Isn't that right? It seems when you disappear from my life, I have more confidence and abilities to do things. Isn't that wonderful? Yes. Yeah, we started talking. I met her online, and things were kind of dry there. And I remember I was just like, you know what? I'm not going to worry about it. I'm going to see what happens, see if things happen. And then we started talking, and she was one of the more interesting people that I've even talked to.
That's awesome.
And, yeah. I just kind of said, I'm like, yeah, you know what? I mean, I've been one of those people that's like, I was always way too, like, picky at a point, you know. And that's good, I think, in some senses. But I'm almost like, you know what? If I feel this way and she feels this way, it's like, why not? I mean, we can always break up if things are bad and things get worse, you know. I'm just thinking, that's just the way things think in my head. Why not give it a shot, you know? So, yeah, we're good.
And you're happy.
Yeah, we talked for a little over a week, and it was like, we spent a lot of time together, talked a lot, and I'm like, cool. We started a Minecraft world together, big time.
Well, that's huge for you. I know that.
She's not repulsed by the van, which is great.
That's tremendous. You would like her to like the van, but not repulsed is a good start.
Right, yes. So, and then board and card game fan, which I'm about that.
So you guys have a ton in common.
And her mom's boyfriend's a big fan of the station here.
Really?
Yeah.
So
he knows who I am, which is tremendous.
So you're not sleeping with other people, and neither is she.
Correct.
So you guys are locked in right now.
Right now, yeah.
As an item.
Yeah.
A couple.
Mm-hmm.
This is unbelievable. Someone texts in, and this is off topic, wearing a Wilson jersey in Cleveland International right now and getting mad looks. Are we talking Russ? Are we talking Peyton? Are we talking Roman? Which Wilson are you wearing? I'm going to go out on a limb. I'm going to guess Russ. You see a ton of Pittsburgh stuff in the airport. Now, obviously, the Pittsburgh airport. But I saw a bunch of Pittsburgh people were walking around New Orleans. Because anytime Pittsburgh people go anywhere, they dress up like they're going to forget where they're from if they don't look in the mirror and go, oh, geez, there's my pirate hat. I forgot I'm from Pittsburgh. Oh, shoot, yeah, that's right. I grew up in Mount Lebanon. Oh, dang, I'm from Brookline. I almost forgot about that since I've been traipsing around the French Quarter. A lot of Pittsburgh people. People always do. It's not just Pittsburgh. I saw some Cincinnati Reds stuff walking around. A lot of St. Louis Cardinals stuff as baseball season is quickly approaching and spring training now getting into full swing.
Sure.
I'll tell you what. I love New Orleans.
I bet.
And I got out of my comfort zone.
Didn't you say you were scared?
Oh, I'm always terrified. You've known me now for a couple of years.
You were saying, like, what's down there? I don't know.
It's the way I approach anything. When I went on the bachelor party this summer for my brother-in-law, I'm not excited. Mm-hmm. I think about all the bad things that could happen, and it's only when I get home where I was like, oh, dang, that was a great trip. Same thing here. Like, I've been nervous about this for months because I got to get on planes, and I hate flying, and come on now, for good reason. I don't want to make a joke about this, but I'm going to anyway because everyone's all right. We actually had to pay a little bit extra for Breeze so that we wouldn't land on the roof. Like, what the hell's going on out there with planes?
On the roof? Well, what do you mean?
Where have you been? There was a plane that wrecked in Toronto and landed on the roof?
Oh, yeah.
So we had to pay a little extra to make sure we didn't land on the roof. $50 extra per person for the wheels landing. See, Doran would have laughed at that. You're the no-sell.
No, I'm scared of that stuff.
Yeah, you should be. It's terrifying. So I didn't mind that we didn't have to take 2 planes on the way home. I didn't mind that we didn't have to take 3 or 4 planes on the way home, which were the possible avenues that we could have traversed. We just had the one. So I just had to freak out for the takeoff and the landing of 1 plane instead of the takeoff and the landing for 2 planes, 3 planes, 4 planes.
Right.
But I'm also afraid of crowds unless it's like a familiar crowd. Like if I go to a West Virginia football or basketball game, okay, these are my people. I go to a Steelers game, Pirates game, Penguins game, these are my people. I go to the David L. Lawrence Convention Center for some sort of hullabaloo. These are my people. Okay, I'm comfortable. But if I go someplace that I'm not familiar with and there's big crowds, I do not like it at all. We went on Bourbon Street. It was unbelievable. What a town. You can just walk around with a beer in your hand. No one's going to judge you. You open container, the whole damn city. You walk in, get a sandwich somewhere, get a beer. I'm not going to rush through this beer. It tastes good. I'm not trying to get a buzz going, just want the taste. Walk around with the thing. First night we were there, we had a parade come right down our street. We didn't even have to get off the porch on the Airbnb. My daughter absolutely loved it. The 5-year-old, she was screaming, cheering, hollering for this parade. It wasn't one of them raunchy ones. There were no breasts exposed. There were no beads thrown in our direction. So it was family friendly. Went to the aquarium, went to the insectarium, whatever you call it, the children's museum. It was a great family trip. And then at night, go out and have a couple of beverages because the grandparents were there too. It was just tremendous, Callis. Tremendous. Texter, it's a whole different experience when you're somewhere when you were with yourself, and then now you get a family and you know that you're their protector. That's exactly right. Like, I would not have been as freaked out about the flying. I've always been freaked out, but I wouldn't be as freaked out if I didn't have my kids with me. Because you're like, there's nothing I can do. If we land on the roof, I'm just going to have to hold on tight. There's not much you can do there. But if it's just me, all right, I can hang upside down for a little bit. $30,000, by the way, the airline is offering those people who were dangling like bats upside down on the runway after that crash in Toronto. You'd have to start the bidding for me at $1 million. You're gonna make me think that I am going to perish in a plane crash. I'm gonna be dangling upside down. There's fire going. And you're going to pay me $30,000 to make it all go away? Oh, buddy. No chance in hell am I taking $30,000. And think about how much they're paying health care for their employees, right? And you think about, okay, here's $30,000. Think about how much money these airlines make. Here's $30,000. Sorry, we almost killed you. No chance. Zero. Zilch. $1 million, at least. Uh-oh, Harry. Here's a text. I saw Callis at the Melting Pot on the 15th. He looked great with his lady.
The Melting Pot on the 15th?
Yeah, did you go to the Melting Pot?
No, and I wasn't there on the 15th.
Well,
and
there
I
you
wasn't
go.
with the girl on the 15th, so nice try.
So you haven't gone on a date with her to the Melting Pot?
No.
Okay. Are you a Melting Pot guy? Are you familiar with the Melting Pot?
I've never really been, no.
They got all the melty stuff.
No kidding.
Mm-hmm.
Good,
It's
nice.
right. It's right there in the name. What do they call that? Fondue. So you cook the food in the pot in front of you.
Sure.
It's not my favorite. It's a cool experience. It's not my favorite way to eat. The food in New Orleans is unbelievable. Fried oysters and po' boys. And I'll tell you what I don't like is the crawfish. You ever had a crawfish?
No.
It's a lot of work to get very little amount of meat.
Mm-hmm.
And your hands get all gross. And you see their poo.
Nice.
So I don't like that.
Yeah.
It was okay. Happy we did it, but nah.
I've always wanted to go to New Orleans. My mom wanted to take me down there when I was a little younger because of my jazz, because I play jazz. Or I was in jazz ensemble.
Yeah.
So I like jazz.
I fell in
I'm
love
known
with
for that.
jazz this week.
Let's go!
Because everywhere you go, there's just jazz. It's such a cool experience. I mean, it was a vacation, so I'm not thinking about work. I'm not reading anything. Sorry, folks. I wasn't keeping up with stuff. I had to do a crash course this weekend whenever I go, hey, what did I miss? And we'll get into a lot of those things over the course of today's show. But so you get removed, and that's great. But the vibe of the town it's the Big Easy. You're taking it easy. You're going, whatever restaurant you go to, Bourbon Street, Royal Street, wherever you go, there's jazz playing. People just on the sidewalks playing music. Someone texts in the garbage on Bourbon Street's unreal. See, I didn't find that it was that bad. What I did notice is every morning they were out cleaning the streets. And all the business owners were out spraying the sidewalks off. And then I think the city takes care of the roadways themselves. And they had those big Zamboni-like machines going up and down. I didn't think it was that bad. Now, what I've been told is in the summertime, whenever it's really hot, whenever you get into the 90s and the humidity is at like 120%, that the town could smell kind of bad. I could see that. It wasn't that bad. Texter, Crowley, you said you were probably eating the crawfish whole. I don't know what I'm doing with those things. We had a New Orleansian native with us, English, who was showing us how to eat the crawfish. So I think I did it right. They were fine. They were fine. Just a lot of work to not get a huge payoff. And I've never been a huge fan of doing the crabs myself either. I like to eat crab. I like to eat lobster. I ain't trying to work for it. Texter, it sucks the airline screws up and it ends up costing you more. Yes, it does. And we weren't about to go on 4 different planes on Thursday with a 1-year-old and a 5-year-old. That just wasn't going to happen. We sat there for a while on Wednesday, and we went over our potential options, and it just wasn't going to go well. Texter, sounds like Callis got caught dating 2 women. That's right, Callis, were you with a different woman at the melting pot on the 15th?
No.
No, we talked about you weren't going to go out on a date in the day after Valentine's Day anyway. Like, you're really...
Well, I was, I know where I was, and it wasn't a great place to be.
Ah.
Yeah. No good. I had a rough week. No good. I had a loved one pass away, so that's where I was. Sorry.
Sure you weren't at the melting pot?
I was at the hospital, yeah.
That's not good. Yeah. Would rather have been eating fondue.
Speaking of that, though, no, here. I'll tell you.
Save it. Save it now.
At the funeral, there were a bunch of people. My uncle was the one that passed. He was very proud of me and what I was doing. A lot of East Pittsburgh people like the fan. The funeral director,
big fan of the fan.
Big fan of the fan. And a lot of people like the morning show. There was this 99-year-old named Nancy. I think she was in her high 90s. I remember I was surprised. She looked great for her age.
Easy.
Big fan.
You know, that means a lot.
My cousin's girlfriend's stepdad, Phil, big fan of the fan. A lot of people were just like, oh, you're that guy. I'm like, yeah, hi.
I love when anybody listens to us, and I love hearing kind words. It really does make your day when you hear people say, hey, I love the show. I love what you guys do. You get me to work every morning. 99-year-old woman, not necessarily in our demographic, but we appeal to the masses, Callis. Texter. I saw Callis and his girl at the North Hills Adult Mart. He shook my hand. Yucky. Stop. Don't do this to Callis.
I was in the North Hills one of the days, but it wasn't an Adult Mart.
So I have an Adult Mart story, to the surprise of nobody. My friend, who is Mormon, turned 18, so this is in high school, and I was 17 years old at the time. And I hung out with a lot of older kids in high school because none of the kids in my grade liked me. Also to the surprise of no one. And we get to this Adult Mart because he wanted to go in there when he turned 18, and I was not allowed in because I was yet to turn 18. So they all went in, and I said, screw it, I'm going to go in anyhow, and they're not going to stop me. I just won't be able to buy anything. So I left the car, I go into the Adult Mart. They yell at me because the keys were in the car, and I locked the keys in. So then my friend, whose parents were very, very religious, had to come and get us at the Adult Mart, and he got in huge trouble. Because I guess it's not cool in the Mormon community to be going to Adult Marts when you're 18.
I would have been mad at you as well.
Yeah, they were pissed. Didn't talk to me for a couple of weeks because I left the car.
Yeah.
They had no problem with me coming in. They just thought I should have brought the keys. Yeah. Big problem. Texter, what happened to the girl that reached out to Callis saying her dad thought they were perfect for each other?
Yeah, she backed out of that date.
Different stages in life.
Yeah.
Texter, you guys ever been on a cruise? Callis, you ever been on a cruise?
No.
Doesn't appeal to me. I don't like to relinquish control. I mean, you know this. It's why I like to drive people in my car. I don't like to be...
Well, you smashed me in the back with intern
That's
Sam
right.
a couple years ago.
I don't like to be chauffeured around, although I was a lot in New Orleans by my father-in-law. God bless that man. I don't like the idea of being in the open ocean on a boat. And if something's going wrong, there's just nothing you could do. Plus, I get seasick. I don't think I need any more reasons. And it's not just seasick. Disease spreads like wildfire on these cruises. The norovirus was going around a couple of cruise liners a couple of weeks ago, and it's just, there's nothing you can do. You're just trapped. You're screwed. Texter. No, not reading that one. Sorry. All right, we're back in the swing of things, Callis. You ready to talk some sports?
Sure. Oh, by the way, while we have time, your audio didn't record properly. The audio is no good. So we got to find a different way to play it.
Well, you're going to have to do it in 30 seconds.
Okay.
Bag.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
This is a poorly built team. They're undersized, undermanned, they're soft. They're set up to fail. And to me, the way this team is built, it's inexcusable. They shouldn't be against the biggest team in the league. They're getting outmanned in front of the net. You got two small defensemen there trying to battle Tom Wilson. It's not going to end good. Crosby deserves way more than this. At the level that he's playing at, where he's at right now in his game, his career, this is not enough for Sidney Crosby to do some damage with. He needs a better team around him. Mike Sullivan needs better players to coach. And it's not going to be better players. It's got to be put together the right way for these guys to be able to have a chance to make the playoffs. And I don't see it. And for me, it's on Kyle Dubas. You're getting paid $7 million a year? That's what I expect. If it's a rebuild, then rebuild. And if it's not, then we got to see better results on the ice. This is inexcusable for me.
Lots of Pirates, Penguins, Steelers, and Pit Hoops today. We'll hit on everything. That is PK Subban, NHL analyst on ESPN, ripping Kyle Dubas. The Penguins lose 2 games this weekend. They come back from the Four Nations face-off break, and God, they lay an egg against Washington. I thought played a lot better against New York, but they lose on aggregate over the weekend, 13-6. They got absolutely shellacked by the Washington Capitals. And in one of the intermission breaks, PK Subban takes the organization really to task. And it's a simple question from the start. 412-928-9370. Do you agree with PK Subban that Sidney Crosby deserves better? Do you agree with PK Subban that Mike Sullivan deserves better? I don't. I had an epiphany watching the Four Nations face off. I had an epiphany in my time away thinking about Pittsburgh sports as a whole, but specifically for the purposes of this segment, niching down on the Penguins. Folks, at some point, the bill comes due. At some point, you're going to have to pay for your success. And for the Penguins, they have paid for their success now by not winning a playoff series since 2018, and they're not going to win one, spoiler alert, this season. But that's not on Kyle Dubas. That's on the final few months, if not longer, of the Jim Rutherford tenure. And that's on Ron Hextall for being the worst general manager that the Penguins have had in 4 decades. It's not on Dubas. Dubas took a shot his first offseason. He brought in Erik Karlsson. He got a ton of bad contracts off the books in order to bring in Karlsson. So even though Karlsson hasn't worked out, he was still able to move a bunch of bad players and too much money off of this salary cap. And then it didn't work out. And guess what he's done? He's turned this thing into a full-blown rebuild. At least as much as he can. Chris Letang, no trade clause. Evgeny Malkin, no trade clause. Brian Rust, no trade clause. Sidney Crosby, untouchable. These guys cannot and will not be moved. And so maybe that's why a guy like PK Subban says, well, you got your feet on both sides of the fence. Kyle Dubas is doing everything that he can to rebuild this team. I don't know that Penguins fans need to hear that, but your team is rebuilding. I was not happy with the way that they lost to Washington on Saturday, but I ain't hurt that they lost. I didn't love the way it went against New York yesterday because you outplayed them, and God, do I hate that franchise. But I'm not bummed out that they lost. Why? Because they should be losing. Now, Crosby doesn't want to lose. Sullivan doesn't want to lose. I'm sure if you looked every single one of those guys in the dressing room in the eye, none of them want to lose. But I bet you Dubas does. I bet you Fenway wants to lose. This is a rebuild. And aren't they clearly rebuilding? This is why I look at PK Subban like one of those dogs where you start whistling, they turn their head on the side, then they turn their head on the side, then they turn their head on the side. Like, have you been paying attention, bro? The Penguins have 15 picks in the top 3 rounds over the course of the next 3 years. 15 picks, top 3 rounds. 3 years. They have 5 first-round picks the next 3 years. Wilkes-Barre, look at the standings. Now a top 5 team in the AHL. They're currently sitting in the 6th spot, the Penguins are, in the draft order. It's not out of the question that they lose enough to pick 4th. And in either spot, they'll have a legit shot at the number 1 overall pick. Folks, this is a rebuild. And they're actually losing a ton while still having guys on the roster that you want to pay money to go watch play hockey. You still get to watch Sidney Crosby every other night. And the schedule's going to be condensed coming down the stretch. You want to watch Sid, you want to watch Gino, you want to watch Letang, you can. And guess what? They'll still suck. It's kind of the best of both worlds. Eventually the bill comes due. And I'm tired of seeing Penguins fans, national analysts, guys like PK Subban say, look at what Washington has done. Washington was able to do this on the fly. Washington is competitive with Alexander Ovechkin near the tail end of his career. The Penguins, well, they could be in Washington's skates. Sure, they could be. You know what Washington didn't do? Surround Ovechkin with enough talent during his prime. Or you could make the argument that they did and didn't win enough. They won 1 championship. The Penguins won 3 championships. Maybe Washington wins it this summer. Maybe not. Right now, they got the best point percentage in the league, and they have done a good job. I'm taking nothing away from their roster construction now and how good their coach is now. And my God, Ovechkin's playing out of his mind. He scored a hat trick yesterday. He's closing in on Gretzky's record. But here's the thing. They won 1 championship. 1. And if they don't win any others, guess what? They underachieved as a franchise with Ovechkin. And of course the Penguins have underachieved the last 7 years. Last year they should have made the playoffs. The power play let them down. Shootouts let them down. Overtime let them down. They're too talented to lose points in those places. 2 years ago, same damn deal. Too talented to lose points in those margins. They should have made the playoffs the last 2 years. If PK were talking about the last 2 years, I agree. This year, they're rebuilding. But Washington won 1 championship. Crosby won 3. Malkin won 3. Letang won 3. How many are they supposed to win? It'd be a lot more fun right now if we were talking about the Penguins in a stretch run. I get it. I wish that were the case. I wish the last 7 years had gone differently. I wish that they had made the playoffs the last 2 years and that they were at least hanging around this year because it's more fun. But the prudent thing, the smart thing for the franchise to do is actually what they're doing right now, and that is to tank. And they are. We don't need the fancy letterhead with the Penguins watermark and Kyle Dubas saying, hey, be patient. That's what the Rangers did a couple of years ago. We don't need the franchise to explicitly say it. When you trade Jake Gensel at the deadline, you're rebuilding. When you trade Marcus Pettersson in the midst of a season, you're rebuilding. when you only sign guys to one-year deals this offseason, you're rebuilding. When you have 15 top 3 draft picks in the next 3 years, you're rebuilding. When you are 6th worst team in the NHL right now, you are rebuilding. If it quacks like a duck, if it swims like a duck, if it's got a bill and feathers and yellow and it's a duck. I don't need the Penguins to tell us they're rebuilding. They're rebuilding. So PK Subban can say Sidney Crosby deserves better. Well, guess what? The bill always comes due. Eventually, you're going to suck. There were a few years in there, guess what? The Capitals didn't make the playoffs. There was a year in the prime of Alexander Ovechkin. They didn't make the playoffs. Look at what has become of Chicago. What for a while became of the Los Angeles Kings. Eventually, it's going to come for Tampa. You're not good forever. And it's not Kyle Dubas's fault that they're not good right now. It's Ron Hextall's fault that they didn't get more out of some of the meaty years at the end of Crosby's career. If you want to feel bad for Sid, feel bad that they blew that series against the Rangers a couple years ago. That they didn't play well enough in a couple of different series against the Islanders. That in the COVID-shortened season, in the bizarre bubble playoffs, that they didn't beat Montreal. That's when they failed. They're not failing now, unless they're failing on purpose. And that's what they're doing. Which means I can't be embarrassed about the state of the organization. I was embarrassed by the way they played against Washington. Fair enough. I'm not embarrassed they're the 6th worst team in the NHL because this is how you turn it around. How'd you get Lemieux? How'd you get Crosby? How'd you get Marc-Andre Fleury? How'd you get Jordan Staal? You sucked. It's the name of the game. But let's boil it down to this. 412-928-9370. Do you feel bad for Sidney Crosby? Do you feel bad? Probably not. For Mike Sullivan, 412-928-9370. Do you agree with PK Subban? 412-928-9370. Or do you agree with me? 412-928-9370. We'll take your calls all morning long. It's just me, just Callis. No Doran today. He'll be back with us tomorrow. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt men's basketball lost on Saturday to Notre Dame. Pitt has 4 games left in the regular season. Their next game coming up is going to be against Georgia Tech tomorrow at 7 o'clock, and that's a game you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan. More fan headlines? Go to 937thefan.com.
93.7 The Fan is turning 15. Happy birthday. And you're invited to our party at Rivers Casino on February 26th. But you'll need a ticket to get in. Visit 937thefan.com to learn details on how you can get free tickets at local businesses. The first 400 guests receive a commemorative fan gift. The Fan 15th Faniversary Party is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Icy Lights, Guardian Protection, and Firehouse Subs at the Point in North Fayette. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey guys, it's Malsey, and we talk a lot about sports together, right? And so we're talking about pro athletes. And what do you know about pro athletes? They train constantly, all the time, to try to perform better on the field or the court or the ice. However, I have a question for you. What if you could improve your performance in the bedroom, no training required? I'm talking about Blue Chew. Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, and at a fraction of the cost, and they're in chewable form. If you don't like swallowing pills, you don't have to. Plus, since Blue Chew is an online prescription service, you're not dealing with one of those awkward conversations or trips to the doctor's office. No, Blue Chew ships direct to your front door in discreet packaging, and because no two guys are the same, the licensed medical providers are going to work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
Do you love hauling 20,000-pound coils? So do my friends at PGT Trucking. Pat Bostic here for PGT Trucking. They have local Pittsburgh runs for experienced flatbed truck drivers. Get home every day with PGT's Pittsburgh Local. Positions are available for company drivers, lease purchase, and owner-operators. Must have experience with steel coils. Join PGT Pittsburgh Local and become one of the proud professionals. Apply today at pgttrucking.com. That's pgttrucking.com. PrevNart20.com.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have health news, a CDC update.
Pneumococcal vaccination is now recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Clouds and sun today, the high 50.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Robert Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today.
After you use Bounce Dryer Sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll put a sheet on it every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you. Okay, Bounce Dryer Sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry,
Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 16, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology to match your forward-thinking spirit and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sportsman Ed. The automated ball strike system is calibrated at between 53.5 and 27% of the batter's height. According to the Wall Street Journal, hitters at the AAA level seem clueless about the technical strike zone parameters. Pitchers actually fared even worse, folks. Some managers banned them from challenging it, leaving it to the catchers. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Getting your guaranteed maximum refund with TaxSlayer feels like saddling up and chasing down.
Look at that sweet moolah!
That big old cash cow.
Look at all that money!
File with TaxSlayer Simply Free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. Simply Free is available to a limited number of taxpayers. See TaxSlayer.com for eligibility.
Buy 5 quarts of Castrol Edge Full Synthetic Motor Oil and get a $15 gift card after rebate, plus 2 times points at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I put on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Signs of life in the Monday Morning Rush. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Parkway East, you're getting in line at Edgewood Twistvale to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels, while the Parkway West is heavy around the Banksville merge point into the Fort Pitt Tunnels. No problems on Route 28. That's mainly steady from Harmer down to the north side. Parkway North, the HOV lanes are open. You can use those with 2 or more in your vehicle until 10 o'clock this morning. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. In the past 10 years, the weight loss industry has seen it all. New medications, fad diets, sculpting, and still, Awaken 180 continues to stand alone as the proven solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Both Ned and Joel
capable of better. You know, Joel's a young goaltender. He's very athletic. We're really excited about this guy, but he's a young goaltender and he's going through a learning process here. And so the challenge is on us as a coaching staff to help him. We'll do the same with Ned. We'll keep working.
Some tunes in the background there as Mike Sullivan tells us his goaltenders suck, but he tells us in a nice way. And God, did they suck this weekend. There's a big issue there, and we'll get into that. Like I said, a lot of Pirates today, a lot of Penguins, bunch of Steelers, Caboli from 9 o'clock until 10. We'll get into the Penguins goaltending situation in a couple of moments. But in 2 games this weekend, the Penguins goalies faced 47 shots. That's not a lot. 19 high-danger chances. They should have given up about 6 goals, according to Adam Gretz, who does a great job covering hockey in this town. So 5.37, actually round down, about 5 goals, expected goals. They allowed 12. 13 overall, you had the one in the empty net. So if you had average NHL goaltending and had given up 5.37 goals, they gave up 12. There's a big picture issue there, like I mentioned, we'll get to in a moment. But the question right now is, do you feel bad for Sidney Crosby? 412-928-9370. PK Subban says Kyle Dubas, who's making $7 million a season, should be embarrassed about the group that he surrounded Crosby with. I don't feel bad for Sid at all. Love the guy, will cry when he retires. Will shed actual tears when Sidney Crosby walks away from the game. But don't you think he knows what he signed up for here? He said he wants to finish his career in Pittsburgh, that he wants to be a one-jersey guy. He's a big Stevie Y fan growing up. Stevie Y played in his entire career for the Detroit Red Wings. Lemieux, likewise with the Penguins. He was his roommate, his mentor, his friend. Crosby wants to finish the job. He's won 3 championships. He's won scoring titles, MVPs, has an outside shot at being the second highest point total guy in the history of the league when it's all said and done. Why would I feel bad for a guy who has decided his own fate? Dorn and I have had multiple conversations about injuries in the NFL, and when the whole Damar Hamlin thing happened, everyone felt awful, of course, for Damar Hamlin. Nobody signs up for that, but you sign up knowing that there's risk, particularly with the brain injury. I want to play football for a living. My body is going to be bruised, battered, and beaten, but I will trade that reality for making a living, doing the thing I am best at for as long as I can do it. And so I feel bad only to a point. The Damar Hamlin thing I probably shouldn't even have used as an example because that's an extreme. When you make your own bed, I'm not going to feel bad for you. If Sidney Crosby told Kyle Dubas, told the powers that be in the Fenway Sports Group, I don't want to be a Penguin anymore. I will waive my no-trade clause for the betterment of this franchise and to give myself another chance at winning, I will do that. They would move him. He doesn't want to be moved. He wants to be here. And he can't have expected the Penguins to be good forever. He was not happy, I've been told, that Jake Gensel was moved. Okay? He didn't ask to be traded. And when you move a player who was a key piece to winning a championship, like Jake Gensel was, that should put the flags up. There's going to be some lean years here. We saw the way that they played against Washington right after the deadline last year, right after Jake Gensel was moved. It was like a funeral for those guys. They were despondent. Couldn't even get the energy to play the damn game. Got absolutely waxed because they were crestfallen. They love the guy. They know he's a winner. But you move that guy and you know it's rebuild time. And if you're Crosby, you've signed up for that. And you're hoping to see it through to the other side, but Rome wasn't built in a day. 412-928-9370. PK Subban says he feels bad for Crosby. Feels like Kyle Dubas is doing a bad job. Do you agree? 412-928-9370. One of our favorites, Rob in Chicago, first up today. Hi, Rob.
Hey, Crowley, welcome back.
Thanks, pal.
Hey, let me tell you something. I got no sympathy for the Penguins. They've created their own mess. There's several points here. First of all, Crosby has this romantic delusion that they're going to ride off in the sunset together with the big three. Gensel took the bullet that was ultimately meant for Malkin, but
Letang.
he's the one that, or Letang too. Gensel should have stayed. Malkin should have been moved on, but they won't do it. Second of all, Sullivan insists on having a team full of ballerinas. There's no physicality on this team at all. They need a thumper. And I'm not talking about the little gray rabbit that's friends with Bambi's. I'm talking about Darius Kasparaitis, Ulf Samuelsson, Orpik, someone who's going to make you pay dearly.
Well, I like the Desjardins guy that they brought in. I mean, he is built like a brick you-know-what house. I do understand what you're saying. That's why it's two separate questions for me. Like P.K. Subban said he feels bad for Crosby and he feels bad for Sullivan, and that's because Sullivan goes on to take the United States to the final in the Four Nations face-off. And then obviously we saw what Crosby was doing with tremendous teammates for Canada. I don't feel bad for Sully, but for different reasons than Sid. Sid knows what he signed up for. I don't feel bad for Sully because I blame him for the last 2 years more than I blame Dubas.
You mentioned the Rangers game earlier where they lost that playoff series. When Trouba took a run at Crosby, did we have one player defend Crosby and go to fight Trouba and smack him around?
No, it wasn't enough.
We had nobody. And so, I mean, we've done this to them.
But, Rob,
the powers that be have done this to themselves.
Here's the thing. The last few years, they squandered opportunity. You cannot convince me otherwise, and I think you pull Penguins fans, that's where the issue lies. They've screwed up the last 7 years. But right now, they should be losing, right? Like, they're doing the right thing now, finally.
Well, they're kind of in the boat the Steelers are. They're hovering in mediocrity, just beneath that playoff spot. If you're gonna blow it, you got to blow it like the Ottawa Senators or somebody in the early '90s. Just go complete.
See, and that's where I'll disagree with you. And thank you so much for the call, Rob. We love you. Call back anytime. 412-928-9370. We had a text that was barking up that same tree. Because I said the Penguins weren't going to be good forever. And like Rob in Chicago, the texter said, use the same logic with the Steelers. You can't be good forever. The difference is I don't look at the Steelers and the Penguins as being in the same spot. You see, the Steelers, last offseason, they spent money in free agency in a way that we don't usually see. They spent a ton of money on Patrick Queen relative to the kind of money they usually spend in free agency. Average annual value, they've never spent more on a free agent than that guy. They overhauled the quarterback room. They gave up on a first-round draft pick quarterback 2 years into his career. The Steelers are trying to win. They're just a lot further away than they think they are. Meanwhile, the Penguins folks are trying to lose. Whether it's Dubas saying, I'm not going to move the big guys, or it's Fenway saying you're not allowed to move the big guys, or the big guys saying we ain't waiving our no-trade clause. Those dudes are untouchable right now. Letang, Malkin, of course Crosby. Everybody else, I think, has been available. That's why they have 15 top 3-round picks in the next 3 years. It's why they have 5 first-round picks the next 3 years. It's why they traded Gensel. It's why they traded Pettersson. They're okay with losing. They're the 6th worst team in hockey right now. And they're happy to be there. You give Kyle Dubas truth serum, he'd tell you they're happy to be there. Have an outside shot at being the 4th worst team in hockey, which means they got more than an outside shot at getting the number 1 overall pick of the draft this year. Like, the Penguins have leaned as much as they can without moving those big-time guys into losing. The Steelers have not. The Steelers are trying to win. They are not in the same place. It's a totally different thing. And actually, I have a ton of faith in the direction that Kyle Dubas has taken this in. Except for one key area. And it's the same thing that bit him in Toronto. We touched on it briefly earlier. We'll get into that coming up next. But the question of the day so far, 412-928-9370. Do you agree with P.K. Subban? Do you feel bad for Sidney Crosby? It's also the Twitter poll. You can vote at _Adam Crowley. And you can follow me on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates started their spring training games over the weekend. They played the Baltimore Orioles on Saturday. They played the Minnesota Twins yesterday, and the Pirates won both of those games. They got a game coming up tonight as well. They're going to play today, this afternoon. They're going to play the Philadelphia Phillies at 1 o'clock today. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
Oh, sorts on his face. Oh, the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
there.
here, just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's.
It's Nicholas Harry Callis from the Fan Morning Show. And guess what I'm doing again? Baseball drills. When it's nice outside, I'll take batting practice, do fielding drills, base running drills, and I've worked on my pitching mechanics as well. All of this is going to help me play in a big exhibition baseball game coming up in June, and Awaken 180 has been a big help. Dropping 50 pounds with Awaken 180 is changing everything. So much so that when I looked in the mirror this past week, I was able to see my waistline. My body used to be just clouded by fat, and now it's all being reduced. I can only hope that my experiences can be inspirational for you, but the most important experience is going to be your experience when you make the call, get the consultation, and lose the weight that's been holding you back. I had to stop being stubborn, and I had to get help that I never thought I needed. Now it's your turn. Give them a call, 844-346-1800. That's 844-346-1800. Or go online for your free consultation at awaken180weightloss.com. That's awaken180weightloss.com.
I'm approaching the age where I'm going to start getting my clothes the same place I get my groceries.
Angela Johnson-Reyes, the family reunion tour.
Can't keep shopping at the same stores I used to shop at. Like Forever 21. No, you're not. Turns out that was a lie.
See Angela Johnson-Reyes live on stage in Pittsburgh. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Welcome to Porky's Barn Grill on Bridge Street in Etna. Porky's is known for its barbecued meats. The smoker's right in front. For a 5-star dive bar, the food at Porky's is great. 30 taps of beer served cold. The homemade soup is steaming hot. See you at Porky's.
Selling a home doesn't have to be time-consuming or stressful. It should be fair, honest, and fast. Ryan Shalava here with the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. My team and I will buy your home with cash in its current condition and close on the day you choose. Call 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersofpittsburgh.com to get a cash offer today.
We wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia. See the Sweetheart Savings Event, the new 2025 Kia Telluride LX 4-wheel drive, and lease for just $285 a month, or purchase with a special low APR starting at 4.49%. At Monroeville Kia, our dealer exclusives are the keys to a great deal. You get free lifetime state inspections, car washes, free charging for Kia EVs, and professional customer care with every purchase. That's our promise, because we wanna see ya in a MonroevilleKia.com. Call for details, 412-856-2100.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's the Fan Morning Show, the Joe Starkey Show, or the PM Team, you can get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as one click to listen on demand. Miss a great moment? Great guest? We've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app. Search 93.7 The Fan and tap earlier today to get started. It's the perfect way to catch up on what's happening. From Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
In about 15 minutes, we got a Bradenton Bucko breakdown, Callis. And you know who's on the bump for the Buccos today? That's a lot of B's. Alliteration. Paul Skeens! Paul Skeens! Don't get hurt. Please don't get hurt. I don't even want to put that out in the universe, but please don't get hurt. Bubba Chandler threw yesterday. First pitch was 99-plus miles per hour. I like the Andrew Haney signing. All that we'll get into coming up in the 6:50 segment. And I've already done something I thought that I might do and I didn't want to do, and that's call him Andrew Haney whenever his name is Andrew Heaney. So my first misstep of the day. Back to the Penguins, though, at 412-928-9370. Do you agree with PK Subban, who feels bad for Sidney Crosby? I don't. Sid knows what he signed up for. The Penguins are tanking, and I'm okay with the fact that they're tanking. They eventually needed to do this. They couldn't continue to have a foot on both sides of the fence. Now they don't. They are clearly a team that is okay with losing. Now, not Sid, not Gino, not Letang. These guys all want to win, but I'm talking about the front office. They want to lose. And I have a lot of faith in this front office. I think they've done a great job so far. You know, a texter already chimed in about the Carlson deal and said it was awful, and I disagree with that. At the time, it was the right move. You moved a lot of bad contracts out, and you brought in a guy that you thought was going to fix your power play. That was the reason the Penguins weren't all that good, was because the power play was trash. And you brought in a Norris Trophy-winning 100-point defenseman. That was a good move to try to win in the first year of Kyle Dubas's tenure. Then it didn't work. And guess what they've done? They've pivoted. Bunch of draft picks the next few years. Wilkes-Barre has improved. They're a top 5 team in the AHL. There is one area, though, where I don't trust this front office. And that's the goaltender position. You ask any Toronto Maple Leaf fan why it didn't work out with Kyle Dubas in Toronto when he was the GM there, and they'll tell you he never figured out the goaltending position. Well, the Penguins right now are in goaltending purgatory. Tristan Jarry is terrible. He's never going to play in a Penguin sweater again. Blomqvist, while he's talented, has not played well. He was horrific yesterday. Alex Nedeljkovic was somehow worse against the Washington Capitals. Look at their numbers. The Penguins are not a good defensive team, but they might be the worst goaltending team in the NHL, which is only going to make the defensive issues look worse. Make a save. Penguins dominated that game yesterday. The Rangers stink. They've got Shesterkin. You have nothing resembling a franchise goaltender, and that's why the game went the way it did yesterday. Against Washington, I thought their first 25 minutes or so were okay, if not good. But then the dam breaks. And then guess what? Game gets away, you're deflated, your goalie can't make a stop for you. And you should show some pride, but it's a natural human response to pee down your leg when you're playing well, and then, oh, that shot went in? Really? But these two games this weekend are microcosm of the season. And their goaltender coach needs to go. It's not sexy sports talk. It's not like getting rid of Matt Canada. It's not like getting rid of Terrell Austin or talking about Pat Meyer, the offensive line coach. No. 99% of Penguins fans probably can't even tell you the name of the goaltender coach. It's John Elkin. But he came from the Leafs. And they stunk in goal. Andy Chiodo wasn't a great goaltender coach here either. But you think about Jari. You think about DeSmith. You think about Blomqvist. You think about Nedeljkovic. They've all stunk the last few years. They've had moments. You know, there was the heater that Nedeljkovic got on at the end of last season. You know, Jari's a two-time All-Star. What have you done for me lately? Nothing. So you got to fire the goalie coach. If not now at the end of the season, I'd argue now. Because you do need to develop Blomqvist. But I think Dubas is doing the right thing by tanking, by losing, by trading guys like Pettersson and Gensel. He's doing the job. Is he ever going to be able to find a goalie? It's not easy. But that was the problem in Toronto. If there's one area that I'm concerned about him as he turns this franchise on a dime, it's about whether or not they can draft, develop that position. 412-928-9370. Brandon Nichols tweets, that Heaney comment was actually your second misstep of the day. You badly butchered the pronunciation of Vincent Desjardins. Yeah, I know. And I probably just did again. But he's big. He's physical. I like him. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And as always, the Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. I didn't get to talk about Mike Lange while I was gone. And everyone's got a Mike Lange story. Everyone will picture in their mind's eye their favorite Crosby goal, Lemieux goal, Jágr goal, Malkin goal. And you'll hear Mike Lange's goal call. One of the truly most unique broadcasters the city has seen, nay, the sport has seen. But we've all got our story. And when I fell in love with the game, I was around 8, 9, 10 years old when I really started understanding the sport, loving the sport. And there were some lean years for the Penguins. The X generation. Will they stay? Will they go? Jim Balsillie, the Blackberry guy, was going to buy him and move him to Kansas City. You had the whole Bettis thing with the arena. Mike Lange dragged a lot of hockey fans, myself included, through bleak times. And when I say that we are all blessed as Penguins fans, and my God, are we blessed and spoiled, to have seen Crosby, Lemieux, Jágr, and Malkin, and so many other Hall of Famers in between. We're just as blessed to have been accompanied that entire time by Mike Lange. When you think about the Mount Rushmore of Penguins hockey, it's those four guys. There are others who deserve mention as well. But then there's Mike Lange. Like, if you think about the 5 most important people in the history of the franchise, I think those 4 players and Mike Lange are the people. Now, when I was 8, 9, 10 years old and watching some truly awful Penguins teams with like Rico Fata, all due respect, and Konstantin Koltsov and Eric Cairns and Ramsey Abid, and oh my God, the list goes on. When the Penguins were lucky enough to score a goal or two, I would always run upstairs. My parents' bedroom was on the 3rd floor. I would be watching the hockey game downstairs. I would monopolize the TV, so they'd be up in bed watching TV, hanging out, whatever they're doing up there. And I remember vividly, the Penguins would score a goal, and I would sprint upstairs, and I wouldn't be talking about, oh, Lemieux with the spinorama backhand pass, or, oh, boy, Crosby with a backhand top shelf, or, oh, my gosh, Konstantin Koltsov, he scored, then couldn't stop like the kid in Mighty Ducks and ran into the end boards. I would never talk about the play that was made. I would run upstairs to tell him what Mike Lange said after the goal. I remember the first time I heard Scratch My Back with a Hacksaw. Like, as I was coming of age as a hockey fan, it was that dude that I fell in love with. And the sport. But he made it fun even though they weren't good. And one last thing I'll say, a couple things here on Mike. Always had time for young broadcasters. He did with me. I know that he meant a great deal to Josh Getzoff. I haven't talked to Josh in a long time, but I've heard Josh talk about him and how he helped him. I know how close Borky was with Mike, and I have a great deal of respect for Borky. And Mike was just a top-of-the-line, class act dude. But as far as the craft, okay, the catchphrases, outstanding. His voice, unique. The thing that Mike did better than anybody I've ever been around or anybody that I've ever consumed doing the craft, he sensed it better than anybody. You'd hear him say, "Be careful here," and you knew the Penguins were in trouble. There'd be a rush coming back the other way, and you'd hear on the radio, "Be careful here," and you knew, here comes a grade A scoring chance. You knew. The other thing I loved about Mike, I said there'd be one, and there's so many, is that when the other team scored, he also captured the emotion of that. So many times now, goals scored against the Penguins, and I think the broadcasters they have now do a great job. So I don't mean to throw shade. But it's the same thing you get in a lot of hometown broadcasts. Oh, that kick is up, it's good. Oh, they shoot, oh, they score. It would be a different energy, but he brought energy when the opposition would score, when the other team would be humming, when they were close to getting it done. And then they'd finally pay it off with the goal, and he would give you the emotion of it. It's rare. You don't get it a lot these days. So I wanted to give a tribute to Mike Lange because I was not able to react on the air last week. R.I.P. Mikey, one of the all-time greats in this town. All right, coming up next are Bradenton, Bucko, Breakdown. First, a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins played 2 games over the weekend, lost on Saturday to the Washington Capitals, lost yesterday against the New York Rangers. Penguins have another game coming up this week, and as a matter of fact, it'll be tomorrow at 7 o'clock on the road against the Flyers. They play the Flyers twice this week. More fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
No problems or accidents to report, but we do have some delays, especially on the Parkway West, where you're lined up right around Parkway Center down to the Fort Pitt Tunnels, while the Parkway East, that is heavy near the Wilkinsburg on-ramp down to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Route 28 is up to speed, so is the Parkway North. Traveling out of the South Hills, Route 51 with traffic light delays at the major intersections between Route 88 and the Liberty Tubes off-ramp. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It used to be the sole function for a kitchen was food preparation. We cooked in the kitchen and we dined in the dining room. But times have changed. And although today the kitchen is still where we cook, it's also where we share meals, have an important family conversation, and even help the kids with their homework.
That's right. Today's kitchens are multi-use areas and should be designed accordingly. And that's where we come in. Petite Kitchen and Bath will make your new kitchen a warm and inviting place for family and guests alike. We'll make it supremely functional and beautiful.
You know, they say the heart of any home is the family kitchen. Make your kitchen great. Discover why generations of satisfied customers have chosen Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center.
Visit our showroom on Route 50 or call us at 412-279-2222. Haven't you waited long enough?
PA 625.
As you know, it's tax time again, so if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half your salary, or only 25%, of course you'd choose 25%. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. So don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich & Fishman. Their fee is only 25%. They have a 99.7% success rate over 25 years, and there's never a fee unless you win. If you've been injured, call 1-888-98-TWINS or visit 98twins.com. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Do you want to walk, play pickleball, and enjoy other fun activities to stay healthy but cannot because you're in pain? You deserve a better life, and the Good Feet store can help.
I just had difficulty walking. I could not walk in bare feet at all.
Do you keep buying new shoes and inserts from the store or online with little or no relief?
I tried all kinds of shoes. It was the arch supports that made the difference from the Good Feet store.
Thanks to the Good Feet store, I'm bowling 3 nights a week, pain-free.
Don't let foot pain get in the way of staying healthy and having fun. Stop by the Good Feet store today with your favorite shoes. We'll personally fit you with high-quality arch supports to ensure your comfort. Come to the Good Feet store today and live the life you love. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA. Come in and take a free test walk today.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Think we're going to be doing a bunch of Bucko Bradenton breakdowns or Bradenton Bucko breakdowns over the course of the next month, so maybe you could sponsor that segment. Maybe you could reach out to our people here. Maybe you could text us at 412-928-9370. 50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Buccos won yesterday. We got to see Bubba Chandler pitch. Oh, there it is! There it is! We got baseball! You don't have to squint hard to see how this rotation, brace yourselves, could keep the Pirates competitive this year. It's a great rotation. Skeens, Jones, Keller, Falter, whom I hated last year, and my God, was I proven wrong, and Andrew Heaney. Andrew Heaney's a good pitcher, folks. That's a good signing. It is. I wish they'd have spent more money on bats. We all do, of course. This Andrew Heaney signing's a great one. He's a strikeout per inning guy. He's a lefty. So Bailey Falter was really good last year. He's not a great strikeout guy. So the predictive metrics, not wonderful for him. And you kind of always wanted that other shoe to drop, but he was effective all season long. Haney's predictive numbers are great because he strikes dudes out. He's got swing and miss stuff. Can he give you 150 innings this year? Here's the thing. Bubba Chandler, whom I just mentioned, he'll be part of this deal. But you can't just have an empty spot in the rotation and wait for that guy to join the club. And you don't necessarily need him to join the club right out of spring training. You did that last year with Jared Jones. You didn't need to do it with Chandler unless you didn't make this signing. Now that you have, for a good pitcher, you can be a little bit patient with Bubba Chandler. And around deadline time, maybe even before that, probably before that, he can come in and he can give you a shot in the arm. I love the signing. Oviedo's going to take some time, right? Chandler should take a little bit more marinating. The stuff obviously plays. They've got 7 dudes who can start games for them this year. and I think you feel comfortable with it. So I love that signing. Wasn't here last week to react to the signing. You would like to see them spend money on bats, but that doesn't mean that when they do something else well, that you have to thumb your nose to it. And they've done a good job, and more specifically, Ben Cherington has done a good job of finding these kind of guys. Like Vince Velasquez, a couple of years ago, was really good until he got hurt. Was really good. Jose Quintana was really good for them. Bailey Falter last year, really good for them. They acquired Oviedo in the trade with the Cardinals. Was good for them until his arm fell off. I think Andrew Heaney's going to be really good for them this year. And then, guess what? If Bubba Chandler comes in and is the prince that's promised, and he's probably a better prospect than Jared Jones, you can maybe move one of those guys. Trade from a position of strength. But never apologize for having starting pitching depth in Major League Baseball. Now, I heard a snippet from a Buster Olney podcast over the weekend where they were talking about which team is most likely to squander their great pitching staff. And Paul Hembo, who's a producer on a bunch of different shows, and he works with Buster Olney on that podcast, he said, it's the Pirates, hands down. No question about it. The Pirates were a 96-win team last year, or at least on pace to be a 96-win team last year, when Skeens, Jones, or Keller started. Okay. That's only 3 of the 5. But with Falter and Heaney and Oviedo and Chandler at some point, it's early. I don't believe in the bats. But I think they're going to win more games than they lose this year. Early prediction. Now, if they do that and don't make the playoffs, pitchforks, torches, they should all be out because we'll be left wondering, what could have been if you'd spent more money on the bats this offseason? Believe me, I get it. But I don't love that every single conversation has to go there with the Pirates. I think with this rotation, they could be like an 84, 85 win team. And more than that, if a couple of guys get better at the dish this year. One of those guys is Ke'Bryan Hayes. Yesterday on the TV broadcast, Derek Shelton joined the guys, Neil Walker and Greg Brown. He said this about Ke'Bryan Hayes.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever been as excited about where Key looks, or where Key's at, since probably 2020 when he came up. He's healthy. He dominated his offseason workouts. His body looks great. His swing looks good. He's made some adjustments there, and I really feel like he's going to have a strong year for us. And it's important for him. I mean, he played in 96 games last year. When he's on the field, we're a better team. One of the best defenders in baseball, and we're just better with him on the field, and I'm really just happy with how he approached his offseason.
I'm going to file that under it makes me happy, but I'll believe it when I see it. He slashed one through the right side yesterday, hard hit ball the other way. That is what he is when he's on his game. I always take spring training results with a grain of salt. But that's the best possible news we could get at this point for Ke'Bryan Hayes. And so I think it bears mentioning. It's better than, Key's still working his way back. Or, Key doesn't have a plan. Or, this offseason he had a setback. No, that was the best possible news. And so on February 24th, you're in a good spot with Ke'Bryan Hayes. If he stays healthy all year, I think he really helps you. Believe it when I see it. Coming up next, the newest, hottest Steelers quarterback rumor. And it absolutely has legs. I'm going to want your comments, your thoughts on it on the fan hotline, 412-928-9370, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. We'll talk about that next. It's a Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with the sound of freshness. With new low prices on hundreds of your favorite produce items, so you save on all the crunch, all the flavor, all the just-picked goodness you love. Surround yourself with savings every time you shop with new low prices on apples, carrots, lettuce, celery, and more. Enjoy fresh savings on fresh produce at your neighborhood Giant Eagle.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning Rush lining up in the usual spots. This report brought to you by 2 men and a junk truck. Inbound on the Parkway East, you're solid at Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Parkway West jams near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Route 28, that is heavy from the Route 8 at the bypass down past Shaler Waterworks. Mainly steady traffic on the Parkway North and out of the South Hills. Route 51 with traffic light delays at the key intersections heading for the Liberty Tubes. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by 2 Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at 2menandajuncktruck.com.
That broken old piano that's been taking up space in your basement since who knows when. We can help with that. 2menandajuncktruck.com.
2 Men and a Junk Truck.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
The Mitsubishi deals are sweeter at Jim Shorkey.
Remaining 24 Outlanders up to $9,000 off. Both Outlander and Eclipse Cross come with 0% financing.
And you'll feel the love when you receive up to 125% of KBB for your trade. Stop by for an instant, no obligation appraisal.
Your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. Shop them both at ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing on select models with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Too legit to quit. Too legit to quit.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. I missed a lot the last week. A ton. The one thing I didn't miss talking about was Steelers quarterback rumors. Justin Fields, Russell Wilson, Aaron Rodgers. Who's it going to be? But then one came out that does intrigue me. No, not the Trevor Lawrence one. Matthew Stafford. Matthew Stafford is available, folks. This is not a guess. This is from Tom Pelissero of NFL Network. He's as tapped in as it gets. Matthew Stafford has been given permission by the Los Angeles Rams to seek a trade, to find a dance partner. Now, all the while, they're trying to get something done with Stafford to keep him around in L.A., but they've given his agent permission to see what could be brought in return for Matthew Stafford. So that's happening. And I would be shocked if the Steelers haven't at least reached out. Why? Because that's good business. It's why I never dismissed the Trevor Lawrence rumor as some sort of cockamamie nonsense. I don't care that it came out from a golf guy. It just makes sense. If you're the Jacksonville Jags and you've got a new head coach and now a new general manager, and you're trying to figure out which direction to take the franchise in, that would be something that I would explore. Doesn't mean you do it, but it's something that I would explore. That's good business. If you're the Steelers and there's a quarterback that was once thought of as a generational prospect and he's available, you make the call. Now, you might make the call and they say first-round pick, second-round pick, third-round pick. Okay, see ya. Omar Khan hangs up the phone. But you should at least make the call. Now we know that Matthew Stafford is available, that his agent is calling around. that teams are calling his agent. Why wouldn't the Steelers do that? 412-928-9370. And I remind everybody listening that last offseason, when traditional beat writers in this town all laughed at the notion of Russell Wilson being the Steelers' starting quarterback this year or the Steelers acquiring Justin Fields, we were on it here on 93.7 The Fan. We talked about quarterback rumors because we thought it was possible. We had people telling us it was possible. Traditional media hosts, members, the usual suspects all poo-pooed it. No, the Steelers don't operate that way. No, the Steelers would never move on from Kenny Pickett. 2 years into his career. It's never going to happen. That did. It's the NFL Combine this week. Remember vividly last year, Omar Khan was asked about Justin Fields, asked about Russell Wilson by a beat writer. And that particular beat writer was actually laughing as he asked Omar Khan about those quarterbacks, thus implying, oh, how silly. I just feel like I need to ask these questions. But it's never going to happen. You don't operate that way. They don't know what Steelers team that they're watching. They don't understand the front office the way that we do here on 93.7 The Fan. And if last offseason is any indication, they'll go and do some stuff. Didn't spend a lot of money on quarterback, but overhauled the room. And now, guess what? They have one quarterback under contract. His name's Skylar Thompson. He ain't starting day one. So any quarterback rumor, we're going to get into it. And the Stafford one has my attention. Because if you thought that you could win with Russell Wilson, and they thought that, and they did for a while, then, oh my God, of course you think you can win with Matthew Stafford. Matthew Stafford might still be a top 10 quarterback in the NFL. So, of course, the Steelers should be interested, and I would be shocked if the Steelers aren't interested. You can text us, brought to you by Eggersteiner and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. But that's not the crux of this. The crux of this is, would you do it? Is it worth it? Because I think the starting price on acquiring the guy is going to be a first-round pick, the 21st overall pick in the draft. You're going to have to include that if you're going to get Matthew Stafford. And then you're going to have to pay the guy. And that's why, while I'm intrigued, while I think the Steelers have or will be in contact with the Los Angeles Rams, I would not do it. I would not move heaven and earth to get Matthew Stafford to Pittsburgh. I would not give up a first-round pick for his services. I would not pay him a boat ton of money to be my starting quarterback. Why? Because you have so many other problems. Now, quarterback, obviously, like goaltending in hockey, that is the rising tide that lifts all boats. If you have a superstar quarterback, you don't need to be perfect everywhere else. It's the ultimate eraser. People used to say the Patriots, oh my God, they do all the little things well. No, they didn't. You just didn't realize that they screwed things up because they had the ultimate eraser in the history of the game, Tom Brady. I look at the Chiefs roster, good, not great. They've got Patrick Mahomes. I look at the Bills roster, my God, not a great roster. They've got Josh Allen. What do all those quarterbacks, save Tom Brady, have in common? They can move. Until the Super Bowl, at least for Patrick Mahomes, they can make up for bad offensive lines, for lack of weapons. Matthew Stafford ain't a statue back there, but he ain't exactly mobile. And this Steelers offensive line may well lead him to an earlier retirement. The offensive line not good enough. It's got talented pieces. They're hoping it comes together. I still have hope that it can come together. But it's an offensive line that's young, talented, learning on the job. And you'll have an immobile quarterback back there. Don't think it's a mix. But the most important reason why I don't want to go after Matt Stafford is because of the resources you have to give up and then what that means about filling out your roster. Matthew Stafford's really good. He's also not young. So he'd be another Band-Aid on the bullet hole. He might be here for 2 years, might be here for 3 years. He's not your future franchise quarterback. You're going to need a young franchise quarterback. And you're going to need that guy to come in and have a roster around him that can allow him to develop, because I don't think the coaching staff will do it. Mike Tomlin doesn't have a good track record of developing young quarterbacks. I don't need to list them. You know that to be true. Arthur Smith, unable to develop a quarterback in Atlanta. Last year, he had one developmental quarterback, Justin Fields. He looked better than he did in Chicago, but they also had to neuter him. They had to allow him to play with one hand tied behind his back. Don't turn the football over. Don't use your skills. No, just manage the game. I have no faith that the Steelers can develop a young quarterback. So if their next franchise quarterback is to walk through the door and be successful, he needs to have weapons. And in order to get those weapons, you need to use your cap space to acquire wide receiver help. You need to use your draft picks to acquire wide receiver help and running back help. Your cap space, you got $60 million right now, going to be a lot less if you have to pay Matthew Stafford. You're going to be without at least your first-round draft pick if you acquire Matthew Stafford. And above all else, you're not going to win the Super Bowl with Matthew Stafford. Because you won't be able to surround Stafford with enough weapons, he's not walking into Baltimore in a playoff game and out-dueling Lamar Jackson. He ain't walking into Arrowhead and out-dueling Patrick Mahomes. He ain't walking into Buffalo and out-dueling Josh Allen. And you probably have to do all three to go play for the Super Bowl, and then you get to play a super team like the Philadelphia Eagles or maybe the Detroit Lions if they stay healthy next year. Steelers haven't won a playoff game since 2017. You don't go and get Matt Stafford unless you can win all the playoff games. Because if you don't, you've then set the franchise back even further. You need talent. You need wide receiving depth. You need a running back that, my God, can make a guy miss. You need a nest. A nice, warm, cozy nest for that little baby bird quarterback to come into next year in the draft, or if it's Justin Field this year, and guess he's already learned to fly. If you acquire Matthew Stafford, you can't build this roster up in a way that's necessary. And you ain't going to win jack about crap with him here. Maybe a playoff game. It needs to be more than about that now. This season isn't about winning a playoff game. This season is about finding the next franchise quarterback. And if it doesn't happen this year, next year is about finding the next franchise quarterback. And then the next year is about finding the next franchise quarterback. Enough, let's just go get the old guy and try to win a playoff game this year. That ain't how you build a franchise. That's what the Colts have done. Phillip Rivers. Matt Ryan. Doesn't work. Steelers, Trubisky, no. Russell Wilson, no. Justin Fields, maybe. We'll see. Some meat on the bone, I think, still there. Like, enough stopgaps. And yeah, I get it. Stafford would be here for longer than a year. And so if it doesn't work out this year, you can build around Stafford next year. When he's a year older, it doesn't make much sense to me. I have no doubt they're talking to the Rams about this. I have no doubt they're interested. But they should not trade a first-round pick. They should not spend a lot of money to get and on Matthew Stafford. 412-928-9370. I want your calls on that. You can also tweet me at _Adam Crowley, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Then there's also the question of this. If his agent's going around talking to teams, Stafford's going to have a say. Would he even want to come here? So do you want him? Would he even want to come here? We'll get into that next. We'll take your calls. 412-928-9370. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
3 Pittsburgh-based teams played over the weekend. 5 games were played in total over the weekend. Pirates won 2 games. They played on they were the first 2 on their spring training schedule. They beat the Orioles and the Twins. Penguins lost to the Washington Capitals and the New York Rangers over the weekend. And then Pitt men's basketball lost to Notre Dame on Saturday by 4 points. More fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Crowley.
Thank you so much, Callis. Winter, snow, and ice, they wreak havoc on your home, especially if your roof, siding, or gutters aren't up to par. And there's only one choice. If you think your home isn't properly protected, call the Pickle. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. They are experts in finding and eliminating leaks, making repairs, or if you need a whole house roof and siding replacement, they can do that too. No job is too big. No job is too small for the Pickle. 724-515-5551. They're answering phones 24/7 today or online at callthepickle.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan is taking a look back at our last 15 years with 93.7 The Fan's 15th anniversary. Like Bob Pompiani's interview with Mike Tyson.
You knocked out Larry Holmes in 88. It was the only time in 75 fights that he was ever knocked out. What do you remember about that?
I remember after the fight, I said, you're a great champion and I respect you. And he said, thank you, you're a great champion too, but you. Well, that's what he said.
Are we allowed to say that?
93.7 The Fan's 15th anniversary. Brought to you by Hampton Beer Outlet. Route 8, Hampton Township. Drive a little, save a lot. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Drive your dreams. Beyond Lincoln. Beyond Lincoln, Monroeville. BeyondLincoln.com.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Fisher Investments. Today's birthday shout-out goes to Manon Rhéaume, the first woman to ever play in an NHL game. She tended goal for the Tampa Bay Lightning back in a 1992 exhibition game. Meantime, this past Thursday night, Teresa Vanasova made Professional Women's Hockey League history with the first Gordie Howe hat trick. I'm Boomer Esiason.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Loose and cracked mortar, crumbling chimney, the cap was broken, bricks were all messed up. My house had all of those problems, and much like you, I'm a fan listener and picked up the phone and called Precision Pointing after hearing their ads. Glad I did. They came to my house, assessed the problem, clearly communicated a plan of action. Precision Pointing was in control from start to finish, and my 75-year-old home is good for at least another 75 years. The best part, no down payment required. So if you have an older home in need of brick repair or restoration, get it done by Precision Pointing.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
That spice is 10 out of 10. Would recommend. Hi, my name is Khadijah, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich is that spicy kick of the chicken. It's just the right amount of heat, and it gets me excited. And then, pro tip, add that cilantro lime sauce. It cools it down. If the sandwich is at 100, the cilantro lime takes it to 200. It makes me want to, tell all my friends and family.
Order a Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich and a Diet Dr. Pepper on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews on the scene of a vehicle fire in Moon Township, 400 block of Cargo Road, that's near University Boulevard. Also a structure fire in downtown. Crews on the scene in the 400 block of 5th Avenue. This is near the intersection with 4th Avenue. Watch for delays there. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I have no doubt that the Steelers will be interested in trading for Matt Stafford. I have serious doubts in whether or not he'd want to come here. Why would he want to come here? He got sacked 28 times last year. Steelers quarterbacks got sacked about 60 times. Now, some of that, maybe a lot of that, had to do with the quarterbacks. Ton of it also had to do with the offensive line. And now Broderick Jones, who is not developed at all at right tackle, is going to be your left tackle, and a guy who played for like the length of a fart last season. Troy Fautanu is going to be your right tackle. And you've got a second-year center and a second-year right guard. And Isaac Seumalo, who, despite making the Pro Bowl, I think we would all agree, did not have a great season. So you got the offensive line. Then you're throwing to George Pickens and who else? I think Pat Freiermuth's a nice player. That's it. Who are you handing the ball off to? Jaylen Warren and who else? Now, all the rosters are incomplete right now. You would imagine the Steelers will be attempting to address their needs. Here's the problem. You acquire Matthew Stafford, you're giving up a first-round pick at least. And you're spending a lot of money on the guy. He wants a raise. He will get one if he winds up getting traded out of Los Angeles. So you've got $60 million worth of cap space to get yourself some dudes. And you've got draft picks in a draft that's loaded with running backs. Not so great with wide receiver, but you could take one in the first round. You've got draft picks to try to help your roster, to build that nice little nest for your eventual franchise quarterback. Or in this case, for Matthew Stafford. But if you trade for Matthew Stafford, you're not going to have the resources to be able to build up this roster enough. Matthew Stafford played in Detroit. Domes. Now he plays in L.A. Dome. Want to come to Pittsburgh? Some AFC North weather? Without any weapons? With Arthur Smith who wants to run the ball whenever you're coming from a guy who is really good at running the ball and scheming guys open in Sean McVay, you'd be taking a step back in terms of coaching. You'd be taking a step back in terms of weapons. There's no Puka Nacua. Cooper Kupp's not going to be there next year for the Rams. Okay. But scheme a true star number one guy like Puka, you're not going to have. Kyron Williams, 1,300 yards last year. You don't even know who the Steelers' starting running back's going to be. I have no doubt the Steelers are interested in Stafford. I'm not, but I have no doubt that they're interested. I just don't think there's a chance in hell that Stafford would want to come here. 412-928-9370. Give us a ring on that fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Do you want to see the Steelers try to make a move for Stafford? Anthony in Oakland, one of our favorites. Hi, Anthony.
I'm glad you mentioned the Colts, because that's what we have become if we're even interested in these Geritol type quarterbacks. Rodgers you know what? For the first time since the 60s, I am so pessimistic about the ownership of the Pittsburgh Steelers. To be quite honest with you, the owner has allowed the coach to live in another era, and it's hurting the franchise. Period. I mean, you can't. You brought up McVay. I heard McVay last year after he had lost Aaron Donald and was talking about direction of the team, and he says, if we don't innovate, we stagnate.
Yep.
And the Pittsburgh Steelers are in the stagnation mode here. And what angers me more than anything is Dan. It makes us realize the importance of having a great owner like Dan Rooney, because he even though he had to talk with his 4-time winning Super Bowl coach when it was time to move on, even when he told Cowher about fire people on the staff, but the young man who's followed his father has done none of those things. So the stagnation in the franchise comes from the ownership.
And you know what, Anthony?
More pessimistic than anything.
They do want to see improvement, but improvement for them is, hey, let's go all in here and let's try to win a playoff game. And that's why they did what they did last offseason. It was the directive from up top. And thank you for the call, as always, 412-928-9370. They thought Russell Wilson, they thought Justin Fields would give them a better chance of winning a playoff game than Kenny Pickett did. And they thought with Arthur Smith, that gives them a better chance of winning a playoff game than Kenny Pickett did. And if they were to make a move for Stafford, it would be about, hey, he gives them a better chance to win a playoff game. Because it ain't about a Super Bowl. Stafford's better than Russell Wilson. Of that, I have no doubt. But how much better? That, to me, is the question. Stafford had a quarterback rating of 93.7. The fan. Last year. It's not a great number, but he played one of the best games I saw a quarterback play. Buffalo went into their house in L.A. last year, and he was flawless. Flawless. It was like he was throwing the ball on air. He's incredible. So that's in there. Also, it was a dome. But also, it's when you got guys open because Sean McVay's calling the plays. Sean McVay's scheming it up. You're sitting in meetings with an offensive genius. Take that same quarterback and you put him here. I don't think you should expect the same results. And so, yeah, you'd get a better player than Russell Wilson. What does that lead you to? Is he better than Joe Burrow? No. Is he better than Lamar Jackson? No. Is he better than Patrick Mahomes? No. Is he better than Josh Allen? No. At best, he's the 5th best quarterback in the AFC, and that's a significant improvement. Don't get me wrong. What does it get you? Not to mention you'd be paying him $40 million-ish bucks. That cuts massively into your salary cap. And you'd be giving up a first-round pick so you couldn't augment the roster around the guy. So I ask this question. What the hell is the point? If you ain't going to win with him, what is the point? And people have argued on the text line, and I appreciate your interaction today. Well, he could be a mentor for a draft pick, let's just say, next season. Next season, you trade up and you draft Drew Aller and he can learn behind Matthew Stafford. But what's he walking into? Is George Pickens going to be around? Are they going to have been able to spend enough money on wide receivers this offseason? On running back this offseason? You might need to spend some equity on an offensive lineman if Broderick Jones and others don't work out. And you're not going to be able to do that if you're now all of a sudden cap-strapped. It's one thing to draft a rookie and then he grows into being good enough to pay. And bringing in a guy who's not over the hill, but getting close to over the hill and having to pay him. Like you pay a young quarterback, that's what everyone aspires to do. And sometimes it doesn't work out. And thus far it hasn't with, let's just say, Trevor Lawrence in Jacksonville. But that's what everybody wants. Find the franchise quarterback. He grows. Then you spend a lot of cap space on him, and hopefully he can elevate you. You spend $40 million on Matthew Stafford, and while he's good and better than what you had, is at this age Stafford able to elevate you enough? The answer for me is absolutely not. So don't do it. Bring back Justin Fields for like $15 million. Spend money on wide receivers in the free agent market. Draft a running back in like the third round who's got some speed. See what Fields can do when you build up a little bit around him. And if he doesn't work out, guess what? He only costs $15 million. And you're on to the next one, but at least the foundation of the roster's been built up. I love Matthew Stafford. Seems like a cool dude. Good player. Doran loves him. I just don't think it makes sense. Because it's the same result for me as what happened with Russell Wilson. It's just a lot more expensive. And while it might be more aesthetically pleasing, and probably would be, and maybe you'd have a little bit more hope, again, the end result is ultimately going to be the same. You're not going to win a damn Super Bowl with an aged quarterback in this division, in this conference. Not happening. Go cheap at quarterback, build the roster, and have an eye on the big picture, not just on, we got to win a playoff game this year. No, I have no problem that they tried it last year. Didn't work. Change course. It's all about the next quarterback, not the next old quarterback. Your thoughts, 412-928-9370. You can text us, same number as well. Want to talk to you guys about that coming up next. We also have an asteroid update. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry-Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates played their first two spring training games of the year over the weekend. Beat the Baltimore Orioles on Saturday and beat the Minnesota Twins yesterday. Pirates have a bunch of games coming up. Their next one's going to be today, this afternoon at 1:05 against the Philadelphia Phillies. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
What would you do if you could go back in time with the tap of a button?
Watch the ancient Egyptians build the pyramids?
How'd they do it?
Buy enough Bitcoin to purchase your very own private island.
Or maybe just skip the joke that flopped at the holiday party.
Unfortunately, we haven't figured out how to rewind time. But you can rewind live shows with the free Odyssey app.
Never miss your favorite sports talk again. To get started, download Odyssey and search for your station.
Crowley here for Zero Res. February is the month for love. When is the last time you gave your carpet the love and attention it really deserves? Nothing says romance, right? Like disgusting salt stains that this winter brings along with it. And not only is your carpet one of the biggest investments in your home, it's also the biggest air filter in your home. If your carpet hasn't been professionally cleaned, you are breathing unhealthy levels of nasty dirt, dander, bacteria, and germs that keep recirculating again and again and again. What's worse, you're going to be stuck inside breathing this nasty stuff for months. Lucky for you, Zero Res is going to spread the love to you and your home with their Love Your Rug special. Get 3 rooms Zero Resified starting at $119 plus a 4th room clean free. And don't forget Dirt and Dander's favorite hiding place, your air ducts. This month, take $75 off when you get your air ducts Zero Res clean. Call Zero Res right now, 412-701-1188, or go online at ZeroResPGH.com and say you want the fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same, Zero
AeroRes. Now's the time to get into your brand new Jeep at South Hills Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram, and Peters Township. Get great deals on the entire lineup. 2024 Jeep Wrangler payments starting at $315 for 42 months. South Hills Chrysler, Jeep.net. See dealer for details.
Nearly 25,000 Western Pennsylvanians call Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union home, just like I do. Hey, it's Dan Zangbrilli letting you know that Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is growing with their newest location in Scott Township on Cochran Road. Find out more at AllegiantFCU.org.
Hi, I'm Neil Walker. One of my favorite places to go on the North Shore is the North Shore Tavern. If you love the Pittsburgh Pirates, then you'll love the North Shore Tavern. My home and Pittsburgh's home for Steak on the Stone. Just a stone's throw away from PNC Park on the North Shore.
What's new at New Image? Our new Hybrid Hair RX. Hybrid Hair RX technology targets where you are losing your hair, fills in where you are thinning and balding, and restores your hair to fuller and thicker hair.
Call 800-514-HAIR right now for your free consultation to find out what solution is right for you and see if you qualify for $250 off. Certain restrictions may apply.
Hybrid Hair X technology is fantastic. Thanks, New Image.
Hair RX changed my life. Thanks, New Image, for Hair RX for giving me my hair back.
Hybrid Hair RX means we combine the best in duplication and artistry to create the look and style you want. For over 60 years, thousands of men and women know New Image has the latest solutions for their hair loss. And now available, Hybrid Hair RX.
Call New Image first. Simply call 800-514-HAIR. That's 800-514-4247 or go to newimagehairloss.com.
I'm approaching the age where I'm going to start getting my clothes the same place I get my groceries.
Angela Johnson-Reyes, the family reunion tour.
Can't keep shopping at the same stores I used to shop at. Like Forever 21? No, you're not. Turns out that was a lie.
See Angela Johnson-Reyes live on stage in Pittsburgh. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Tom Pelissero reporting that Matthew Stafford has permission to talk to other teams. His agent can try to work out a contract and a trade compensation package to get Stafford out of Los Angeles. The Steelers, I believe, will absolutely be involved. I don't think it's a good idea, but I'd be shocked if Omar Khan doesn't make the call. 412-928-9370 is the phone number. You can text us on that number in addition to calling. And here's a text. I'm sitting here getting breathing treatment for my bacterial pneumonia and listening to you waste a half hour, now more, on what the Steelers will never do. The Steelers would never do this. You're going down a rabbit hole, and it's leading you to the nut house. Joe at the hospital. First of all, Joe, that sucks. I hope you're okay, man. Seriously, my sister used to get breathing treatments all the time for asthma back in the day. And that bacterial pneumonia that's going around right now, it's awful. So I really do hope the best for you. Here's the thing on that, though. Not the pneumonia, but on the other part of it. And people thought we were nuts last year when we talked about Russell Wilson, when we talked about Justin Fields. I remember when Starkey had Peter King on last year, and Peter King said, watch out for Russell Wilson to the Steelers. It could make a lot of sense. And people crushed Peter King. He was on his way to retirement, as was Ron Cook. People crushed him. The Steelers will never do that. The Steelers drafted Kenny in the first round. It's only been 2 years. Now he's going to have a new offensive coordinator. They would never, ever, 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 ever do that. Doran told you it could be done. And Doran said, oh, wait, but there's more. The Steelers could get Russell Wilson and Justin Fields. And people called Doran crazy. They called me crazy. They said our station is running amok with rumors. Post-Gazette writers didn't get it right. Trib writers didn't get it right. Athletic didn't get it right. We did. We got to stop pretending like we know what the Steelers are going to do. There are a couple of truths. They're never going to fire Tomlin. Now, Art Rooney said he's not planning on retiring. Okay. And we know those things. We know the defensive coordinator's not going anywhere. There are certain ways the Steelers operate that we know that they're going to continue to do. But these aren't your older brother's Pittsburgh Steelers anymore, folks. I never would have thought 5 years ago, 10 years ago, that if they drafted a quarterback in the first round that they'd move on, off of him after 2 years. I never thought that they would try to trade for a big-time wide receiver and pay him $28 million. And they had the framework of a deal in place to do just that with Brandon Ayuk last offseason. That's fact. That happened. They were close. Jay Glazer said that you had a head coach sprinting through the 49ers facility to nix the deal because it was moments away from happening. They were going to trade for a wide receiver and pay him $30 million. And you're going to say, oh, the Steelers will never entertain the Stafford thing. People used to think the Steelers would never trade a first-round pick. They did for Minkah Fitzpatrick. That was a different administration. But where'd Omar Khan learn? Here. And from Kevin Colbert. Andy Weidel and the Philadelphia Eagles were aggressive as heck. And the Steelers want to be the Eagles. They're not doing all the stuff. Not getting rid of coordinators, not moving on from the head coach. But they brought Weidel in to try to build the Steelers like the Eagles. And part of that is being aggressive. Steelers traded up for Broderick Jones. Hadn't worked out so well to this point, but they did that. Steelers moved on from Chase Claypool in the middle of a season with a rookie quarterback. And wound up picking what was basically another first-round pick, 32nd overall, in Joey Porter Jr. You can say the Steelers, well, they're never going to do this, they're never going to do that. This ain't the old Steelers in some aspects. I want to be very clear. There's a lot that they do that they haven't broken tradition on, and it's why they are where they are. But they've been more aggressive. Of that, there is no doubt. They signed Patrick Queen, which was like a little column A, a little column B. They spent a lot of money on an inside linebacker. That doesn't exactly jive with modern football, but they did it. More money, average annual value on that guy than any other free agent in the history of the organization. So don't text up, call up, tweet up, say, oh, the Steelers would never try to trade for Matthew Stafford. Actually, I think the precedent from the last few off seasons leads me to believe that they'd be far more interested than not. Now, would Stafford want to come? No. And do I want him? No. But the Steelers absolutely will make a call on this guy. 412-928-9370. We'll take your calls on that here in a minute. We're going to play one of my favorite fan clips of all time coming up next, and one of my favorite all-time clips from our show. We are just 2 days away from the fans' 15th anniversary party at Rivers Casino. 6 until 10, Wednesday night. It's going to be awesome. We'll give you two of my all-time favorite clips coming up in the next segment. But I have promised an asteroid update. Callis, are you excited? Are you on the edge of your seat here?
Not at all.
Okay, thank you. So at first, we heard that in 2032, there was a chance an asteroid could hit the planet Earth. And they put it at about 1%. Well, then while I was gone, that ballooned, Callis, to 3.2%. That's pretty big. That's one of the biggest threats we've ever seen from an asteroid.
That's 3 out of 100.
It ain't zero. We have new update. NASA's latest estimate for the asteroid, Callis, known as 2024 YR4, is that it has just a 0.28% probability of striking Earth, about 1 in 360 chance. It was at 1.5, and before that it was 3.2. So now it's 0.28%. 2-8. We're good. We're good. They put a team on that, Callis. They put a team on that. We're not going to get hit by the Astros. I mean, there's still a shot, 1 out of 360, but it ain't going to happen. Better odds that the Penguins would get the number 1 overall pick in the draft. Much better odds the Steelers would trade for Matthew Stafford, and I can breathe easy again. Not going to suffer an asteroid death.
When Doran isn't here, can we just call this show What Am I Afraid Of with Adam Crowley?
Spiders, planes, asteroids, crowds.
Callis talking on the radio.
That might be number 1. Death. Yeah, I'm afraid of a lot. Sure, we could come up with a longer list. 412-928-9370. You can get your thoughts in on Matthew Stafford when we come back. More Steelers rumors coming up at 8 o'clock, including a position that they shouldn't be spending money on that it sounds like they might. But coming up next, 2 of my favorite fan clips of all time. First, a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins lost 2 games over the weekend. They played on Saturday against the Washington Capitals. Lost that one. Played on Sunday against the New York Rangers. Lost that one. Penguins will play the Philadelphia Flyers twice this weekend. They've got a road game against them coming up tomorrow. And then on Thursday, they're going to play them at home. The Philadelphia Flyers, that is. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, this message from Doran Dickerson.
Don't miss a minute of the action on the diamond with ESPN Bet. The exclusive sportsbook of ESPN is the only place to find offers and promotions from your favorite ESPN shows and personalities, including daily odds boosts and home run specials all season long. New users can get a bet reset up to $1,000 in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win. Download ESPN Bet today. What a play. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In Moon Township, crews still working with an earlier vehicle fire. This tires up Cargo Road near the intersection with University Boulevard. Also, watch for delays if you're traveling on the Parkway West. That is stacked over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East jams at Greensburg Pike down to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels, while Route 28, that is heavy between the 40th and 31st Street bridges down toward the north side. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's Nicholas Harry Callis from the Fan Morning Show. And guess what I'm doing again? Baseball drills. When it's nice outside, I'll take batting practice, do fielding drills, base running drills, and I've worked on my pitching mechanics as well. All of this is going to help me play in a big exhibition baseball game coming up in June, and Awaken 180 has been a big help. Dropping 50 pounds with Awaken 180 is changing everything. So much so that when I looked in the mirror this past week, I was able to see my waistline. My body used to be just clouded by fat, and now it's all being reduced. I can only hope that my experiences can be inspirational for you, but the most important experience is going to be your experience when you make the call, get the consultation, and lose the weight that's been holding you back. I had to stop being stubborn, and I had to get help that I never thought I needed. Now it's your turn. Give them a call, 844-346-1800. That's 844-346-1800. Or go online for your free consultation at awaken180weightloss.com. That's awaken180weightloss.com.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride to sport all-wheel drive as low as $345 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $220 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires March 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray. Did you know that if you are a caregiver for a family member at home, that you may be entitled to payment from the government for your services? You are sacrificing a lot to provide care to a loved one, and every month that goes by, you could be missing out on valuable cash benefits for your services. For a no-obligation consultation with one of our certified elder law attorneys, visit grayelderlaw.com. That's grayelderlaw.com. sportsbook.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official betting partner of the NBA. NBA now getting into the stretch run for the playoffs, and sometimes these games are best at the beginning or the end instead of tuning in for a full 2 hours, and that's where NBA live betting on FanDuel, they're so good at it, so many different options. They let you do that for big games like the one Sunday afternoon between the Nuggets and Celtics. Boston is the odds-on favorite to win the title and repeat on the FanDuel Sportsbook app. And Denver, who won it 2 years ago, is right there in the mix, too, in the Western Conference, behind teams like Oklahoma City. Anyways, for these games, get to FanDuel, and new customers can get started with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. FanDuel.com/Andrew to join today. That's FanDuel.com/Andrew for your shot at $150 in bonus bets. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Best thing on the radio!
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. 2 days from now, our 15th anniversary celebration at Rivers Casino. And one of your last opportunities to get tickets is today. From noon until 1, you can stop by the new Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union in Scott Township. First 10 people get a pair of tickets, plus we will do a drawing for another pair at 1 p.m. For more information, go to 937thefan.com. One of the things we've been doing leading up to this awesome event is playing some of our favorite moments in show history. And Craig Riley has a folder of a bunch of the great moments. And I was perusing it this morning, and I found one that I don't know if this means as much to other people as it does to me. So when the Pirates were good, yeah, in 13, 14, and 15, that's when I would be back with my buds from school in the summertime. And my parents had this big window in the back of their addition. And there was a nice porch there. And so me and my buddies, pretty much every summer night, we would line up some chairs on that back porch, and we would watch the Pirate games through the window. We would try to jack the volume on the TV up as much as possible. We'd try to crack the window. My dad didn't like that. We'd waste the air conditioning. But we'd try to watch the game that way, have a couple of pops, just hang out. We were young, early 20s, and all we gave a rat's ass about back then was the Pirates. And when they're good, there's nothing better than that baseball team being good. Because every night you've got something to look forward to. And there was something the Fan Morning Show did at the time, with Greg Giannotti's the host and Teen Wolf as the producer, that even to this day, my friend Dan will still sing this stupid song.
Mark Melanson. Yeah, Mark Melanson. Mark leads the cheese, he's all the NL needs. He'll grab them K's, 1, 2, 3. Get that series home field, try to avoid Jerry Mills. The Phillies can't deal, they're stuck paying Papelbon. But the Bucks have turned it on, cause one guy's cutter, man, it makes girls fawn. Yeah, y'all know who I'm talking about. Mark Melanson. Guy might be 28 and haters gonna hate, but Hammer's 31 and his season's done. Jerry Sands sucks, Brad Lincoln's a lame duck. Jose Contreras, man, he's off somewhere driving that truck. Adrian Waney's body's maybe mucked up, but don't worry, Bucks, because you got Mark Melanson. Mark Melanson. Yeah, Mark Melanson. Yeah, Mark Melanson.
My buddy Dan, still to this day, be like, hey, what's up, Dan? Mark Melanson. Mark Melanson. God, you missed the Shark Tank. That bullpen was fire, man. So good for each of those 3 years. I don't know that Neil Huntington gets enough credit for putting that bullpen together. Took a lot of flyers on guys, and it all paid off, man. It all paid off. Great rotation, great pen. Bucks have taken some swings on bullpen arms this offseason. We'll see if it pays off in the same way. We expect the rotation to be good. But I don't know if that one means as much to other people out there, but, man, those 3 summers, there's nothing like it. The one problem with watching it on the back porch was there'd be a pop-up you'd think would be a home run. Like Pedro Alvarez would look like he got a hold of one. It'd be a pop-up, like shallow left field. You wouldn't get to hear Greg Brown, the excitement. Tim Neverett thought it was in the river. Be a pop-up to left field. All right, now for a moment from our show. Callis, do you know what my favorite moment from our show is?
No.
You have a guess?
No, because a lot of my favorite moments are at your expense.
That's right.
So I don't know if your favorite moment would be at your expense.
It is. What's your favorite moment?
The one where Bubba came in and just gave you the...
Scared the hell out of me?
Screams, yeah.
That was a good one. No, this is much more embarrassing. When Doran Dickerson was named to the top 40 under 40 list for the Pittsburgh Courier. That is cool.
That's the cool thing that I took.
Congratulations to you and Sidney.
Yes.
And everybody who's on the list. By the way, I'm 33. Why am I not on the list?
I think this is for black people.
It's a pretty valid reason. That's pretty valid. I think that makes sense.
That was honest by you, too. That was honest. I have tears in my eyes right now.
Yep. Stepped in one there.
I still don't think that's as bad as your Hanukkah tree with... Because at least you got it and you stopped with Doran. You kept trying to act like you knew about Hanukkah trees with Lee.
Yeah, I made the mistake of wishing Lee Sterling a Merry Christmas and was talking to him about where he gets his Christmas tree. This long preamble before he ever even got on the air. And then he dropped on the table like a dead fish. Yeah, by the way, we celebrate Hanukkah. I'm Jewish. So then I pretended that I knew about Hanukkah bushes, right? Was it bushes?
You're like, oh, so you put up a tree for that?
Yeah, sometimes when I screw up, I just lean into it.
But then he said, no, it's a bush. And you're like, oh, yeah, the Hanukkah bush. Yeah, I know what that is. Yeah.
All right. So one of my all-time favorite station moments, one of my all-time favorite show moments. We'll sprinkle in a few more over the course of the week, and our anniversary party is on Wednesday night, 6 o'clock. Again, if you want tickets, you only have a few more opportunities to get tickets. One of the last opportunities today, noon to 1, stop by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union in Scott Township. First 10 people to get a pair of tickets. First 10 people will get a pair of tickets, plus there'll be a drawing for another pair at 1 p.m. For more information, 937thefan.com. So there's a position the Steelers could spend money on this offseason that I absolutely don't want them to spend money on. We'll get to that coming up in the next hour. Mark Caboli is going to join us from 9 until 10. I've been getting killed on the text line, though, Callis. You're too negative. Things suck right now. Well, okay. If they suck, why wouldn't I be negative? I have two reasons for Pittsburgh sports fans to be optimistic. Two. And I'll give them to you coming up next. Before I tell you how the Steelers are going to waste their money. It's a Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case. You know what pain is? There's two different types of pain. There's mental pain and it's physical pain. You know what revenge is. Revenge is when somebody hurts you and you get them back. That's revenge. Revenge is when you sick the dog on them. Let them go bite them. They got you into that accident. Let the dog go bite them. Top Dog's his name. He's out for top dollar. Out to get him back. He's out for top dollar. Trying to erase that mental pain. Turn it into money. Trying to erase that physical pain. Turn it into money. Medical malpractice, car accidents. You make the call. Top Dog Law.
Do you know what time it is right now? I am going to tell you. It's Colin Dunlap for Schultz Ford. About that time right now, truck month, truck month, truck month at Schultz Ford. Oh, yeah. So, all the locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin. Schultz Ford Wheeling, too. Always online, schultzford.com. About truck month. that's happening right now. How about that F-150? Man, are they spectacular. You drive an F-150, you're sitting inside, it's like being in your living room. Spacious, elegant, extravagant, phenomenal. Want something a little smaller? How about that Ranger? Man, are they sharp. Anyway, Truck Month. So get yourself to one of the dealers or online right now at schultzford.com because it is Truck Month. You could see yourself inside one of those trucks, right? So schultzford.com right now. Pick that truck out that you want for Truck Month.
This season, a new hot deal has arrived at Metro. $25 a line for 4 lines with all the data you need and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G phones. Getting Metro's best deals is easy. No ID required, no activation fees. Get a new number or keep your own. It's up to you. That's 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 free phones. Visit a store or go online today. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
When you join Metro Plus Tax, for a limited time and subject to change. Max 1 offer per account.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. When your heat goes out, you need help fast, and you need someone you can trust. Call McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. The experts at McVeigh are trained to repair any type of heating system and any brand of heating system. With McVeigh, you're sure to get friendly, honest, and reliable service. Our responsive team is ready to get your heating system fixed fast so you and your family are warm, comfortable, and worry-free. Don't wait. Call McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. We're going to call McVeigh.com to schedule an appointment.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Accident reported in the Hayes section of the city. This is on Mifflin Road at the intersection with Lebanon Road. It's causing delays stretching almost all the way back to the Glenwood Bridge. Meanwhile, the Parkway West, that's jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacking at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 delays at the Route 8 at the bypass. And the Parkway North, that is heavy from McKnight Road down past Venture Street. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
The Mitsubishi deals are sweeter at Jim Shorkey.
Remaining 24 Outlanders up to $9,000 off. Both Outlander and Eclipse Cross come with 0% financing.
And you'll feel the love when you receive up to 125% of KBB for your trade. Stop by for an instant, no obligation appraisal.
Your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. Shop them both at ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing on select models with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
You can text us, brought to you by Egger Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And here's a text. Triggered me a little bit this morning. Quit crying. This station is the most anti-Pittsburgh thing going. The name of the station should be called 93.7 The Fairweather Fan. All right, sick burn. And so then I replied and said, what are you excited about right now in Pittsburgh sports? Not trying to argue. Because there's a lot to not be excited about. I'm just curious. Because we get accused around here for being too negative. And I'm just not seeing a ton to be super excited about. You know, Pitt basketball in early December was fifth in the net rankings. Now they're not in the first 4 out in Lenardi's bracket. They're not in the next 4 out. They're in the group after that. They just lost to a woeful Notre Dame team this weekend that was missing a key player. Pitt football started 7-0. Didn't win again down the stretch. The Pirates started through 100 games really well. Couple games out of a wild card spot, then they spiraled the drain. The Steelers started 10-3, lost their last 5 games. The Penguins aren't going to make the playoffs. They're not even going to come close to making the playoffs. They're in last place in the Metropolitan Division. I'm just wondering what we're supposed to be all excited about. And that's why I brought up the asteroid earlier on. That last week there was a 3.5% chance an asteroid was going to hit the Earth in 2032, and now it's at 0.28%. That's good news. These are the things we celebrate. Oh, we're probably not going to get killed by an asteroid. There's not a lot good going on. But because I don't want to sit here and keep crushing these teams, even though they deserve it, I got two things. Two things that I think you can and probably should be excited about in Pittsburgh sports right now. Number one toes the rubber today for the Buccos. And that, of course, is Paul Skeens. And really, I think it's the rotation at large. I think it's going to be very good, which means I don't know the Pirates are going to win a ton of games. They should be in most games. Rotation's good. Skeens could win 20 this year. There's nothing that you imagine that he can't do. And so I know people are down on the Pirates and their lack of spending money, and I am right there with you. Of course I am. They spent $30 million last offseason. They've spent, what, 15 on non-Andrew McCutchens this offseason? That's not good enough. But you might witness a no-hitter this year. Whether you watch it on TV or you're lucky enough to be at the ballpark, that guy could throw a no-hitter. That guy could throw a perfect game. That guy could win 20 games. That guy could lead the league in strikeouts. That guy could set records every time he goes onto the mound, and for the full season, could set records. Knock on wood, rub your lucky rabbit's foot, pray the rosary, whatever you do to keep that man healthy, you keep that man healthy. I know the team might stink. I don't think they'll stink. They're not going to be as good as we want them to be in all likelihood. But every fifth day, you could see history. And it's going to be fleeting. He's not going to be here for long. He's going to be here for like 4 more years. So I know I'm going to soak that in. When the Penguins weren't very good, I used to obsess about Marc-Andre Fleury. The bright yellow pads, he was a phenom. Now he's second all-time in games played. Skeens is a better prospect than that guy was. But that guy kept me around in the lean times for the Penguins. Then you got Crosby. Kept you around for the lean time with the Penguins. You still had Lemieux when he was healthy. Kept you around for the lean times. And, of course, Mike Lange, R.I.P. For the Bucks, every fifth day, this guy could make history. You go to the ballpark, you got a ticket stub, could be worth something someday. Put it in your man cave because he might make history that night. And while that doesn't guarantee team success on the whole over 162 games, he is worth the price of admission. And that's an obvious one. Not so obvious, because I think Penguins fans are really struggling here, is I think you can be excited about the prospects of a rebuild. I do. Like the last couple of years was very Steelers-like. Are they going to get in? Are they not going to get in? Are they in the mushy middle? It's just an average hockey team. God, the power play sucks. Can't win in 3-on-3 overtime. Can't win shootouts. Just miss out on the playoffs 2 years. The Chicago lost 2 years ago. Last season, down the stretch, couldn't quite get it done. And you're just in the worst possible spot as a fan. It's where the Steelers are. Okay? You win 10 games 2 years ago. Don't have a prayer of beating Buffalo. Win 10 games this year. Get embarrassed on a national stage by your rival. So you're not quite ass, but you're also not good. Well, the Penguins right now, guys, they suck. And that is good. It's okay to celebrate in the streets that your favorite hockey team's no good. Because they're not in the mushy middle, to borrow the Starkey phrase. They're not. They're the 6th worst team in the National Hockey League. They're only 4 points away, this is unbelievable, from being the 4th worst team in the NHL. That's a good thing. And they're doing it, and you can still go see Sidney Crosby every night if you want to. Now, I could take my daughter to go watch Sid so that she can say she watched Sid, but they're still doing right by the fans, and they're tanking. They're not saying it, but they are, and it's okay to be excited about that, because what does that lead you to? Lemieux, Crosby, Fleury, Stahl. When the Penguins have been great, they have really stunk before then. And the Penguins are a long ways away from being the worst team in the National Hockey League in terms of points. But they could wind up finishing with the 4th worst team in the league, which could get you that number 1 draft pick. And if not, you still got the 4th pick. You've got 15 picks in the top 3 rounds the next 3 years. You've got 5 first-round draft picks the next 3 years. Wilkes-Barre finally playing good hockey. I think they're the 5th best team in the AHL. Not loaded with great prospects, but getting better there. You traded Gensel and that hurt. You traded Marcus Pettersson. More guys are going to go. There'll be bigger conversations about the big 3 this offseason, to be sure. Probably just 2 of the 3. Crosby ain't going anywhere. But they found a way to stink. And that's actually a good thing. If you choose to see it that way. And I am. Now, PK Subban destroyed Kyle Dubas in between periods during that disgraceful display against the Washington Capitals. He said, Dubas is making $7 million a year. You need to surround Crosby with more talent. No, you don't. That window's passed. They haven't won a playoff series in 7 years. Because at the end of Rutherford's tenure, he didn't do a very good job. But I'll always hold a place in my heart for that guy because he won 2 championships. Ron Hextall was a disaster. An awful hire. He ruined the last best chance that this team had to do what Washington's doing right now. He did that, not Kyle Dubas. Kyle Dubas traded Gensel. He traded Pettersson. He signed guys to 1-year deals this offseason. He's got a whole bunch of picks these next 3 years with more to come. Wilkes-Barre is improving. The goaltending position, bare. Not great. Not good. Not bad. Horrific. But apart from that, they're doing what we all want them to do. They're just not putting it on boldface and putting out press releases. You don't have Kyle Dubas saying in press conferences, yeah, we want to be the worst team in the league. They're not saying those things, but the actions speak louder than words. And so I'm actually optimistic. It's going to stink for a bit, but it's better than trying to be good and falling just short. The last 2 years, they tried to be good. They fell just short. And for a brief moment of time, a couple of weeks there at the end of the season, you could feel it again. You had the feels. You had the nostalgia. Ooh, starting to be light out a little bit later. They're playing these afternoon games on the weekend. You could almost hear Doc Emmerich's voice. Oh, man, they have a shot here. What were they going to do? They could get in and get crushed. They get in and lose. Was the best case scenario. Now the best case scenario is that they lose. And it's okay to be excited about that because they've got a direction. The Steelers keep throwing stuff against the wall just trying to win a playoff game. That's not a direction. That is treading water. The Penguins aren't treading water. And so I'm actually happy about that. And I'm delighted that I get to watch Paul Skeens every 5th day. So you say we're negative, bang. There's 2 nuggets to be excited about. Scott in Bethel Park wants to chat. Hey, Scott.
Hey, gentlemen. Thanks for taking my call.
You got it, man.
From what I understand about Super 2, won't Paul Skeens hit that in 2 years?
What'll he hit in 2 years?
In Super 2.
Well, yeah, they're going to have to start paying him.
Yeah, but isn't that against Nutting's payroll bank account? I mean, he's going to hit Super 2, and if he doesn't develop arm problems, he's going to win his arbitration case.
Yeah, of course he is. And they're going to pay him then, and they're not going to have him 6 years from now. He'll be around for the next 4 years, and I would encourage you, Scott, like I'm going to do, to enjoy him. See, we do focus too much on what's going to happen a half decade from now. I think they're squandering an opportunity to win with the guy now. That sucks. But okay, he's not going to be here in 5 years. I might not be here in 5 years. I'm not just talking about hosting the job. You're not promised anything. So why the hell do I care what's going to happen 5 years from now? And that, I do not go to bat for ownership very often. But if Paul Skeens wound up with Cincinnati or Milwaukee or anywhere, frankly, that wasn't Los Angeles, the Yankees, Boston, maybe Philadelphia, guess what? He wasn't going to be there for 5 years, more than 5 years. Not going to happen. He can make $500 million or more if this guy lives up to his potential and stays healthy. He wasn't going to stick around anywhere. So that's not just a Pirates thing. That's an economics of baseball thing, and it sucks. When you draft a quarterback that's good in the NFL, you assume you're going to have him for the entirety of his career. It's not always the case, but that's the assumption. Oh, we drafted Joe Burrow. He's really good. It sucks to be a Bengal. But you know what? He's going to be around for a decade plus. Doesn't work that way in baseball. Not for a guy like this. So I don't put that one on the Pirates. Just be happy he's here. I think he's going to win the Cy Young. He's going to set records. He might throw a no-hitter. Enjoy it. The hell do you care about 5 years from now? And the Penguins, you might say, Crowley, well, you're excited because they're rebuilding in 5 years from now. You can rebuild faster. Cap's going up, up, and up. You just needed to pick a lane. I think Kyle Dubas finally has. Maybe I'm not around to see the fruits of that, to be morbid. But I am excited that they've picked a lane, and I'm excited about Paul Skeens, and I could give a rat's ass whether he's here 6 years from now. I guess that's not true. I'd rather him be here. But I'm not thinking about 6 years from now. Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You see, I try to be positive, and Scott calls up, let's be negative. If you've got other things to be positive about in Pittsburgh sports, give us a ring, 412-928-9370. Would love to have a positive conversation with you. I'll also tell you that the Steelers are going to spend money on something they shouldn't. That's coming up, too. First, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates won 2 games in spring training to start their spring training schedule that they played over the weekend. They beat the Baltimore Orioles on Saturday, and they beat the Minnesota Twins on Sunday. So that was yesterday. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with savings on hundreds of items every time you shop. With new low prices, deals for days, weekly sales, and My Perks at your neighborhood Giant Eagle. Visit gianteagle.com for details.
At Planet Fitness, we're declaring it. This is the year of getting stronger. And future stronger you can get started now by saving $28 or more when you join today. You in? We have all the best in-class equipment you could ever need to keep stepping it up. And free fitness training to help you mix up your routine. Plus, most clubs are open 24 hours. So let's do this. Join Planet Fitness today and save $28 or more. Just $1 down, $15 a month, cancel anytime. Deal ends February 28th. See Home Club for details.
T-Mobile 5G home internet keeps getting better. Get our fastest connection loaded with benefits. Get T-Mobile's best home internet starting at $55 a month with auto pay and any voice line. Plus, Price Lock. We won't raise your rate on internet. Check availability at T-Mobile.com/home internet.
Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Guarantees regular monthly rate plan price of fixed wireless 5G internet data with qualifying service. After $15 bill credit with postpaid voice line plus $5 a month without auto pay with debit or bank account. Regulatory fees included for qualifying accounts. $35 connection charge applies. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks.
Lowe's knows how to help you get the most out of your store run. That's why members save more with MyLowe's Rewards. Earn points towards MyLowe's money on eligible purchases. Get access to member-only deals and free member gifts. Plus, unlock free standard shipping when you reach Silver Key status. So what are you waiting for? Join for free today. Lowe's. We help. You save. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at Lowe's.com/terms. Subject to change.
Gain Super Flings are here to take your laundry to the next level.
Talking about Gain Super Flings. Super-sized laundry packs. These things are huge. Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings laundry packs have 4 times the Oxy cleaning power and 3 times the Febreze freshness versus Gain Original Liquid.
Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings for next level laundry.
Want a golf course quality lawn? It's easier and more affordable than you think with True Green. As the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, True Green brings pro-level expertise straight to your yard so your lawn can look like a fairway. Right now, you can sign up and get one free application. Plus, with their price match guarantee, you know you're getting the best value. And if you're not satisfied, True Green will come back to make it right. Don't wait. Visit TrueGreen.com today to get a free application and let the pros handle your lawn while you enjoy the results. Offer ends March 10th. Restrictions apply.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. Another incredible Saturday of college basketball is in store as there are 5 top 25 matchups on the slate. Alabama will travel to Tennessee to face off in a top 10 matchup with seeding for the conference tournament on the line. Alabama has the fastest pace of play in the nation, while Tennessee is content with one of the slowest paces in the country. Who will be able to control the game as 2 heavyweights battle for the conference tournament seeding? Don't let the urge to sing along to that catchy tune distract you from that truck drifting toward your lane or that lane-splitting biker creeping up beside you. Fortunately, every Hyundai offers advanced safety features that can alert you to potential dangers around you, and Hyundai has over 120 IIHS top safety awards since 2006. Because Hyundai is always working to ensure the road doesn't get you, Hyundai vehicles have won over 120 IIHS top safety awards from 2006 to 2024. We put your safety first and everything else second. Learn more at HyundaiUSA.com.
This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
This is Boomer Science with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Tax Slayer. Start filing for free today at taxslayer.com. 3 special moments this weekend. NC State upset top-ranked Notre Dame in women's hoops. Alex Rodriguez nailed a half-court shot at halftime to win $10,000 for a Bucknell student. And Blue Jackets and Blackhawks fans joined together to sing happy birthday to 1-year-old Johnny Gaudreau Jr. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Getting your guaranteed maximum refund with TaxSlayer feels like discovering a refund tree has grown in your backyard.
I'm the refund tree.
Sawing off its branches.
Hey.
Feeding them through a wood chipper.
My branches! My beautiful branches!
And dancing in its refund rain. Start for free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Some trouble on the roadways. This report brought to you by Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. Call the pickle today. We have an accident in Penn Hills tying up Universal Road at the intersection with Webster Drive. Also, an earlier accident being cleared. This is on Route 28 at the 31st Street Bridge off-ramp, and that's causing some slowdowns. Inbound Route 28 is jammed back to the Route 8 Etna bypass. Parkway West are stacked over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels on the Parkway East. That's jammed at Wilkinsburg. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Winter, snow, and ice wreak havoc on your home, especially if your roof, siding, or gutters aren't up to par. There's only one choice. If you think your home isn't properly protected, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, 724-515-5551 or callthepickle.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Coming up in about 13 minutes. I'll tell you what I think the Steelers are going to spend money on that they shouldn't. But right now we're mixing in a little positivity, Callis. Things in Pittsburgh sports that we're positive about, excited about, things that make us feel good.
You ever seen the Pirates pitching staff?
It's good. Well, the rotation for sure. And you know what? Here's what. I think Bednar's going to bounce back. I think Holderman's going to bounce back. This happens with relievers. Sometimes you have a bad year, and then you bounce back.
I actually have a different take on that, but
No, we're doing positive.
Right.
We're doing positive. David Bednar, 2-time All-Star, bad last year. I think he'll be okay. Missed spring training last year. He'll be fine. He'll be good.
All right, positive note. Was he that bad last year?
Yes.
He was unreliable, but was he bad?
If you're a closer and you're unreliable, I would argue you're bad. But this is about positivity, Harry.
Well, I'm trying to be positive.
I think he'll be good, and I think Holderman will be good. And I like some of the bargain pieces that they added at the bullpen. That's the way you build a bullpen, especially if you're a small market team. That's what Huntington did. He had success. That's what you do here. So, okay. Pitching staff overall, I feel good about. Rotation, I feel great about. So there's a positive. Skeens every fifth day. You got to be over the moon to watch that guy. He's a national story in our town. On our baseball team, we never have national stories. So it's great. I'm also happy that the Penguins stink. They've picked a lane. They've traded for a lot of draft picks these next few years. They could wind up with the 4th worst record in hockey. That's a good thing. Right now, they're 6th worst. That's a good thing. So these are the things that I'm excited about. Now, people have texted in saying Robert Morris could win the Horizon League. Yeah, Robert Morris won yesterday, and they're now in first place in their league. That's tremendous news. And Andy Toole needed a good season. He's a great guy. He's a friend of the station. He was at the casino when we did our tournament watch a couple of years ago. He was ragging on me when West Virginia lost to Maryland in the first round. Super cool guy, great basketball coach. Thing about this is, okay, regular season, wonderful. They need to win their conference tournament and get in. But yeah, Robert Morris is playing, they're playing good ball. Someone texts in, Pitt baseball 5-0. How about this? They're actually number 1 in the RPI. So there you go. At 5-0, number 1 in the RPI, Pitt baseball. Looking for reasons for
Are Pitt and West Virginia
positivity.
playing in baseball again this year?
Yes, they are.
I would love to call a game like that.
You want to call the game?
Yeah.
Go talk to PJ.
You think he'd let me?
No, but you should have the conversation. Let's go to Ron in the car. Good morning, Ron.
Hey, good morning, fella. Just a statement and a quick question for you.
Yeah.
Looking back on how the Penguins were with Malkin, Crosby, and before that, Lemieux and Yager, it's going to be interesting to see the next superstars will be to carry this team.
Yeah, and it's probably unrealistic to think, obviously, that they're going to get that level of player. But you can win. They haven't, but you can win without having that guy.
Okay, my question is for you guys, which team out of the 3 will be the next championship team?
Oh, thanks, Ron. I mean, that's so far off. I don't even know how you can handicap that. Like, if the Pirates spent money on a bat or 2 this offseason, like one impact bat or a couple of good bats, then I think you could talk yourself into them having a legitimate chance because you're throwing Skeens, Jones, and Keller in a postseason series. You're going to get to throw Skeens a couple of times in a postseason series. And pitching wins. So if they did that, they would be the answer. They didn't do that. The Penguins, who knows when it's going to turn around. And the Steelers, you need the franchise quarterback. So who knows when that's going to happen. I can't even begin to answer that question. Dorn and I have debated that on the air. We've debated that off the air. It's popular fodder around the office. I'm sure everyone talks about that when they're out having a drink with their friends at the bar. I don't have an answer to that. And that's not a good place to be as a radio host. And now we're back in Negativeville. 412-928-9370. Reasons for optimism as Pittsburgh sports fans. Pitt fans would argue, probably should argue, I know that how they finished last season, but you got Holstein coming back. You should at least have some hope for next year. You've got Desmond Reed coming back. You should have some hope for next year. For me personally, I am clinging to the possibility of West Virginia sliding into the NCAA tournament. They're right on the right side of the bubble right now, not playing good ball. So we'll see. Not a lot, folks. Not a lot to get the juices flowing. But my 2, Paul Skeens and the Penguins actually picking a lane. PK Subban crushed Kyle Dubas in between the periods of that Capitals game on Sunday. You got to surround Crosby with talent. No, you need to suck. And that you could suck and we could still watch Crosby, I actually think that's a good thing. This franchise is built on sucking and then using that to build the next championship caliber team. Might be a couple years, and that stinks. That's hard. But it's a necessary evil, and I'm just happy that Kyle Dubas now finally seems to understand the necessary evil and is making moves to that effect. John in the car, hello. Hey, John.
Hey, I wanted to call in. I wanted to let you know. I actually think the Pirates will be good this year. I think that if you look at last year, I think a lot of the bats, I think they performed at their lowest ability, and I think at the end of the day, you can't get much worse with some of the bats.
Well,
Davis,
listen,
Brian
John,
Hayes, etc.
If I'm trying to spin the Pirates positively, and this isn't necessarily my opinion, but if you're trying to spin it positively, right? You got a great rotation, and last year when your top three guys pitched, so Jones, Keller, Skeens, not in that order, but when those guys pitched, you're actually on pace to win 90-some-odd games. And now you've added Healy, who is good. You still got Falter, you've got Oviedo, you've got Bubba Chandler. So the pitching could carry them. The Zips projections, if you're into that kind of thing, have the Pirates right now at 81-81. So it doesn't take much in terms of injury, lack of depth to wind up falling below that. But it doesn't take much to go above that either. Hey, Joey Bart, okay, he could have a better season than he's being projected on having. Maybe Andy Rodriguez plays well. Maybe Horowitz, when he comes back, is the piece that they were missing. Maybe Brian Hayes back stays healthy. Again, that's a lot of ifs, and so it's not necessarily my opinion, but you could squint and you can see improvement to get them into that mid-80s range, which 2 years ago would have got them in the playoffs. Thanks, John. 412-928-9370. Now, my opinion, my real opinion on the Pirates is that they'll be right around the 80-win mark. And they'll fall just short of the postseason. And we'll be talking about all the things they could have done this offseason. But if Hayes is healthy, blah, 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 you get it. All right, coming up next. A lot of rumors swirling around the Steelers that they want to spend money on a position that I just don't think they should spend money on. Why? We'll tell you, but first, a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Only the Pirates won. Over the weekend, they played 2 spring training games, their first 2 spring training games of the season, and they won. First one was against the Baltimore Orioles. The second one was against the Minnesota Twins. Penguins lost 2 games over the weekend, and Pitt lost to Notre Dame on Saturday. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now this message from Doran Dickerson.
Trust is key in my life. And let me tell you about somebody that I'd absolutely trust to sell my home, and that's Gina Giampetro. You'll have a 5-star experience when you sell your home with Gina. Brad's mother recently passed away and was suddenly in a position where he needed to sell her house in Scott Township. He reached out to Gina and her team and said that Gina immediately jumped in and guided him through the entire process. Brad said that Gina was always quick to respond to any questions that he had and was flexible with his timeline of selling her house. Gina will sit down with you. You're granted a price. You're granted a deadline. If the deadline passes and the home isn't sold, she will have it bought and turned into a rental. She also offers a no-obligation guarantee. If she doesn't do her job at any point, you're free to get out of the contract. You know what to do. Pull out your phone. Give Gina a call, 724-602-9752, or Google Gina Giampetro of RE/MAX Select Realty, and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's Gina will sell your home.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Smale Kia, Bet365, Tri-State Office Furniture, and Cedar Brook Golf Course.
Zero Res wants to give your home the love and attention it deserves. This month only, get 3 rooms cleaned starting at just $119, plus the 4th room cleaned free, and $75 off your air duct cleaning. 412-701-1188.
We wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia.
See the Sweetheart Savings Event, the new 2025 Kia Sportage EX 4-wheel drive and lease for just $249 a month, or purchase with a special low APR starting at 1.9%. At Monroeville Kia, our dealer exclusives are the keys to a great deal. You get free lifetime state inspections, car washes, free charging for Kia EVs, and professional customer care with every purchase. That's our promise, because we want to see ya in MonroevilleKia.com. Call for details, 412-856-2100.
Grand Funk Railroad, the American Band Tour. February 27th at the Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall.
Don't you know that she's some kind of wonderful.
Tickets are on sale now at librarymusichall.com. Grand Funk Railroad, the American Band Tour, another Drusky Entertainment event.
Need to feed a hungry crew? Firehouse Subs at the Point in North Fayette has you covered. Firehouse Premium Sub Platters are stacked high with bold flavors. Freshly made salad platters add the perfect crunch. And don't forget decadent dessert platters, because every meal deserves a sweet finish. Looking for something easy to grab and go? Try delicious box lunches packed with everything you need for a satisfying meal. Make your next event easier and tastier. To order, call Matt Perry at Firehouse Subs at the Point in North Fayette at 412-788-4070. Check out the full catering menu at firehousesubs.com.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
I'm approaching the age where I'm going to start getting my clothes the same place I get my groceries.
Angela Johnson-Reyes, the family reunion tour.
Can't keep shopping at the same stores I used to shop at. Like Forever 21. No, you're not. Turns out that was a lie.
See Angela Johnson-Reyes live on stage in Pittsburgh. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football here, thinking I did something spectacular, dropping 45 pounds. But then Steve pops in and he dropped a whopping 150 with Awaken 180 weight loss.
I got started because I was sick and tired of just being sick and tired all the time. Wanted more from life, and I knew that at my size, I wasn't being who I could be, who I want to be for not only myself, but for my wife. And I just like, something has got to change, and it's got to start soon. I mean, the program is so easy. Everything is really written down for you on your first day. Having someone there to help you and also keep you accountable, just having that someone to talk to, and even the fact that Awaken 180 offers free maintenance for life is amazing, because our lives change on a daily, weekly, monthly basis. And sometimes you need help figuring it out, because keeping the weight off is a lifetime commitment.
A lifetime commitment is what you'll receive with Awaken 180. 45 pounds to lose like I did, or over 100 pounds like Steve, Awaken 180 can get you there and keep you there. Free support for life online, awaken180weightloss.com.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Harris drops the ball. It is loose, still bouncing around. I think Philadelphia has it. They do.
Steelers were potentially on the verge of making that Eagles game a game, and the toss play, the 800th of the season, to Najee Harris was fumbled. And now, according to some reports, the Steelers want to spend money on running back this offseason. Andrew Filipponi did one of his car wash videos saying that that's what he's heard. I see CBS wrote up the list of the top 10 free agent running backs and which teams would be a best fit for each running back, and the Steelers listed a whole bunch. Rico Dowdle of the Dallas Cowboys, Steelers, listed as a number one fit for his services. Aaron Jones, 30 years old, from the Minnesota Vikings. Steelers listed as a number one fit for his services. J.K. Dobbins, finally healthy except he wasn't. Number one fit, the Pittsburgh Steelers. The list goes on. Nick Chubb, Javonte Williams. Steelers in this CBS report linked to all of them. Jeff Hathorn, last week on our very airwaves, said the Steelers could be interested in Nick Chubb. I am begging the Steelers not to spend money on running back. This draft is filled with rich running back talent. You don't have to take one in the first round. You don't have to take one in the second round. You could get a starting caliber running back in round 3. Steelers have done it before. They did it with James Conner. James Conner had a hell of a career so far. In Pittsburgh, he was banged up. Look at the yardage and rushing touchdown totals for James Conner the last few years. Just got a new deal with Arizona. Steelers drafted him. People thought they reached. He's wound up being a good player, a better player, in my opinion, than Najee Harris. Steelers took Le'Veon Bell in the second round. Steelers got Willie Parker as an undrafted free agent. He wound up having the longest run for a running back in Super Bowl history. You don't need to draft a guy in the first round. You don't need to go all Philadelphia Eagles and sign a Saquon Barkley. You don't need to go Baltimore Ravens and sign a Derrick Henry. Saquon ain't out there right now. Derrick Henry ain't out there right now. J.K. Dobbins, good player when healthy. I ain't paying that guy because he's never healthy. I ain't paying Aaron Jones. He's 30. I'm not touching Nick Chubb with a 10-foot pole because he came off a gruesome knee injury and then last season did not look the same guy to me. Not even close. When he was right, he might have been the best pure runner in football, certainly on the short list. He's not. The Steelers have $60 million in cap space. That dries up pretty quick. Address wide receiver in free agency. Address corner in free agency. Alex Kozora from Steelers Depot, I think, does a great job. He said corner and wide receiver, and others have echoed this as well, aren't great positions in the draft. Meanwhile, defensive line and running backs, guess what? They are great positions in the draft. So draft a running back. Draft a defensive lineman. Spend money on wide receiver and corner. And while the top-end talent at wide receiver is not necessarily there, you're not going to get T. Higgins. He was franchised. That was always a pipe dream. There are good number 2 wide receiver options out there. We got Mark Caboli with us from 9 o'clock until 10. We'll get the latest on how the Steelers view George Pickens. But if he's around, he's your 1. Go spend money on a 2. Go spend money on 2 2s. What's funny about that?
I know you like spending money on your 2 2s.
Go spend some money on tights. Go spend some money on pleather pants. Yeah, I did that to myself. There are good number 2 corners available. There are good number 2 wide receivers available. Running backs, don't touch. If you can get Justin Fields for like $15 million for a couple of seasons, that gives you $45 million to play with. Plus with restructures that can be even more. The Steelers aren't close enough to being a championship team to spend Saquon Barkley money on a non-Saquon Barkley player. They're not close enough to spend money on a Derrick Henry because that guy ain't out there either. Not when you can get a speedy back in the second or third round, preferably third round, who can be plug and play 1A, 1B with Jaylen Warren. Save money on running back. Now, I've seen Ashton Genty, the great running back from Boise State, who a lot of people think is a top 10, maybe top 5 talent in this draft. I've seen him mocked to the Steelers a lot at 21. If he's there, I pause to get that kind of talent at that spot in the draft, regardless of position. You pause, you think about it, and then I don't do it. Because again, you can get big-time production at pennies on the dollar and spend the money that you do have which is a decent chunk, I think 6th most in the NFL, you could spend that elsewhere. The Lions took a running back in round 1 because they thought they were close. The Eagles spent money on Saquon Barkley because they were close. The 49ers traded for a running back, Christian McCaffrey, even though they've plugged everybody in and they've had success because they thought, and they were, close. If you need that kick over the hump, draft one in the first round. If you need that kick over the hump and there's a great player out there, spend the money. But if you're not close, and the Steelers aren't, not to Super Bowl contention, spend money elsewhere. I'd be really ticked off if they get Nick Chubb. I don't think it would cost a lot of money, but here's the thing people never think about with that. He still has to play. Like, the issue when the Penguins had Jack Johnson wasn't the money. It was relative peanuts. 3 and change, whatever it was. Who cares? The problem is he's going to be on the ice 20 minutes a night, and you stink when he's on the ice. Whatever you spend for Nick Chubb, if he's the guy he was last year, that's not good enough. And there's a much higher percent chance of him being that guy than he's the guy who was running roughshod in the league when he was in Cleveland, behind a much better offensive line, I might add. You weren't hurt because you were paying Cordero Patterson a lot of money this year. You weren't. But he took snaps for you, and when the ball's in his hands, bad things tended to happen. When you throw the ball to a Van Jefferson, you're not paying him a lot of money, but he stinks. No offense. Got nothing personal against the guy. When they're out there for you, and they're not very good, that's what matters most. So Nick Chubb, you might be able to get for what they would consider a bargain price. And Mike Tomlin has a thing for Mr. Chubb. He's got something for Chubb. I don't want to be canceled. Not on my first day back. He calls him Mr. Chubb. He loves Chubb. AFC North ball. Guy runs hard. He is AFC North running back. I could see them spending a little bit of money on that guy. Bad idea. Because for less, you could get someone at the very start of their career who can run a little bit. And that's what they need, explosion. J.K. Dobbins can be explosive. Not paying for a guy who's hurt all the time either. So spend your money elsewhere, Omar Khan. 412-928-9370, your thoughts on that. We're going with a mock draft Monday when we come back before we're joined by Mark Caboli from 9 until 10. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Pirates won their first 2 spring training games of this 2025 spring training season. They beat the Baltimore Orioles on Saturday, and then yesterday beat the Minnesota Twins. Pirates have another game coming up this afternoon at 1:05. They're going to play the Philadelphia Phillies. More for headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning Rush continues to get crowded. This report brought to you by Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. Call the Pickle today. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels, while the Parkway East, that is stacked before Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Route 28, earlier accident cleared near the 31st Street Bridge, but leftover delays from the Route 8 at the bypass down to the north side. Parkway North is mainly steady. However, crossing the Veterans Bridge, you'll hit heavy delays as you head onto the crosstown that is jammed heading over toward 5th Avenue. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan is taking a look back at our last 15 years with 93.7 The Fan's 15th anniversary. Like when Dan lost his mind due to a bad call.
The catcher failed to maintain firm and secure possession of the ball throughout the tag. The tag was applied before the runner's foot hit the plate!
93.7 The Fan's 15th anniversary. Brought to you by Hampton Beer Outlet. Route 8, Hampton Township. Drive a little, save a lot. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
And Doug. Quickly, Moo. We don't have much time. This Liberty ad is already almost over. We only have a few precious seconds to remind people to customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Okay. Well, I guess we had more time than I thought.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Plus finance HMF. Low APR. Tier 1 through 2. Plus tax, acquisition fee, title, plates, and dealer dock fee. Rebate offer on select Santa Fe trims only. All buyers will qualify. In-stock units only. Offers end 3/3/25.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai for great President's Day savings all month long. Drive the new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe or Tucson SE, both available with financing as low as 1.99% for 48 months. Or receive up to $3,000 in rebates. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Hamlin Advantage oil changes for life.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. It's a mock draft Monday. Caboli going to be with us from 9 o'clock until 10. Todd McShay has the Steelers taking with the 21st overall pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. Amarian Hampton, running back, North Carolina. Love the player, hate the spot. Love that guy. He's a hell of a football player. Explosive, runs hard. I want a guy who could be a difference maker at that position, and I think you can get a difference maker in the second or third round. To draft a running back in round one is indefensible. The only one that you would even pause and think about would be Ashton Genty. Anybody else, fireable offense. And if it's Genty, you pause, you think about it because it's a top 5 player at 21, but you still don't do it. Because, come on. They did it with Najee Harris. Genty, a better prospect, of course, than Najee Harris. That didn't work out well. And people, they get mad at me when I say that Najee Harris didn't work out well. And people want Najee Harris back with the Steelers next year. Not a ton of people, but I get it on Twitter all the time as Mark off mic asks me who, because he thinks I'm building a straw man. I get it all the time on Twitter. Get it all the time on the text line. If they wanted Najee back, they should have just picked up the fifth-year option. I ain't trying to give aging running backs more than a year. So they should have just picked up the fifth-year option if they were going to keep him, and even then they shouldn't. 4 years, decent player. No more, no less. Najee Harris is 4.3 yards per touch, the second fewest in the NFL. Minimum 750 touches over the last 4 years. So Najee was always available. Najee rarely fumbled. Played through pain. Tough as nails. The least explosive back in the NFL. So no thank you to him. And no thank you on a Marion Hampton in round one. Also, a name you're going to hear a lot of, Louisville quarterback Tyler Shuck. He is flying up draft boards. And that's a name that I didn't think I would get right, and I did. And so kudos and points to me. Tyler Shuck, guys who crunch the tape, the Mel Kipers of the world, the Todd McShays of the world, the Greg Coselles of the world, well, they think he could be the second quarterback taken after Cam Ward in this draft. And that always is strange to me. That at the end of the season, oh, here's 5 guys. They're all great. You know, after we just watched them play football. And then there's no football being played. And all of a sudden, oh, this Tyler Shuck, he's jumping up draft boards. Well, what's he doing? Not playing football. Now, guys like Greg Cosell say his tape looks good. So maybe now they're just getting around to watching him. They didn't want to watch a lot of Louisville football. Can't say blaming them. They weren't all that good. I'm not buying it. But I told you that this would happen. Months ago, I told you this would happen. It's a bad quarterback class. All these quarterbacks suck. But the closer you get to the draft, the more some of these guys get talked up. The more some of these guys are can't miss. The more guys like Tyler Shuck, oh, he's 6'5". He played 7 years of college football. He's 24 years old. These guys become in vogue. Oh, we love Tyler Shuck. I said it before. I'm saying it now. Jalen Milroe, he's Malik Willis 2.0 for me. Going to run well, got a strong arm, inaccurate. But, oh, we can mold him. No. I said it before, I'll say it now. Do not draft a quarterback in this draft. I don't care how many good things you hear about these guys between now and the draft. Do not draft a quarterback in the 2025 draft. Because you sure as you know what shouldn't do it in round one. And if you're going to do it in the later round, it's a project. They're all kind of projects. Now you've missed an opportunity to strengthen your roster elsewhere for a player that's probably not going to pan out. Build the roster this year. Pay Justin Fields $15-ish million. Spend the $45 million else you got on good players. And next year, if Justin Fields ain't the guy, you package picks, you move up, then you get your quarterback. Mark Caboli joins us coming up next for a full hour. Mark has a controversial food take. He has 2, I think, controversial quarterback takes. We'll get to all of them when we return. It's a Fan Morning Show.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. 93.7 The Fan is turning 15, and we want you to join us for the celebration. Visit 937thefan.com for details on where you can get free tickets to the event at Rivers Casino, February 26th from 6 to 9. Fan 15 is brought to you by Sand Designs, Washington Wild Things, Gingerbread Man Running, and Surfside Seltzer. Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union continues to grow. They're proud to announce their newest location on Cochran Road in Scott Township. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and become one of the nearly 25,000 Western Pennsylvanians who are part of the family. Visit AllegiantFCU.org today. The captain is back. That's wild caught, beer battered cod with melted cheese and all-American sauce on a sandwich or sub. Don't let this delicious option sail away. Get Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
You're hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is building America, and they're looking for hardworking, determined individuals to join in the company's success and break ground on their lifelong career. No previous experience is required. At 84 Lumber, they provide the tools and training you need to get started. They also offer various training programs to continuously learn and follow the career path that's right for you. Climb the ladder of opportunity with a company that is founded on growth, stability, and the idea that nothing is impossible. Visit 84lumber.com/careers to apply today and build your career with 84 Lumber.
Your old or broken phone can let you down, but at Verizon, trade in any old phone from our top brands and get iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence with a new line on My Plan and iPad and Apple Watch Series 10. After all, you don't want your old phone to die on you when you're lost.
Perfect.
Or for your broken phone to glitch at the worst possible time.
Hey, can I get your number? Oh.
Trade in your old phone for a brand new iPhone 16 Pro, iPad, and Apple Watch. Visit Verizon.com today. Additional terms apply. Service plan required for Apple Watch and iPad.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush showing no signs of easing up. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Taking a look at the roadways around the region. Delays on the inbound Parkway West near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Ford Pitt Tunnels, while the Parkway East stacks at Wilkinsburg. And Route 28 still showing delays from the Route 8 at the bypass all the way down past the 31st Street Bridge. Also heavy on the crosstown coming off the Veterans Bridge past 6th and 7th Avenues. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. In the past 10 years, the weight loss industry has seen it all. New medications, fad diets, sculpting, and still, Awaken 180 continues to stand alone as the proven solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
It's time for Mark Cabali.
Holy moly! Mark Cabali! The Fan Morning Show keeps the sports talk rolling!
What are you doing? You're just talking over my intro.
I wasn't saying anything on the air, Mark.
Oh, sorry.
I was talking to Callis behind the scenes.
And while we're going to bring the behind the scenes out, what Tyler Kennedy clip are you talking about?
Me asking him why his life sucked after the Game 6 goal he scored in 2009 Stanley Cup Final.
Oh, files disappear after a year, so you should have saved that somewhere else.
It's in there somewhere. I just forgot to look for it before this hour.
Was that the low point of your career?
Oh,
one of them.
There's been so many.
Yeah, the whole cheese tease was probably up there too, but I'm just talking about since you've been here. It's up there. Very memorable.
Yeah, and I don't even really know what I was going for on that one. The reason we're looking for it is because we're playing some of our favorite show memories, favorite station memories. We have our Fan 15th anniversary party on Wednesday from 6 until 10 at Rivers Casino. And I'm very much looking forward to it. Are you going to be there, Mark?
I will be in Indianapolis.
Oh,
it
that's
all
right.
depends on what time I plan on leaving early. So I don't know. We'll see how. I'm not a very good driver. I have to stop multiple times. So those 5 hours turns into about 13.
Really?
Well, not that bad, but.
It's not a bad drive to Indianapolis.
It's just boring.
It's boring as hell.
We've done it. I've done it probably at least once a year for the past 10 years, at least.
I think there's a ton of value in going, though. I do. You talk to a lot of prospects. You talk to a lot of people in the industry.
A lot of people on the side.
A lot of people on the side. There's a couple of key places to go if you want to run into NFL and Steelers personnel.
Yeah, I mean, the on-the-field stuff you can come home and watch if you want.
You actually can't watch the Combine.
Yeah, they switched that around a little bit. I think you're allowed to be in there because they've let fans in there recently, and I think they charge them. So they were like, if you're letting fans in there.
Okay, so that has changed. You can watch.
Yeah, but at that point, you get much better perspective just heading home. So a lot of people just do interviews early in the week, then head on home and, catch up on the 3-cone drill from the comfort of their own man cave.
Do you happen to know what day Omar Khan is speaking?
That will be tomorrow morning in about probably 20. He's on the podium at 10, so 25 hours from now.
Is he still first?
There's 6 guys. There's 6 GMs in a row at 10 o'clock, right off the bat. Wham!
Colbert knew exactly how to do that thing.
Yeah, but then
get my media availability out of the way, and then that's it.
Then he does his rounds. There'll be national shows there. It'll be, Sirius and CBS, and I think Pat will be there on release Wednesday. So as I yank my cord off.
We're a well-oiled machine over here without Doran. Caboli, by the way.
I'm giving you back to seeing the inside the behind the curtain stuff here.
Yeah, how the sausage is made. Mark Caboli is brought to you by Bet365. Every single Monday he joins us until 10 o'clock. So Omar Khan's going to speak tomorrow. That means we'll have a lot to react to from the Steelers general manager. And I'm going to go out on a limb, say he's going to be asked about quarterback.
You think?
He was asked about quarterback last year by a laughing Jerry Dulac. Dulac asked him, are you going to get Russell Wilson? Are you going to get Justin Fields?
You know what? Wait a second.
Then he got both.
Wait a second. If we're going to, I don't know if this is credit or criticism, let's put it in the right spot here. That was yours truly who did the old Russell Wilson.
You did?
Yes, because I did it for a reason. Because at that point, it seemed like a pipe dream, and it was just talked about.
But were you laughing?
I wanted to see his reaction to it.
So you thought if I laugh, I'll actually disarm him?
Yeah, I wanted to see how he would react to that question because he's not going to tell you. Now, can you read something in his delivery? And at that point, I don't truly believe that they thought they were first getting Russell Wilson, getting Justin Fields, and trading Kenny Pickett all within 10 days.
Right.
I don't believe that. That's just how it ended up happening. But there's so much to ask him, but no answers will be given.
Well, you're not going to get anything on quarterback because they don't have any on the roster, and they don't comment really on guys who aren't on the roster.
Plus, all the free agent guys are really would be tampering right now because they're still under contract with the current team. So he can't sit there and say, I'm talking about Aaron Rodgers. I'm talking about any of them. Even if you go to wide receivers, if you're going to the Christian Kirk, the Deebo Samuels, because they're all under contract. You can't be talking about other teams' players like that, or at least admitting you're talking to them.
Now, Mark, you tweeted out over the weekend,
quote, nonsense.
You do tweet a lot of nonsense these days, trying to drive those numbers up. You wrote, I think I may be coming around to Aaron Rodgers with the Steelers. All right, explain.
Well, that's all relative to the situation now.
It's all relative because there's not a lot of great options out there. And with every single option you might throw out there, there are detractors. Yeah. The best potential option, the best player is Matthew Stafford.
Yeah.
But he's going to cost you a first-round pick, and he's going to cost you in terms of salary cap.
I don't know if he'll cost you a first-round pick. I mean, he's still 37, making a lot of money. So a lot of times, if you're trying to get rid of him, a lot of times teams just give him away for a second or third-day pick. So I'm not quite sure of that. I would say, obviously, if everything would break their way, they'd get Justin Fields. If he ends up going to the Jets, say, which – I would probably give that more than a 50-50 chance right now. Then you go to Russell. If you don't want Russell, which I don't think that's the case, then I would say option 3. I think Aaron Rodgers is right near the top of that right now because he still has talent when you consider these second-tier guys or third-tier in this point, these veteran guys. He might be the best you have. I mean, a baggage comes with it, of course, but baggage comes with a lot. They're used to dealing with baggage.
There was baggage with Russ.
There was baggage with Ben. There's baggage with everybody, right?
There's on-field baggage with Fields, with Trubisky. Yep.
You could probably get him for decent cheap. I think he still has the talent around it. He still has the talent, arm talent, rather than, say, a Kirk Cousins or a, Zach Wilson or some guy like that.
Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones has arm talent.
At least you know what you're getting with Aaron Rodgers. These other guys could just be a waste of your time and effort. So that's where I would lump him. I would lump him near the top of that third tier of quarterbacks.
The reason that I don't laugh at that one like you did whenever you were with Omar Khan at the Combine last year is because I think Rodgers would make it uncomfortable in there, and I think they could use that a little bit. I think it's okay to have an uncomfortable moment. I think it's okay to have a football mind like Rodgers challenging Arthur Smith, but more importantly, Mike Tomlin. Hey, look, Russell Wilson, hey, don't turn the ball over, don't call plays at the line, whatever you believe. You did some of that reporting. I think Rodgers would say, you're going to tell me not to throw the ball in the middle of the field? Kiss my backside.
He might not say that, but he would just do it.
He would do it, right. And I think that uncomfortability might actually be a good thing. Now, is he number one for me? No, that would still be Justin Fields because of the age and because I think there's a lot of meat on the bone there and because of the cost, and I think you could add around him. But if it's not Justin Fields, I think Rodgers would be my number two. I don't like the guy. I think there's a lot of Ben there, too. Like, he might do a radio show with us, which I think that would be nice. We could do that kind of thing. He'd be on Pat McAfee every week.
Yeah.
Presumably, which means that we'd be able to react to that every week.
Well, when the coach and the GM goes on Pat's show, I would imagine they would allow the quarterback. So, I would not quite put Aaron Rodgers in that second tier. I still think that if it's not Justin, it's Russell. I think that's pretty clear-cut in my eyes.
Everything I'm reading, like our guy, Jeremy Fowler, now of ESPN, reported that the Steelers are optimistic about maybe something getting done with Justin Fields. You never know what to believe at this time of the year. It's smokescreen time. I mean, I thought the Steelers were going to draft Malik Willis, 20th overall in 2022, because that was all the information that was out there. But everything that I'm reading and hearing, and I'm wondering if it's the same for you, is that they would much prefer Justin Fields over Russ.
That's what it seems like to me. Nobody's come out and said that specifically.
Right.
I mean, you just have to use your head right now. I mean, he gives you your best option right now of being that long-term success. So if you're able to lock him up, I mean, there's so much to deal with at that point. I mean, Justin has, even though he hasn't played, he threw one pass since when? Mid of October. He has a lot of clout here, a lot of say-so, which is surprising with one pass in 2 months of determining what he wants. I mean,
I don't think this is the be-all, end-all, Mark, because players play, coaches coach, ideally, and executives can do executive things. But I do think Justin Fields was really well-liked in Chicago, and I think he's really well-liked by his teammates in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, he's well-liked, but I want to see production on the field.
I do, too.
I don't want to see 6 fumbles in 6 games, although you only lost maybe one of them. I don't want to see another 4 or 5 turnover-worthy plays. I don't want to see 2 good throws a game where you're like, wow, that guy got some talent.
Mm-hmm.
But you got to put him in a situation to benefit his skills, too, which I don't think they did fully.
No, they definitely didn't do that. And from what I understand there was a little bit of a hamstring injury, too. And you didn't want to put him in harm's way because then you're handing the keys to the car to Kyle Allen, and they didn't want to do that. So you said earlier, Fields to Jets, you would give at least 50-50. Mm-hmm. Is that more because of what the Jets have to offer, A, financially, B, it's a better situation to throw into the Garrett Wilsons of the world, or is it because he doesn't like the way things went down here in Pittsburgh?
I don't think it's the way he went down here. I mean, he knew when he got traded here that Russell was going to be the guy. It's not like he played so fabulous those 6 games that it prevented Russell Wilson from playing. Plus, Russell went in and put together 7 or 8 really solid games, and by the time you get to the end of the year, Justin's still dealing with injuries. You don't want to throw him in there without throwing the ball for 2 months. So there's reasons why he didn't play late in that year. So I don't assume that he was a guy that would hold a grudge. He just needs to find himself, if he goes somewhere, if he stays here, he got to find himself the best opportunity to succeed, because this will probably be his less chance. His next deal, if it's the Jets or it's coming back with the Steelers, his next deal after that is just a lifetime backup. I mean, you just wash your hands with him.
Right. This is your last best chance.
So you better make it.
Yeah.
Is it worth it? Are you more worried about money, or are you more worried with the opportunity?
Do you think if he's the guy, and you've paid him now to be the guy, and there's no Russell Wilson casting a shadow, that they will allow him to do more of the things he did in Chicago? Now, I realize that comes with the risk of turning the football over, but this is a 1,000-yard rusher. This is a guy who got MVP votes before when he was a Chicago Bears quarterback. Will they allow him to spread his wings if he comes back?
You would think that they would have to. I mean, a lot will be determined what was done and what they see in the off season. But if you're bringing him back, you better. But on the flip side of that, not even finishing my one thought, is what type of history do you have the Steelers going away from what they want to do? And what they want to do is prevent the turnovers, run the ball, and play defensive ball. Unless they have a total awakening here, maybe that's the big changes that never happened that's going to happen. But I can't anticipate that. But you have to put this guy into successful situations. You saw bits and pieces early in the season, not full board. But what happens if he turns the ball over 2 or 3 times? Then all of a sudden, whap, there goes those clamps, right?
Well, and that's why I asked about if you say 50-50, the Jets or Pittsburgh, if that's more about Pittsburgh or it's more about the Jets. And it can be both things at once. But for me, if I'm Justin, I'm not going to take them at face value, and I'm just not going to believe that they're going to hand the keys to the offense to me.
Yeah, which and you're going to a Jets team that has talented wide receivers, talented running back, a coach that had great success, although on the defensive side of the ball.
But played in an organization that, my God, did they coach aggressive or what?
Yeah, and the guy who's a New York guy, and Aaron Glenn, I mean, it's where he played at. He might find that more attractive. I mean, we don't know. But I guess we'll find out here in about 2 weeks' notice, right? Well, actually, Adam, the more than anything this combine does is get these GMs together, the agents together. So you will start hearing a lot of rumblings here.
It is whisper time.
Yes.
It's whisper time. We're going to talk not just about quarterback with Mark, who is with us every Monday until 10 o'clock. There's a lot of Steelers-related things, NFL-related things to get to, but I do have a couple of more quarterback questions coming up next. First, though, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins lost both the games they played over the weekend. They lost to the Washington Capitals on Saturday, and they lost to the New York Rangers yesterday. Penguins have 2 games coming up against the Philadelphia Flyers this week. They're going to play the Flyers on the road tomorrow, and they've got a home game against the Flyers on Thursday. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hoe, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hoe like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by TGL, presented by SoFi. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Last night, debuting expansion team San Diego FC stunned the defending champion Los Angeles Galaxy 2-0 to cap the opening weekend of the league's 30th season. San Diego is now the 30th team in what's become the world's biggest soccer league. I'm Boomer Esiason.
What does it feel like to file with TaxSlayer and get your guaranteed maximum refund? It feels like the last level of a video game, facing off against the final boss who stands between you and your refund.
All your refund has belonged to me.
Using the power of TaxSlayer like a secret power-up he doesn't see coming.
Only the most tax-confident can defeat me.
Throwing your laptop at his video game face and watching him crumble into a giant pile of shiny coin tax refunds.
Oh, not fair. You use TaxSlayer.
Start for free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi, golf's newest league. It's sharp, and it's electric. 2 hours of hammer dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf with 24 of the best players from the PGA Tour. Tonight, doubleheader, LA versus New York, Boston versus Atlanta. Then, Tuesday, it's the Bay versus Jupiter. Tune in to TGL matches only on ESPN, ESPN2, and ESPN+. Keep up. It's golf.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep. Go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through March 21st, get fast, reliable 300 megabit Xfinity internet with unlimited data included and an unlimited mobile line for just $30 a month for 1 year. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless plan and auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity internet required. Reduce mobile speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds and actual internet speeds vary.
Visit the North Shore Tavern located on Federal Street right across from PNC Park for Pittsburgh's most memorable meal. Enjoy an array of delicious apps, entrees, homemade soups, desserts, cocktails, and of course, delicious steaks and seafood served on a sizzling lava stone. The vast menu changes weekly, offering something for every taste bud. Why not let their staff pamper you while you host a family or work event? The North Shore Tavern, a stone's throw away from PNC Park and Pittsburgh's home for steak on a stone.
Hey, not to be dramatic, but you should smell this. It smells so good.
Whoa, that's quite the reaction to mixing and matching Gain scents. Let's hear another from Ashley, who mixed Gain products and went,
I'm so excited.
yes, you are. What about you, Isaiah?
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, and Emily summed it up like so.
It is just chef's kiss.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Mix, match, more happy with Gain.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Some people just know they can save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first at 888-ALLSTATE or allstate.com. Like you know to check you have gas first before road tripping through the desert.
Empty? Seriously? Maybe I can walk.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So if you want to save money, check Allstate first at 888-ALLSTATE or allstate.com.
Maybe I can't.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Lowe's knows that your deadlines don't change, even when your job does. But with Lowe's Buy Online, Pick Up in Store, we'll help you adjust on the fly. And when you absolutely can't leave the project, we can deliver to your job site as soon as same day. Lowe's knows pros. We help, you save. Valid on eligible in-stock orders and select zip codes placed by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. More terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Lots of delays as we head into the midday. This report brought to you by Wetco Go Unlimited. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East stacks at Edgewood, Twistvale. Route 28 clearing out a bit, but you're heavy approaching the 31st Street Bridge down toward the north side. And the Crosstown also heavy past 6th and 7th Avenues. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Wetco. Go unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today.
Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient Wetco locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wetco Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. Sign up today at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
City Limits just bust through the door, and he and Starkey have a wonderful relationship. They work well together on the air. They work well together off the air. I guess Starkey texted City Limits today and said, hey, what do we want to talk about today? And then Austin, who was still waking up and like brushing his teeth and doing those kinds of things, didn't respond for 5 minutes. And so Starkey goes, Limits! You got to give him more than 5.
Well,
we're about 10.
We're talking about Starkey that will spend sometimes 2 to 3 days returning text messages. And he won't even give Limits. I could tell you one thing. He might have brushed his teeth, but he sure didn't comb his hair. So that's how.
Really, you're taking a shot at his physical appearance now?
No, I'm just taking a part of it. That's how the kids do it nowadays. They just don't let them comb their hair. You can get your hair cut like Callis, and he doesn't need to have a haircut. Doesn't need to have a comb or a brush.
Now, I also heard that Starkey got through this weekend and pranked Pompiani again.
I've never had an Igor call here, and so my antennas are up. Joel, you took this call. Igor in Indiana, is this correct?
And that's the first time I've ever screened a call from someone named Igor as well.
And you think it's legit? You put it on.
I don't know.
Here, so...
I'm 50-50 on it.
Well, let's find out. Igor in Indiana, how are you today?
How do you let Igor from Indiana get through?
Wow.
No, we ain't making any Igors these days. If we do, it's like a fourth liner in the KHL. Like, there aren't a lot of Igors walking around calling sports radio shows in Pittsburgh.
Wow, Joel knew that. He set him up. That pause said it all.
You think he was onto it the whole time?
Oh, absolutely. He knew he was setting him up. I mean, it wasn't the best effort for Joe. I've heard better.
Igor in Indiana is a dead giveaway. He texted me telling me it was going to happen. I think Joel knew the whole time.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Moving on, you can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say they've never got a fee unless we get money for you. All right, Kaboli. So there's some breaking news, actually.
Uh-oh. I don't like that.
This from Albert Breer in Monday Morning Quarterback.
Can't be that breaking if you wrote it.
The Steelers have expressed interest in Matthew Stafford. A couple of other teams have as well, including the Giants and the Browns. Now, I don't think that should be surprising to anybody. If there's a quarterback available, the Steelers would be, well, they wouldn't be doing their due diligence if they didn't give a call. What % chance of that happening do you see?
Well,
Stafford.
It all depends on the price. I mean, if the price is right, why not? But I guess when you package those three teams together, I was going to say, why would he want to come here? Because his other options are the Browns and the Giants.
So, real quick, let's back up before we move forward here. Why do the Rams not want to keep Matthew Stafford around?
I think his cap hit's huge, isn't it?
Yes.
40, 50 million?
Yes, but they were a play away from beating the eventual Super Bowl champions on the road.
Yeah. Wasn't there some kind of falling out between him and McVay?
Some of the reporting is that they're not thrilled that his wife does this podcast and she airs all the dirty laundry out there in the public, and that they were also upset about the whole Cooper Kupp situation. So, I don't know, is a podcast where it's not even the guy in question enough reason to want to move on? Money, okay, but again, are you trying to win the Super Bowl?
Yeah, come on. I mean, we're talking about a quarterback here. And if they really wanted him, and if they thought he could get him to the Super Bowl, they don't care about his wife's podcast. That's just a convenient excuse right there.
You always start laying it on thick.
Yeah, like, oh, he's doing this. And, the Cooper Kupp stuff, I don't need division in the locker room right here. Maybe it's just Sean McVay is having a case of Sean Payton. Thinks he's a little bit smarter than the next guy in the room. I mean,
well, that's the thing. Like, you start looking at all these teams that we have mentioned, the Browns, the Giants, maybe the Raiders have called, the Steelers, which I think are clearly the best of that group.
Mm-hmm.
No situation's better than the one he's got.
Yeah.
He's got an offensive genius. He's got a really good running back. He's got a Puka Nacua. He's playing in a dome. He's living in Los Angeles. I'd try to make a deal there, man. I think it gives you the best chance to win, and I think it's the best living situation. What more couldn't you want out there?
Wow. I mean, if you're asking me, I wouldn't want to live in L.A.
Yeah, it's not my town either.
It's not my town. It's
but
not my
but
tax
you know
bracket.
what? I was in New Orleans for a week, and we got an 80-degree day in there, couple of days in the 60s, and then a couple in the 40s. But even the 40s, it was sunny. Like, weather's a big deal. Sunshine, a big deal. A lot more sunshine out there.
But what is Matthew Stafford's priorities at 37?
Okay.
Right? That's where you have to – I mean, some are different than others. A 37-year-old, you would think winning is all that matters.
Of course. And if you want to win, of those non-LA options, I do think Pittsburgh gives you the best chance to win. However, LA would be the option where you have the best chance to win.
But if the organization, say the fan comes to you and say, hey, Adam, you can go seek other places to work if you want. You're thinking, man, they don't want me here. Why do I want to come back here?
Yep.
So that could be that dynamic of the whole. Why would I want to come back here if they don't want me here?
That's a good point.
I mean, he's made millions upon millions of dollars. He's a Hall of Famer.
He'd be better than Russell Wilson was.
Well, I think, of course, I think he'd be there to have to surround him with some better.
And so therein lies the rub for me, Mark. It's not just what you'd have to give up to get him. And if it's a first-round pick, that's a non-starter to me. It's also what you'd ultimately have to pay him. They've got $60 million in cap space. That's a nice, healthy number.
You know what,
you have to spend some of it on quarterback. If you're spending 40 of it on quarterback, you can't get the necessary pieces around him to really contend for more than just winning a playoff game. And thus, I wouldn't do it.
If you're going after Matthew Stafford, if he's a guy top of your list, what you were telling not only your team, the world, your fan base is we're not that bad. We're not that far.
Right.
We just need to add this right here, and that's going to make us a good team. And that's honestly, we've heard over the past 2 or 3 months, that's not going to fly here in this city, I don't think.
Do you not?
They want something for the future rather than the present.
Oh, that's what I want. Now, again, it depends on the cost. I mean, if you're not.
Omar's good at that, man. He will be able to negotiate something, a late round pick and them eat half their money or something. I mean, if there's something he's elite at, I wouldn't count him out of making it work for them like that.
He's the best option in terms of purely what you do on the field. But I don't think you can just pick up the numbers, the results that he had in Los Angeles and just drop them on next year's Steelers team. Now, no team in the NFL is complete right now. So every team's going to have question marks. You don't know who he's throwing to, blah, blah, blah. I think because of all the circumstances he had working in his favor in L.A., the numbers were better than they would be here.
Probably. I mean, he did have one of the better coaches or offensive minds. He had a pretty decent offensive line, good running back.
Well, and so let me ask it this way.
So, I mean, you would think right there that would make him.
Can you win the Super Bowl in the next 2 years with Matthew Stafford?
I think you have to add regardless. I mean, you can't win it with Van Jefferson and Quez Watkins and Jalen Warren is your only running back.
But if you give up a first-round pick and $40 million.
I don't think you're giving up a first-round pick. I'm telling you. Here's the thing that a lot of Steeler fans don't like, or fans in general. Maybe they just don't know who their quarterback is right now, and they got to just let it play out.
They
have options. They got maybe lists of 1, 2, 3, and 4, but it's impossible to determine right now of how those dominoes might fall.
All right, rank them then. Is it Fields number 1?
I would think so, just because of the age and the pedigree.
Russ number 2?
I just think of that because he's been here and had success here for the 3/4 of the season he was here.
And you squint and you say we get him more weapons, we can win at a higher level.
Yeah.
Would 3 be Rodgers, do you think?
Right there, you throw the Rogers and the Stafford in there. I mean, of course, the money comes into a play right there. I think Rogers, Stafford. Who else am I missing?
They're not going.
Daniel Jones is below that.
They're not going to be a player for Sam Darnold, are they?
I wouldn't think so. That's really that's like a poor man's, or well, in this case, a rich man's version of Justin Fields, a guy that's really hasn't done much, had a ton of weapons around him, had a great coach around him, the coach of the year around him, and now we're going to give him how much money? That's a chance I'm not willing to take.
Kirk Cousins?
No. I heard somebody reporting that he might be a Cleveland guy, a bridge guy.
That would make sense for them because he can't spend any money.
Yeah.
Daniel Jones?
They
would not bring him in to start, would they?
No. It all depends on who else is there. If you're saying it's between he and Kyle Allen and I can't remember who, Skylar Thompson.
Skylar
Thompson,
of
course he's your starter at that point. But I don't know who would be labeled as pole position, right? Zach Wilson, were you interested in anything like that, a reclamation project there?
Not that particular one, no.
I think they're just going to have to, they're ranking them in order, and let's just count them off. Let's see if we can get this done. If we can't, we'll go to plan B, then we'll go to plan C.
The rest of this hour is going to be shaped by how you answer like 6 rapid-fire questions.
Okay, Starkey.
Are you ready for those coming up next?
All right. Depends. Am I allowed to expand on them?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, because like I said, we still have a half hour, so you're going to need to expand.
Yeah.
Rapid fire with Caboli next, but first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittman's basketball lost on Saturday against Notre Dame. Pitt's got a game coming up tomorrow night against Georgia Tech. It'll be a home game for Pitt. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
I'm Ryan Horvath, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Baseball season is about to get underway, and there is a ton of value on the board in the futures market right now. One that piqued my interest was new Red Sox ace Garrett Crochet to lead the league in strikeouts. Crochet had 209 Ks and only 146 innings pitched, a whopping 12.9 Ks per 9 in a full-time starter role this year. Expect Crochet to rack up the Ks. Don't forget to bet smarter and beat the books and download the BetMGM app today.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place. For changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
What would you do if you could go back in time with the tap of a button?
Watch the ancient Egyptians build the pyramids?
How'd they do it?
Buy enough Bitcoin to purchase your very own private island.
Or maybe just skip the joke that flopped at the holiday party.
Unfortunately, we haven't figured out how to rewind time. But you can rewind live shows with the free Odyssey app.
Never miss your favorite sports talk again. To get started, download Odyssey and search for your station.
What's up, guys? It's Mulsey here, and what I'm about to say, it is perfectly fine to admit it. Most of us guys, maybe closer to all of us, especially if you're not in your early 20s anymore, could probably benefit from a little extra in the bedroom, a little extra confidence, right? Well, Blue Chew can help, and you probably know this, but if you don't, Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, and at a fraction of the cost. And the best part is they're in chewable form too, so no worries about swallowing pills or anything like that. And since Blue Chew's an online prescription service, you know what? There's no awkward conversations. There's no waiting in line. There's no trip to the doctor. In fact, Blue Chew ships to your front door in discreet packaging. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA, and they ship direct, like I said, so it's cheaper than a pharmacy. And trust me on this one, even if they don't say so, your partner wants you to do this. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
Did you know the laser hair therapy program at New Image Hair Clinic can preserve and regrow hair for 87% of clients who qualify? Here's Cookie Harris to explain.
New Image's HPRP program is a hair preservation and regrowth program that combines the best of laser technology, vitamins, and nutraceutical products to give your hair the optimal chance of survival and regrowth.
Go to newimagehairclinic.com or call 800-514-HAIR and see if you qualify for the FDA-approved HPRP Hair Preservation and Regrowth Program.
Don't waste your time or money on solutions that don't work. We've been restoring hair for over 60 years. Call us first.
See if you qualify for HPRP. Certain restrictions may apply. Call 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com. That's 800-514-4247 for your free evaluation.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS, starting at $160 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive, starting at $175 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires March 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Zero Res wants to give your home the love and attention it deserves. This month only, get 3 rooms cleaned starting at just $119, plus the 4th room clean free, and $75 off your air duct cleaning. 412-701-1188.
My name is Ann. I'm 67 years old. I lost 25 pounds thanks to Awaken 180 weight loss. I have so much more energy. I feel at least 20 years younger. I can run up the stairs now where it was a little bit hard for me. My knees would always hurt. I had shoulder pain. I've had elbow pain. I think it's all pretty much from the weight that I had on my body, on my frame. It feels amazing that Awaken 180 offers free maintenance for life. The fact that I have free coaching when the weight loss process is over is absolutely amazing to me.
Chris Muller here. Less joint pain, more energy, reducing medications. The benefits of losing weight with Awaken 180 are endless. The ability to maintain that weight loss? Priceless. Free support for life. Online at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. You were just saying you can't grow a beard. The Yankees now are letting you have a beard. You come into the Yankees organization, you can have long hair, you can have a beard.
Not a fan. Not a fan of that rule change.
Me neither, man.
Man, that was the Yankees. I mean, it has to be, well kept. I don't know what's the definition of that.
Well, the whole impetus behind it is you want to go out and get free agents, which is just hilarious to me. Like, you won't take my $45 million unless you can come in here and you can have a little baby face. Like, come on now. And it's always been stupid, but it's their stupid thing, and then because it's unique, I like it, actually.
Yeah, like, I mean, on the surface, Renegade's pretty dumb, but it's the Steelers' gimmick, man.
Yeah, Renegade, to me, not a good song.
It's great because it's their tradition, and it's just getting better and better. I would never want that to go away. I mean, same thing here. I mean, in some regards.
I always liked the Red Sox. I think back in those idiot Red Sox teams in 03, 04, 05, and Johnny Damon had the long hair and the Jesus beard, and Trot Nixon looked like he was sleeping behind a dumpster, and then they'd play the Yankees, and Jeter'd walk out, and he's got the jawline and the butt chin, and he's clean cut.
Butt chin?
Yeah, one of those butt chins.
Yeah, I'm not.
One of those chin dimples?
It would not.
Like Peter Griffin?
I don't watch cartoons.
Okay. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Are you ready for rapid fire? And all subject to change.
Be ready for it.
I always throw this out there during an off season because I haven't even come to the combine. Omar Khan speaks tomorrow. It is February 24th. So as we sit right now, your best educated guess on these answers. All right, here we go. Will the Steelers draft a quarterback?
No.
Good.
Am I supposed to expand?
You can.
Because they all stink. I mean, if you're going to be in a position to draft one, it's going to be, third, fourth, fifth round. You might as well just use that on a special teams guy. a Miles Killebrew type of a guy rather than a guy that's never going to set foot. I mean, what are the odds of a third, fourth, fifth? There's not many Dak Prescotts
So
out
you're
there, right?
totally ruling out them taking one in the first round, second round.
I mean, if you're going to get your franchise guy, go get him next year or do the Kenny Pickett route with the 20th overall, much within that realm than just say, let's grab one in the third round till we hopefully get one.
Right.
Garbage.
Will they spend $10 million average annual value on a free agent?
I think so. I think that's minimum wage nowadays.
Yeah.
Especially with this cap going up. All that means is prices are going to go up as well. I can see a defensive lineman getting that type of cash. I could see
corner, wide receiver.
Corners are tough because those upper echelon corners are probably going to get more than that. So
see, I look at the market though, and I think there are good number twos out there. Now they might well get paid like number ones. That's free agency. There's good number two wide receivers out there, but they may well get paid like number ones because that's free agency. But I do think their needs match up pretty nicely with what's available in free agency.
Yeah, let's just hope they don't wait and wait and wait, forcing that price down, then be forced with, well, I don't know why I'm ripping on Quez Watkins this year, but he'll be forced with him again.
Okay. What position then do you think they'll spend the most on?
Wide receiver.
What about for one guy?
Yeah.
Defensive line or wide receiver?
I think it's still going to be a wide receiver. It could be a trade. It could be a free agent. I mean, I assume more guys are going to get cut here. Christian Kirk's a guy they were interested in him enough to almost pull the deal off last year. So what would change this year? You're going to see some more influx of receivers here before the new league year. And once again, it's a position of need, a position that they can't wait on. So I think they'll end up getting, $10 million is.
That's not even going to get you number two. No.
That's Calvin Austin numbers for next year. Next year into next year.
Which position right now, again, February 24th, would you guess they're going to take in the first round?
Wide receiver.
Really?
I think
Let's go. Music to my ears.
Yeah.
They're going to take a defensive lineman in one of the top two rounds, which is fine with me, so long as it's the second round. Because I think there's a drop-off at wide receiver. Like, even if they take Buka from Ohio State, he's more of at least profiles as a high-end number two. So if that's what you're getting at 21, I don't want to wait around for that.
The combine will flush out some more of these guys that run all of a sudden the 4.25s. You're like, oh, here we go now with this guy. There's a bunch of them you can pick. But you're right. Once you get past that 2025 pick, as we sit right now, it kind of thin out a little bit. Defensive line obviously is a need, but if you add one in free agency, if I draft one 21st overall, it took Cam Hayward 3 years to get on the field. I understand that he had some talent in front of him. Keanu Benton was a guy that still hasn't hit his stride, I don't think. And it's been 2 full years now, so it takes those guys a little bit of time. So I would not. I would go wide receiver.
Percent chance, again, February 24th, that George Pickens is back.
I think he's almost 100% now.
Wow.
He's darn close to 100%. You just add that number 2, like I said, if it's whoever it is, if it's Debo, if it's Kirk, if it's whatever, you throw Roman Wilson and Calvin Austin in there, you might draft another guy, then you got a pretty decent room.
They don't want to rob Peter to pay Paul.
Yeah, then you want to be set up that if he leaves next year, that you're not devastated.
Mm-hmm.
So you fill that room with some young talent. I would love to have, me personally, Keenan Allen as that number 2 guy. He's probably a $10 million a year older.
That's what Mike Williams got last year. 1 year, $10 million.
Yeah, I think Keenan Allen would be good. Forget about this mentoring George. Nobody's mentoring George.
No,
George, not happening. I want to see his production from Keenan Allen.
So if they kept him around, they're not. You think it would be the last season we would see Pickens in a Steelers uniform?
I don't think you can do that. I don't think you can sit here and by August saying we're going to plan to extend him. I just think that's not good business.
So you think lame duck year for George Pickens next season, and then see where it goes?
They've only extended who? Antonio, Hines, and just recently.
And
Deontay.
they
That's
tried to
it.
do it with Wallace, and
Well, they flipped Antonio.
then that wound up
instead.
being AB, right?
3 guys they gave second contracts to her, I believe. I think Hines might have got a third. Who knows? But it tends to not be their philosophy. But they've changed a lot of things recently. But I would not expect at this time right now that they have any plans of re-signing him right now.
All right, I got a question about Najee Harris when we come back, plus your controversial food take. We'll round out our hour with Mark Caboli next. But first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Pirates have a game today at 1 o'clock against the Philadelphia Phillies. Pirates won their first 2 spring training games of the season. Over the weekend, they beat the Baltimore Orioles on Saturday, and they won yesterday over the Minnesota Twins. More for them lines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still some delays left over, and we have that midday work going on. This report brought to you by 2 men in a junk truck. Parkway West delays near Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East at Edgewood Twistvale. Route 28 is cleared out, so has the Parkway North. Till 5 o'clock this afternoon and between 7 a.m. and 5 p.m. every day this week until Friday. Watch for PennDOT crews restricting Business Route 22 to a single lane each direction as they do some work between Mosside Boulevard and Huntington Drive. That's in Churchill Borough. Watch for delays in that area while the work is going on. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by 2 Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at 2menandajuncktruck.com.
You've inherited your uncle's giant house and every weird thing in it. We can help with that. 2menandajuncktruck.com. 2 men and a junk truck.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley, brought to you by Tri-State Office Equipment, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Boulevard Glass and Metal, and the Village of St. Barnabas.
Do you want to walk, play pickleball, and enjoy other fun activities to stay healthy but cannot because you're in pain? You deserve a better life, and the Good Feet store can help.
I just had difficulty walking. I could not walk in bare feet at all.
Do you keep buying new shoes and inserts from the store or online with little or no relief?
I tried all kinds of shoes. It was the arch supports that made the difference from the Good Feet store.
Thanks to the Good Feet store, I'm bowling 3 nights a week, pain-free.
Don't let foot pain get in the way of staying healthy and having fun. Stop by the Good Feet store today with your favorite shoes. We'll personally fit you with high-quality arch supports to ensure your comfort. Come to the Good Feet store today and live the life you love. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA. Come in and take a free test walk today.
This season, a new hot deal has arrived at Metro. $25 a line for 4 lines with all the data you need and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G phones. Getting Metro's best deals is easy. No ID required, no activation fees. Get a new number or keep your own. It's up to you. That's 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 free phones. Visit a store or go online today. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
When you join Metro Plus Tax, for a limited time and subject to change. Max 1 offer per account.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Social media's biggest loser brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Final segment of the day with Mark Caboli. Mark, you say people pretend to like sushi, but they don't actually like it.
Yes. There's no question about that.
I love sushi.
And you pretend to like it.
I know. We all have different tastes. We all have different palates.
No. Nobody likes to eat raw fish on purpose. You do it because it's the trendy thing to do.
It's refreshing, and I like.
Refreshing.
I love the wasabi. Get the wasabi on top. Dip that thing. Soak that thing in the soy sauce. Bang. Flavor, spice, refreshment, all in your mouth, all at one time. It's delightful.
Okay, let me ask you something. What do you find that that you don't like that you think people... On the flip side, if my sushi, what would you say? There's no way people like this, but they eat it or drink it.
I wouldn't go so far as to say people don't like it, but it's terribly overrated to me, and that's lobster.
See, I think you're crazy.
You like lobster.
You just came from New Orleans.
I know.
Lobster po' boy, baby.
I didn't get the lobster po' boy, and I do like a lobster roll. But when you just get the lobster and you're dipping it in
you're eating the wrong
butter,
lobsters, brother.
It's just I mean, it tastes like butter. It's okay. It's okay. People get the surf and turf, right? Well, they'll get the lobster and the steak. Just give me double steak. I'll take the steak over the lobster every time.
Another one mine is wine. I truly don't believe people like wine.
I once got, now bear with me for a second, Kenyan food in Morgantown, West Virginia. Probably not a great idea. And then I went to a party where it was one of those box wine parties, a Tour de Franzia. I drank so much wine. Like I was drinking it like it was beer. I fell out of the back seat of the car when I was getting dropped off. Like it just hit me out of nowhere. And the hangover the next day, I'll have a glass of wine with my wife, like on a nice date or something like that. I can't drink it in anywhere near excess. No.
As for the sushi, I remember my buddy took me once. I ate it, the sashimi. After I spent like $30. This was years ago. Then I was like, I came out and I was hungry, so I had to go get a pizza. Like, this stuff doesn't even fill you up. This is awful.
I'll tell you what always works. Like pizza. People say you never find a bad pizza. It's true. Like, you can tell what's not good pizza.
Oh, I can tell
you can tell. Pizza. But still, pizza always hits. I think Chinese food always hits. I love Chinese food.
There's some are better than the others.
There's no question. There's a place by my house where I grew up. Not good.
Yeah.
Still good.
Yeah. That's what I think of pizza joints, too. Where you grew up at, you talk so highly of it. Oh, this is the best pizza place ever. And then your buddy goes there, and you're like, this is just garbage. But I grew up on it, man. It's great.
Right. And there's a nostalgia factor there, too. 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Chance, Najee Harris is back next year.
We're probably into the 10%ers. I think the thing that helps him in that regards is the deep draft. That teams might not be willing to pay the $7, $8, $9 million for him, or the $27 million over 3 years, to be able to acquire a guy that's obviously not dynamic. I mean, that's being fair, but a guy who's a workhorse, and they might not be willing to do that. So if that's the only case, if he goes out there and sniffs around and it's just really bad, and he's like, I could just go back to Pittsburgh for 1 for $4 and just pick up where, it could be that.
It would be a really bad look for them because of what they said at the time. And what they said at the time was, we need to see if he's going to be a fit in Arthur Smith's offense.
I never believed
Neither did I, but that's what they said publicly. And if you bring him back, I mean, then you lied to all of us. Because he did not have a good year. He had a good 3-game stretch.
What they need from their running back, and we all know what it is, right?
Explosion, touchdowns.
And that's what you need.
Yeah.
And that's not what he gives you.
How about this? Just got a text from our boss, Craig Riley.
Isn't he like 2 feet away? Couldn't he just come in here?
He ruined the show.
Okay.
There's a reason he's not on the air. Love you, Craig. Major guest at 3 o'clock here on The Fan.
Oh, I know who it is because Pony let it out of the bag last night on the Pomp Showdown.
Gary Bettman going to join the station.
I told him what to ask him. Pony says, yeah, like I'm going to ask him. I told him, I said, you need to ask him, are you going to run the Four Nations tournament into the ground like you did the Stadium Series? Pony's like, yeah, like I'd ask him. I'm like, yeah, yes, you would. He goes, yeah, I probably would.
Now, Gary, if you're listening, just know that question is not coming. So still feel free to join the PM team today at 3 o'clock. That's huge. Can't wait to listen to that, 3 o'clock.
Huge.
Looking forward to hearing Starkey. I haven't listened to any radio while I've been gone. So Starkey coming up next. Pomp and Joe show. Mark, thanks for jumping on.
Right, brother.
We'll talk to you next Monday from 9 o'clock until 10. Safe travels to Indianapolis. Callis, we'll talk to you. And Doran, the gang is back together tomorrow at 5:40. Talk to you then. Peace.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Par-Mar store. See for yourself. Download the Par-Mar Stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrilli reminding you that if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You know what pain is? There's two different types of pain. There's mental pain and it's physical pain. You know what revenge is. Revenge is when somebody hurts you and you get them back. That's revenge. Revenge is when you sick the dog on them. Let them go bite them. They got you into that accident. Let the dog go bite them. Top Dog's his name. He's out for top dollar. Out to get him back. He's out for top dollar. Trying to erase that mental pain. Turn it into money. Trying to erase that physical pain. Turn it into money. Medical malpractice, car accidents. You make the call. Top Dog Law.
Lowe's knows how to help you get the most out of your store run. That's why members save more with My Lowe's Rewards. Earn points towards My Lowe's money on eligible purchases. Get access to member-only deals and free member gifts. Plus, unlock free standard shipping when you reach Silver Key status. So what are you waiting for? Join for free today. Lowe's. We help. You save. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Ground Advantage shipment. Just left the warehouse and hitting the road.
I know. Just got the notification.
Great. Smooth sailing so far. I'm almost there.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Made it. Safe and sound.
I know.
Well, did you know I was with USPS the whole time?
Oh, yeah. I know.
Keep your business in the know with the USPS Ground Advantage service. Visit USPS.com/in-the-know.
At Planet Fitness, we're declaring it. This is the year of getting stronger. And future stronger you can get started now by saving $28 or more when you join today. You in? We have all the best-in-class equipment you could ever need to keep stepping it up. And free fitness training to help you mix up your routine. Plus, most clubs are open 24 hours. So let's do this. Join Planet Fitness today and save $28 or more. Just $1 down, $15 a month, cancel anytime. Deal ends February 28th. See Home Club for details.
This is attorney Craig Fishman. Injured? Our fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. Call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. Shenarovich, and Fishman. We got your back, not your wallet.
I'm approaching the age where I'm going to start getting my clothes the same place I get my groceries.
Angela Johnson-Reyes, the family reunion tour.
Can't keep shopping at the same stores I used to shop at. Like Forever 21. No, you're not. Turns out that was a lie.
See Angela Johnson-Reyes live on stage in Pittsburgh. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
Hey, most homeowners remodel their bathroom once, so make it truly stunning with a custom glass shower door from Boulevard Glass and Metal. They're going to work with your contractor to create a custom-fit shower door that adds elegance, style, and value to any space. Sleek, durable, and designed just for you. Enough with the shower curtains. Ask your contractor about Boulevard Glass and Metal. Do not settle for ordinary. Upgrade to extraordinary. BoulevardGlassandMetal.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In West Mifflin, crews have just cleared an earlier accident reopening Duquesne Boulevard at Commonwealth Avenue. Now an accident being cleared in Bellevue. This is at the intersection of Holly and Bain Avenues. Parkway West, inbound delays still pretty heavy for you approaching the runaway truck sand pile to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East is heavy at Edgewood Twistvale. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
The Mitsubishi deals are sweeter at Jim Shorkey.
Remaining 24 Outlanders up to $9,000 off. Both Outlander and Eclipse Cross come with 0% financing.
And you'll feel the love when you receive up to 125% of KBB for your trade. Stop by for an instant, no obligation appraisal.
Your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. Shop them both at ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing on select models with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Moni and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Smale Kia, Bet365, Tri-State Office Furniture, and Cedar Brook Golf Course.
Hey, this is Brad Evans from BetMGM Tonight, weekdays 7-11 Eastern. The BetMGM Network is your home for expert sports betting insights, real-time odds, and nonstop action.
And the best time to tune in is right now. The madness of college basketball is heating up, the NBA playoff race is tightening, and MLB opening day is just around the corner.
We've got expert picks, in-depth analysis, and everything you need to stay ahead of the game.
Presented by the sportsbook born in Vegas, BetMGM.
Watch on YouTube, listen on the free Odyssey app. This is the BetMGM Network.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-352-9239. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-352-9239. 800-352-9239 or biglou.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Ever since the Penguins have come back from the Four Nations face-off, they've lost 2 games in a row, including yesterday's matchup at home. Penguins dropped 5-3 to the New York Rangers. The Pens, last place in the Metropolitan Division standings, have now lost 3 games in a row and will play on Tuesday against Philadelphia at 7 o'clock on the road. That sets up a back-to-back home-and-home with the Pens and Philadelphia, separated by just 1 day. Tuesday in Philly, Thursday at home at PPG Paints Arena. More 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, more Bob Bobbiani and Joe Starkey.
I say bring it.
It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I've never had an Igor call here, and so my antennas are up. Joel, you took this call. Igor in Indiana, is this correct?
And that's the first time I've ever, screened a call from someone named Igor as well.
And you think it's legit? You put it on.
I don't know.
Here, so...
I'm 50-50 on it.
Well, let's find out. Igor in Indiana, how are you today? You're such a jagoff. You know, you really are.
Come on, Bob. Igor?
Well,
at least Jolie, I'm glad Jolie's not a bouncer. Everybody would get into any bar they wanted.
As it turns out, Bob, Jolie might have been playing chess when we're all playing checkers. He knew. He has a receipt from the call line.
He had to know.
It says Igor in Indiana with my name in parentheses. He knew. I think.
Yeah, he was fishing me. You know, one of those things you see on social media sometimes, fishing. I was being fished.
Well, wait a second. Limits. Does Jolie really have a receipt? Because if it said, Bob, are you looking at a call screen during your show?
Sometimes I'm not.
Were you at that particular time?
I believe I was.
So you didn't see my name in parentheses.
I just saw Igor, and I probably blanked out.
I think Jolie put that on there later to indicate that he knew when he didn't. Because I called in like this. He said, hello, fan. I say, yeah, this is Igor. He said,
"If you're talking like that, then I think he probably would know automatically."
He was playing along. He knows, and that's fine. You got your jollies off. That's good.
No, Bob, you discovered me before it happened. You knew Igor in Indiana wasn't real.
Well, I had a feeling. That's why I said my antennas are up. But
I mean, it's been a while.
But all due respect to Igor,
and you insulted me on top of that.
Just like what was the one you called as a fake? Your wife had called in.
Fanny and Butler.
Fanny. I've never had a Fanny. Now I've had a Fanny and an Igor call. Fanny and Butler is joining us right now. What's up, Fanny?
Oh, Bob. Oh, I can't take it anymore.
Come on, Austin. You're too quick with this stuff. You have it loaded too much. You guys have rehearsed this.
Way too often.
Don't give me the wooden teeth. Whatever you do, please don't give me the wooden teeth.
You know, you just asked for it. You just asked for it.
Hold on. Let me put my wooden teeth in so you can understand me better.
Bob, it's wonderful to see you today.
Good
you
to
look
see
great.
you.
Hannistown,
very good golf course.
I
Good one
love
out
that
in
place.
Greensboro or Westmoreland County, actually.
Yeah.
They have a great Italian Open every year where they bring out all this great food and wine and you play, and it's just a wonderful social experience.
I did great on the first 2 holes there, and then whatever one is the one where there's a little, it might be 3 or 4.
A little par 3?
No, I did. I was doing great on that. What's that? 2 or 3?
It's one of the early holes.
Yeah.
Sure.
I was at par through 2 or 3, and then there's one with a little lake to the left, a little creek to the left, I should say. So of course I'm thinking, do anything but put it in the creek, and that's like saying, don't think of a pink elephant, right?
You can't think about it.
And it went to the creek. Yeah. I lost my mind. I was slamming my club, and that's one thing I'm working on this year, Bob, is my attitude going in. I think I can save a shot or 2 per round if I don't break any clubs.
Well, I think that's true. I mean, you have to understand this is a game not to be made perfect, and you're not going to be perfect at it. So minimize mistakes, that's it, but have fun. Free. Swing free.
Swing free. Bob, we have stories left and right today. I don't even know where to start, although it became a lot clearer when I saw a report from Albert Breer. But before we get to that, the Mike Lange tribute on Saturday. I was actually on a field trip with my friend Limits here to a playoff basketball game out at North Allegheny. We were bonding, Bob, talking behind your back only minimally.
Trying to plot the next Fanny or Igor.
Joe told the ticket person that I was his son.
And he played along, and he said, thanks, Dad, for taking me to the game.
I think that's, you do look like his son.
It was wonderful. It was a wonderful bonding experience. But we were listening to the Mike Lange tribute. Were you there?
No, I wasn't there, unfortunately. But I was watching it also.
Yeah.
I thought, like everything the Penguins do when it comes to that kind of stuff, it's really good. All the people who were there, who worked with Mike, were on the ice. The family, just everything about it, the goal calls, I mean, that's a guy who won't be duplicated ever again, and he had a way of making things. I thought it was a great atmosphere, and I think those who showed up really got emotional. I've talked to a couple of friends of mine who were there, said it was really emotional to go through it.
I've just been blown away by the level of and nature of the tributes for him. I saw Sean McDonough during the game Saturday. I didn't see him. I was watching him pay tribute to Mike on Sid's goal, scratch my back with a hacksaw, which was great. And so many people that I've talked to and that I've heard talk about Mike Lange, I really think that he would have loved so much of what's been written and said about him and the ceremony itself. During the pandemic, I remember, searching for stories, what to write about. I decided, I'm going to call Mike. and try to get him to tell me his 5 greatest moments, 5 most impactful moments as a Penguins announcer in all those years. And one of the 5 was the Badger Bob tribute a day after he passed, with the electric candles or whatever they were that they handed out. And this, from the gist of it, I wasn't there, but from watching, listening, experiencing it, it seemed like just as moving a tribute.
Yeah, except for candles, you use your flashlight, and everybody put their flashlight on their cell phones, and it made for a very nice kind of atmosphere for that tribute. So, yeah, I thought it was great. And I remember the Badger Bob thing. I was there for that one, and that was just sad. I mean, only because, every time you lose someone, it's sad. But when you lose someone before it's time because of a cancer and something quick that comes out of nowhere, it seemed like that his situation, it's really sad at that point. But they did a really good job, and I expect them to do it all the time when there's something like that. So,
me too. They do an amazing job of that, and just seriously, everything that I read, heard for those days, the PM guys, you did a great show Friday that I heard some of the PM guys just in the morning, like the whole station, it was great. And I still can't believe that we had those clips from Mike Lange. Like, there was a little lapse in his contract back in 2014, and we had all those amazing clips from him appearing with Mulsey and I at a car dealership.
That one where he talked about mistakenly identifying a dead man when he wasn't dead.
Yes.
Amazing. I didn't know that story, and that was very interesting to hear him tell. But good thing that the man who was sitting there watching his own obituary, he was like laughing about it.
Yes. Well, with the Badger thing, Mikey said at the end of our interview, he said, I'm not an emotional guy, but I got very emotional that day. Mm-hmm. And he said, that's something that will never leave me. And it felt like it had a really similar vibe.
I'm glad it was still in the archives here. It's hard to find stuff that go back a few years, It really is.
Oh, you can ask him. A lot of our best stuff we can't find because of internal, virtual house fires and things like that.
Exactly. And in our business in television out of KDKA, there's so much video, but you have to know where to look for it to find it. And sometimes it takes a long time. Today, with all the digital capabilities, you can do things a lot easier.
Yeah.
Chronicle them. Back then, there was none of this. So you had to log it, with your own handwriting, try to figure out where to put it, and it's hard to find everything. So,
I mean, this was on an old CBS website, and somebody, logged it in according to topic, the clips from Mike Lange. Was it hard to transfer limits?
Not really, no. Whoever inserted it then 10 years ago now, did a pretty good job of me just being able to pull it, re-record it again, and we were able to use it.
A miracle. Meanwhile, before we get to Stafford, Mario in town, if I'm not mistaken. His fantasy camp starts today. I guess there's a dinner tonight for all the campers. And again, that just underscores for me, Bob, this situation with Fenway Sports Group. Nothing feels right over there these days.
Especially the way the hockey team is playing. That doesn't feel right at all. And what they have to do moving forward. But yeah, Mario's fantasy camp is always well received. It's sold out. People come in from all over to be able to skate with him and all the guys he has
Did he go to either of the games?
I don't know that. I also know that sometimes maybe you're not going to see him there because they don't want to show him there. I'm not sure if he was. Normally he gets his guys together and they have fun in the box,
right?
And watch a game. So I'm not sure what happened there, if he did or didn't. But I know his camp is really good because I've been part of it a couple of times to watch how these guys react. It's almost like they're kids. They're very successful people, Joe, that come in. They have big-time jobs and careers.
Yeah.
Some of them are self-made millionaires, and they want to be part of this, and they fly in from all over to do it. I mean, all over the world.
Yeah, it's amazing. I just can't help but think of how apparently FSG has alienated the most important person in the history of the franchise. It's just
not a good thing to do.
It's a crying shame is what it is.
Yeah, it is, and it was totally unnecessary, I think. But
all right.
Whatever it is.
We'll talk about the actual hockey team and a bunch of things going on there as we approach the trade deadline in a little bit. But by far, the biggest story around here today is Albert Breer. Steelers have shown interest in quarterback Matthew Stafford. He reports. He says in his Monday morning quarterback column The teams you'd suspect would have their hat in the ring have indeed thrown their hats in the ring. The New York Giants, Cleveland Browns, Pittsburgh Steelers, and LA or Las Vegas Raiders and others have shown interest.
May I throw another team in there that I think would be a natural fit for them?
Yeah.
The Minnesota Vikings.
Because they would move on from Darnold and have him be a bridge to McCarthy?
Right, and it'd be shorter term, and McCarthy has to wait, so be it. But if you look at that team, of all the teams you just mentioned, which team is more in a position to win? They were, in the end, Darnold did not play some of his best football, but their offensive line didn't either. They got a really good defense, and Brian Flores is coming back to coach it again.
Yeah.
They have a very innovative coach. They have two of the best wide receivers in the game and a good running back. I think that's a good situation for him and them.
Well, what about Stafford? Here's the part that I don't understand. What exactly is the crux of the issue with the Rams? And I read from a lot of people, I think Pelissero is one, who still feel like he's going to go back there. That the fact that his agent said, yeah, let's gauge some interest around the league. Bob, what is the issue with the contract? They worked it out last year to him making basically $40 million on a one-year deal. Mm-hmm. He's only guaranteed $4 million this year. Is he looking for another 1 year, $40 million type of situation, or does he want a multi-year deal with a bunch of guaranteed money? And if it's only 1 in 40, why wouldn't the Rams just pay that for one more year and use him as their bridge quarterback? Because people are talking about, Kirk Cousins or Aaron Rodgers going there. I guess they would come cheaper. I don't know. Kirk Cousins makes a lot of money, depending on what his situation is going to be. Like, what's the issue here? I know Cooper Kupp, they were a little bit miffed by that, I guess, Matthew Stafford and his wife. But is it realistic that he would come here? And what's he looking for?
Well, I don't know. And that's why I don't think ultimately he will come here. I think they may be interested. They should be interested in every scenario. They have a lot of things they need to change, and Omar Khan would be doing his due diligence to ask about all of it. But to me, again, it's a short-term fix for them. Still going to be focused on who is their next franchise quarterback. And if you're him looking at their team, you have to say, why would I come here in that division with what they got with Baltimore and Cincinnati specific, and knowing that the Steelers' wide receiving core has to be totally revamped.
And this offense?
There are a lot of things I wouldn't be interested in. But if he's just looking for money, and I don't think he should be at this point, he's made a ton of money in his career. I would go for the best fit if I'm trying to win, and I think Minnesota would be it.
That's what I'm having a hard time figuring out here, is what the main issue is out in L.A. Is it about money? Matthew Stafford's wife talked about going somewhere where they respect us, I think. Is that what she said, Limits?
Yeah, and that was kind of one thing that she took away, and also mentioned, like, their family situation. They would be completely fine, like, changing and moving everything. It's different than when it was Detroit, and it was a little bit more difficult. But they want to have that sense of respect from an organization, which I thought was puzzling.
So, okay, is it about respect and, like, a disagreement, or is it simply about money? Because every time there's that old saying, whenever they say it's not about money, it's about money, Bob. And if I'm the Steelers, there's also a first-round pick involved. Listen,
no, I don't think so. I don't think he would get a first-round pick.
You don't?
No, I don't. I think a second-round pick, maybe a second and a third would be the way to go there. I think a first-round pick, I just look at the nature of all these trades that you see, and some big names, especially older names, you're not going to get what you think you're going to get unless the team – is really
okay. Then I don't think I think this whole thing might be about that too. Is the Rams not even lying about this? They want to gauge interest.
Sure.
See, what are you willing? Like Stafford wants to know, what are you willing to pay me? The Rams want to know, what would you be willing to give up?
And it better be mutually compatible too. If it's not, then that trade won't get done.
Exactly. From everything I see and read and hear, they're looking for a first-round pick.
Mm-hmm.
Would either one of you guys trade a first-round pick for Matthew Stafford?
No.
Me neither. If he was a free agent, would I pay him $40 million for a year?
Yeah,
absolutely.
The money is the money. No matter who your quarterback is, you're going to have to pay whatever market says. That's fine. Giving up a first-round pick for him at age 37, he still can play. Don't get me wrong, and I am an admirer of his career because he did a lot of in Detroit that many people didn't think he could do. He goes to L.A., does a great job there to win a Super Bowl. But, 37, we've just gone down this path with Russell Wilson. I'd rather go in a younger direction, and I also would rather free up my future so that if I determine that whoever it is this year is not good enough, then next year I can strike and maybe get a better option.
Limits, would you give a first-round pick for this guy?
No, I would not. I think that they need to invest in an offensive weapon or defensive lineman. I won't really be convinced of that. It needs to be an offensive weapon, but I would much rather have that pick than trade it for a 37-year-old quarterback where I don't think that if you put him into the system right now, they're a Super Bowl contender.
Yeah, I think that's well said, Bob. Mm-hmm. I just don't know that he would flourish here. He absolutely can still play. We all saw that in the playoffs. He had them within a pass or two of beating the Eagles in Philly in a snowstorm. I mean, he's still good.
But again, you need weapons,
but he's good there.
Right.
With Sean McVay drawing up your schemes, and with Cooper Kupp and Nakua, he can't move much.
That's why
anymore.
Minnesota has the same two. They have Justin Jefferson and they have Jordan Addison.
Yeah.
So you have the same kind of thing he had in L.A., only younger and I think better at this point.
Yeah. Having said that, I'm not at all surprised that the Steelers are mentioned here. The topic is everywhere. If you look up behind you, Bob, on ESPN, why are Rams looking to move on from Matthew Stafford? Letting his agent talk to teams to gauge contract value.
Yeah,
to me, that's what it's about. Matthew Stafford's been around forever. Getting rid of Cooper Kupp, really? That's like a big sticking point where he wants to leave. This is about them wanting to move on because I'm not sure they want to meet his contract demands anymore. That's what I think.
Yeah, I think that's pure and simple. They need to figure out a way, and they're going to let the market determine it. They're going to let teams determine what they, if he's available, let's listen. And again, that's doing your due diligence. And I think Omar Khan knows that. He'll get involved just to find out. You should find out about everybody. And you never know. You might come up with a situation. I remember last year, not many people thought Russell Wilson and Justin Fields would be here. A lot of people were shooting that down right off the bat, and all of a sudden both are here. Again, you wouldn't know that unless you went through it, played the game a little bit. He does it well. He knows money more than anybody. He's a capologist first and foremost, so
yeah,
he would figure out something that would make sense if they want to go in that direction.
I also think the Rams might be operating under the old adage, it's better to get rid of somebody a year too early than a year too late. And I think as good as he was at times last year, there's definitely been a decline. And, man, you could see it going down much faster from here at age 37. He just turned 37. On the other hand, Bob, who knows? Somebody like Brett Favre still has some good football left in him at this age. Tom Brady had some great football
Aaron
left
Rodgers
in him.
at age 37 was still very good. 37. He's 41 now, but you know what I mean? Go back 4 years.
Yeah, if it was just about the money, I would probably take a chance. Look at that throw, Bob, in the snow right down the sidelines. But he doesn't have the system. He doesn't have his top receiver here. If they keep Pickens, you can't depend on all of that. Could he stay upright behind this offensive line? I'd still take a chance if it was about the money. I ain't giving up a first-round pick for him. No way. Would you give up a second?
I would.
You would?
I would if everything else made sense to me. I would.
That took a turn, Limits, from a first to a second. Would you give up a second?
No. I still would not give up a second. A third, yes.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not endorsing this. I wouldn't do it. I'm just saying if you're asking me if they felt like he can come in and do it, a second-round pick, I can stomach that, not a first.
But would you do it if you were running the ship? Would you trade a second-round pick for him?
No, because I'm telling you, I think that the dynamics are not right here right now. They need more help on their team. He would need more help as a quarterback. Their offensive line still, with switching tackles, bringing in Fatanu, who knows what we're going to see, hopefully good. Can Broderick Jones change, moving over to his natural position? How about if he can't? They still have things there that if I'm a quarterback, I have to analyze it all.
Me too. Would you be surprised if the Steelers got him? I wouldn't be surprised.
Nothing surprises
by
me.
Anything.
But I still think they're going to try to figure out a longer-term answer with a young quarterback through the draft, and in the meantime, stick with Justin Fields. That's just what my takes all along, and I'm not going to change it.
Jerry Dulac on his chat last week said he thinks the Steelers will sign one of their own QBs before free agency. He didn't say which one. Steve in Canton asked Jerry, of these QBs, which guy is most likely to be a Steeler in 25? Russ Wilson, Matt Stafford, Fields, Daniel Jones. Jerry said you can cross off 2 of them, and we know which one he meant, or which 2 he meant. Stafford and Jones. He thinks it's going to be solved internally, but this isn't like official reporting from Jerry. If you just look at his chat, I mean, as recently as last year, he was asked flat out, do you see the Steelers trading for Fields? He said no. And he also intimated that they wouldn't go out and get Wilson.
That's what I mean. It changes. It's a fluid situation depending on what is available and how much it would take. They made a smart move in that they only took $1 million plus for Wilson, and they got a 6th-round pick for Fields. So that was, why wouldn't you do that, knowing that they just decimated their quarterback room? So, but unless it comes back to them, they're not going to go out and overpay for it twice with a 1st-round pick and money. No, I don't see them doing that at all.
I don't know. I don't know about that.
Okay.
I guess I would bet slightly against it, but they seem to be so desperate just to get a playoff win. Just to get a playoff win. I wouldn't be surprised if the Steelers did anything right now. If Aaron Rodgers walked through that door next week, my level of surprise, 0. Matthew Stafford, 0. Either one of those guys. And anybody else, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised.
0?
Darnold wouldn't surprise you.
0. They brought in Russell Wilson and Justin Fields and traded. Do you remember where they were when they traded? Where you were when they traded Pickett?
I do.
I was on the golf course and was convinced for an hour that it was still fake.
Yeah, I remember looking for fake. I said, "Uh-oh, here we go. Somebody's fake. They're trying. I don't know what's right, what's wrong." I kept looking.
I think we forget how shocking the blow-up of their quarterback room was and who they brought in. Why would Sam Darnold surprise you?
I was at a museum in Washington, D.C. covering the ACC tournament with Noah Hiles, Chris Carter, Jim Hammett, and others, and we just converged at one point and said, did you just see what I think we saw?
I thought you were going to say you were at a museum that was chronicling the Steelers' last playoff win
No.
from 1874.
Might need a museum for how long it's been.
Oh, my God. All right, Bob. So that's where we begin today, 412-928-9370. 928-9370 off the top, brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding. We have so many treats today. I've forgotten what they are. Andrew Destin live from spring training. We have stories to talk about there for sure. Chris Carter is going to join us. We have stories to talk about with Pitt, especially with their 2 head coaches of their main programs right now. Our 6-pack brought to you by Bet365. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You can talk to our friend and yours, City Limits, on the Fan text line. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Bob, speaking of Jerry Dulac's chat, 2 more shots have been fired here. Were you aware of that?
No.
2 weeks ago, it was the whole Aditi Kinkobwala versus Dulac's reporting. Remember that?
Yeah, I remember that.
And all hell was breaking loose, and somebody asked Jerry
who is
about Aditi
who's that?
On his chat, and he said, "Who's that?" It's happened again. You ready for this one, Limits?
Whoa.
Dustin sent in a question to Dulac's chat, and I quote, "Jerry, love your Steelers coverage and always look forward to this chat!" ! What do you make of the brewing feud between Andrew Filipponi and Mike DeFabo? Do you know what his answer was, Bob?
Who's he?
Who
are they?
With a question mark. That's it.
Wow.
What do we make of this? Limits?
Well, clearly I think Jerry knows who both of them are. Obviously, we'll get that out of the way.
He used to work with DeFabo.
Yeah. So is he hooing Pony, who he clearly has seen before?
He's clearly hooing both, Bob. This is like something out of The Grinch Who Stole Christmas. Dulac lives in Whoville.
I'm just thinking, Cindy Lou Who. I think Jerry's just trying to say, I'm not interested in going here, so therefore I'm going to give you this answer. It's going to be the same every time there's a feud. Who? I don't know. Who's he? Who's she?
And ironically, he's setting up his own feuds, right? He's got more battles going on right now than anybody I know.
Are you one of these people? I don't get into that stuff.
I love it.
It's a waste of time.
No,
I mean, you yourself personally, have you gotten into them?
I think I was in maybe the all-time media, 2 of them. Two of the
John
all-time
Seibel?
Pittsburgh media feuds were me and Seibel doing
Yeah,
the
but
same
that was
show
before
together.
this kind of stuff, right? Social media?
Social media, true. Yeah, and then Dave Molinari in a pre.
Really?
Legendary. Yes, Bob. We didn't talk. Not a word was spoken.
Based on, refresh my memory here.
The church bells all were broken. You didn't get the reference to American Pie?
No, what are you talking about?
You said not a word was spoken.
Oh, nice.
The church bells all were broken. Oh, man. Never good when you had to explain.
His voice sounded good there, Bob, didn't it?
Oh, the calliopes can be heard from here to Sewickley.
No, I explained this last week. I still don't know what happened. We were semi-friendly on a talking basis. Did you see this guy make this half-court shot? Is that
was
A-Rod?
Alex Rodriguez, yeah. He,
Oh, my God.
He cashed in for somebody, and then...
Look at this shot from half court. Where is that? I don't know.
I
Was it an
forget where,
NBA? I
but
think it was
it
an
was a
NBA
bank
game.
shot, but still, he put it right on the money. He won money for a kid.
Was it Bucknell? A Bucknell student got $10,000 from
That
that.
is awesome.
And then A-Rod's agent got in and said, I owe
7%.
7%.
So I don't know where it started, Bob. I don't know where it started, but it came from his side there. And
But, I mean, what was the topic that got you so,
with Molinari?
Yeah, I don't.
There was no topic. It was one day I walked in. There was no more talking. None.
Ask the question, Dave, what's happening? Why can't we talk? Why? Don't
I
you
did
do that?
eventually.
And the
no
answer
answer.
was no answer?
No
Wow.
answer. No answer. We had the same travel agent. I was telling Limits last week during the show. Same travel agent, and she would put us in seats on the plane right next to each other. Our knees were touching. Not a word spoken.
Jeez.
It was incredible.
That's very awkward. I can't do that.
Yeah.
I like breaking ice. I don't like.
Would you be offended if someone referenced you in Dulac's chat and he said who? Or would you brush it off?
It wouldn't bother me.
Yeah.
I
Limits,
don't,
how
a lot
about
of
you?
this stuff doesn't bother me.
No. I think I'm starting to grow that thicker skin that I need to.
You're going to have to.
Maybe a year ago I would have been a little offended.
It's a dog-eat-dog world out there. Believe me. Yeah, I've gotten into some social media feuds, but I gave that up. The last one I got, was it Adam Getz? Is that his name? Is it CBS? I don't know where. We got into it about Indiana football making the college football playoff.
Mm-hmm.
I get in a mood once or twice a year. Like usually, as I tell you, Bob, when you not Adam, I like Adam's work, but when it's trolls out there who just want to engage you.
I can see the passion and the steam coming from your ears when you read it on radio here, and then I can see it.
Right.
Your eyes
Trolls or whatever, people that just sit behind a computer in their mom's basement.
Why do you let them get to you? Why do you let them? Yes,
I don't.
you do. I've
no,
seen
I don't.
It.
I don't respond.
All
Once
right,
or
Austin,
twice a year, I respond.
I have seen it on the air whether it's a caller or someone on Twitter. He says, "Look at this guy. What he said to me. This is a Glenn and the Lower
Glenn and
Pearl.
Glenn Willard.
Yeah, whatever. Now, screw you. Now, you just got to keep going back down that rabbit hole, don't you? I'm trying to make a point
Glenn
here, and
and
you
Glenn
attack
Willard.
me instead.
I agree with your point too, Bob.
You've
You're
seen
100%
it.
Did you
right.
just attack Bob?
Yes, he just attacked me. But I'm going to brush it off because.
Did you mean it that way?
No, not
Yes,
at all.
she did.
And now you think that I'm trying to make
He's
an attack,
trolling me.
like the trolls
How
coming
do
at
I
you.
get involved in this as the guilty guy?
Because
Bob
you
just
are.
said you're trying
All
to
right,
attack him.
Stop.
What
question?
happened?
You're on the witness stand, and I'm asking you the question.
My hand is raised.
You have seen it firsthand, have you not? Joe Starkey go mad over either a Twitter post or a caller.
Yes. I have
Multiple
seen it.
times.
That's,
yes or no?
That's different than going back at the person. That's what stokes the feud.
You've gone back. I've seen you.
Very rarely. Sometimes with a caller, it's happened twice. See, and then you get people thinking that you go back at people all the time.
Yeah, and he really
That's the-
doesn't go back all the time.
No, I didn't say all the time.
Not
but
even
he
part of the time.
But
No.
he does go back
Twice.
once in a while. It's
Tony
not-
and that other jackass. Who was it?
Got you, Joey.
Tony. That guy. And then who was the other one? Adam from.
Yeah, I can't remember, but that's when you thought that he was saying something.
Oh, he was. He was basically saying, "What? You just arrived here? You're finally realizing the Steelers are a little bit dysfunctional."
Does anybody anymore in the locker room, like, TJ or Cam, come up to him and say, "Hey, what are you doing?"
Now that guy seemed like a nice guy, but
he was a nice guy.
know.
No, I'm not saying you do it all the time. In fact,
No.
most of the time you don't. But there are times
Yes.
when it gets to you. And I try really hard not to let it because I have other things I don't want to bother me. The stress level with everything else is enough. I don't need more stress.
I know.
So you just ignore it.
I think the Warriors are a legit threat in the West, Bob. I've been watching them game in and game out.
Not so much. They may not even make the playoffs.
Oh, I'll bet you $1,000.
No, I'm not going to make that bet. I'm just telling you.
10,000.
Jimmy Butler will improve them.
He already
Takes
has.
time. But I'm going to tell you, I watched Denver and L.A. the other night.
Yeah.
It's the first time I've seen Luka have an impact.
Oh, my
and boy,
God. Yeah.
Not only him, but J.J. Redick, they had a defense for Nikola Jokic that I haven't seen work all year. They just surrounded him and let other people take shots. And if you want to make him, fine. You're hot, you can win. If not, you miss. Lakers were as good defensively, and I thought they're a bad defensive team. But in this particular game against a team that had won 9 in a row, they were really good.
That's too much analysis, Bob. Matthew Stafford, Steelers have interest. Do you? At 412-928-9370. That's the first time we've seen reporting that they have inquired about Matthew Stafford. What would you give up? The Rams apparently want a first-round pick. Would you try to talk them into a second-rounder? Is it more about a contract than we think? Would you have to sign him beyond this year? I mean, that's the part I'm very unclear about. Would he play for 1 year and $40 million again? Listen, the bottom line is he can still play in L.A. I don't know that translates to Artie's offense with a malcontent at wide receiver and who else? And an offensive line that if you can't move, you're probably in trouble, at least on the flanks. I don't know that it translates here. 412-928-9370 hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Then we got a couple of other things on the table here. We have the Penguins, again, falling apart at the seams. You look at the standings, and it's almost shocking where they are right now. Where did they go from here? And then Andrew Heaney, what's up here with this trade? Is this setting them up to trade one of their other starting pitchers? What do we make of this deal that came down over the weekend? All of that ahead on Pomp and Joe. We want you to join us at the Faniversary Wednesday night at the casino. Different ways to get tickets. Are there still different ways to get tickets, limits? Or
yes.
Are we sold out right now?
Well, and you could also go to Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry and be able to pick them up there as well with the General.
That's going to be a treat. I can tell you that. I'm planning a couple of things. Did I tell you that?
You did, and I'm very excited with the one thing that you told me that you're planning. I think it would be
too. I heard that. I think it would be
perhaps an Adam Sandler-style song on the history of the fan, Bob. You would be in that. The time that you called Ron stupid might be referenced in there.
You're such a jag-off. You know, you really are.
All right, 412-928-9370. College basketball reaching its most exciting stretch of the season. I keep telling you about St. John's, and then I keep watching them. And I think they're built for a tourney run. I really do. Right now, new customers on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 extra bucks to bet on everything from conference clashes to tournament upsets and even who's cutting down the nets. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. The app is easy to use, and when you win, you'll get paid instantly. So visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to get in on the college hoops action before March takes over. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Bob, I want to talk more Warriors. Hold on.
Genesis of Monroeville.
Coming off of a successful Four Nations face-off in the NHL, now back in action. NHL Commissioner Gary Bettman will join the PM team today at 3 o'clock, so make sure you're tuned in for that. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan is taking a look back at our last 15 years with 93.7 The Fan's 15th Faniversary, highlighting moments like Jim Colony's update that went off the rails.
This makes no sense whatsoever. I'm getting no volume out of my computer, and I don't know why. Amazing. All right, at some point I'll figure out what the hell is going on, and I got nothing else to say about the Penguins.
93.7 The Fan's 15th Faniversary, brought to you by Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8, Hampton Township. Drive a little, save a lot. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by TGL, presented by SoFi. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Although I'm anything but a Yankees fan, I was stunned to see them part with two long-standing traditions last week. They'll no longer play Frank Sinatra's New York, New York after every game. And after nearly 50 years, they're allowing players to sport neatly groomed beards. I'm Boomer Esiason.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Whether you're tinkering in your garage or tackling big projects, if you know the value of working with your hands, you know Harbor Freight. And you can be confident knowing that at Harbor Freight, you can get quality tools at prices that work just as hard as you do. Because the only thing more satisfying than a job well done is a job well done, well under budget. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Hey everybody, it's Ron Cook. I want to take a minute and talk to you about my Geico insurance man, Tim Hester, and tell you why he should be your Geico insurance man. I've known Tim for 2 decades now. His wife, Rebecca, was my daughter's 3rd grade teacher, the best teacher she ever had. And I found out back then what a quality person Tim Hester was. And that's why it was easy for me to take my insurance needs to Geico and Tim Hester. I have my automobile insurance with Tim. My daughter has her automobile insurance with him, and we can't be happier with the service we've received. He's a people person and a problem solver. It doesn't matter if you need homeowners, renters, bicycle, boaters, or car insurance. The only person to call, Tim Hester of Geico, 412-364-7170. That number again, 412-364-7170. I can't recommend him enough. Tim Hester of Geico.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with savings with new low prices on hundreds of your favorite produce items like pineapples, avocados, navel oranges, and lettuce at your neighborhood Giant Eagle.
Hey, Adam.
Yes, Doran.
You know what I love about Guardian Protection?
What do you love?
They make home security so smart, it's like having your own personal security team.
You're not kidding. And their video surveillance has 24/7 HD recording, motion alerts, even two-way audio, so you can check in anytime.
Plus, smarter analytics mean your cameras can tell the difference between people, animals, and vehicles.
And that's why they're the best. Visit guardianprotection.com/FAN or call 1-800-PROTECT today. That's guardianprotection.com/FAN. Call now for special offers.
It's tax time again. So if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half of your salary, or only 25%, of course you choose 25%. It's a no-brainer. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. Don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich and Fishman. Their fee is only 25%, and the attorneys whose names are on the door will be involved in your case. If you've been injured, call 1-888-98-TWINS or visit 98twins.com. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride to sport all-wheel drive as low as $345 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $220 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires March 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
What if your limited inventory had unlimited potential? What if your biggest risk was not taking one? What if you could make every move matter? Bank of America's business solutions can help bring your biggest what-ifs within reach. Find out how our digital tools, cutting-edge insights, and trusted expertise can work for your business. What would you like the power to do? Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the A to Z savings event at AutoZone.
Yeah, happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
free with the rotors.
Free. Really?
Really, free.
Okay, I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah, how much is that?
Free with 5 quarts of oil.
Free? Really?
Really, free. It's part of the A to Z savings event.
You might as well call it A to free.
At AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Bob, let's go to the lines for a couple of calls, shall we?
Shall we? Let's do it.
Limits, we shall.
All right, let's start with Brady in Johnstown.
Hello, Brady.
Hello, guys. How are you doing on this fine Monday? I guess it's still, it's technically afternoon.
Bob's never been better, but I won't speak for me. Go ahead.
Okay. All right, so I just wanted to get your guys two things. I wanted to get your guys' thought on the comments PK Subban made on Saturday during the Ben's game calling out Kyle Dubas. Honestly, he made a couple of good points like the Pens being undersized and undermanned and, Crosby deserving better. But I think it's kind of harsh for him to call out Kyle Dubas the way he did. I mean, questioning whether they're rebuilding or going all in, it's clear that they're rebuilding. The Pens have 29 draft picks over the next 3 seasons. And 15 of those, I think, are in the top 3 rounds. So, I mean, to call out Kyle Dubas like that and question the lack of direction, I think is just, him being a national guy, not really paying attention to what's going on locally. And secondly,
well, let's stay there. Let's stay there for a moment. I didn't hear the comments, but the gist of what you said, I disagree with you and agree with him 100%. It sounds like you agree with Josh Yohe, who I love, who's great at his job. He tweeted out the other day, I don't know who needs to hear this, but the Penguins are rebuilding right now. They have been since the day they sold Jake Gensel. Fair enough so far, but he finishes by saying just because big names remain on the roster doesn't mean it isn't a 100% full-on rebuild. It most certainly is. I completely disagree with that, number one. When you have guys like Rickard Rakell still on your roster here.
He may not be, though, by the end.
Okay, then we can...
March 7th will be the drop-dead date for that.
Sure, then we can revisit the conversation.
And
this is not a full-on rebuild.
If Josh is right, then Rickard Rakell will not be here on March 8th.
I would agree with that. But he's saying that right now they're on a 100% full-on rebuild.
I don't 100%.
Agree. And then the other thing, sir, is talking about Dubas so far. Dubas failed in Toronto, and he's failed here so far. He tried to build a winning team. If they had decent goaltending, especially if they had good goaltending befitting a $27 million goalie, they'd probably be in the playoffs. Look at this weekend as an example. They could have and maybe should have won both games, but their goaltending was horrific. So he failed in Toronto. He's failed here so far. Why would I believe he's going to succeed in the end?
I agree to a degree with Brady here in that he is trying, because of a management mandate, to do both. I think it's unfair to criticize him for, the nostalgic trip they've made down the road here with 37, 38-year-old players. And maybe this is one of the reasons why Jim Rutherford didn't want to hang around. I don't know this to be sure, but if you want to move on from one of those named players and try to figure out, I know they have no trade clauses, but you got to figure out if you're going to rebuild. If you're him, you want to do it fully. If you can't, then you have to play both sides.
He brought in another one, and Erik Karlsson, who fits the same description. And that was about the time he poured 54.
That is a bad move. Looking back, he's just been terrible defensively, and now they should try to trade him and absorb costs. That's also part of a rebuild, I think. But I do think that he's somewhat trapped, just like Ron Hextall was somewhat trapped in that you can't move certain people. Well, if you can't move certain people, what do you have to move? He's done a pretty good job of acquiring these draft picks. Now, what his future will be determined by what those picks become.
Well, then it's going to be a long blank in time before we render a verdict. Okay, then we'll decide. And the second thing is, he also, in addition to bringing in another guy to add to the description of guys you just made, old guys on huge contracts that you still want to hang on with and try and win, Karlsson was a guy he added to. And he also put $54 million into Ryan Graves and Tristan Jarry.
Bad moves, no question. And while this is going on, by the way, and since Washington was here on Saturday, Joe, I will look at Washington as exactly what the Penguins are trying to do, which is keep your core down there being Ovechkin, Tom Wilson, John Carlson, and then revamp everything else as best you can. And so what they did is they brought in a new, younger head coach. He's been really good with them.
Yeah.
They had Darcy Kemper, who was making a lot of money and failing. And so what do? They make a trade for Logan Thompson. We're talking about finding goaltenders. What do? They went to Vegas for a backup who wasn't playing because Aiden Hill is their guy. They gave up 2 third-round picks to get him, and now he's a Vezina candidate.
What from Kyle Dubas's history would lead you to believe he can find the right goalie?
My point is it can be done if you do it the right way. From this point of view, he gets an F on terms of goaltenders because not only – do they have a problem in Tristan Jarry in that they may have to end up buying him out? They don't have a succession plan here. We talk about quarterbacks. Who is the next guy up here? They traded Philip Gustafson. That was Rutherford.
Maybe Blomqvist? I don't know.
Maybe. Did you see enough from him? And I know it's early, but I mean, I have to see a lot more of him. I don't know. I still think that ultimately is got to be the biggest play you make. But Washington went further than that. They brought in some good guys in free agency. While Ryan Graves got, what did he get? 6 years, $27 million? Is that what it was?
5.27, I think.
No, I think it was 6.
6, okay.
But so what does Washington do? They go out and get Matt Roy. Similar kind of not really big name. They gave him $34 million over, I think, 6 years. He has
all
been
they
terrific.
need to do to replicate Washington is bring in a fresh face at coach, have a GM who knows how to identify talent and pay it, go out and get younger players.
My point is they did it with the same 3 guys who are their main
sure, but they
core
also
players.
I would argue that Nicholas Backstrom was one of those guys, and so was T.J. Oshie.
Right.
And they got a huge break when those 2 guys went on long-term IR, freeing up millions.
They did. That's part of it. They're still on their roster, but they're not being used, and they can't be. My point is they did it with they brought in Pierre-Luc Dubois. They brought in Jacob Chikrin, who's a really good player. They did a lot of smart things.
Yes, they did.
And they didn't miss on him. When you miss on Jarry, when you miss on Graves, when you miss on other things, and the goaltending doesn't improve, where are you going? That's where it falls on him.
Nowhere. You're going nowhere despite your best efforts, so why not enhance that and deal some of the guys that you have right now? Why wouldn't you do that? And Raquel is Exhibit A. This franchise in this position has no business keeping a soon-to-be 33-year-old winger who will never sell for better than he will right now. Could he in the offseason? Sure, but he needs to stay healthy. Grzelcyk is another guy that you'd like to trade at the deadline for a much lesser price, obviously, but you saw what happened. He's hurt now. There's a reason why, no matter the sport, you see it in baseball and hockey, right around the trade deadline, you sit guys out so as not to risk injury. I don't know what's going to happen with Raquel the rest of this year. What I know right now is he might be the most desirable forward on the entire trade market, and I don't know when you're ever going to be able to say that again with this guy.
Absolutely.
So I would deal him at this deadline. I'd be looking either at the deadline or the offseason, begging people to waive their no movement, no trade, whatever. Is it right that Rust's no movement expires in the offseason? Am I right about that?
I think there is an expiration. I'm not sure exactly when it is.
I'd be begging guys,
but
because until you do, Bob, then Yoey's statement is wrong. They're not on a full-on 100% rebuild.
Full-on would indicate that they're full-on, and they haven't shown that they're full-on. They've made trades. They've acquired picks. Kevin Hayes was brought here not because they like Kevin Hayes in terms of an answer for anything. They got a second-round pick from St. Louis as part of it. So he is loading up on, from that point of view, I understand that. That is part of trying to rebuild your whole system, and they need draft picks to do it, but more importantly, they got to hit on the draft picks. So that's where they are right now, and no telling how long this is going to take. They are going to be a lottery team this year, by the way.
Oh, man.
So you have advocating tanking. They're not tanking necessarily, but they're doing it all by themselves without actually going through the process.
I know, but here's the problem. They still have enough to actually play well and beat teams. I think we saw that this weekend. They dominated the Rangers yesterday and lost because of their goalie. So I would still try to make more moves to ensure that they move toward the bottom. If you picked up a paper today, nobody does that anymore.
There are papers. I've seen them around. I don't pick them up.
The Penguins, Bob, have the worst points percentage in the East.
Yes.
55 points, but they've played 59 games.
So Buffalo will top them in that regard.
Right now, the Penguins are essentially in last place in the East.
But overall, they're still in top 4, I think, if you look at the West.
Right. The Penguins right now are 6th from the bottom in terms of the lottery. Let me find this. Here it is right here. 6th from the bottom. The team with the best odds to get the number 1 pick is San Jose at 25.5%. Blackhawks at 13.5%. You're not catching them. Everybody else is fair game. I'm even keeping Nashville in there, but that's going to be tough. 11.5%. The other 2 teams you should finish below, and that's the Sabres and the Kraken. That's 9.5%, 8.5%, and the Penguins are 6th with a 7.5% chance to get the top pick in the draft. And they should still get below Buffalo and Seattle. That's very attainable. You're right. That's where they are. I think they can enhance that position and, more importantly, bring in future assets for a team that's going nowhere. I want Sid, if he's here, to be on board. That doesn't mean that I'm keeping precious assets like Raquel or Rust, for that matter, just to play with him. The priority for me right now is to get all the assets I can, the best ones, and I don't know who brings back better ones than Raquel and in the offseason Rust.
Yeah, both those guys would bring back. That's your best chance of getting high-quality picks if you're going to get them, or players that could help you as well. I'm not going to rule that out. There could be some young players who aren't getting a look in their system because they're blocked. You could find those. And that's what Logan Thompson was for. He was being blocked. He couldn't play. And so they went to them and made a trade. If you could find those situations that help, absolutely do it. And Sidney Crosby will adapt to, I think, anyone on. And yeah, he has favorites. Sure, he does. He knows chemistry. But if you give him a young Macklin Celebrini, for example, somebody who's in the really high end, he's capable of playing with that guy and making that guy better, and that guy can make Sidney Crosby continue his excellence. So,
I mean, I love the fact they have all these picks. I just don't know where. Now, Kyle Dubas was in a different situation in Toronto. He walked in, all the heavy lifting was done for him, and I think the Tavares signing, that's not his decision in Toronto. And all he needed to do there, to me, his clear mandate in Toronto was fix the goalie situation, and we could make a legit cup run. He never did. And what was one of his first moves here? To go out and visit Tristan Jarry, identify him as the future, and throw $27 million at him? Call me crazy. I'm not sure this is the guy I trust with the Penguins' future. Now, it may turn out that drafting and developing, he's an absolute whiz, but we're not going to know that for a long time. Nor do I think he deserves credit for making trades like the Kevin Hayes trade, like he's some sort of, Albert Einstein of NHL GMs. A lot of guys do that. They get picks attached to a player. Great. That's what he's supposed to do.
Yeah, that has to be the first thing that they do. Identify who's next in this way. And I was trying to go back, Joe. Do you remember before they signed Tristan Jarry? There are a lot of goaltenders. I am trying to remember who, like Frederick Anderson. There were one-year guys out there. Yeah. Veterans they could have signed for 1 year and try to figure this whole thing out as they go.
I mean, some people would have looked at that as an immediate fireable offense, putting $54 million on Graves and Jarry, and said, you know what? We're going to move on pretty early here because those aren't just bad signings. They're albatross signings that can wreck your team.
No,
$54 million in those two?
Yeah, that's what they did. And that's a lot of money. I know the cap's going up and they're going to have more money to spend, but they're going to have to figure out ways to save money here to create opportunities because in free agency, you can bring in a couple of guys at the kind of money we're talking about here. If you can trade Karlsson and get someone out there who thinks that Karlsson could add to their team as a playoff or contending team, do it, pay half the salary, reduce $5 million.
Pay some of the salary.
Even if you don't get much in return.
Have to.
Yeah, even if you don't get much in return.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, what you get in return is gigantic. Cap room.
Right.
And if he can find, and then you have a $5 million winger who, there's just no guarantee with Raquel. I mean, you look at his history, Bob. Before he got here, he was hurt. He wasn't producing. At least there were some years in there where he was hurt. The year before he got here, he wasn't having a good year at all. Then he had a really good stretch when he came to Pittsburgh, had a terrible year last year where he was hurt for a lot of the year, and now he's bounced back. That history doesn't tell me, oh, this guy's just going to keep going now and be really good for years at a time and be Sid's perfect line mate and keep him happy. No. while you have the chance, while Raquel is maybe the best forward on the market, you are derelict of duty if you keep him, in my opinion.
You know, the only scenario I would see where they decide that they're going to give it one more try is, you know, Nedeljkovic is not the answer. If they think that Blomqvist still needs more time, he's not ready, then you bring him up and play. I don't know. But to me, I think it's pretty much done in that they're going to have to buy him out.
Who?
Jari,
okay.
Is that who you're talking about?
I don't remember now. No, I think I was talking – I was talking about him for one, for sure, and Graves.
Well, Graves.
And Carlson is probably Carlson may right now be at his highest market value he'll ever be again. He played well in the Four Nations. He's still young enough to where somebody, if you, like you said, Bob, if you retain salary, you should be. That just needs to happen. You need to beg him. I don't know why he would want to be here. For like he's going to say no if you trade him to a cup contender. I don't get it.
That's why I never did like no trade clauses. I really hate it in sports. It puts a handcuff on a GM. They feel like they have to do it. These agents force this issue, and now it's not just the elite players who are getting it. I was looking the other day. A larger percentage of hockey players than I thought have no trade clauses.
Yeah.
Why? Well, you know, what are you doing to your own franchise? You're limiting your ability to make it better. Because now
I
you
guess
have to
blame
beg.
the CBA, blame the owners, right?
Well, it's a bad thing that got into the game, and I don't like it.
Did I hear that the PM guys are having Gary Bettman on today? Is that a fact?
Yes.
3 o'clock.
Yeah, Andrew said that last night on the show now, so 3 o'clock apparently.
That might be a good question for him about the next CBA. Like here you have a team in Pittsburgh that is severely hampered by all these no movement, no trade clauses. Is that something the owners would be interested in bargaining back? To put
it
limits,
would have to be a bargaining. It has to be a bargaining now.
All right. My sense tells me that once that kind of toothpaste is out of the tube, it ain't going back, kind of like a salary cap in baseball, although they never had one really, right? Listen.
Although Rob Manfred indicated that he believes it is a problem. I heard this over the weekend, which is interesting to me.
Do you believe he believes that?
I believe he believes it, but I don't think he is in any position to change it.
I don't think he believes it. I think Major League Baseball is rolling in dough right now.
But for the good of the game in terms of all the markets, it still isn't.
What does he care about Pittsburgh?
Well, he should care. He
Why?
should care about all
Why?
the franchises. Because he's the commissioner of the league.
You can't really. What you care about most is your league raking in the kinds of revenues that you would want. That's all anybody cares about. Major League Baseball.
They may be national revenues, but I would dare say that regular season ratings have tanked the last couple of years in all games. I don't think people watch baseball the way
I thought the World Series went well.
I'm not talking. I said regular season.
Yeah.
They sell these
postseason
contracts.
isn't that more of a function of the game itself?
Yeah, sure. And that's why they've tried to shorten it and do all the things to make it more palatable from a viewing standpoint. My point is, I don't think the league's in good shape at all. You can tell me about all the money you bring in. No, it sucks. And when you're in markets like this, it really sucks because there's no onus for the ownership to do anything but what they do. And it's not just here. There are a lot of other markets similar to it.
Then spend more. I would say Major League Baseball's never been in better shape. They're spending more than ever on free agents. Their media deals are more than ever. They're raking in more revenues.
Rules and they start
attendance is up.
Deferring all their contracts. Okay, let's get Vlad Guerrero in here and defer his contract. Why not? Use that marketing. I would do it.
Yeah, I'd do it too.
Toronto doesn't want him or can't sign him.
And you don't think the Pirates are happy in their current predicament?
I think they're making money, and they're happy.
End of sentence.
Okay,
yeah.
No, it's not end of sentence.
It is if you want change. It is if you want change, then Bob Nutting should be the first guy on the picket lines.
He should be.
Well, he should have been the first guy last time. I don't seem to remember him complaining about that CBA.
Okay, but he's making money. Who else isn't? It's the people here who spend money and get nothing in return. I love going to baseball games. I do. But I want to see something on that field that makes me want to go beyond all the
And whose fault is that it's not happening?
It's the league.
The league? I think it's the team.
Well, it's both, but the league allows owners not to spend. The league allows you to say, "I'm not doing this. I'll spend $50 million while the Dodgers spend $400 million."
These things have to be collectively bargained.
Well, then bargain. Figure it out.
Close the league down for a year, like the NHL did when you're rolling in revenues.
It's now 14 minutes old.
We have to go, Bob.
It's a poker game. Either step up to the table and put your chips down, or don't. And too bad a lot of teams don't when they could put a lot more chips on the table. All right, 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Route 19, Peters Township. Listen to this show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contest run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. Destiny's Child. We haven't even talked about the Heaney trade and what that might mean for the Pirates moving forward. Could that mean somebody else in their rotation gets traded? We'll talk about it.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the Fan. Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bevington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Penguins have been outscored 13-6 in their first two games back from the break, losing to Washington 8-3 at home Saturday. Followed that up against the Rangers with a 5-3 loss. Penguins will play in Philadelphia 7 o'clock Tuesday, and then return home against the Flyers 7 o'clock on Thursday. More 937thefan.com. Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
What's new at New Image? Our new Hybrid Hair RX. Hybrid Hair RX technology targets where you are losing your hair, fills in where you are thinning and balding, and restores your hair to fuller and thicker hair.
Call 800-514-HAIR right now for your free consultation to find out what solution is right for you and see if you qualify for $250 off. Certain restrictions may apply.
Hybrid Hair X technology is fantastic. Thanks, New Image.
Hair RX changed my life. Thanks, New Image, for Hair RX for giving me my hair back.
Hybrid Hair RX means we combine the best in duplication and artistry to create the look and style you want. For over 60 years, thousands of men and women know New Image has the latest solutions for their hair loss. And now available, Hybrid Hair RX.
Call New Image first. Simply call 800-514-HAIR. That's 800-514-4247 or go to newimagehairloss.com.
Is your bathroom stuck in the past, dreaming of a sleek, modern upgrade? It's time to call Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling. They specialize in full bathroom remodels, turning outdated spaces into luxurious retreats. From stunning showers to custom vanities, they bring your vision to life on time and within budget. Wow. Get started with a free in-home consultation and flexible financing options to fit your budget. Call 724-547-5445 or visit MountPleasantWindow.com today. Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling, creating dream bathrooms for over 50 years.
We wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia. See the Sweetheart Savings Event. The new 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive and lease for just $209 a month. Or purchase with a special low APR starting at 3.9%. At Monroeville Kia, our dealer exclusives are the keys to a great deal. You get free lifetime state inspections, car washes, free charging for Kia EVs, and professional customer care with every purchase. That's our promise because we wanna see ya in a MonroevilleKia.com. Call for details, 412-856-2100.
After you use Bounce Dryer Sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll put a sheet on it every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Put a sheet on it. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Put a sheet on it. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you. Okay, Bounce Dryer Sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry, put a sheet on it with Bounce.
Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
It's Nicholas Eric Callis from the Fan Morning Show. And guess what I'm doing again? Baseball drills. When it's nice outside, I'll take batting practice, do fielding drills, base running drills, and I've worked on my pitching mechanics as well. All of this is going to help me play in a big exhibition baseball game coming up in June, and Awaken 180 has been a big help. Dropping 50 pounds with Awaken 180 is changing everything. So much so that when I looked in the mirror this past week, I was able to see my waistline. My body used to be just clouded by fat, and now it's all being reduced. I can only hope that my experiences can be inspirational for you, but the most important experience is going to be your experience when you make the call, get the consultation, and lose the weight that's been holding you back. I had to stop being stubborn, and I had to get help that I never thought I needed. Now it's your turn. Give them a call, 844-346-1800. That's 844-346-1800. Or go online for your free consultation at awaken180weightloss.com. That's awaken180weightloss.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Today, we're the largest injury firm in the world, and I'm thankful to you for trusting us all these years. We'll always be here for the people, not the powerful. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
At Planet Fitness, we're declaring it. This is the year of getting stronger. And future stronger you can get started now by saving $28 or more when you join today. You in? We have all the best in-class equipment you could ever need to keep stepping it up. And free fitness training to help you mix up your routine. Plus, most clubs are open 24 hours. So let's do this. Join Planet Fitness today and save $28 or more. Just $1 down, $15 a month, cancel anytime. Deal ends February 28th. See Home Club for details.
Getting money back. Invest that tax return back into your home. Upgrade your bathroom with a stunning custom glass shower door from Boulevard Glass and Metal. Colin Dunlap here. My friends Nick and Larry, owners of Boulevard Glass and Metal. They're high-quality, custom-fit shower doors add elegance, style, and value to your home. Whether it's a sleek, frameless look or unique design, they make it happen affordably. Invest that tax return wisely on a home upgrade you're going to love. BoulevardGlassandMetal.com to get started.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
NHL Commissioner Gary Bettman will join the PM team today at 3 o'clock. Listen right here on 93.7 The Fan after a successful Four Nations face-off. And the Penguins back losing back-to-back games since the start of the resumption of play following the Four Nations break after losing yesterday's matchup. And it's now 3 games in a row that the Penguins have fallen after yesterday's defeat, 5-3 against the Rangers. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Here we go. They've got Pittsburgh sports on lock. It's Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey. It's powerful. The Pop and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
You know, Destiny's Child thinks he's Nostradamus, so he's evidently putting the date out there.
Bob, it's time for Destiny's Child. Andrew Destin from the Post-Gazette. You can
Nostradamus,
a.k.a. You can read his stuff at postgazette.com. Himself and the Noah Constrictor, Noah Hiles, and it's very good stuff, I might add. Andrew, thanks for joining us again, my friend. Let's talk about Andrew Heaney and what this might mean. My spidey sense goes up on this. I like the move. He's a pretty good pitcher. You know, he's a 3 or a 4 maybe on a decent team. But I'm wondering if this means they're setting up a trade, perhaps. If this sets up a trade for involving a guy like a Mitch Keller or even a Jared Jones to get a young impact bat in this lineup. Am I misreading that?
I don't think so, and thanks as always for having me on, Joe. Great talking with you guys. I personally don't. I think this is more just bolstering what's already, the strength of the Pirates, and if you feel so inclined to make a move, maybe you can do that midway through the year. Maybe if you feel so inclined, you can before regular season games get underway. But I think in reality what this does is it addresses a need within the starting rotation that may not have been as obvious, from the outside looking in, but I think is a real one in that they don't have a whole lot of left-handed starting pitching options that are either at the big league level or waiting in the minor leagues that are really close to getting there. And if there was one complaint that you would have about the rotation last year or as it's currently constructed this year, it's that the only left-handed option was Bailey Falter. And Bailey Falter last year set a career high in innings and, proved he can be a major league starter. But you have to wonder, is that, a given that he can replicate that last year? If Falter, for lack of better phrasing, falters this year, and you have to feel like he goes to the bullpen or he gets shelved for an extended period of time, the last thing is you want it to be, a five-man rotation where it's all righties and you don't really have any variability. Falter played really well off of that, where he's kind of the antithesis to a Skeens, a Jones, a Keller to a lesser extent. Heaney, I think what he does, he diversifies the rotation. I'm sure if you feel like you can make a trade, it makes the Pirates more capable of doing as much, but I don't necessarily think that means there's anything imminent on the trade front from the starting pitching group.
Andrew, because of his presence, if someone came to the Pirates and said, look, we know you need hitting, we have a couple of bats or a bat, I want Thomas Harrington, I want Brandon Ashcraft, I want one of your blue-chip pitching prospects because I need it, would they be willing to discuss?
Tough to say. I think the franchise recognizes that pitching is its strength. It's what it does well, and it's also something that if they move a guy, they can move on from it. They can live, as evidenced by the Luis Ortiz trade back in December, that they were willing to deal from a position of strength and part ways with a guy who had proven himself to be a major league starter. When it comes to the prospect side, we've seen that Ben Cherington, throughout his tenure as a GM in Pittsburgh or Boston or his other stops in front offices, that he's fairly risk-averse to dealing prospects. It's more so that if they're going to add a guy, it's more so through free agency. Obviously, that hasn't quite been the case in Pittsburgh, but I bring that up to say that, sure, I think they'd be willing to listen on any trade offer, but in terms of dealing a prospect for a bat straight up, it'd have to be somebody with club control. It'd have to be somebody on a relatively affordable contract, because I just don't see a reality where a guy like Thomas Harrington or Braxton Ashcraft gets dealt straight up. Because I don't know that's a good enough return for the other team that's making the deal, and B, if the Pirates really want to part ways with guys like that.
I mean, at some point you have to part ways with somebody. I wonder, Andrew, if this is, on top of everything else, if in this era the Pirates' strength is starting pitching, and it happens to come at a time when in the history of baseball starting pitching is less important than it's ever been. That's my question here. Like, how important still is starting pitching? These guys only go an average of 5-some innings. Even the best pitchers are up, at 6? You still got 3 innings to kill.
Yeah, I think the starting pitching is an interesting point because it's less so about the rotation as it is the cluster of arms that you can assemble. And what I mean by that is look at the bullpen, right? You've got guys like Carmen Majinski and Kyle Nicholas who were starters throughout their time in the minors, and then they moved to the bullpen and have become integral bullpen pieces. And who's to say that that's not Mike Burrows' future or Braxton Ashcraft, guys who have dealt with injuries but maybe could be really reliable relievers in a bulk role. I think it's more so the Pirates are willing to move off of guys on the pitching side. We've seen it with Ortiz. We've seen it with other pitching prospects. But maybe it'll be those lower rungs, guys like Michael Kennedy and Josh Hartle, who weren't necessarily top 10 prospects on any prospect ranking service. I think what you're looking at is they want to be as strong of a pitching team as possible. Now, does that look traditional with a 5-man rotation with 5 guys going 200 innings? I don't think those days are here in 2025, but I think they want to keep it in-house. They recognize that they are doing a good job of developing guys, and maybe that's pushing guys to middle relief, long relief, setup man type of roles where you can maximize, you can get the best out of your pitching staff, and manage the innings of young guys. Like, that's an important point here, too, I think, is that people like Paul Skeens, Jared Jones, et cetera, these are young guys at the end of the day. Sure, Skeens looks like he's built to throw 250, 300 innings, but at the end of the day, you don't want to overextend these guys. The more pitching that you can hang on to, the more you can ease the burden on guys that you intend on being part of your starting rotation for years to come.
I hear you. There's a lot there, man. We could have many discussions on that. I want to pitch Paul Skeens as many innings as I can in the short window the Pirates have him. And that may sound like, you're using up a guy, but that's what he wants to do. That's what I want to do. The rotation itself, though, I think, Andrew, there's this presumption by people that this is some unbelievable rotation. Potentially, it could be very good. Skeens, I'll be blown away if he's anything but generational again. But after that, Bob Smizik tweeted this out. Mitch Keller, his last 9 starts last year, that's almost 2 months of starts, a 7.29 ERA. Bailey Falter, last 9 starts, 5.64 ERA. And Jared Jones, his last 6 starts, an ERA of almost 6. I'm not just writing this in pen that they're going to have some unbelievably great rotation.
Right. And I think that's the correct take by you, Joe, because it's kind of let's see it, prove it, show it over a 32-game start schedule for these guys. I think that's the important takeaway is that, sure, on paper, could this be among the best rotations in Pirates history? Absolutely. But is it going to be lengthened out enough? Is it healthy enough? Is it deep enough that when you get to those meaningful games in August and September that you don't stumble the way the Pirates did last year? I mean, that forgettable month of August really crippled them, right? It buried what otherwise had the makings of being a decent, if not a successful season because, frankly, the rotation came up short because the other aspects of the team didn't pull their weight the way that they were capable of or didn't exceed expectations. The offense never really got going. The fielding was mediocre. On the pitching side, yeah, it kind of stumbled. So I think the way to look at it is it could be excellent. It could be great. However, it has not proven as much at the big league level over a full 162-game season because look at last year. If you do collective combined team ERA from the starting rotation, I believe last year the Pirates were 15th. That's quite literally middle of the pack. So could they be top 10 in baseball, top 5? Absolutely. But until proven otherwise, you have to kind of meet it with skepticism, and I kind of commend you on that one, Joe.
So, Andrew, I want to talk about something they won't be top 5 in hitting. They have major holes in their lineup. They need power. They need a lot of things. Where is Henry Davis in all of this? Because it seems to me that, number 1 overall pick, it seems like he's almost a forgotten man. What would it take for him to be on the roster this year?
Ooh, honestly, I think just a really good spring training could go a long way for him. Yes, Joey Bart is the presumptive number 1 catcher, and Ben Cherington said as much at a media scrum about a week ago that Bart has earned the right to be one of the 2 catchers, which kind of signaled that it will only be 2 catchers rather than carrying 3. Me, personally speaking, I came into spring training thinking that Endy Rodriguez was going to be the backup guy because you could move him around. He could DH. You could play a little first base, that position flexibility stuff. I've kind of changed my tune on that and think Rodriguez might be starting the year in the minors. So right now I think it's between Henry Davis and Jason DeLay in terms of that backup catcher position. And Henry Davis looks good. I got to give credit where it's due. The swing is as good as I've seen it. When he was in the minors, even when he was excelling, it was clear that he was trying to pull the ball with every swing, at least in batting practice, live BP sessions. He is much more to all fields. He's trying consciously to hit the ball up the middle to the opposite field, etc. It's not going to be easy. He's going to have his work cut out, and he'll have to prove to the Pirates that, hey, it is in their interests and his best interests to not necessarily be an everyday guy, but somebody who, is in the lineup sporadically and can contribute and maybe ultimately gets into kind of a timeshare with Joey Bart where they each start, 50% of the games. Remains to be seen. But I think Henry Davis, we are a number of years away from, maybe not a number of years, a year or so away from truly being able to say this guy is a bust and it's time to give up on him. And I use that just simply because Joey Bart was drafted by the Giants in 2018, and they didn't cut ties with him until 2024. That's a solid 5 to 6 year run that they gave him. Davis was drafted in 2021. We haven't hit 4 years yet that he's been in the organization.
But it does tell you that maybe sooner rather than later or later rather than sooner, depending on how you look at these guys, that he still might have some. Joey Bart, at least here has shown signs that maybe he was worth where they drafted him, and maybe that's I'm just a little bit confused about their position on him, and I also wonder if let's say hypothetically that he has a great spring hitting the baseball. Is there any chance that he takes over as DH for Andrew McCutchen? I realize this is a nostalgic guy on the roster, all that stuff, but at some point you have to make way for the young kids, don't you? And what happens if that's the case and if he's not looked at as a number 2 catcher?
I don't think he'll ever supplant Andrew McCutchen as the DH here, and it's not just sentimental reasons. I think last year he proved that he still has something to give. There's still a little bit left in the tank. Now, that being said, I do not anticipate Andrew McCutchen to be playing more than 100 games this year, maybe 110. He's going to get his rest days. They're not going to try to overextend him because when they do, they run into troubles, as evidenced by in 2023 and a little bit in 24. It is in the team's interest, in his best interest, to rest him as much as possible and not overuse him, which is why I say that, I think Henry Davis, there is an opportunity for him to be on the big league roster from the outset, because if he catches 2 to 3 times a week and gets 1 or 2 DH starts, you're looking at anywhere between 3 to 5 starts a week, in theory, if the Pirates want to go that route. So I think, it's a good problem to have if Joey Bart has inserted himself into the equation like he has, alongside Henry Davis and Endy Rodriguez. I think what the Pirates really are doing right now is, hey, let the best man win. Let's put this as an open competition outside of Bart, figure out if one of these 2 guys really has it and can stick at the position, and if not, they can pivot from there and move them around if necessary. Those conversations, as far as I'm concerned, not taking place yet. But from the catching standpoint, they view both guys, Davis and Rodriguez, as catchers moving forward, and going to see what they have in them.
Interesting.
Man, we're talking to Andrew Destin from the Post-Gazette. A year and a half ago or so, or at least right before they drafted Skeens, Davis and Rodriguez were the top 2 prospects in the whole organization. And now they could both start in the minors. Why would Endy start in the minors? He can't find a spot?
No, it's more just, look at last year, right? He played, 10 games in the minors? Kudos to him for coming back from the elbow injury. The right elbow, kept him out most of all of 24. But the game action was relatively limited. The elbow looks good. He's throwing to the bases well. The swing looks fine. I think it's more so just a matter of you don't want to rush the guy, because we have to remember, Endy Rodriguez is only 24 years old. So if you introduce him to Major League game action from the outset and things don't go well, that can really, take a toll on a young man's confidence, who really hasn't appeared in that many big league games. I don't think it's a matter of, hey, the Pirates are giving up on Endy Rodriguez. I think we're several years away from that kind of a conversation. I think what this is more about is he needs some time, let him build it up in AAA, get him 100 at-bats or so, and allow him to come up at some point in May or June or whenever the Pirates need him, and he is the best version of himself, one who is hot, on a tear, can tear the cover off the ball, because we know that Endy Rodriguez is capable of that. At least he showed as much in the minor leagues. So I think it's more so that they are going to give him some time and not rush him, versus bring him up to the big leagues and have him focus solely on catching, get that sporadic playing time, and it kind of hampers the development of a guy who really still needs everyday catching reps.
It's your turn, Bob.
Okay. I want to talk about Brian Hayes then, because I know, Andrew, every year we expect things from him offensively, and it seems that it just doesn't happen because of this injury. This injury, is it one of those that will never get to the point where he is beyond it, or is it just one of those things that will pop up once in a while and really make it difficult for him to put together a complete season?
I think it's more so the latter. But I don't want to jump to conclusions and bet against anybody. That's not to suggest that Brian Hayes is going to be a 30-homer, 120 RBI guy moving forward. But I think what you're looking at is he is in a better spot in terms of managing his back. He looks to be in the best shape that we've seen him. And again, it's spring training, right? Best shape of your life talk in February. But he looks happy. He looks content. He looks pleased with the offseason work that he put in with the lower back, with the core issues. The two-hand follow-through on the swing is nothing to ignore. He has not done that at the major league or minor league level because he was limited physically, because he didn't feel confident enough that he could rotate that much and finish and follow through in that manner. So I look at it as, he may not be a 150-game starter. This isn't going to be an Ironman. He's not going to break any Cal Ripken Jr. records, but I think Brian Hayes can still be a contributor for this team. He still can be worth the contract that he is being paid, which on the surface was a bargain at the time, but maybe is proving to be more in line with what his value could be to this team. I really think the most important takeaway is not what Brian Hayes can do offensively moving forward. It's can he return to being a Gold Glove guy. Last year, he was an average defender. Jared Triolo, frankly, if you look at the advanced metrics, was just as good, if not better, defensively at third. So can Brian Hayes return to being that Gold Glove caliber guy? And then anything on the offensive side you get if he stays healthy is greatly appreciated.
Bob, may I engage Andrew in a game of free association?
It's always free. Yes.
It don't cost nothing. Andrew, let's go 5 words or less on these if you could. Are you ready?
Always.
Termarr Johnson, where does he start the season?
AA Altoona.
Where does he finish the season?
AAA Indianapolis.
What's his time of arrival in Pittsburgh?
Mid-2026 or late 2026.
Is he still as highly regarded as he was the day he was drafted?
Yes.
Does Bubba Chandler start the season in the rotation?
No.
When do we see him?
May or June.
And then what happens? Who comes out of the rotation, assuming they're all healthy? Who's the most logical? Who's the guy in the most danger of coming out of the rotation? Is the best way to phrase it.
Bailey Falter.
Do we start the season with Keller, Jones, Skeens, Falter, and Heaney?
Yes.
Might we see a 6-man rotation?
I wouldn't bet on it.
Who's going to be the setup guy to David Bednar? I'm assuming he's the closer automatically, yes?
Holderman, but maybe Nicholas.
Very interesting. DJ Stewart, is he going to be the first baseman? And if not, who is?
Yes. If not, then York.
Holy horse follicles.
Well, at least they're using prospects.
How about right field? Prospects. These guys are 30 years old,
all right,
Bob.
but I mean, people in their system. As opposed to bringing in a bunch of guys on a 1-year contract and signing them for $4 million and wasting the money.
I know. Who's going to be in right field, Andrew?
Reynolds.
I mean, what's the outfield across now?
Left field, it'll be Pham, Cruz, Reynolds.
That's right. Reynolds is in left. What do you think of Tommy Pham in right?
Yeah.
What do you think of Tommy Pham in left?
Could work. Need to see it.
If it doesn't,
need to see it.
If it doesn't,
try Sawinski, York, or Cook.
Dear God. How does Kiner Falefa look like an everyday shortstop to you?
Remains to be seen.
You're very high on Billy Cook, Ron's long-lost son. Why?
Position versatility, elite defender.
Bob, I have no further questions. Do you?
I would like to follow up on one of them, if you don't mind, Counselor.
Please.
And that would be, you asked about Kiner Falefa. What about Gonzalez? What is he? Is he a guy who is trending upwards? Do you think he could be a sustainable guy or not?
We don't have time for a long answer, Bob. I'm getting in trouble here.
You've already gone through. I understand
I know,
that,
but
you've
went
blown
short
the
answers.
clock management already. There's no shame. Okay, real quick, Andrew.
Yeah. Nick Gonzalez can certainly play shortstop in a pinch. I don't think he's an everyday guy there. He's best suited as an everyday second baseman, and he's improved a lot there. But I think his range with his size, he's just kind of limited to be an everyday shortstop.
Yes or no, Bednar going to regain his all-star form?
Yes.
Thank you, Andrew. I have no further questions.
Always a pleasure, guys. Thanks for talking.
Destiny's Child never, ever disappoints.
What a man he is, huh, Bob?
Yeah. I mean, he's very thorough. I like that about him. And
He's
I like,
good.
And, you know, there are things that we sit here and talk about that he's covering a team and he sees what they're doing. And that's what we want. We want insight about what they're thinking.
Yes.
But and there's a lot of it that I agree with. There's a ton of it I don't agree with, just because I don't know. I still think this lack of hitting is a problem, and I would go out of my comfort zone to try to acquire a bat somehow.
I heard you talking about Vladimir Guerrero the other
day.
day.
Well, I did that because it was a beautiful day and I was daydreaming, and I thought, this won't happen, but why not talk about it?
Well, what would have to
he's
happen?
25. Toronto can't figure out a way to sign him.
Yeah.
It's going to cost a lot.
Yeah.
But my point is, if you add even $50 million a year to your payroll, where does that take you? And I looked at all of them, and it's right in the middle of the pack, if that. It still might be 18 to 20.
What do you think?
You could afford it if you wanted to.
If you wanted. What do you think of Smizek's tweet about how 3 of those 5 guys desperately struggled down the stretch last year in their rotation.
Yeah, I think and maybe that's why they don't want to part with the guys in their system. But at some point, don't you have to do something for your offense, Joe? I could see them leading the league in one-run losses. That's how good I think the pitching can be. And if it is, you can see a lot of 3-2, 2-1, 4-3 games.
Bob, the lineup is a disaster. Why is anybody saying anything differently?
Well, I'm just saying.
It's a total disaster.
Which is why I'm talking about getting bats, whatever it would take to get bats.
By the way, I hope this is the case because he seems like a good guy, and he was really good here. But Joey Bart is 28 years old and has had 3 good months in the major leagues. Are we totally sold that he's an everyday catcher?
Well, they are.
As much as you can have one?
They are.
Are they?
Well, they said he's going to be their
He's
starting catcher.
going to be one of 2, they said, yeah.
So,
and then what?
They can only hope that he does have that kind of
I hope he does.
sustainability.
But all of Major League history tells me that when a guy comes up that late and at the age of 28 on his resume has 3 good months of baseball, that's certainly not a sure thing.
Well, look, they have potentially a hole there in terms of offense. First base, who knows what DJ Stewart's going to give you or anyone else. Horwitz when he comes back. Second base, shortstop, you don't have a lot of power there. Third base, you'd never know what you're going to get. What do you have in terms of guaranteed power?
You have one guy.
Do you know the Pirates have not had a 40 home run guy since
I do.
52 years ago?
I went up to Josh Bell's locker a million years ago and asked him about that, and it's still the case. I said,
in this day and age, people are hitting the ball everywhere, and the Pirates cannot get a guy who hits, 40, let alone 30.
Josh Bell almost hit 40 home runs in May that year. So I went up and basically said to him, listen, you're going to be the first guy since, 74, 72?
Yeah, Willie Stargell.
What year was it?
74.
I said, you're probably going to be this guy unless things go horribly wrong. Well, guess what, Bob? Things went horribly wrong.
They need power. They got to come up with it somewhere. Would you be okay with Vlad Guerrero? It doesn't matter the money. I mean, they got the money. If they want to do it,
Would I be okay with Vlad Guerrero?
What would he do to a lineup? It would put him right in the middle of it. It would
revolutionize
it.
What
would
Peterson.
It do for the fan base? What would it do for the talk?
That's been my whole point with this offseason is for a fan base that's starving, all you needed was a breadcrumb, and we didn't even get that.
Yeah.
We didn't even get that. Jock Peterson would have been treated like Babe Ruth had come to town. You would have had people staking out the airport practically for the guy, and you just put him in at cleanup, but no, not even that. Anywho, Bob, coming up at the top of the hour, we're going to take a trip into Carter country. How do you like that? Chris Carter from the Post-Gazette. Things are brewing here at Pitt. I don't think Jeff Capel's in danger, but man, what is happening with the 2 flagship programs over there? And what is new athletic director Alan Green in position to do, even if he wanted to make changes in either place? These are dire times for Pitt's 2 main programs, football and men's basketball. Just a horrendous
and
loss.
I would also argue it's bad for overall college athletics, the way things have been allowed to get out of complete control, because you even have teams in the Big Ten with all these television monies they bringing in are still losing money because of all the things involved with buyouts, with NIL, it's crazy what's going on. And trying to support the whole other part of the athletic equation on all these campuses, all these other teams that need revenue to travel where they're supposed to travel, it's sucking the life out of a lot of the big programs and the money.
We'll talk about that next. 412-928-9370. Andrew was on the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Let's talk about Gina Giampetro. Roseanne needed to sell her home in Ross Township after hearing about Gina on the radio. Perhaps she heard her on this show or about her. She contacted Gina to learn more about her options. Roseanne said Gina was straightforward, always able to answer any questions, and helped her set a realistic asking price for her home, which is always important. And because of Gina's expert knowledge of the local real estate market, she was able to sell Roseanne's home in less than a week. Gina will sit down with you. You agree on a price and a deadline. Deadline passes. Home isn't sold. Gina will have it bought and turned into a rental. Call the only agent I would trust if I needed to sell my home in Pittsburgh, Gina Giampetro of RE/MAX Select Realty. Call Gina, 724-602-9752. Google G.M. Petro of Remax Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The first Skeens day of the year will have to wait as the Pirates have announced that their game against the Philadelphia Phillies has officially been canceled due to inclement weather, as Skeens was scheduled to start today. More 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan is taking a look back at our last 15 years with 93.7 The Fan's 15th anniversary. Like the time Ron Cook got his celebrities confused.
Eric, I thought about who you reminded me of in the TV business.
Who's that?
Ron Jeremy. I've stunned silence here.
Yeah.
Nobody else watches Anchorman?
93.7 The Fan's 15th anniversary. Brought to you by New Flow Men's Health, Pittsburgh's leader in ED treatment. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fast, fun, and easy. Beyond Lincoln. Beyond Lincoln, Monroeville. BeyondLincoln.com.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. One of the most disappointing stories of the NBA season has to be the Philadelphia 76ers. Think about it. They had Joel Embiid coming off a gold medal performance at the Paris Olympics. Tyrese Maxey signed a long-term extension, and they landed perennial all-star Paul George to help them finally get past the second round of the playoffs. The result, a team that is near the bottom of the NBA standings and an offseason where major changes feel necessary. I'm Maggie Gray.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Right now, get up to a $15 gift card after rebate when you purchase select Superstart batteries exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Ground Advantage shipment. Just left the warehouse and hitting the road.
I know. Just got the notification.
Great. Smooth sailing so far. I'm almost there.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Made it. Safe and sound.
I know.
Well, did you know I was with USPS the whole time?
Oh, yeah. I know.
Keep your business in the know with USPS Ground Advantage service. Visit USPS.com/in-the-know.
Clouds and sun this afternoon, the high 51.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Robert Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today.
Alon, 36 monthly, 10,000 miles per year. Must qualify HMFC Tier 1 through 2. Tucson and Santa Fe. Must finance HMF low APR Tier 1 through 2. Plus tax acquisition fee, title plates, and fee. All buyers are qualifying. Stock units only. 1%, 131.25.
Start the year in a new Hyundai at Mike Camlin Hyundai. Lease the new 2025 Hyundai Elantra SEL Sport for just $199 a month. Or the new 2025 Hyundai Tucson or Santa Fe. Both available with 1.99% financing. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Camlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
I'm approaching the age where I'm going to start getting my clothes the same place I get my groceries.
Angela Johnson-Reyes, the family reunion tour.
I can't keep shopping at the same stores I used to shop at. Like Forever 21. No, you're not. Turns out that was a lie.
See Angela Johnson-Reyes live on stage in Pittsburgh. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel, Rodden, and Breslin, attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You know what pain is? There's two different types of pain. There's mental pain and it's physical pain. You know what revenge is.
Revenge is when somebody hurts you and you get them back. That's revenge. Revenge is when you sick the dog on them. Let them go bite them. They got you into that accident. Let the dog go bite them. Top Dog's his name. He's out for top dollar. Out to get him back. He's out for top dollar. Trying to erase that mental pain. Turn it into money. Trying to erase that physical pain. Turn it into money. Medical malpractice, car accidents. You make the call. Top Dog Law.
Did you know the laser hair therapy program at New Image Hair Clinic can preserve and regrow hair for 87% of clients who qualify? Here's Cookie Harris to explain.
New Image's HPRP program is a hair preservation and regrowth program that combines the best of laser technology, vitamins, and nutraceutical products to give your hair the optimal chance of survival and regrowth.
Go to newimagehairclinic.com or call 800-514-HAIR and see if you qualify for the FDA-approved HPRP Hair Preservation and Regrowth Program.
Don't waste your time or money on solutions that don't work. We've been restoring hair for over 60 years. Call us first.
See if you qualify for HPRP. Certain restrictions may apply. Call 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com. That's 800-514-4247 for your free evaluation.
T-Mobile 5G home internet keeps getting better. Get our fastest connection loaded with benefits. Get T-Mobile's best home internet starting at $55 a month with auto pay and any voice line. Plus, Price Lock. We won't raise your rate on internet. Check availability at T-Mobile.com/home internet.
Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Guarantees regular monthly rate plan price of fixed wireless 5G internet data with qualifying service. After $15 bill credit with postpaid voice line plus $5 a month without auto pay with debit or bank account. Regulatory fees included for qualifying accounts. $35 connection charge applies. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Sports. Back to Bob Fabiani and Joe Starkey, the Pomp and Joe Show.
Hey, I'll take it.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Along with Austin Bechtel behind the glass, it's the Pomp and Joe Show here on a Monday. We've had an engaging conversation so far about the Pirates and their intentions going into this with Andrew Destin of the Post-Gazette. We've also talked about Albert Breer's report concerning the Steelers being one of 4 teams interested in Matthew Stafford. For my money, I'm going to throw in the Vikings, just because I think they're a team that could use a quarterback of that caliber for this year coming up. I look at them as a contender. They were last year. And so Joe Matthew Stafford is one of those guys who can help a team like the Vikings. Although the Steelers, the Browns, the Giants, the Raiders are all teams looking for quarterbacks, I still think tomorrow when Omar Khan speaks at the Combine that I don't know that we're going to get many specific answers about any of this other than there is a need to improve their team. What would you expect him to say when asked about the quarterback situation? If you asked that question, what do you think Omar would ask, how he would answer?
Not much is what I would say. You know, they're on the record basically as, at least Art is, as saying he thinks the starting quarterback is internal right now. I'm sure he's going to say we're open to any and all options. I just don't know if Matthew Stafford has several suitors. Would you rather play for Kevin O'Connell in that offense or for Mike Tomlin and Artie Smith in this offense? Would you rather have Justin Jefferson, Jefferson and Jordan Addison, or George Pickens?
That's why I think the Vikings make better sense, only because they're in it right now. They're debating whether or not they should give Darnold big money or J.J. McCarthy. They could also make J.J. McCarthy part of a trade if they want, or they could just say, look, we're going to go 2 years with him, and you'll eventually get your shot, not unlike what Jordan Love had to go through, or for that matter, Aaron Rodgers under Brett Favre. So that to me is a position, because it's a little bit in flux and they need it, despite all their talent they have, they're in a position to win now. He would give them the best chance, I think, of all the quarterbacks out there.
The Steelers?
No.
Or the Vikings? Yeah. I mean, I think he would give a lot of teams their best chance.
But, I mean, don't you think the Vikings are closer than any of these teams mentioned?
Yeah, they're already there. They just won.
That's what I'm saying. That's why it's the one move that I think would help them a lot.
50-minute mark brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Chris Carter of the Post-Gazette coming up, top of the hour, and I'm going to ask him about Pitt things, Bob. He's also well-versed on Steelers, on a bunch of stuff. He's very good, Chris Carter. NFL draft, yes. He's great on. But Pitt, what do we make of this situation right now? Alan Green is the new athletic director. He was on this station, I believe, with Pat Bostic maybe 3 weeks ago. And he said that football and men's basketball represent the, quote, front porch of the university. Bob, if that's the case, a renovation might be in order of the front porch here. Jeff Capel looks to be headed for his 6th NCAA tournament miss in 7 years. Horrible game the other day. And we know the state of Pitt football right now. I think all you need to know is that since the day Pat Narduzzi signed his new contract that will last forever or until 2030, whichever comes first, he's 16-19 against major college competition, including 10-14 in the ACC. So here's the dilemma, Bob, that I want to ask you about as I see it. Both these guys are signed through 2030. Capel, quote, at least that long, based on the statement the school made when they signed him. The buyout for Narduzzi is said to be prohibitive. There seems to be some confusion whether Capel has a buyout or whether you just owe him the rest of his contract if you got rid of him. Either way, they would owe him tons of money. Mm-hmm. Pitt does not seem to be in a position right now where they can go throwing around money for coaches who aren't working for them. You may have heard the $240 million Victory Heights project has become a little bit of an issue. And they're paying Narduzzi and Capel a combined $11 million. And this was the reason Green was hired, I think. They need to make bigger and better strides in terms of paying athletes. So Pitt is under a lot of financial stress right now, which means that Alan Green, even if he wanted to move on from one of these guys, might be prohibited from doing so, to which I would ask, why have an athletic director then? Thoughts?
Well, totally. I mean, that's the problem with these long-term contracts and the money that you have to pay to get out of them. I still go back to West Virginia. I think they held on to their head coach one final year before they got rid of Brown, just because, Neil Brown, the buyout was big and it was lesser 1 year later. So they figured wait 1 year and save money. When you're in this position, there's not much you can do. Given the fact that they've already said they're looking at $20 million in NIL funding. Well, where is that going to come from? Who's going to be willing to do it of the people who support the program? Knowing that the buyout would be probably a lot more than that on either of these guys, who's going to come up with that money? You just can't do it, so they're kind of stuck in this situation.
Well, here's the dilemma. Based on what you just said, the people who have to open their checkbooks to pay for the buyout, maybe, or
are the
help,
same people who
are
have
the
to
same
fund the
people,
NIL.
right?
Right.
So would they be? If you keep these coaches, are those people going to say to themselves, checkbook closed, I'll open it if you get new coaches? It's a financial dilemma either way. Either you have to pay these enormous buyouts or you have to risk alienating your main donors. And I'm not positive that's the case at all. I'm just saying that would be a risk. And I imagine some people who help fund Pitt athletics are getting real tired of the product on the field and on the court.
And normally there are just a handful of guys who have the kind of cash and bling to make that happen. And they may get tired of doing it that way. Some of these other places, go down to Alabama in football, they have a ton of people who are willing to contribute to it. So it makes their margin for error a little bigger when it comes to these sorts of things. I don't know where they go, and I don't know what kind of power Alan Green has. Like, can he do it? He needs someone to help him do it. He could be a great fundraiser, but you better figure out how to solve some of your debts first before you can fundraise, because you can't do both. You can't ask people to help in projects and then go back to them and say, we need to get money available for this and that, whatever.
Players or buy. I mean, it's just it doesn't seem like a great financial situation. It seems like he might be in a bind. My guess is he would want to move on from Narduzzi, based on Alan Green's history when he moved on from Gus Malzahn, for example. He had, granted, maybe different expectations in the SEC, but he moved on from him with a better record than Narduzzi. I just think he's stuck right now. Chris Carter, who's coming on from the Post-Gazette here at noon, Bob, tells me he doesn't think Pitt would be in position to move on from either guy financially until after the 2027 season.
That's right. It's lesser of a burden if you wait. But then if you wait, what are you going to do here in terms of trying to replenish the program with people who could come in and make a difference?
I don't know.
It's a really difficult situation to try to analyze. And again, did you hear the comments of Tony Bennett, of Virginia, how he says, I'm not made to do this. He goes, I totally respect athletes who get paid. They should. But this thing is completely out of control.
Right. I wish Tony Bennett had come to that conclusion before he quit on his team right before a season.
I understand.
But I get
what
it.
I'm saying is you hear that a lot now, and it is out of control. Now, here's one way to make this happen, Joe. If you believe that you're stuck, you ask both Pat Narduzzi and Jeff Capel to contribute to the NIL with their own personal money. We're paying you $3-4 million, whatever it is, a year. You give back $1 million to help us out here, or we kind of restructure things. I don't know. Is it possible to do that?
I have not heard of that.
Can they do that?
That's almost beyond my scope of imagination. You're asking a guy to give back a third of it.
I'm asking you for ideas. These are the people who are begging people out there to support their program.
Find the money.
Find the money. They can contribute some of the money.
Ask the people who are funding your athletic department, what would you rather pay for here? Buyouts or athletes? Like what are your priorities? You know what I mean?
I'm saying if what Chris says is true and they're not in any position to change in 2 years, get the head coaches to fund some of their own problems.
I can't imagine that.
They won't do it. I get it, but I'm just asking for ideas to come up with the cash. How do you do it? If you tell Jeff Capel or Pat Narduzzi, look, at some point we're going to have to part ways here because we can't. You can extend this and give yourself more of an opportunity if you help us bring in the kind of people you need.
If I'm Jeff Capel, I would say no thanks. Taking a third of my salary, you'll just pay me to leave. That's what I'll take. I'll take your money.
You're probably right.
I don't know.
What else would you do?
I do agree that you have to be creative. I don't know. It's a bind. That's the whole topic. They're in a bind because of Heather Lyke.
I think it goes beyond Heather Lyke. I think it's
who signed those guys through 2030.
Well, I mean, you have to get approval, don't you?
Okay, then put it on Patrick Gallagher. Then
I guess. I mean, it can't just be one person deciding, I'm going to write this check. Here you go. We're going to get in. There's a board of directors. There's a lot of things involved in this.
Okay, but Heather Lyke was the driving force between.
Yes,
for both of those contracts,
but someone still has
and
to
for
sign
Victory
off.
Heights, I might add.
But she's not the only one.
I know.
There are a lot of people involved in that who thought it was a good idea and they can get it done. Now,
your athletic director is the one who's pushing for it, though, selling it.
But someone has to agree to it. Has more power than she does.
Okay, then put it on Patrick Gallagher.
I'm just saying.
Well, who's it on?
I don't know.
It's on one of those two.
It's on, but there's a board that has to decide on this too. If a board decides this is not good for us, we ultimately, the board of directors in any of these organizations, have a big say. They need votes to.
Okay, then we answered our own question. Your own question there is it's up to the board of directors moving forward. What are they prioritizing?
And how do you do it?
If indeed that's the way it works
not
over
just
there.
prioritizing.
I'm not letting Heather Lyke
I'm not trying to, but I'm saying if you're going to pin it all on her, you would be wrong. There's other people's involved. Other people are involved who have to okay a lot of this. You can't just come in and say, do you think Andrew Green right now, if he wanted to, can just say, I'm going to get rid of everyone here, we're going to pay? Do you think the board of directors
because of what Heather Lyke did.
Okay, but again, someone has to approve even what his next move is.
When the athletic director makes a great move, a great hire, do we credit the athletic director or the board of directors?
I understand how. I'm just telling you, there is a chain of command that has to be respected.
I get that. I do, but it would be very unusual, for example, if this guy, if they didn't know him, who knows how much, and Alan Green, as a new athletic director, said, I want to fire Pat Narduzzi. Let's say Narduzzi had 3 years left. It would be very unusual for the board to say, no, you can't do that.
Would you be interested to find out, because I don't know the answer to this, how many years Alan Green got? Because if you're going to come here knowing this is the exact situation you find yourself, I would think that I'd need more years to get it done, and I would have to imagine he has a long-term contract. Does he?
I don't know.
We could ask Chris.
We'll ask Chris Carter that. We'll ask Chris Carter all of this. Would you move on from either or both coaches right now if it weren't for the buyouts?
Probably yes.
Both?
Probably yes. It's just been time, I don't know how. when Kevin Stallings, you knew that wasn't going anywhere quickly, and they had to do something about it, and they did. They bought him out. I have a lot of respect for both guys. I think they know football a lot, but I also know that we talk about coaches all the time, and whether or not the time is now, I don't see how this changes much in the next several years.
Citibank, would you move on from one or both right now?
I mean, it's got to be a consideration, but with the financial ramifications.
No financial ramifications. Would you move on from both if there were none?
I would give Capel another year.
I'm sort of inclined to go with limits there. I would give Capel.
Narduzzi?
Narduzzi would be done for me. First of all, this basketball season, although it's careening like every other sports season we've had around here lately, pro and college, it's still too early to say it's a failure. There's still the ACC tournament, things like that. I might give Capel one more year, but Narduzzi I would have moved on from already, the way West Virginia did with Neil Brown. I would have. And Narduzzi's done more than him, I get it, but I mentioned the record since he signed his new deal. I think what's keeping him around is the financial ramifications.
So what do you do then if you're Andrew Green?
What can you do?
Well,
You focus on NIL. That's why he was hired.
You have the same roadblocks that everyone here would have. How many people continue to fund it? How many can you recruit new people to fund this stuff?
That's his job. He better do that. That's why he was brought in to convince donors how to spend.
It's an elite fundraising job is what it's become. It's a general manager overseeing money.
There's literal general managers all over college.
It has to take on a professional look now.
Yes.
With probably collective bargaining, with all the things.
Sure.
So we'll see.
Yes, we will, Bob. Perhaps we won't see any coaching changes in the near future. Limits, are you okay in there? You seem somewhat traumatized.
No, I'm doing wonderful. I think it's just traumatizing for Pitt fans right now to hear this conversation with their teams going nowhere.
It might be.
I mean, listen, if they do the right thing, coach guys up, get guys who wouldn't have, there are ways to become better. I'm not thinking that can't happen. It just, in order to compete at the highest level here in these conferences, you're going to need star players, and they cost, and they will also go out and re-recruit themselves.
They need money. They need either to open the purse strings for people who are already contributing, find new contributors, just find a way to compete. I mean, there's two sides of NIL. One is it's horrible for college sports. The other side is in college football, suddenly a team like SMU comes out of nowhere and wins. Suddenly a team like Vanderbilt, through the transfer portal, goes from 2-10 to going to a bowl game for the first time in almost a decade. It also led, in my opinion, to increased parity, Bob, and can give teams that normally wouldn't have a chance. Look at the SEC last year. Wouldn't you think that Alabama, they went nowhere last year? There was tons of parity in college football.
And that's a good thing. I have no problem. But I think it still makes it difficult. You got to figure out ways to come up with money, and it's never easy in this day and age.
No doubt. And that's why they hired him. Figure it out.
All right. We'll see.
Think.
Yeah.
Let's talk to Chris Carter next. He and Stephen Thompson at the Post had a great piece after Heather Lyke was fired on Pitt's financial situation. We'll talk to him next. First, I want to tell you about the Good Feet stores. For many years, I had issues with the joints of my big toes. I've told you that. And like a lot of foot problems, undiagnosed, you don't know what's going on here. They told me I had gout. I was certainly eating and drinking enough at the time to have gout, but I didn't have it. I still don't know what I have. What I do know is that the pain lessened when I went to the Good Feet store. I went to the one in Robinson Town Center across from IKEA. There's one in Cranberry Township, Route 19 North, next to Walgreens. There's one in Morgantown at the Suncrest Town Center. It's all about the Good Feet Foot Arch support system, designed around your feet, your shoes. You don't have to go out and get new shoes, anything like that. And, man, it worked for me. It could work for you. The pain could lessen whether you're suffering from plantar fasciitis, needles in your heel, pain and burning in the balls of your feet. It's quitting time out there, past quitting time for people with New Year's resolutions. Well, maybe you can keep up a resolution or just start a new walking regimen without quitting for a reason a lot of people do. My feet hurt. Come on in. Try the Good Feet feeling today. You can head to goodfeet.com or go to one of the stores. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store.
Now, fan Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
According to Tom Pelissero, it's currently uncertain if Cam Ward, Miami's quarterback, will throw at the Combine, but Jackson Dart of Ole Miss, Jalen Milroe of Alabama, Notre Dame's Riley Leonard all will throw. Shadur Sanders, though, is only going to go through the interview portion at the Combine. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Hello, I'm expecting high temperatures to hit the 50s in most places today. It'll be the warmest in more than 3 weeks. Afternoon skies will be partly cloudy with winds of around 10 miles an hour coming in out of the southwest. Noon temperatures will be in the mid to low 40s. Our next rain chance comes tomorrow morning with temperatures remaining above average through Thursday. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey guys, it's Mulsey, and we talk a lot about sports together, right? And so we're talking about pro athletes. And what do you know about pro athletes? They train constantly, all the time, to try to perform better on the field or the court or the ice. However, I have a question for you. What if you could improve your performance in the bedroom, no training required? I'm talking about Blue Chew. Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, and at a fraction of the cost, and they're in chewable form. If you don't like swallowing pills, you don't have to. Plus, since Blue Chew is an online prescription service, you're not dealing with one of those awkward conversations or trips to the doctor's office. No, Blue Chew ships direct to your front door in discreet packaging, and because no two guys are the same, the licensed medical providers are going to work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
Join Lamont on March 13th for a 5-course wine dinner. Prosciutto wrap mozzarella, gnocchi calabrese, Mediterranean branzino, steak pizzola, and baked Alaska bomb, paired with amazing wines. For reservations, visit LamontPittsburgh.com or 412-431-3100.
Now's the time to get into your brand new Jeep at South Hills Chrysler, Jeep Dodge Ram in Peters Township. Get great deals on the entire lineup. 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee starting at $239 a month for 27 months. South Hills Chrysler, Jeep.net. See dealer for details.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
At the Home Depot, it's our business to support yours. Partner with your go-to source for building your business. We can help you streamline your operations by supplying the whole job from start to finish. Any questions? Our Pro Desk is ready to answer the call with supply sourcing, custom orders, large equipment rentals, and more. Elevate your efficiency and take on more projects with the partner you can trust. The Home Depot. How pros get more done.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
That broken old piano that's been taking up space in your basement since who knows when. We can help with that. 2 men and a junktruck.com.
2 men and a junk truck.
The Mitsubishi deals are sweeter at Jim Shorkey.
Remaining 24 Outlanders up to $9,000 off. Both Outlander and Eclipse Cross come with 0% financing.
And you'll feel the love when you receive up to 125% of KBB for your trade. Stop by for an instant, no obligation appraisal.
Your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. Shop them both at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing on select models with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
It's Nicholas Eric Callis from the Fan Morning Show. And guess what I'm doing again? Baseball drills. When it's nice outside, I'll take batting practice, do fielding drills, base running drills, and I've worked on my pitching mechanics as well. All of this is going to help me play in a big exhibition baseball game coming up in June, and Awaken 180 has been a big help. Dropping 50 pounds with Awaken 180 is changing everything. So much so that when I looked in the mirror this past week, I was able to see my waistline. My body used to be just clouded by fat, and now it's all being reduced. I can only hope that my experiences can be inspirational for you, but the most important experience is going to be your experience when you make the call, get the consultation, and lose the weight that's been holding you back. I had to stop being stubborn, and I had to get help that I never thought I needed. Now it's your turn. Give them a call, 844-346-1800. That's 844-346-1800. Or go online for your free consultation at awaken180weightloss.com. That's awaken180weightloss.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania.
Sticking to the fundamentals and not wavering from a game plan is a great philosophy for football and banking. For nearly 160 years, that's been the winning strategy behind PNC's approach to helping their customers live their best financial lives and their communities be their most brilliant. Locally, dedicated PNC teams are in formation to help fans receive sound and reliable personalized financial advice to get them across the goal line. Because as they see it, a win for them is a win for the Pittsburgh community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association member, FDIC.
Guardian Protection is celebrating 75 years of keeping homes and businesses safe. With this big anniversary, right now you can buy one Guardian camera and get the second for just 75 cents. That's right, add another camera for just pocket change. Guardian cameras offer HD video, motion alerts, and two-way audio, so you're always connected and in control. Protect your property with smarter security and enjoy total peace of mind. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to grab this limited time anniversary offer. New customers only. Terms and conditions apply.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt Hoops dropped a game at Notre Dame that could potentially end all hopes of the Panthers making the NCAA tournament after making it 2 years ago but not making it a season ago. 76-72 was the final. Panthers will play tomorrow against Georgia Tech back at the Pete. 7 o'clock tip-off, 6:30 pregame coverage will begin. More 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Chris Carter of the Post-Gazette joins us next.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Good talk radio.
Great. All right. Thank you.
Now, more Pomp and Joe Show.
Absolutely.
Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Limits, why don't you just tell everybody what you told me, because I think people might be interested.
Tickets, baby, tickets. Tickets. You want to go to the Faniversary event?
Tickets.
It's Wednesday, coming up in just 2 days. Dan Zangrilli is currently at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union's newest location in Scott Township. He's there until 1 o'clock, so go out and see Dan and get your tickets.
Zangrilli lays, da-da-da-da-da. You like that song, Bob?
I like that song.
I love you.
Yes. Let's talk to Chris Carter from the Post-Gazette. he covers all kinds of things. You want to go to Chris for draft cover, NFL draft coverage.
And there he is.
Pitt things, Steeler things. You can check him out right now, 937thefan.com on our YouTube page, which you should subscribe to. It don't cost nothing. Hello, Chris.
What's up, guys? I also grade singing, and Joe, please stop.
Thank you. Don't quit my day job is what you're trying to say?
Yes.
Here we go,
yes,
Chris.
Sir, very much so.
I emailed you recently on the situation at Pitt, the dilemma that Bob and I were just talking about, which is even if new athletic director Alan Green wanted to move on from Pat Narduzzi and or Jeff Capel, is he constrained by the money they would have to pay to move on from both of those guys? You told me a few weeks back that it's your understanding that it would be probably prohibitive until after 2027 to move on. Is that right? Tell us about that.
So here's the thing. Both coaches have contracts that go to 2030. Not to the start of the 2030, but the 29-2030 season. And Jeff Capel's extension just got signed this past summer. So you're talking about whatever buyout it was. I think it was reported to be a $15 million buyout before that extension. It's definitely higher now by a lot. Pat Narduzzi's buyout is significant. And all of this is tied to articles that we've written in the Post-Gazette about Victory Heights, about the money situation that Heather Lyke had left them in, all while the university is trying to find money to reach the House settlement on NIL money, which is going to allow them to spend to get $20 million in NIL money, but they need to find that money. And so you have those financial issues in NIL spending. You have trying to pay off this new facility that's not housing any of the teams that make you money. And you're trying to figure out how you're going to move forward with your coaches. And so if Pitt was able to fire either Jeff Capel or Pat Narduzzi and afford that buyout, they then also have to afford good coaches to replace them, most of their staff probably as well. And that would put them even more behind the eight ball right now, where they're trying to find money just to build competitive teams. That's why I just think it's unlikely that either are being moved on from for at least another 2 seasons.
So that paints kind of a bleak picture if you believe they need change, because, and I totally agree with that. If you're going to attract the kind of coach who has to come in here after either of these guys leaves, it's going to cost you probably even more with a bigger buyout. So you're dealing with all sorts of money. So the question then, Chris, is where do they get the money? And I know for a fact that they do not have as deep a pockets when it comes to all these boosters. There are a lot of them who want to help Pitt, but they're not going to be willing to give the kind of money necessary to do it. So where do they go from here? What does Alan Green do in terms of trying to find new avenues for money? Because I don't know how many there are, but they're not enough to compete with some of the bigger schools around the country.
I think it's going to require business partnerships. I think it's going to require, tapping into the things that helped him. He helped raise Buffalo's NIL money or fundraising money when he was there. He raised their money from Auburn when they got hit with the with COVID-19 and their numbers dropped. He got them back up into and above where they were before the COVID numbers. He's shown the ability to basically build a package that says, hey, donors, you want to commit more money to this stuff to make this work. But a serious question that I have moving forward is Pitt's reality that it's just going to be very hard. Even if Alan Green does a good job and does increase funding, everybody's increasing funding right now. And you look at these SEC teams, these Big Ten teams, these TV contracts, the ACC is just at a disadvantage. Let's just call it what it is. I think it may require Pitt needing to consolidate its NIL funds towards making one great program. And it doesn't mean fully abandon one or the other, but competing in football is very hard when it comes to spending and being able to outspend teams. And even when you hit the jackpot as far as high school recruitings, like Sincere Edwards, really good 4-star defensive end, started a lot of games this year. He's out. Why? He's going to get paid somewhere else, and other teams can always buy you out. So if you're looking at what's easy to build, it's something that I've wondered for a while. Would it behoove Pitt to say, you know what? we're going to still have money in football, but maybe put more of the balance to being a basketball school and saying, you know what, we're just going to pay to get like that way you can afford a Malik Thomas. You don't lose them to programs like Arkansas. You put all your money into being a basketball school. You can build elite roster, and then that's your calling card. Football, you stay kind of just okay. You kind of toe the line. But if you try to make a leap in basketball, maybe that's what you need to do. But the bottom line is right now, Pitt does not have the money behind it to go compete with the big dogs when they're recruiting both in the transfer portal and in high school. And I think the answer right now would be consolidating and figuring out where you can be the best with the money that you have. But Alan Green has a long way ahead of him to try to build up those funds and keep this university moving forward.
Chris Carter from the Post-Gazette. He is on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Chris, how much discontent are you sensing among Pitt donors regarding Narduzzi and or Capel?
I'm getting a sense that people are a little worried that Pitt's going to be stuck in the mud that they are right now. When you look at either team, both teams, I mean, it's just eerily similar, right? Like Joe, you and I were talking about both of their early seasons when Pitt football starts 7-0, and it's like, man, like they could be in the conversation to make the college football playoffs, and then they lose 6 straight to end the season. And then Pitt basketball's 12-2 to start the season, and there's bracketologists I'm talking to that said, hey, they're like a lock to be a 5 seed right now. They just need to not blow it. And now they've blown it, and they've gone, and now they're not even in bubble talks anymore. And the only way I can see them making the NCAA tournament is winning the ACC tournament like NC State did, and that would just be a miraculous run. That would be its own right. So if you're looking at donors, the only thing that you can say right now, if you're Alan Green, if you're like, hey, look, you see what these other teams are dealing with. Look at Pitt's roster and how it's constructed. You got international guys like Papa Conte, Amsel Dolic. You have the twins, the Diaz-Graham twins. None of those guys need NIL money because they're international guys. So that's money that you're saving up on. But still, Ishmael Leggett's a guy from Rhode Island. Zach Austin's a guy from High Point. Jalen Lowe is like the one legit 4-star U.S. NIL guy that you spend on and get. Pitt basketball isn't fully. It's still trying to manage what they're doing with NIL money. And so if you're a donor and if Alan Green's trying to sell to donors, he's got to be like, hey, look, this is what we're competing with. If you want these consistent teams, these other teams, they're winning in transfer portal. They're stealing guys from top tier programs that are leaving because they feel like they're not getting enough time. That's what Pitt needs to get more of. And I think I think donors are understanding that, but it's just frustrating to see both Pitt football and Pitt basketball fall off cliffs after great starts to their season.
Yeah, especially, I would say, well, both. But I had a feeling that there were going to be some bumps in the road for the football team, Chris. The basketball team, because it is a field of 68, I'm thinking they still can figure out a way to do it. But now I think that's over, short of winning an entire.
Yeah.
So, in this offseason coming up, I don't know how they go out and get the kind of people necessary. How do they do it, knowing that if you're really going to get the kind of kids, I was looking at NIL numbers of some of the just names that you would recognize. We're talking about $2 to $3 million for one. Where do they come up with that money now, though? Who do they go after? Because I know a lot of the guys who used to fund the athletic program now have used that money to go and specifically try to get different guys. But also the other side of that occurs is that if you put money into a player and that player gets involved in some trouble, it's a bad look for the guy who's giving the money up. And what do they get in return anyway, other than saying they're helping the university? Do they get anything? The people who are giving the NIL money?
So you might get nice seats, you'll get agreements, you'll get opportunities to kind of be there and see the players and things like that. And I think that's something that Pitt's actually developing. I think there's been a lack of overall programming that's enticed people to commit more money in NIL over the past few years. But I think in the last year or so, we've started to see that improve. I think that was something that Heather Lyke was trying to work on towards the end of her tenure with Pitt. But that's something that I think Alan Green is working on right now, from what I understand, as far as options like that, guys like Pat Bostic trying to build up things that could attract more donors to get more to put in more money. And I think that's what you also have to look at, is that look, if you want Pitt to at least win the Pittsburgh recruits, you got to be able to contend with the big dogs at least a little bit for money. And to you guys' point, if they go and get one guy, they're spending a ton of money there. Will they be able to build around a roster around them? It's well, bottom line is they need to at least be able to get some of those guys.
It's easier. It's easier in basketball, right, compared to football. You need a lot.
Much easier in basketball, and that's what I'm saying. Like, it might take Pitt as an athletic department saying, you know what, we're putting all our chips into basketball, because the money that Pitt football spends on all the different transfer guys they get and keeping guys like Eli Holston and Desmond Reed and all of the Sharks, you pile that up in a big pile, you might be able to go get a Malik Thomas. You might be able to go get a 5-star player who can just change the game for you. And I think that's what Pitt's missing right now. I think Jalen Lowe has had really good times at points this year, but they haven't had that killer, that guy that's tough and that's a leader, like Blake Hinson last year, like Jamarius Burton 2 years ago. And I think Jeff Cable did a great job finding those diamonds in the rough in the transfer portal and making it work. You look at Rick Pitino at St. John's right now, guys. He's got all transfer portal guys. He said we didn't even bother looking at high school recruits because that's not what today is about. And I think that's what Pitt has to be ready for, is if you want to win big, you got to spend big in the transfer portal.
Man, I have been watching St. John's, and they are a lot of fun to watch, Chris. But let's switch to football, because that's another one of your specialties, is the NFL draft. So I have a two-part question. One,
sure,
would you part with your first-round pick to get Matthew Stafford, or your second-round pick? That's A. And then B, if not, who would you be targeting if you were the Steelers at pick number, what are they at, 22? 21. Who would you be targeting?
So your first question, no, I'm not interested in trading a first rounder for Matt Stafford. I get that people want a big name quarterback to come to town. I don't think that that's the answer for the Steelers right now. I think the answer right now for the Steelers is they've been saying, hey, they brought in Andy Weidl. They want to build to be like the Eagles. They want a dominant offensive front, dominant defensive front, aggressive playmakers on both sides of the ball, and then have a solid quarterback. Like Jalen Hurts did a great job in the Super Bowl, but let's not make any mistakes. He's not in the elite tier. He's in that very good tier quarterbacks. But I think that that's where the Steelers are trying to get to, is like, look, sign Justin Fields. Don't break the bank in doing so. And then when you do that, you spend this first-round pick on a defensive tackle. This is a really great defensive tackle class. I personally like Kenneth Grant. I don't know if he's going to be there at 21 because his name is getting pushed higher and higher up lists, and I expect him to just blow out the competition here at the Combine. But there's still plenty of other guys that are first-round talented, worthy guys that could be difference makers on the defensive line. And to me, that's the pace that you need to be on right now. The Steelers right now, I see them. They have the potential to set the stage the way that Kevin Colbert did for Ben Roethlisberger in the early 2000s. When they drafted Ben Roethlisberger, they had a dominant offensive line, a really good run game, a couple playmakers on offense, and a nasty, aggressive, physical defense. And then Ben Roethlisberger came in, and all he had to do was be just the occasional playmaker and not make the big mistakes, and the Steelers would be a really good team. That's what I think they need to get to right now. But I don't think they're there yet. But there's an opportunity that if they hit on the D-line, they continue to develop the O-line this year, and I think they need to add a young wide receiver, maybe a young corner, and they put those units together. There's a chance that by next season, they'll be ready to make that aggressive move to go get a quarterback that fits that team and then become a much better contender than they have been.
I agree with that strategy all along. I've said it. I think Fields is the natural guy to bring here. So my question to you would be, I still think that there is an opportunity for him to take his level of play upward. I'm talking about being decisive in the pocket, being better in the pocket. Mm-hmm. Do you see that with him? And if it doesn't work, okay, fine. You don't invest a whole bunch of money in the quarterback next year. You could readdress the whole situation. Do you see the ability maybe to take it to another level in his game?
I do. And I said this like when he was playing his first 6 games last year. I was like, look, he's doing some really good things, but there's still that extra level of just quarterback vision and knowing where your offense is that I think that he could just get a little bit sharper at. And if he does, it opens up so many other parts of the offense. That's why they switched to Russell Wilson. Like, I know Steelers fans just remember the 5-game losing streak at the end of the season, but Russell Wilson came in and automatically unlocked different parts of the offense that Justin Fields just wasn't able to do because he's not that experienced yet. And he hadn't had that feel for doing that in an offense yet. I think that he showed progress in getting there, but this is your chance now this year. Because remember, the only reason Justin Fields started the start of the season was because Russell Wilson got hurt in training camp. So now's your chance to say, Justin, you're the guy. There's no questions. This offense is built for you. Arthur Smith, you design more plays that are tuned to him, and you guys from now until September when the season opener is to be had. You just get this guy ready and have him know your offense. And I do think he has that potential because, again, his accuracy is there. When he sees where he wants to go with the ball and he's right about it, he can put it on the money. He has a cannon. He has the athleticism. He also has the size to see over the middle. So combining all those things, if you can just get him to be in a rhythm in your offense as a good decision maker, I think he can be dangerous. And again, to be like the Eagles, they want to get a dominant offensive line, a dual running back threat. I don't think they'll bring back Najee Harris right now because of the money that it might require. This is a good running back draft class. You can draft a running back, I say, in the 3rd round and get a good guy to pair with Jaylen Warren. But you could have that where you say, like, hey, this is a balanced offense. This is what you wanted it to be in the first place when you got Arthur Smith, so that Justin Fields doesn't have to always win you games and go off and for like 40 points and, he throws 4 touchdowns. You want him to be solid, just making good decisions, keeping the pace of things so that you're a balanced offense. And I think Justin Fields can be that guy.
Chris, great stuff as always. You're a very versatile performer out there from one thing to another. Love reading
Swiss
your
Army
stuff.
knife, baby.
Yes, sir.
Hey, man, that's what you got to be in this industry these days, boys. But thanks for having me, fellas. It's always great to be here. I'm getting ready to head back out into Indianapolis and get ready for these combine. I'm trying to eat as much steak as possible while I'm out here.
I love it. Thanks, man.
See you, Chris.
Thanks, guys.
That's Chris Carter, postgazette.com. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Limits, that Italian pastry I just gave you. Give me your review.
Very good.
Bob turned it down.
So
That's good. I just didn't want to eat anything right now.
How about this, Bob?
I'm trying a fast situation.
I mean, these are thin little wafer-like pastries.
It would go against fasting.
The pastry was regifted.
You're literally fasting, Bob?
You were gifted a pastry?
It was gifted to you, Bob, and then it was gifted to me second.
No, I was going to offer you one anyway, but I offered Bob one first.
I'm just trying to see how long I can go without trying to eat anything. I don't know why.
Does that make you hangry? Like, I get very irritated.
We'll see. If I do, you'll notice it by the end of the show.
How about that shot? Do you like this indoor golf stuff, Bob?
I do, but I think a lot of it goes it makes me less interested. I don't want to watch it every single week.
Did you see Tiger choose the wrong club in that last week?
They gave him,
he went 100 yards.
He heard the wrong distance or something. It was 199. He thought he said 99.
He said one of the most embarrassing moments of my career. Something else from the Dulac chat from last week stood out. Love reading Jerry's stuff at postgazette.com. In addition to claiming he doesn't know who Mike DeFabo and Andrew Filipponi are, he was asked this, Bob. Someone said, off topic, but interested in your opinion, Jerry. What is your take on the Pirates and the infinite circle of frustrations for fans? I love that phrasing. Jerry says, I have no opinion on them because I don't follow them, but I feel sorry for their fans. Steelers fans should pay heed to what frustration and suffering really is. Love Jerry, but here's one thing I'm getting really, really tired of. Is people telling Steelers fans how they should feel about the team's endless run of mediocrity. So you're saying basically there that a team that's petering along just above 500 and not winning playoff games is a world of difference compared to a team that's petering just below 500 and never winning playoff games? Like, I'm not getting the huge gulf there between one and the other. At least not in recent, like many recent years. I'm not. Maybe you are. But the point there, Bob, is that Steeler fans have every right to be livid with the way this team is being run. Let me point out again, for the 8 millionth time, that they have not been competitive in a playoff game since the 2016 season. They haven't been competitive in a single playoff game. They're 38-32-1 in the last 4 years. 38-32-1 with a minus point differential, and they've been blown out of every single playoff game, including this last one, by their arch rival, where they gave up 300 yards rushing and were shredded on national TV as having quit by Kirk Herbstreit in the middle of a game. And Steelers fans are supposed to be thankful and comparing that to what the Pirates have gone through. I don't see all that much of a difference myself.
Well, the only difference is expectations. Every year there are expectations on the Steelers where there are none for the Pirates, quite frankly. So I think that's the difference that I see. The expectations still are here despite all this, lack of playoff wins and how they gotten, ripped in the first quarter of these playoff games. That's an embarrassing part of this whole thing, and people should be mad at that. But I think with the Pirates, it's just that they're giving you no reason to think that there's anything coming other than another losing season.
I would say the Steelers are doing the same.
But
you look nationally every year. Nobody expects anything from the Steelers anymore.
But I think their fans expect more.
Yeah.
And they're not getting it. So for that reason, you should be. But it's a little different than the Pirates. I want to see the Pirates, I think, again, missed opportunities to make a statement this offseason. And all you're doing is wasting time with someone once of a generational kind of player who could win the Cy Young on a team that finishes last place. That's just inexcusable if it happens.
It's just that the finger wagging to Steeler fans, like, hey, you could be the Arizona Cardinals, you could be the New York Giants, you could be the Pirates. I don't get it. I mean, you could be the Pirates. Have the Pirates won a playoff game more recently than the Steelers? When's the last time the Pirates won?
They haven't won a series since 1979.
Well, I guess they won a playoff game in 2013, huh?
Right. Yeah, that technically doesn't count as a series, but it counts as a playoff win.
Yeah. I'd be plenty ticked off if I were a Steeler fan right now. And then not only that, you had the embarrassment of the way this season ended, and no significant changes, none.
So far, no. And they're going to have, at some point, March 12th is a day where free agency begins. There's a tampering period, all that stuff. We're going to see what they have in store in terms of where they go with their current roster, guys on it, and their futures.
Plus the idea of somehow gaining solace from the plight of Pirates fans. I mean, could you go any lower to gain solace? Like, man, I was feeling angry at the Steelers, but look at the Pirates. You could be them. Wow, do I feel better now? I mean, you have to reach all the way down to the Pirates to feel better. Listen, if you have to do that to feel better as a Steeler fan, that tells you that the Steelers are in a bad place, right?
Yes, and that's where they are. And it's, everything is cyclical to a degree here, but you're making it worse by some of the decisions that are made. So I'm going to be very interested to see what happens in the next several months here leading up to when they get their whole roster kind of figured out. And it will be interesting after the draft to see what they have and how they address it.
Could I interest you in an Italian pastry, Bob?
No, thank you.
They're orange flavored.
I like that.
And there's not even that many calories.
Are you really trying to get me out of my little funk here when it comes to...
I'm afraid of your anger, should that come to pass.
I'm not going to show you any anger.
I think if you don't eat by 1 o'clock, you might.
Not true. I'm going to see how long it goes.
Are you drinking anything?
Water and a little bit of coffee, but that's it. Does that count?
I actually want to support that, and I'm sorry that I offered
I want to
see
what it does.
Pastry.
People say it's good for your system somehow.
We'll okay, I'll support that.
At some point, though, I will collapse, and I will I'll go right for the nachos, and then I'll end everything.
All right. Coming up, let's talk about a move that the Pirates made over the weekend. I actually think it was a fairly significant move, but what does it signal? Does it fix what was wrong? Does it make a big difference? Let's talk about this coming up next on Pomp and Joe. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Let's talk about college basketball. Now let's talk about the NBA. I already talked about college. When the game tips off, the action's just beginning on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sportsbook, because FanDuel is your home for NBA live betting. So even if you miss the first few minutes, want to bet on a fourth quarter comeback, make your picks from the first whistle until the final buzzer. I'm an avid Golden State Warriors follower. They're playing well. They're blowing people out since Jimmy Butler got there. He's going to the free throw line. That's something to look at. He gives them a different dimension there, some easy points. You can combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. Perfect time to join. New FanDuel customers get started with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to join today. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey for your shot at $150 in bonus bets. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
It was supposed to be the first Skeens Day of the season in spring training, but the Pirates game against Philadelphia has been canceled in Florida due to inclement weather. Boo rain. More 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The PM team presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
Oh, sorts on his face. Oh, the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
in there.
here, just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Beyond Lincoln, join the family. Beyond Lincoln Monroeville. BeyondLincoln.com.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The LA Rams have reportedly given Matthew Stafford and his agent permission to test the market to see what type of contract he could get if he was a free agent. We all know the NFL is a business, but I'm not really sure why the Rams are playing hardball with Stafford. Clearly, he can still play at a high level, and he gives them the best shot at another Super Bowl. I'm Maggie Gray.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-507-9701.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have health news, a CDC update.
Pneumococcal vaccination is now recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Crowley here for Zero Res. February is the month for love. When is the last time you gave your carpet the love and attention it really deserves? Nothing says romance, right? Like disgusting salt stains that this winter brings along with it. And not only is your carpet one of the biggest investments in your home, it's also the biggest air filter in your home. If your carpet hasn't been professionally cleaned, you are breathing unhealthy levels of nasty dirt, dander, bacteria, and germs that keep recirculating again and again and again. What's worse, you're going to be stuck inside breathing
breathing this nasty stuff for months. Lucky for you, Zero Res is going to spread the love to you and your home with their Love Your Rug special. Get 3 rooms Zero Resified starting at $119 plus a 4th room clean free. And don't forget Dirt and Dander's favorite hiding place, your air ducts. This month, take $75 off when you get your air ducts Zero Res clean. Call Zero Res right now, 412-701-1188, or go online at ZeroResPGH.com and say you want the fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same, Zero Res.
Now by Xfinity. Internet, mobile, and TV that feels just right. Just like driving past an expensive coffee shop as you sip your homemade latte. Like waiting to use that promo code for 50% off on your sister's birthday present. Like snagging limited edition sneakers before they hit the resale market. Like getting concert tickets pre-sale before online brokers raise the price. That's the feeling you get with Now Internet. Dependable internet with no annual contracts, unlimited data, and equipment included. Internet just right for endless video calls, streaming every season of that show you're obsessed with, and staying connected on multiple devices. Internet that's just what you want and nothing you don't. Backed by the Xfinity Network. Get Now Internet starting at $30 a month all in. Easy, simple, flexible. All for one low price. Now by Xfinity. It's just right. Restrictions apply. Speeds up to 100 megabits per second. Actual speeds vary. Pricing subject to change.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS, starting at $160 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive, starting at $175 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires March 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
T-Mobile 5G home internet keeps getting better. Get our fastest connection loaded with benefits. Get T-Mobile's best home internet starting at $55 a month with auto pay and any voice line. Plus, Price Lock. We won't raise your rate on internet. Check availability at T-Mobile.com/home internet.
Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Guarantees regular monthly rate plan price of fixed wireless 5G internet data with qualifying service. After $15 bill credit with postpaid voice line plus $5 a month without auto pay with debit or bank account. Regulatory fees included for qualifying accounts. $35 connection charge applies. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks. SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Bob, between the football talk, the hockey talk, the pit talk, and everything else. Talk. Well, we haven't gotten enough time, or we haven't had enough time to get into Andrew Heaney coming to the Pirates. This was a fairly significant move. This is a legit starting pitcher. Again, a one-year deal, so they still haven't signed a multi-year free agent since, 2016 or 17, something like that?
Ivan Nova.
So what do we make of this? They bring him in. He's obviously going to be in your rotation, probably after or with, certainly after Skeens, Keller. Then I might slot him in along with Jones. And then who? Probably Falter. What does this mean? I couldn't help but wonder if it means or makes one of their other starters, either somebody in the rotation or one of their many prospects, more available in a trade, suddenly available in a trade, more palatable to make a trade.
I read it like you read it. And they didn't need to do this. I thought Oviedo was a guy who eventually be up there. They have guys who can be your fifth starter if that's what it is. They decided they'd bring him in and fine. And yeah, he's had some success, but his overall ERA is typical what you would expect from someone the Pirates would be interested in on a one-year deal. Not all that great. but he's an innings eater, similar to Bailey Falter, and that's always a good thing. But what does it mean? To me, it has to mean that you're going to try to do something to really enhance your offense, which doesn't have a lot of firepower in it. You need that. You need to have somebody other than O'Neal Cruz and Brian Reynolds hitting the ball. That's about it. So I think this could be something in advance of a trade. At least I hope so. And I'm to the point now where you have all these prospects. If you have to trade some of them, trade some of them. You're trying to win now. The window is Skeens. That's how I look at everything here for the next 4 years. You have Paul Skeens. You know at some point you won't. Do everything you can now, which is why this offseason has been disappointing.
I'm with you there. I mean, the ERA, it's not horrible.
It's not great.
It's legit. It's legit number 3 starter stuff. I mean, he's a very legitimate starter.
Okay.
You didn't bring in a superstar, but you brought in a guy who I think most teams would like to have in their rotation.
Well, then why was he available when he was available?
Good question. Why do you think?
Because nobody wanted him. I mean, I don't know how else to answer that.
I mean, he looks like he played for Texas and was very good for them 2 years ago and pretty good for them last year.
And I'm not going to downplay that.
He's just a leftover guy.
He's a leftover,
but a legit
journeyman
starter
kind of guy who can be in your starting rotation as a 3-4-5.
Well, that brings up the question. Would you make a deal with Keller, Jones, or one of the young guys? And if you want a hot take, Bob, I talked to this man to my left, the city dweller, before the show.
Austin Bechtold.
About how this might affect Bubba Chandler, because it would appear to make it less of a chance that Chandler would come north with the team. And when will Chandler be here? And my feeling is if Bubba Chandler's one of your best guys, it's time to win. Let's go north with him. But this is what the Limitless Wonder says. And now he enters the conversation. Please.
I would personally keep Bubba Chandler in the minor leagues until late May, early June, because I think their starting rotation is a strength. I like the starters that they have. I don't think there's a weakness there. And I would rather the Pirates retain a year of service time with Bubba Chandler than call him up like Jared Jones on opening day.
I disagree with every syllable and half syllable you just said.
And quarter syllable. Go ahead, Bob.
My whole premise with the Pirates is Paul Skeens' era and his window. That's all I'm looking at.
Yes.
Because eventually when he's gone, you're going to get back to where they always are. I would do everything in my power to come up with bats here. I think they're in a division that's not going to be outrageously good. I think they have an opportunity to compete in it. If not for the division, certainly with a wild card. I'm assuming that means if they go out and get some bats. They need bats. So to me, I'm doing everything I can right here, right now. And if it means he comes up now and plays, so be it. I got to figure out ways to get bats, though. And I think Ben Cherington so far hasn't come up with enough good examples of getting bats. Tommy Pham is not my example of an upgrade. So.
Limits, your answer? I mean, you're a big Pirate fan. If he blows people away in spring training, I just don't know. It's time.
Well,
and
last year
you have a small window here. I don't care anymore about saving a year, 6 years from now, on Bubba Chandler. What good does that do me now?
Well, I mean, I think about it this way. Last year, Jared Jones, it was such a necessity that they needed him in the starting rotation because the year before, it was literally Oviedo and Keller. They had 2 starters, and Oviedo was hurt. Like last year's rotation desperately needed somebody like Jared Jones to start it off. This year, I mean, Bubba Chandler is going to be a star.
Using that philosophy that you just threw out, they should not have brought up Jared Jones, even if he was ready. They're trying to always wait, start clocks late. I'm to the point where the clock is already, to me, we're on daylight savings time here. And I want to go back.
And this guy has a chance to be a star.
Yes, he does.
See,
How about if he has a great, like we asked Andrew Destin this about Henry Davis. If he hits the cover off the ball, he should be on the roster right now. Because they don't have a lot of bats who are capable of doing that. We'll see what it means.
I feel like, and it's what the Cubs did with Chris Bryant, and it might have been seen as just wrong in the moment or whatever it was, but Chicago still got another year out of a guy that was an MVP because they kept him in the minors for 2 weeks. You want to do that with Bubba Chandler? Yeah. I would have did the exact same thing with Jared Jones. I was okay with him on the opening roster.
2 weeks is different than 2 months, though.
Whatever it might be. 3 weeks, 2 weeks, I don't care. I would rather have that year of service.
You said May or June.
I did, late May, early June, even if it's then. It would not be middle of June. Middle of June, then I draw a line. He's got to be up here. But I would much rather have him ready and have another year of service time than anything else.
You're talking about 8 starts for him in April and May.
Yeah.
8 or 9 starts. I'm not willing to just give that up. I'm not. Why isn't Heaney appearing, Bob, with the ERA leaders from last year? He made 31 starts, and I don't see his name in here.
What was his ERA last year?
4.28, which would have been.
That's why.
No, it's not. It would that would have been better.
Well, we've gotten to the point where 4.28 is looked at as wonderful pitching. Not in my book.
I mean, Mitch Keller was 4.25. He's the same as Mitch Keller and
Exactly.
Charlie Morton. I just don't understand why he's not listed here.
Well, I don't know why, but maybe not enough innings. Although
No,
he had a lot of innings,
he
right?
had 31 starts, right?
Yeah, I thought so.
Maybe it's a mistake, Bob, and I apologize for taking your time.
No, but I am on the same page as you with this. I want to see something now. I don't want to keep waiting and pushing, and then you're going to push Paul Skeens right out the door. The question then becomes, how long does he actually stay here? How long is Paul Skeens? Because they will not let it get to the point where they're going to just let him go for nothing. They will have to trade him at some point. When is that point?
I don't know. I want them to come north with their best baseball team.
Yes, me
Period.
too. Whatever that may be. And don't stop trying to improve it. Go out and look.
And I would absolutely consider trading anybody on the team but Paul Skeens. Anybody. Any one of my pitchers, I would trade to get a correlating bat in here. In other words, if you trade a guy with electric talent who's a young pitcher like Jared Jones, then I would want a guy who has electric talent as a 23-year-old batter. You got to give to get.
And
Or
those
I give
guys
up.
might be in their minor league system, not yet ready to come up. But if you cite somebody
Right.
who is good enough and it's a high prospect, do it.
Or Mitch Keller, a just sort of a below all-star level but still good player who's still in his 20s, I believe, his late 20s. Give me a hitter like that. I mean, they have this surplus of pitching. And then there's also, doesn't it just figure that the Pirates' strength in 2025 is starting pitching at a time in history when it's never been less valuable? Right, Bob?
Yeah, I mean, most guys do not go deeper than 6 innings. And so it puts a heavy emphasis on a bullpen. And that's mostly self-inflicted decisions. Sometimes I think these guys are more than capable of going, but they don't do it anymore. It's become the managerial way of doing stuff. To me, I think Paul Skeens should go as long as he wants to go this year. If he's cruising along at 7, 8 innings,
So do I.
Just let him go.
So do I. Who was it we had on earlier? Destiny's Child was talking about Skeens and how long he can go into games, and they want to protect him a little bit. I don't really want to protect him. I don't want anything malicious to happen, but he wants to pitch.
Right.
I have a short window with him before he goes to somebody for probably $500 million, and I'm going to get the most out of him. And the way I get the most out of him is 7, 8, 9 innings. He strikes me as the kind of guy who can handle that. So let's go here. 7, 8, or 9 innings. Do you agree with that limitless wonder?
I'd be completely fine with that. Yes, he's capable of doing that. Like with Skeens, there should be no restrictions, no chains on him.
What are you protecting him for? The Yankees?
That's what I mean. There's only so many years here, and it's not going to change. They're not going to, and it's a shame. I would like them to be able to say, hey, we're going to pony up for this guy.
I think the opposite should happen than what maybe Andrew was intimating, which was you got these young pitchers, man, you got to protect them. And again, I'm not saying you go out of your way to completely overwork them to the point where it's dangerous. But I'm pushing it with those guys. They're my best chance to win. If Jared Jones is pitching a great game like he was last year when they took him out after 57 pitches.
Yeah, that was a little bit much. If that happens
let's
again,
go here.
Year 2, that should not happen again.
No. Let's utilize that. Let's go. And I think Bubba Chandler, if he's one of your best 5, and I think he will be this spring, put him in your rotation, Bob. If you gotta space out with a spot starter like a Bailey Falter. I mean, can we agree that Bailey Falter may have maxed out for about 4 months last year?
I liked what he did, and I hope he can continue what he did because he gives you a nice little option on the left-handed side.
I know, but in his last 9 starts, what was his ERA?
Not
6
good.
or 7?
Not good. But you can make the same claim for Mitch Keller.
Well, I know I make that claim every year, but wouldn't you rather have Bailey falter as a spot starter, long relief? You're going to have injuries. Why does he have to start in your rotation?
Because he's lefty?
Here are his ERAs, by the way. The great Bailey Falter. In June, 5.63. In 2 starts in July, 4.91. In August, 6.53. And in September, 4.5. I mean, Bob, he came up and had a couple really good months, and that was pretty much it. What are we doing here? Bailey Falter or Bubba Chandler?
Yeah, and that goes beyond Bubba Chandler. If any of those other guys down there is ready to go, I'm bringing them up now. I know they're not going to do it. I know they're not going to go out and sign anyone in free agency to multi-years and spend hundreds of millions of dollars. But, I mean, I don't know how you change the dynamic of where this thing is going.
How do you feel about that Twinner Circle?
Yeah, I don't know. It's the whole thing is just difficult for me at this point. And
is Bailey Falter a guy here?
He's a fifth starter, and maybe he needs their fourth and he's their fifth.
And
whatever.
You give him 2 months over Bubba Chandler when you're trying to win.
I just feel like the service time is more important, and it's just unfortunate that that's the reality that we live in.
Why, and I mean this respectfully, are you hung up on what might happen in 2031 with Bubba Chandler? He'd probably be traded by then anyway.
Yeah, but you still have an extra year that you're able to use for whatever you get back, or I don't know.
I want these 8 starts now. That's my whole point. Use these guys now.
Window's open, baby. Let's go through it.
The window is open.
And if you don't, you're just going to continue to kick everything down the road with the same old minutia, the same old narrative, the same old results.
I was looking at the lineups in the NL Central. Theirs is the worst.
By far.
By far. There's at least 3 that are way better than them. But they may have a pitching advantage. They may. They certainly do with Skeens.
But
they
again,
may rotation-wise.
All that will mean you're going to be in one-run games, which will force Derek Sutton to believe he has to go to the bullpen a lot for matchups.
Or he might go to his bench where he'll find Adam Frazier and who else?
Adam Frazier can't make the team, can he?
Yeah, of course he's going to make the team. Him and Ron Cook's son, Billy. And who else is coming off the bench? The human rain delay? Are they kidding me?
No, he's still there. You got an
I can't
RBI
wait
yesterday.
to see opening day who their bench is, what their bench is.
G1 Bay will be on it somewhere, probably.
No, Bay won't be on it.
You don't think so?
Who will? Give me their bench.
Henry Davis.
He's not going to be on the team.
He's going to be on the team.
I think he will be.
I think he
And
won't
if he's on the team, he should play somewhere.
Okay, so you have a guy who had more strikeouts
Okay, don't you, again, you got to believe that at some point he's going to make adjustments and get better, right? You have to. You don't think that? You just are you going to call him a bust right now?
No. But is he a guy who's reliable? I think he should play.
What would
but
you
if I'm looking down my bench and I see Henry Davis in game 1, I'm not feeling great.
He was a number 1 overall pick. What makes you think he can't get back?
Different question. I think he could.
Okay, well, if he could.
I think he could at some point.
He has a nice spring, hits the ball like crazy, right?
Yeah.
And he's on your bench.
He hits the ball like crazy every spring, Bob, and then he goes to Indy and plays Roger Maris. And then he comes up here and he's Brian Bixler.
So what do you want to do then? Not use him at all?
I didn't say that.
You're basically calling him a bust.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
So far, he has been.
Okay, but you're not
I don't know what he's going to do.
But you just say if he's on the bench, you're going to be mad.
No, I'm going to not feel great about my chances of getting a hit. Now, who else would be on your bench?
My bench, or who I think they're going to have
will be on their bench? The human rain delay?
I think. Well, no. I mean, I think Davis is going to be on the bench, and Delay will be in the minors. Jared Triolo.
They don't have any more options on Delay, do they?
I believe they do.
I believe they don't.
If not, they'll just DFA him, and he'll end up clearing waivers anyway. Palacios is going to end up on their bench as their 4th outfielder. And then probably either Cook or York, one of the guys that have versatility, they could bounce around.
That bench stinks.
Yeah, and that's assuming that, like, Derek Hall or Stewart ends up being their first baseman.
Hall and Oates.
With Horwitz out.
Do you know how many first basemen they've gone through over the last
horrible
23. Gormy the Owl reported it as 23.
So are they going to continue to do this? That's my Vlad Guerrero take. That's why I'm tired of watching that, because they're spending more and more money on people who don't make a difference. Isn't that wasting money if you're a small market?
Yes.
Right? Isn't that doing it the wrong way?
Yes. I don't know if you said this.
I'd rather spend it on one guy,
so would I.
Make it a good guy, and say that's it.
Was just going to say that, Bob, and quote you or whoever else has been saying that. I'd rather spend the money on one guy than have 18 different guys who can play 18 different positions. How about one guy who's a good hitter who plays one position limits? Could we get to that at some point?
Pete Alonso would have been my guy. $20 million, stick him at first base.
That's very doable, $20 million.
Very doable.
And if they're not, then get out of the game. I mean, come on. At some point, you have to do what you got to do.
This is a disaster. It's going to be Joey Bart catching. Okay. DJ Stewart at first. Nick Gonzalez at second. A shortstop who can't play shortstop. A permanently injured third baseman. A center fielder who's a shortstop. A right fielder who's a left fielder. And a left fielder who's washed up. And a crap bench, Bob.
But this, again, okay, whoever's at first base. DJ Stewart, you say? Or Spencer Horwitz? And then they had, who do they have? Colin Moran. They had Connor Joe. Well, didn't they?
Rowdy.
Yes.
Rowdy Tellez, Will Craig, Carlos Santana and his orchestra, Alfonso Rivas, Yoshi Suzuki.
Carl Malden. You remember the rundown with Will Craig between first and home?
Oh, the Kaleidopiece.
You don't have
it?
You
can hear him all the way to Sewickley.
All right, coming up, your calls on this, 412-928-9370, 928-9370. And then the best story I've read yet on Matthew Stafford. I think we have it figured out here. Why the split maybe from the Rams, and what could the Steelers do to win the Matthew Stafford sweepstakes? We'll talk about it next. It's 1:04. Time to make the call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums at 724-443-5610. Let's talk Good Feet stores. Yes, I've had problems with my big feet. I was going to say it's none of your business, but it's all of your business because it got better after I went to the Good Feet store. That's the thing. I don't even know what was wrong with the joints of my big toes. I just know for years, whenever I went for long walks, whenever I tried a new exercise regimen, pain. I don't like that. I like less pain or no pain. That's what I got from the Good Feet store. That's what you could get too, no matter what your issue is. Plantar fasciitis, could be needles in the heel, could be pain burning in the balls of your feet. You could try the Good Feet Foot Arch Support System, designed to provide pain relief, balance, and comfort. Maybe low back could help you with that. Stop in at a store. I went to the one in Robinson Town Center across from IKEA. There's one in Cranberry Township, Route 19 North next to Walgreens. There's one down in Crowley Town, otherwise known as Morgantown at the Suncrest Town Center. Or go to goodfeet.com or go to goodfeet.com. Come on in. Try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Phillies was rained out today. Paul Skeens, according to Alex Stump of MLB.com, threw 45 pitches in a live batting practice session at Lecon Park today. 3 total ups as he was supposed to get the start today for the Buccos. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Loney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Smale Kia, Bet365, Tri-State Office Furniture, and Cedar Brook Golf Course.
It's tax time again, so if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half of your salary, or only 25%, of course you choose 25%. It's a no-brainer. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. Don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich & Fishman. Their fee is only 25%, and the attorneys whose names are on the door will be involved in your case. If you've been injured, call 1-888-98-TWINS or visit 98twins.com. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Is your bathroom stuck in the past, dreaming of a sleek, modern upgrade? It's time to call Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling. They specialize in full bathroom remodels, turning outdated spaces into luxurious retreats. From stunning showers to custom vanities, they bring your vision to life. on time, and within budget.
Wow.
Get started with a free in-home consultation and flexible financing options to fit your budget. Call 724-547-5445 or visit MountPleasantWindow.com today. Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling, creating dream bathrooms for over 50 years.
What's up, guys? It's Mulsey here, and what I'm about to say, it is perfectly fine to admit it. Most of us guys, maybe closer to all of us, especially if you're not in your early 20s anymore, could probably benefit from a little extra in the bedroom, a little extra confidence, right? Well, Blue Chew can help, and you probably know this, but if you don't, Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, and at a fraction of the cost. And the best part is they're in chewable form too, so no worries about swallowing pills or anything like that. And since Blue Chew's an online prescription service, you know what? There's no awkward conversations. There's no waiting in line. There's no trip to the doctor. In fact, Blue Chew ships to your front door in discreet packaging. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA, and they ship direct, like I said, so it's cheaper than a pharmacy. And trust me on this one, even if they don't say so, your partner wants you to do this. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football here thinking I did something spectacular, dropping 45 pounds. But then Steve pops in and he dropped a whopping 150 with Awaken 180 weight loss.
I got started because I was sick and tired of just being sick and tired all the time. Wanted more from life, and I knew that at my size, I wasn't being who I could be, who I want to be for not only myself, but for my wife. And I just like, something has got to change and it's got to start soon. I mean, the program is so easy. Everything is really written down for you on your first day. Having someone there to help you and also keep you accountable, just having that someone to talk to, and even the fact that Awaken 180 offers free maintenance for life is amazing, because our lives change on a daily, weekly, monthly basis. And sometimes you need help figuring it out, because keeping the weight off is a lifetime commitment.
A lifetime commitment is what you'll receive with Awaken 180. 45 pounds to lose like I did, or over 100 pounds like Steve, Awaken 180 can get you there and keep you there. Free support for life online, awaken180weightloss.com.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Ground Advantage shipment. Just left the warehouse and hitting the road.
I know. Just got the notification.
Great. Smooth sailing so far. I'm almost there.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Made it. Safe and sound.
I know.
Well, did you know I was with USPS the whole time?
Oh, yeah. I know.
Keep your business in the know with the USPS Ground Advantage service. Visit USPS.com/in-the-know.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-780-5959. 800-780-5959.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Wet Go Car Wash, urging you to go unlimited. That means you can wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient Wet Go locations when you sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. You're getting a pass that gives you access to all those car washes for one low monthly price. You're getting an undercarriage wash, underbody protectant, sealer wax. Your car is going to look so good. So what are you waiting for? Sign up now. And for an even faster, higher quality wash, find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
As football winds down, college basketball is gearing up. Fans are ready to see which teams will prove they are ready to shine in March and who will be seen in San Antonio. You can get in on all the action from tip-off to the final whistle at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Right now, new ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code RADIO100 to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
At Odyssey, we believe in creating a diverse and inclusive workforce. We also value the power of community and encourage local organizations to help us in referring qualified applicants to our stations. If you're a community organization interested in receiving our vacancy information, simply email equalemployment@odyssey.com. You'll be notified of all our open positions. That's equalemployment@odyssey.com. And for all our listeners, please visit odysseyinc.com/careers for a list of job openings at all Odyssey radio stations.
Winter snow and ice wreak havoc on your home, especially if your roof, siding, or gutters aren't up to par. There's only one choice. If you think your home isn't properly protected, call The Pickle, Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. They're experts in finding and eliminating leaks, making repairs, or if you need a whole house roof and siding replacements, they can do that too. No job is too big or too small for The Pickle. 724-515-5551 or call thepickle.com. They're answering phones 24/7 today.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt basketball had another big blow to its NCAA tournament hopes on Saturday, losing at Notre Dame 76-72, a Notre Dame team that was in the bottom portion of the ACC standings, and now currently they've won 4 out of their last 10 games. It's the same spot that the Panthers are in. Pitt has lost 6 out of their last 10. They're 9th place in the ACC. Will play Georgia Tech at home tomorrow at 7 o'clock. 6:30 pregame coverage will begin on The Fan. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
So are you ready for your show? When it comes to Pittsburgh sports, nobody's got you covered like Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey.
Oh, that's right.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, let's not pretend. And Albert Breer came out today and said that the Steelers are among the teams who have expressed interest in Matthew Stafford. We know that the Rams told him and his agent, go out, gauge your value, etc. Let's not pretend, Bob, that this is about anything other than money.
It's always about money.
Yes, as the old saying goes, the answer to all your questions is money. Man, how true that is. So if your question is, well, why are Matthew Stafford and the Rams having these problems? Money. It's like what Jeff Capel said when they hired Alan Green. Somebody said, Jeff, if Alan Green comes up to you and asks you, what's the most important thing I can do for you, what would your answer be? Capel said, money. It's always money. And he meant money to buy players, by the way. Not Jeff's already under a pretty good deal there. The answer is always money. And Stafford, I'm looking at a couple different stories. He wants to be one of these guys with a $50 million contract.
And currently he makes what, less than 30?
Well, 27, but the Rams last year reworked his deal so he would make 40. He ain't playing for less than 40. He wants 50. It sounds like they don't want to pay him 50.
But who's next for them, though? Who do they have in mind? Are they going to draft
I mean, people are talking about Cousins. People are talking about Rodgers. People are
Why
talking
not just
about
rework him again?
Darnold.
Give him 50 and do it on a restructured deal on top of the one they just did.
Could be, but they could also recoup a first-round pick.
Maybe.
If they trade Stafford. Well, otherwise, don't do the deal. I mean, the Rams are not in a
They haven't said they're going to deal. They want to see what's out there.
Yes, they want to see what's out there, and so does he.
They're almost like they're playing his game against him. You want to go and see what your trade value would be? Go ahead. But we're going to find out what you're worth. And we're not going to agree to anything unless it's in our best
I mean,
interest.
I can't answer for the Rams. You said, why wouldn't they just do it? It sounds like they don't want to pay him $50 million.
Okay. The market is the market, though, isn't it? You have to, if you're going to have a guy like that, I can understand his position.
Stafford's?
Yeah.
Yeah, so can I. But it sounds like the Rams do not want to pay him that much money for a declining, they probably feel like. And the numbers showed, even though he's still good, he's way better, I think, than Rodgers or Cousins at this point, or Russell Wilson or Fields. Do we agree on that?
Yes.
That he's the best of the available quarterbacks?
Only if you have the kind of team that I think is ready to compete for something. I don't think that a lot of these teams, unless you believe you can sign him for 3 or 4 years and he's still going to have the same kind of impact 3 years from now, and I don't see that.
Would you give up a first-round pick for him? A second-round pick?
Yes.
You said earlier maybe.
Yes, I would. If I were
you
a
give
team
up a second-rounder and pay him $50 million.
I'm not saying the Steelers. I'm saying if there's a team that feels, and I keep citing Minnesota as that team because their choices are J.J. McCarthy, Sam Darnold, or Daniel Jones.
Right.
I'd rather have Matthew Stafford throwing the ball to my 2 elite wide receivers, plus T.J. Hawkinson, plus whatever else they have on defense.
But if you're the Steelers, if you're running the Steelers right now, would you give up a second-round pick and pay him $50 million?
Nope.
Because you don't feel like the infrastructure's here?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of needs. You can address a lot of them in this need. Again, I look back at what Philadelphia did in one draft. They got 2 starters on defense, really good young people right off the bat. They made some shrewd trades. They brought in Barkley as a free agent. They did a lot of things that kind of escalated their situation to become a legitimate team. I still think you've got to do that first before you decide who is your ultimate quarterback. If you bring in Stafford and you give up picks, chances are your other positions are not going to get improved. Can he by himself do what you want him to do? I don't think so. I think you need all of things.
Twinkie, would you give up a second-round pick and pay him $50 million?
No, not at all. And I don't feel like this is a one-year fix. Like, I know we talked about, are they a quarterback away and stuff like that. I feel like this roster needs to be supplemented with so many other pieces where if you put Matthew Stafford on it, sure, you might win a playoff game. And I think we're also guilty of thinking that what Tom Brady did and Peyton Manning did playing into their 40s and playing pretty well, we think that everybody's just going to be able to do that.
Wouldn't winning a playoff game be kind of worth it if he's a bridge quarterback to your next guy?
No, because I would rather have that second-round draft pick and spend the $50 million elsewhere.
The bottom line is you have to hit on these draft picks that they're going to have. They have to hit on them.
I mean, the bottom line to me is you need a quarterback. And I'm not saying it's not Matthew Stafford because I don't think he would thrive here.
Right, that's my point. So in the meantime, I'm going to stick to my original plan, which is Justin Fields.
So where are you getting your quarterback?
I'm going to hope he can elevate his game, and if not, then I redraft the position next year. And I will do what I can to move up to get the guy I want.
412-928-9370. Today, for the first time, Albert Breer is the one. It's been reported that the Steelers are linked with Matthew Stafford as one of the teams making a call about his availability.
A lot of people have been linked to the Steelers over the last 2 years, right? Every time there's some name out there, they're linked to the Steelers.
Legitimately so. Yeah. I still wonder.
I'm just saying, because they're in the situation they're in, they need a lot of things, whether it's wide receiver, defensive tackles, quarterbacks, cornerbacks.
I still wonder how close they came to Aaron Rodgers a few years ago. I wonder that.
Know.
You know, we have a lot of people in this town who shoot things down immediately as ridiculous. The Steelers would never do that. I have all the receipts on Russell Wilson. People say, no, they're not getting him. They're going to trade for Justin Fields. No, they're not going to do that either. Just because some people around here said that they weren't going to trade for Aaron Rodgers doesn't mean that didn't happen. I think they've been very aggressive, and the proof is in the pudding, and I think they will be again this offseason. Very aggressive. And nothing that they say is to be believed, like any team. They're throwing out smoke screens left and right. When they drafted Kenny Pickett, they made sure it was reported that they weren't interested in Kenny Pickett. That's just the way it works, so I couldn't care less. If Art tells the assembled media, I think one of these two guys internally will be our starter next year, that almost tells me one of the two won't, Bob.
Yeah. No, I know. I think it's a tough position to be in right now unless you're our team that believes you're close to winning something. That guy, Stafford, can take you to the next level. I don't think it would help the Raiders. I don't think it'll help the Giants. I still think they have lots of issues to take care of before it's the quarterback. And I'm trying to time it out if I'm them. You know, that's why it's important. Yeah, your quarterback play will be better. Yes, you may be able to win a couple of more games. Yes, you might get to the playoffs. But do you legitimately have a chance of winning a championship? And I think that should be the goal that you operate. By the way,
go ahead.
You remember Al Trotwig? He was the voice of MSG Sports. He did a lot of. He's 68. He died.
Oh my gosh!
And I met him before. Really nice guy. So I hate to see that at that kind of age. Sorry, I digress.
No, that's all right. With Stafford, he's only guaranteed $4 million. Did you know that? So just because he wants $50 million doesn't mean he's going to get it. He may have to settle for 40 again. And by the way, at $40 million, he had a good year. Not a great year. I think he definitely elevated his status in the playoffs, though. When you go into Philly and you play the way he did that day and almost bring your team back and almost win the game, shoot, if I'm a team that thinks I'm close, then maybe he is the guy that gets me there. Ben said about 2 months ago, the Steelers weren't a quarterback away. And my point then was every team is just a quarterback away if you get the right quarterback. I don't know that Stafford is the right quarterback to lift a flawed team on his shoulders.
All right, so Russell Wilson is the same age.
Yeah.
There are people here now in Pittsburgh who believe he will be the choice if it is between the two. What would you sign him to then? If the Steelers
I wouldn't sign Russell Wilson, period.
I wouldn't either, but if that's what it takes, if that's what's going to happen, what would you agree to as far as financial compensation?
$15 million?
Oh, he's never going to take that.
Good. Then I don't want him anyway.
What do you think Fields would get?
Do you think Russell Wilson's going to go out and get a $30 million deal from somebody?
I think he wants that.
I think he does too.
I think Fields. I'd be comfortable giving Fields, 2 years, $35 to $40 million, and just say, let's see where we go.
2 years, 2 years for Fields, $20 million. Take it or leave it.
$10 million a year.
Yeah.
Well, he may be okay with that too. I'd rather go in that direction for now and see if I can lift his game, and if not, then I'll figure something else.
People might think it's crazy, but I still think the best thing to do is take a step back next year. Take a step back.
And improve your draft position.
Yeah, I would trade T.J. Watt at this point in his career, which is a compliment to him because he still is a great enough player where he could help really launch you into your future. I would trade Minka. I would trade George Pickens and get that problem attitude out of here. I don't think that's getting better. And then I would play somebody like Skylar Thompson or Daniel Jones as my quarterback and take a step back and just almost make it be known without making it be known. Like, it's pretty obvious if you're doing that.
You're making it known. Yeah. You're getting rid of everybody, and you're playing Skylar Thompson.
Listen, if Mike Tomlin then can pull a Duck Hodges, and if the Steelers don't have any playoff teams on their schedule like they did in that Hodges year that he got so much credit for, when they didn't beat a single playoff team the whole season but still went 8-8, or because of that went 8-8. Listen, if he then goes 9-8 again, Bob, then I just say you're the coach for life, if I hadn't said that already. But if you go with Skylar Thompson and you trade your best defensive players and you just decide as an organization to take a step back, reload with the draft in your town, that's their best move. I really believe that.
Yeah, I totally agree with that scenario. Here's a name that just became available. The Dallas Cowboys have just announced that they're not going to bring back Trey Lance, 3rd overall pick once by the 49ers. Would you have any interest in him?
On my scenario I just said, yes, I would. He can bring you to 3-14 in a hurry. You?
Would you have any interest in him being a backup to Justin Fields?
Sure, why not?
That's what I said, sir. Why not? It won't cost you much. You never know.
Don't cost nothing. I mean, it's either going to be him or Kyle Allen. But I don't think that's what the Steelers are thinking. I think they're permanently wed to this non-losing streak. This is a big deal for them. They have a game in Ireland. That's a huge deal for them next year. And if they go 10-8 for the third, would it be the third or fourth consecutive year? Fourth consecutive year at around 10-8. I think that they would be, Art would probably be elated.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I think they want better than this. I do. I still think they believe in their ways.
They have a funny way of showing it, Bob.
Well, I mean,
They haven't done one thing this offseason.
But we'll find out. There's a lot of action yet to become. My point is I don't think they're satisfied with any of that. I think they want more. How you go about doing it, though, can come into question for sure.
Well, it's like the Bob Nutting thing. I'm sure Bob Nutting wants to win. I wanted to marry Holly Berry all those years ago. Yeah. It didn't work out, though.
Holly Starkey.
Is it Haley or Holly?
Haley
Berry? Halle Berry.
Hallie Starkey. Or actually, she's bigger than you. You would have been Joe Barry.
How do you not know the name of the girl you wanted to marry?
Joe barely cares. I've forgotten we only dated for a couple months.
Oh, yeah.
Did you yelp in front of her? Because she didn't like that.
You can want a lot of things, Bob. So I'm happy to hear that the Steelers aren't satisfied. What are they doing about it? They've done nothing. And therefore, I draw the conclusion that he is satisfied.
I'm telling you, there are still days to come here before they make these kinds of moves.
That's true. We'll
see.
I just think that action proves it. Your actions prove your convictions. And this would be the 5th straight year that the Steelers went approximately 10-8.
What would make you think differently in the free agent? When free agency starts on March the 12th.
I mean, if they get Stafford, that's a big swing.
How about if they went out and got T.
Higgins? T. Higgins would be another big swing.
Okay.
Why would either one of those guys want to come and play in Artie Smith's offense? I hear you, though. They went 9-7-1 and got destroyed in a wild card game. They went 9-8 and missed the playoffs. They went 10-8, including another destruction at the hands of the Bills. They went 10-8, including the worst destruction of all against the Ravens. I mean, that is just horrific. That's 38-32-1 without being competitive in a single playoff game. 3 1-and-done blowouts.
Yeah, that's disturbing.
And people wonder,
you can't have that when you get to the postseason.
They're barely above 500, and people wonder why fans are so dissatisfied. I don't understand that.
Ding, ding, ding. This just in, and this is music to my ears. The Packers want the tush push to be banned, and now it's become an official proposal for owners to consider the banning of the tush push.
Oh, the poor Packers can't stop the tush push, can they? Maybe they should use it with Jordan Love. I don't know. To me, it's just a football play. Limits, how do you feel?
I like the tush push. The Eagles found a cheat code that they are good at and better than everybody else. Other teams tried it, but nobody can compare. Don't punish the Eagles for that.
Okay.
Bob, you and Limits have been at odds all day.
I just don't like that play. I just think it's, I don't know. It doesn't strike me as a football play.
It is a cheat code.
I understand that. And they got away with it, and they do it well.
It's like
I give them a lot of credit for it, because if you can get an advantage on the field, you do it. So credit to them for sure.
Did you like Tecmo Bowl when you were a kid, Bob?
Not really, no.
I did, and there was a cheat code. It was a slant to Brent Jones, I believe, from the Niners. That was unstoppable in short yardage, and it was the only time my brother and I got in a fist fight. My brother Johnny. Remember when we called in, Bob, and you talked to him?
I do remember that. Yes.
I think that was James from Franklin or something that day.
Yes.
Maybe it was Igor from Indiana.
No, it wasn't Igor.
That day, I think it might have been. But we got in a fight. He attacked me because I kept using. He said, "You can't do that." I said, "There's no rule saying I can't keep throwing to that guy." I did it one more time, and he literally just jumped across the room and attacked me. Or not across the room. He was right next to me.
That reminds me of that Chrissy Everett comment that Jim Everett got from Jim Rome. Remember?
Yeah.
Call me Chrissy one more time.
Right.
Chrissy. He just launched at him.
That was one of the great moments. Kind of like when Igor in Indiana called you on Saturday, Bob.
I've never had an Igor call here, and so my antennas are up. Joel, you took this call. Igor in Indiana, is this correct?
And that's the first time I've ever screened a call from someone named Igor as well.
And you think it's legit? You put it on.
I don't know.
Here, so.
I'm 50-50 on it.
Well, let's find out. Igor in Indiana, how are you today? You're such a jagoff. You really are.
Bob, you went after me hard there, didn't you?
Igor Shesterkin was in town. There was a thought that maybe it was him.
It could have been.
Could have been.
He didn't have much else to do. Actually, he played really well.
He did.
I'm sure we'll be talking about all those big moments at the Faniversary party Wednesday, Joe, like this one as well.
Yes, we will. In Cooks Forest wants to talk about Jared Jones. Hey, Ron. Hey, Folsey, you know what they say. You can't make the club in the tub, Bob.
Ron in Cooks Forest. That is absolutely incredible. Hold on a second here. Do you think the real Ron is coming back for this thing this week?
I thought that should have been the case. If not, he should.
I think he wanted an all-expense-paid trip back. Would that have been fair, Bob?
Yes.
Yes,
Why not?
says. On Bob's dime.
Yeah, that Ron Jeremy thing that he threw out was one of the priceless ones.
One of the greatest things ever.
He just didn't know what he said.
One of the greatest moments ever. Yeah, we'll be talking about all of that. Is Zangrilli still where he was earlier, or is he gone from there now? He's gone?
That may be it's my favorite moment in 14 years here.
It might have been the greatest moment in fan history.
It was so natural, and those guys let me hang, and I'll never forgive Filipponi for that. Eric didn't know what to say. He was just like blown away. And then when I said, Ron Jeremy has nothing that you don't, and his wife texted him, and I mean, it was one of those moments. It's my favorite moment of the show.
That'll all be on the table at the Faniversary Wednesday night at the Casino. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates. Personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Let's wrap this up with some more hockey talk and what the Penguins should do moving forward here. It's just stunning to see where they actually sit in the NHL standings. It's 134. Now's the time to make that call to Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums at 724-443-5610.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates not playing today. Game rained out against the Philadelphia Phillies in Florida as Paul Skeens ended up throwing a simulated game earlier today instead at Pirate City. And the Steelers over the weekend, late on Friday, signed tight end Donald Parham to a one-year contract. More 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Joe?
Why, thank you, Limits, and what a wonderful man you've become. Tuesday night in the NBA. Oh, wow. We have Dallas at the Lakers on Tuesday night. Something tells me that Luka's going to be just a little keyed up for that one. Here's the thing. When the game tips off, any game, NBA action is just beginning on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sportsbook, because FanDuel's your home to NBA live betting. So you missed the first few minutes, so what? Get in on the fourth quarter comeback. You can combine your live bets into a same-game parlay, make a Luka SGP, and he's going to go over on everything in that game. I think he might make history that night by just destroying the Mavericks, who are shorthanded right now. New FanDuel customers get started with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to join today. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey for your shot at $150 in bonus bets. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus, present, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan is taking a look back at our last 15 years with 93.7 The Fan's 15th anniversary. Like the time Ron Cook got his celebrities confused.
Eric, I thought about who you reminded me of in the TV business.
Who's that?
Ron Jeremy. I've stunned silence here.
Yeah.
Nobody else watches Anchorman?
93.7 The Fan's 15th anniversary. Brought to you by Hampton Beer Outlet. Route 8, Hampton Township. Drive a little, save a lot. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. The NFL Combine kicks off this week in Indianapolis. Colorado quarterback Shedeur Sanders will not throw. No surprise, the top prospects often wait till their pro days, but Sanders will still be the biggest topic of conversation. He's like no other prospect. It's hard to separate his fame and his last name from his play. He'll still probably go high, but expect Sanders to be one of the most polarizing QB prospects we've seen in a long time. I'm Andrew Perloff.
When you're in the thick of a project, Harbor Freight is the place that always comes in handy. Whether you're picking up something for your pickup truck or a power tool for your project, at Harbor Freight, your dollar always goes further. And these days, when everything seems to cost more, you can take pride in knowing that you get hard-working tools at hard-working prices. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Your old or broken phone can let you down, but at Verizon, trade in any old phone from our top brands and get iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence with a new line on My Plan and iPad and Apple Watch Series 10. After all, you don't want your old phone to die on you when you're lost.
Perfect.
Or for your broken phone to glitch at the worst possible time.
Hey, can I get your number? Oh.
Trade in your old phone for a brand new iPhone 16 Pro, iPad, and Apple Watch. Visit Verizon.com today. Additional terms apply. Service plan required for Apple Watch and iPad.
When you're in the thick of a project, Harbor Freight is the place that always comes in handy. Whether you're picking up something for your pickup truck or a power tool for your project, at Harbor Freight, your dollar always goes further. And these days, when everything seems to cost more, you can take pride in knowing that you get hard-working tools at hard-working prices. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Your old or broken phone can let you down, but at Verizon, trade in any old phone from our top brands and get iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence with a new line on My Plan and iPad and Apple Watch Series 10. After all, you don't want your old phone to die on you when you're lost.
Perfect.
Or for your broken phone to glitch at the worst possible time.
Hey, can I get your number? Oh.
Trade in your old phone for a brand new iPhone 16 Pro, iPad, and Apple Watch. Visit Verizon.com today. Additional terms apply. Service plan required for Apple Watch and iPad.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681. Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-285-8939. 800-285-8939. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-285-8939.
When the game tips off, the NBA action is just beginning on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sportsbook, because FanDuel is your home for NBA live betting. So even if you miss the first few minutes of the game or want to bet on a fourth quarter comeback, you can make your picks from the first whistle until the final buzzer. Take a look at Jimmy Butler in Golden State. That appears to be going very well. And whereas they used to fold late in games, now they're staying pretty stable, and he's going to the line a lot. Plus, you can even bet or combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. Get started with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to join today. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey for your shot at $150 in bonus bets. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Right now at all number 1 Cochrane locations, it's Show Me the Savings Time with their most dazzling auto show offers ever. Find leases as low as $139 a month. Get financing from 0%. Or enjoy savings up to $25,500 off MSRP. Plus choose from new vehicles starting under $19,000 with more than 175 models under $25,000. Come see number 1 Cochrane Auto Show offers now during Show Me the Savings Time. Visit a location near you or shop online at Cochrane.com. Subject to Tier 1 credit approval through applicable manufacturer. Cost per $1,000 finance varies with vehicle, APR, and term length. Ultra-low mileage leases may include mileage overage fees. Excludes acquisition, tax, plate, license, and dock fees. May not stack with other offers. In stock while supplies last. See dealer for details.
You've inherited your uncle's giant house and every weird thing in it. We can help with that. 2menandajunktruck.com.
2 men and a junk truck.
Need to feed a hungry crew? Firehouse Subs at the Point in North Fayette has you covered. Firehouse Premium Sub Platters are stacked high with bold flavors. Freshly made salad platters add the perfect crunch. And don't forget decadent dessert platters, because every meal deserves a sweet finish. Looking for something easy to grab and go? Try delicious box lunches packed with everything you need for a satisfying meal. Make your next event easier and tastier. To order, call Matt Perry at Firehouse Subs at the Point in North Fayette at 412-788-4070. Check out the full catering menu at firehousesubs.com.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy steak at the Royale Steakhouse. Or grab a bite at the bar while you watch the big game. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This season, a new hot deal has arrived at Metro. $25 a line for 4 lines with all the data you need and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G phones. Getting Metro's best deals is easy. No ID required, no activation fees. Get a new number or keep your own. It's up to you. That's 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 free phones. Visit a store or go online today. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
When you join Metro Plus Tax, for a limited time and subject to change. Max 1 offer per account.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
It's 1:45. Time to make that call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums at 724-443-5610. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Bob, the Penguins situation is at once alarming and relieving. You know, they finally hit bottom. It's just time to accept that. You know, I heard people raging the other day yesterday about this weekend they had. You know, this is what they are. Anybody who thinks that they're making the playoffs at this point, you have to be severely delusional. Look at the standings. The Penguins are the worst team. They're in last place, essentially, in the East. Points percentage. The Sabres are ahead of them in points percentage. So they're basically in last place in the East, and right now they are number 6 from the bottom overall. And again, in terms of points percentage, really number 5 from the bottom. They're a bottom 5 team in the NHL right now. It's the Sharks, the Blackhawks, the Predators, the Kraken, and the Penguins. And that's points percentage, by the way. Right now, they have a 7.5% chance at the number 1 overall pick. They could realistically get that up to 11.5 if they finish 3rd from the bottom. You know, it's painful, stinks, but man, for me at least, it sure beats where the Steelers are, which is middle of the pack. Get to the bottom and then rise. It's easier to rise from the bottom than it is from the middle.
But in the Penguins situation, it's a little bit more difficult when you consider their top-end talent still has a few more years to go, and they're not going to do apparently anything with them. So
who are you talking about there?
All of them. And
okay, so
Crosby,
obviously Sid and Malkin.
Yeah, and Letang and Karlsson.
Are you sure they won't do anything with Letang and Karlsson?
Well, I don't know. What do you think?
I think there's a strong possibility.
I hope
with
so,
Karlsson.
because I think they need to clear money. There's a way to do this. You got to hit on draft picks. You have to bring in some free agents who can play right now and play well right now. And you have to find a goaltender. There's ways to do it beyond just signing someone or drafting someone. You can identify someone, and I keep going back to what Logan Thompson was with Vegas. He was not being played. He had talent. Washington realized he did. They got rid of a big contract that they had in goal, and made room for him and gave up 2 third-round picks to get him, which is not that much of an asking price. So
I would take
they
one
had
more.
Darcy Kemper, and remember Darcy Kemper once had a pretty good streak going for himself, and they just decided no more. We're gonna figure that out and move on.
They also made a big change at coach, right? They've done a lot of things, and they also benefited from Oshie and Backstrom on long-term IR.
Long-term, and they got money to clear.
Their GM admitted our offseason would have been way different if we were still paying those guys. Well, the Penguins are still paying those guys, the aging stars. It's just a terrible – doesn't have to be a terrible spot to be in, though. It doesn't have to be. I mean, it's actually pretty good.
How do you think they're going to solve their goaltending situation?
For the future. Probably draft somebody. I don't know that I'm willing to write off Blomqvist yet. And don't they have other guys in their system?
The Russian guy they have, who apparently is pretty good. Again, but whether or not they are or aren't, we'll find out. They may not be.
I think this will get worse before it gets better, and that's the beauty of it, in my opinion. Anyway, What's Cooking brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very kindly, and by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Bob, I can't tell you how wonderful you truly are. Although you did get in a little bit of a verbal altercation because of your hanger with our friend Ben when he came in here. I was worried about it.
No.
I was worried that you not eating. Are you on a water fast?
I don't know what I'm on. Soon I'll be on chips.
Did you hear that? He's getting angrier by the second.
You're such a jagoff. You really are.
Well, I hope this works out for you, Bob, and I'll see you bright and early.
On Wednesday.
On Wednesday.
Yeah,
okay.
I just want to make sure because I feel bad that I can't be here all the time, but that's the way it is.
None of us are worried about this. This is how the thing's designed, and we love you, Bob.
Joe, it's always a pleasure. Austin, we'll see you guys on Wednesday.
See you Wednesday, Bob.
Tomorrow.
Goodbye, Limitless Wonder.
See you tomorrow.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Tomorrow, the next time the Pirates will play after today's game was rained out against the Philadelphia Phillies. Pitt basketball, they were losers against Notre Dame on Saturday, 76-72. We'll play Georgia Tech tomorrow, 7 o'clock, 6:30. Pregame coverage begins here on the Fan. Rangers, Penguins, final 5-3. New York defeats the Penguins. They've lost 3 games in a row, and that includes 2 in a row since returning from the break. More 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. PM team next.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley, brought to you by Tri-State Office Equipment, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Boulevard Glass and Metal, and the Village of St. Barnabas.
I'm Michael Jenkins here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Dead Texas is betting the over on Trae Young's assists on the second night of a back-to-back. Trae Young has dished out 14, 13, and 14 dimes in his last 3 games, and the Heat allow the 5th most assists per game to point guards, while Young leads the NBA with 11.4 assists per game. We expect him to drop some dimes tonight. I'm Michael Jenkins from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books, and download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
I
had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
After you use Bounce Dryer sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll put a sheet on it every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you. Okay, Bounce Dryer sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry...
Drowning in IRS debt? If you can't afford to pay your IRS debt due to economic hardship, you can now be free of IRS collection efforts by taking advantage of a special IRS tax hardship program. This program allows Americans who owe the IRS to resolve their delinquent tax debt once and for all. In some cases, maybe even reducing what you owe significantly. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Simply dial 800-514-1026 if you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back or have years of unfiled tax returns. Help is standing by. Just call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-514-1026 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-514-1026 to see if you qualify. That's 800-514-1026.
I'm approaching the age where I'm going to start getting my clothes the same place I get my groceries.
Angela Johnson-Reyes, the Family Reunion Tour.
Can't keep shopping at the same stores I used to shop at. Like Forever 21. No, you're not. Turns out that was a lie.
See Angela Johnson-Reyes live on stage in Pittsburgh. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com.
The Mitsubishi deals are sweeter at Jim Shorkey.
Remaining 24 Outlanders up to $9,000 off. Both Outlander and Eclipse Cross come with 0% financing.
And you'll feel the love when you receive up to 125% of KBB for your trade. Stop by for an instant, no obligation appraisal.
Your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. Shop them both at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing on select models with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Calling all golfers. Your winter plans just got a little better. Shooters Golf is the ultimate golf entertainment destination, offering climate-controlled bays so you can play through any weather with top tracer technology. Track every swing and feel like you're on the course. I've been there, I know. And when it's snowing outside, you're inside hitting the ball after your round, cold beer, delicious meal, full-service kitchen. Why wait for spring? Grab your clubs and reserve your bay now. That's shootersgolf.com. Tee off today at Shooters Golf.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
After you use Bounce Dryer Sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll put a sheet on it every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you. Okay, Bounce Dryer Sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry...
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
What's new at New Image? Our new Hybrid Hair RX. Hybrid Hair RX technology targets where you are losing your hair, fills in where you are thinning and balding, and restores your hair to fuller and thicker hair.
Call 800-514-HAIR right now for your free consultation to find out what solution is right for you and see if you qualify for $250 off. Certain restrictions may apply.
Hybrid Hair X technology is fantastic. Thanks, New Image.
Hair RX changed my life. Thanks, New Image, for Hair RX for giving me my hair back.
Hybrid Hair RX means we combine the best in duplication and artistry to create the look and style you want. For over 60 years, thousands of men and women know New Image has the latest solutions for their hair loss. And now available, Hybrid Hair RX.
Call New Image first. Simply call 800-514-HAIR. That's 800-514-4247 or go to newimagehairloss.com.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. In the past 10 years, the weight loss industry has seen it all. New medications, fad diets, sculpting, and still Awaken 180 continues to stand alone as the proven solution for weight loss. Results at awaken180weightloss.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Things couldn't have gone worse for the Penguins out of the Four Nations break. 2 home losses to the Capitals and Rangers in regulation. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Monday edition of the PM Team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
More of Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
So with Stafford, he's only due $27 million in 2025, which is clearly, below the line of what the top quarterbacks are making. And my understanding has been that the Rams have been in conversations with his agent, that they've also given his agent permission to talk to other clubs and just figure out, hey, if he became available, if there were a trade, what would the numbers be elsewhere here? And that takes care of multiple things. It takes care of, number one, what Matthew Stafford could get if we got to a trade, because you wouldn't be able to execute a Matthew Stafford trade without having a new deal in place, but also it gives gives the Rams an idea and Stafford an idea of, hey, we're going to try to work together. Are we going to be able to work out a new contract to keep him in L.A.? It certainly sounds as if the priority is for Stafford to return to the L.A. Rams. But again, this went all the way into July, if not August last year before they were able to work out a deal. We'll see exactly what direction this goes here, but it would make sense for this to one way or another come to a head within the next few weeks here, because everybody is going to need an alternative if they're not able to work something out in LA.
All right. Happy Monday, everybody. We start with quarterback talk as the Steelers are in Indianapolis for the Combine. Probably not looking at rookie quarterbacks, but according to a man named Albert Breer, who took over for Peter King at Sports Illustrated when King left for greener pastures, he is reporting today that the Steelers are one of 4 teams that have interest with Stafford. And as you heard there in that clip from Pelissero at NFL Network, the Rams have given Stafford and his team the ability to go out and seek a deal. He has their blessing and their position, their permission to go shop around. So this has gone from maybe the Rams, something weird is going on there, something's off. But they'll figure it out. They did last year. It'll happen again. Now it's moved a step towards go ahead, see what you can get. And then we'll see if it makes sense for us. So there is trouble in paradise there. And Breer lists the Steelers as one of 4 teams: the Browns, the Raiders, the Giants, and the Steelers. And if that's really the group that it comes down to, and Stafford has big say in this because he has to sign a new deal, he has to sign a contract with one of these teams, Malsey, Donnie, then it has a very good chance of being the Steelers if Pittsburgh's interested, because they're better than those 3 teams. If that's all there is, why would he want to go play for the friggin' Giants?
New York?
Just to hang out in New York City? He prioritizes. How'd that go for Aaron Rodgers? Just trying New York City on for size.
Maybe Matt Stafford's wife likes New York City.
Cleveland?
Hustle and bustle.
He's going to go to Cleveland. Where Myles Garrett, they're going to, like ships passing through the night, they're going to high-five each other. Stafford in, the best player on the team out.
If Stafford went there, though, would that not be a big shot to Myles Garrett or a message to him, hey, you said you wanted to be on a team that competes for a Super Bowl. This guy just won one.
Of course it would be, but I don't know. Are they going to ask the Rams to launder all the money on the Deshaun Watson contract? Before I found Amanda, I probably would have been interested in Sidney Sweeney, but that doesn't mean it's going to happen. It won't happen. It's never going to happen. I don't see how the Browns, given the horrendous decision they made to go out and make the worst trade in NFL history, how they would be able to accommodate Stafford while also dealing with the money from the Deshaun Watson blunder.
So the Watson deal is 2 more years, and the cap hit there is $72 million each time.
Yeah.
The dead cap this coming season is still $172 million.
Right. So they
does drop down to a whopping $99.
They can be interested, but what would the Browns sales pitch to Stafford be? Remember when you played for the Lions and they were completely dysfunctional and a complete train wreck? Would you like to try something like that again?
How about the Raiders? Tom Brady's there, indoor situation. You've got a guy like Brock Bowers. You've got some pieces that people might like. Ground floor situation.
But we got Mike Tomlin. And
when have you used that as an argument?
I'm not, but I'm saying according to the Athletic polling out there, he's the coach everybody wants to play for.
Who are they polling anymore for this?
That's a good question. And the Steelers were in the playoffs last year, and the Raiders were in last place. And go ahead, Matt. You want to go in a division where you have to get through Mahomes twice to get anywhere? Cool.
He'd have to get through Lamar twice to go anywhere in this division, not to mention Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What kind of an
argument is yeah?
It's a great argument because the Bengals had Joe Burrow all of last year. He had his best season of all time. And where did they end up? Worse than the Steelers.
Man, I mean, 2 is greater than 1 when we're talking about high-end quarterbacks.
I am just two things have happened here for me. Number one are the amount of people that just write this off like it won't happen after we saw the Steelers blow out their quarterback room last year because in their heads, they still believe they're close to contending and competing. That, to me, is inarguable. People say reload and rebuild. Those are verboten words in that facility. So we can say that all we want. They don't actually feel that way, for starters. And then the other thing I'm just miffed by and shocked by is the sheer number of people who don't want something like this. That would you know what I'd rather watch this year? Justin Fields fumble snaps, or Mike Tomlin tell him you're not allowed to throw the ball over the middle of the field, or them try to win with a quarterback that throws it 15 times per game. That somehow is more suitable, or even take it this way, more entertaining than watching a future Hall of Fame quarterback who still got it.
Oh, Stafford's
still
more
got
interesting
game.
For sure. Stafford's way more
Not
interesting.
Aaron Rodgers having to go back and watch clips from 4 years ago to make yourself feel good about him. Or like we did with Russell Wilson. 26 touchdowns and 8 interceptions. Yippee. No, the dude basically had the best quarterback game of the season against the Bills, made Brian Flores look like a nincompoop in a playoff game, and then did everything he could to beat the Eagles. He had one of the best, like Joe Burrow gets credit for being the one guy that beat Mahomes. Stafford gets credit for being the one guy who played his fanny off against the Eagles this year. And I got people telling me on our airwaves saying things like, this is just not a good idea. Why? It's the one move that gets them out of, even if it's temporary, it's the one move that gets them out of quarterback purgatory.
Who was trashing the move on the station?
Well, I don't mean to denigrate here, but...
Denigrate away. We thrive on drama. We're all catty here.
It just sounded like the midday guys were just very anti this trade, to the point where Bechtold said he wouldn't even trade a second-round pick for Stafford. Are you high?
You think Austin just got caught up in the moment there? And
he got caught up on the friggin' Baldwin student newspaper making him out to be Walter Cronkite is maybe what happened.
Oh, no.
My goodness.
Wait, what did I miss here? They did
they put out a piece like Bechtold is basically God's gift to broadcasting. I was proud of him. I mean, I love Austin, but...
Were you mentioned at all in the piece?
Last sentence.
Last sentence?
So were you. You and me were buried in the very bottom of it.
Talk about burying the lead.
I wasn't even in there.
Yeah,
wasn't even in there. The second,
I wasn't even invited to the party.
I wouldn't trade Matt Stafford for a second-round pick is his second worst take or whatever thing associated with him today. I do think in his case there, if that's what he was saying, I think that's getting way too caught up in you get into one of these arguments on sports talk radio and you end up saying something you don't actually mean because you just get fired up. If you told me you can make the money work, there's a contract that's going to be redone and agreed upon here, and he can be had for a singular second-round pick, even if I think it's probably not going to work out in the end for whatever reason, they're too conservative as a team or whatever, you make that deal because the opportunity cost is low.
What's your definition? Well, that's a debatable point, apparently. You just said the cost, because it's not just the pick, it's what you have to pay him. He, right now, as Pelissero said, is set to make $27 million. That's a non-starter for him.
That's why he wants out of the Rams.
That's why he wants out, because he wants 40 to 50.
Correct.
So, that to our listeners, and I think other hosts on the station, is a non-starter. Why give that amount of money to a Band-Aid quarterback who's not going to take you very far?
How many years do you think he could be their solution at quarterback, realistically?
2 to 3?
Man, I think if you could get it to 3, if you could convince yourself that it's 3 to 4, it makes much more sense. But that 2 to 3 just leaves so much wiggle room for what if it's bad after year 1 and then you feel like it's buyer's remorse by year 2. I think if you could say with confidence, I think this guy for 3 to 4 years solidly can be the solution. It totally changes the paradigm here.
I don't look at it that way, because I'm still probably going to tell you, if they make a move like this, that I would want them to use a 2026 first-round pick on a quarterback. They've got to go the Packers route or the Chiefs route and try to have it for the set themselves up for the present and the future. I don't know. That's another thing I don't understand. When people bring up Stafford, it's like, if you do that, that means now you punt on drafting a quarterback early for years. I don't agree with that.
Well, in an ideal world, I think you'd actually try to take the guy in 27. If you think he can give you 25, 26, and 27, the guy sits for 1 year. Then you get the deal off the books, and then you have 4 years of the guy on a rookie deal.
And look, yes, I agree with everyone who said if they get Stafford, they don't get elevated to a place where they're on even footing with the Bills or Chiefs. I'm not going to put them there. But they won 10 games with crappy quarterback play last year. or average quarterback play, let's say. He's a big upgrade on that. He's a substantial upgrade on that. So when I see people, text or tweet me like they're just going to be the same team with Stafford, well, then what's the point of any of this? Like, if you don't think a top 10 quarterback makes your team better.
There are a lot of people who actually zero out at what's the point of any of this.
Then what's the point of saying, should they draft the defensive lineman in the first round? What's the point of saying, should they draft the quarterback 2 years from now? If you literally think, short of Patrick Mahomes coming here with Andy Reid, nothing is going to fix this team, well,
that's the point, though. It's the Andy Reid part of that. There are people out there, I know I'm right to say this, and accurate, for whom nothing changes with this team, almost regardless of what quarterback comes in, until head coach and owner aren't the ones calling the respective shots anymore. Until owner cedes power to his son, until head coach finds something else to do somewhere else. I know that there are a lot of Steelers fans who feel that way.
And I share some of that sentiment, but
you clearly, I think, where you differ from them, and I'm closer to your side of this than not, is Stafford is still close enough to the top of the heap to be the kind of guy who makes things very interesting.
Yeah, like you have brought this up several times. Are you ultimately convinced that Sean McDermott is a good NFL coach?
No.
And he's in the divisional round of the AFC Championship game every year because he has Josh Allen.
Correct.
We saw Tomlin, in the minds of many, and I partially agree with this, ride the coattails of Roethlisberger. Stafford, you're not going to be able to do that for 4 or 5 years, but I think he's good enough to do that for a year or two. He's absolutely an elite quarterback.
How does he look divorced from the McVay system, though?
How did he look divorced from that system in Detroit? Like a friggin' stud.
How many years old was he back then?
He was in his early 30s.
And late 20s, so it's unreasonable to suggest that a 37-year-old is going to look the way that he looked when he was, say, 21 to 31.
But here's the thing you have to ask yourself. He was never a mobile guy. Like, it's not
he
like...
He could move around. He could move around better back then. He could absolutely move around
Fair
better.
enough, but I defy you to look up his stats and, show me numbers that would suggest he was actually a running quarterback. I don't think you're going to find the answer there. When I see his arm, I don't see a guy that's lost it at all. I don't see
probably a little consistency, I would say. Occasionally he'll have a bad game that suggests that it's not quite as fine-tuned as it used to be. But the completion percentage has basically been the same his whole career, especially the last 10 years. But I would again wonder, you're getting a very good quarterback when he's really on. There are a few better. How often will that guy be showing his face in this system, in this offense? And really the million-dollar question is...
A lot more than Mr. Unlimited or Justin Fields, I can promise you that.
Actually bring him in. Does the head coach have to move off his spot and say, yes, we are now a Matthew Stafford team. We are not a Mike Tomlin team.
412-928-9370. Let's get you on this next because now this is becoming more of a real thing. The Steelers are one of 4 teams reportedly interested in Matthew Stafford. What's your reaction to that? Are you one of these people out there that think it's a bad idea? Tell us if you do and why. 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. Edgar Steiner and Associates fan text line. Gary Bettman is going to join us at 3, the commissioner of the NHL, but right now a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt, a loss on Saturday against Notre Dame, 76-72. The Panthers they will host Georgia Tech tomorrow at 7 o'clock. You can listen to that game right here on 93.7 The Fan, pregame at 6:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Hey, thank you so much, Don. Let's talk right now about McVay. Heating and plumbing. 2 huge things this time of year. You don't want your house, certain rooms freezing. Maybe the whole house you're walking around in blankets and sweatshirts because you're turning that heat up, but it's not getting warm. It's on the fritz. It's just not working. It seems like it's overwhelmed. Let McVay help with that. Pipes bursting. Toilets constantly clogged. Won't flush. We know someone in the media has an issue with that. Let McVay handle that problem. Call McVay.com today. It's McVay. Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. The beer of the month for February is the Granddaddy by Dough Daddy Brewery. And the charity of the month is Leukemia and Lymphoma Society.
And if you don't like the fan beer of the month, or you just don't like us, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the fan beer of the month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Following the Lakers the rest of this season might give fans whiplash. They looked terrible last week against the Hornets, and they turn around and destroy the Nuggets on Saturday night. All of a sudden, Luka Doncic looked like his old self. Makes sense for there to be growing pains. But against Denver, we saw what could be with the Lakers. And that's going to get a lot of people raising expectations in a hurry. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Thinking Lincoln? Think Beyondy Lincoln. Beyondy Lincoln Monroeville. BeyondyLincoln.com. Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss. Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through March 21st, get fast, reliable 300 megabit Xfinity internet with unlimited data included and an unlimited mobile line for just $30 a month for 1 year. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless plan and auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity internet required. Reduce mobile speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds and actual internet speeds vary.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with the sound of freshness, the sound of sizzle, the sound of savings. With new low prices on hundreds of your favorite produce items, deals for days on over 1,000 items throughout the store, plus weekly sales and My Perks for even more savings at the pump. Surround yourself with savings every time you shop. At your neighborhood Giant Eagle. Visit gianteagle.com for details.
Drowning in IRS debt? If you can't afford to pay your IRS debt due to economic hardship, you can now be free of IRS collection efforts by taking advantage of a special IRS tax hardship program. This program allows Americans who owe the IRS to resolve their delinquent tax debt once and for all. In some cases, maybe even reducing what you owe significantly. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Simply dial 800-514-1026 if you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back or have years of unfiled tax returns. Help is standing by. Just call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-514-1026 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-514-1026 to see if you qualify. That's 800-514-1026.
The PF Team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Out of the empty set on first down. Stafford is picked off. It's T.J. Watt, and he's down to the 6-yard line. The Pittsburgh defense strikes.
Yeah, let's lead the witness and play highlights where Stafford effed up against the Steelers to just incite the masses and give them all the more reason to say, yeah, we're good. We don't need a future Hall of Fame quarterback. Let's roll the dice with Fields and watch Mike freak out every time he even thinks about throwing the ball over the middle of the field.
Well, we know that the Steelers put a big premium on what you do or don't do against them. That means they can't possibly be interested in them. They beat them. They went into L.A. and shut them out in the second half.
Donnie, I think he's 0-3 all-time against them. Sunday night game in Detroit where Juju had that 97-yarder. How about the game here in a lightning storm where the Steelers got killed in the first half and it looked like Stafford and Calvin Johnson were going to set records, and then they shut him down in the second half. And the game 2 years ago in L.A. where Kenny Pickett outplayed Stafford in the second half. But I'd still, come on now. It's like our boy, didn't Andy Dufresne say it? Get busy living or get busy dying here. Or was that Red?
Red said that.
Red said that. Great advice.
It was actually the coach from Little Giants who said that.
Moranis?
Yeah, it was Rick Moranis. told Icebox, get busy living or get busy dying out here, Icebox. It would make them much more interesting, just period.
And much better.
It should on paper make them a lot better. When he's on,
why do you have to put the on-paper caveat in there?
Because I don't trust them. I also don't trust their offensive line at all yet.
Okay, but
he did have a good line in L.A.
To that point about I don't trust them, that would apply to Justin Fields.
Yes, it applies to all this.
And it would also apply to when people say draft your quarterback in the first round in 2026. Why would I trust them on that?
Well, there isn't. That's why I spoke about the nihilists in the Steelers fan base because the nihilism creeps in for me a little bit.
I'd rather have what I would call a turnkey quarterback. Here's a guy that can
You don't want to build a house. You want something that's move-in ready.
Yeah, that's been on VRBO, and it's already all, what's the word I'm looking for?
Furnished?
Furnished, thank you.
So Matthew Stafford's a vacation home that you're just renting here.
That's what Doug Gottlieb did when he got that Green Bay job.
He just went and got a
He
Verbo?
just found a home on there and just bought it with all the stuff in there. And then he got drubbed by Robert Morris again on Friday.
That's kind of grim, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's a little grim.
I said I wanted calls on this, so let's take them. 412-928-9370. Also, programming note, 25 minutes or 35 minutes away from Gary Bettman joining us on the success of the Four Nations tournament, his memories of Mike Lange, some thoughts on everything Sidney Crosby has meant to the league, what he thinks of Alexander Ovechkin going for Gretzky's record. Here's Paul in Pittsburgh. Hello, Paul.
I think going for Stafford would be a great play. I mean, I'd try to do a Brady and Tampa Bay situation. We know Cooper Kupp's leaving. Him and Cooper Kupp are big buddies. You know, that settles to your problem.
So like Brady and Gronkowski going to Tampa Bay together, something like that.
Yeah, and then, you got to buy in now. Hayward's getting older. TJ's getting older. You got a young offensive line. Say, hey, listen, we're buying it all in. We're going all in here. We're going to spend it. They got $60 million cap. So.
Does he have to bring Cooper Kupp? Are you okay?
Paul, you also sound very out of breath right now.
You're working.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, down in the basement here.
Yeah, we love the blue-collar guys that are able to multitask like that, so thank you,
And you're
Paul.
a blue-collar guy. You're cutting your grass usually, Pony.
Well, no, I pay someone to cut my grass. There's a very blue-collar guy who we trust to do it.
His collar's even bluer than yours.
Well, I like to employ the blue-collar guys to help their blue-collar businesses thrive.
But most of the time the people
That's the
employing
very definition of
guys are
blue-collar.
white-collar. So
What's
are
that?
you a white-collar guy with the blue body of the shirt?
No, it's like game recognizes game. Blue-collar recognizes blue-collar.
What would you say is the most blue-collar thing you do on a given day?
Do my workouts count?
No.
Why not?
Because that's you doing something for you. Blue-collar, they're heading to work for family, etc.
How about getting my taxes together? Would that count?
Do you do your taxes?
No, but I organize it.
So you just move papers together. Like, you're basically doing what I'm doing in front of the mic.
I put a spreadsheet together.
Oh, wow, Excel.
Yep.
The domain of the blue-collar man.
Daryl is next, one of our favorite callers. Hello, Daryl.
Hey, guys. Nice conversation, but I'm with Chris on this one. I don't really care what they do, but I've been telling you guys this for the better part of a year.
I don't really care what they do. What a depressing comment. So every time they draft someone or make a signing or trade, it's like, well, it doesn't make a difference. We're effed either way.
Well, yeah, because you got the same people at the top of the food chain making the decisions. I mean, just because you go out and get Wagyu steak doesn't mean a diner, a cafe diner is going to be able to prepare it like a Michelin chef. You're just blowing. And the B where the Steelers want to be above the mean, Andrew, you don't have to spend $50 million. You can spend $15 to $20 million. That's where they want to be, above the mean. They ain't trying to win no championship. They're trying to just be above the mean. So Rooney's going to be like, man, I ain't got to spend 50 to get to 10-8. I can spend 20 and get to 10-8 because that's where he wants to be. That's where he resides. That is where his home is. That Verbo you talked about, it's in a nice neighborhood, but it's been an old home that needs some repair.
Now, isn't that what they always tell you, though, Daryl? Buy the crummiest house on the nicest street?
Exactly. But you know what? He's got a nice house, and it needs some upgrades. But you know what? It doesn't leak, so he's good at it.
So then by that logic, Daryl thinks that it's window shopping, asking for or reaching out to Stafford's people to see what's going on.
I do
like
think
you walk into a store, you have zero interest in buying anything, but you're just intrigued by what the store has to offer, kind of thing.
I still think that you are discounting a little bit the appeal of some of the other teams mentioned there, specifically the Raiders, I think, because we know this. We know, and Breer's right up, he likes L.A. Well, one of those places is 4 hours away driving from L.A. and an hour flight, if that.
But just very bad schools from what I've heard.
Oh, bad schools.
Bad schools. I mean, you don't want to deal with that. He's got a young family. Does he want to drive?
Wait, you think Matthew Stafford is sending his kids to public school?
Does he want to drive down the highway and his kids got to ask him, hey, Dad, what's that sign about call girls? Can you tell me what that is? I mean, that's an awkward thing to have to deal with as a young father.
Well, certainly there are no places like
that.
Right,
Don? You know what I'm talking about.
Oh, I mean, I'm just picturing the Stafford family. They make a nice drive through somewhere. I don't know. Let's say McKeesport, and his son's going to say, Dad, tell me about Top Dog.
Well, he's going to say Top Dog, get you top dollar. What's wrong with that?
So what's he going to say in Vegas? Dad, what's this bunny ranch I keep hearing about?
That's what I'm saying. It's just there's some things about Vegas that really young kids, it's not.
I think if I were Matthew Stafford,
really great situation.
If I were Matthew Stafford, I would rather play for Vegas. I have in Brock Bowers, I think probably a better player already than Pickens. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, no disagreement here. A coach in Carroll who I do think has his warts, that's obvious. But you know what's different from Pete Carroll to Mike Tomlin? Pete Carroll's actually got something to prove. Mike Tomlin has never had that question truly asked of him by the people who
You're saying Tomlin rests on his laurels. Here's Carroll on the comeback trail. And how about Stafford saying, there's a Georgia Bulldog in George Pickens?
I thought you were going to say Carroll and Clinton. Yeah, I was like,
there's a Georgia Bulldog in George Pickens. I'm a Georgia Bulldog. He needs a dog to talk dog back to him.
Where did Brock Bowers go, if you'll refresh my memory?
Also Georgia.
Ah, yes. Donnie, I can hear the smirking tone
Darnell
over
Washington,
here.
Also a Georgia guy. Boom, 2-1.
Yes. I can hear the smirking tone of a man who knows he's starting to fight an uphill battle on this very specific point.
I actually don't think it's an uphill battle. I think most people in the NFL would say if your options are the Steelers and Raiders, the Raiders never win. At least the Steelers are close.
Aren't the Raiders now very much supposedly a different franchise? It's obvious Brady's pulling the strings.
Well, then he shouldn't be allowed to broadcast for Fox, Chris, because it's a clear conflict of interest.
Okay. I'm just saying, I think the Raiders...
Am I right about that?
Yeah, I would love it if he was never on my TV.
Get off TV and put Greg Olsen in there, please.
That would be wonderful if he never was on my TV.
Donnie, do you agree with that? If he's really running the Raiders, well, then why the hell am I having to watch him on Super Bowl Sunday?
You're dodging the issue.
Well, he also has all of those things that he cannot do as a broadcaster since he's a part owner.
Notice they don't actually care about that when they decide it's for the Super Bowl, and they just are kind of like, yeah, you can say what you want.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township, southhillskia.net. We'll come back to this topic. Coming up next, the Penguins got beat over the weekend. A Penguin adversary for years blasted them. And we have Gary Bettman at 3 o'clock on the success of the Four Nations tournament. Will Russia and Evgeny Malkin ever be included in that? We'll ask him. First, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Phillies canceled today due to rain. Bucks and Braves get after it tomorrow at 1. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Winter snow and ice wreak havoc on your home, especially if your roof, siding, or gutters aren't up to par. There's only one choice. If you think your home isn't properly protected, call The Pickle, Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. They're experts in finding and eliminating leaks, making repairs, or if you need a whole house roof and siding replacements, they can do that too. No job is too big or too small for The Pickle. 724-515-5551 or call thepickle.com. They're answering phones 24/7 today.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania.
Your old or broken phone can let you down, but at Verizon, trade in any old phone from our top brands and get iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence with a new line on My Plan and iPad and Apple Watch Series 10. After all, you don't want your old phone to die on you when you're lost.
Perfect.
Or for your broken phone to glitch at the worst possible time.
Hey, can I get your number? Oh.
Trade in your old phone for a brand new iPhone 16 Pro, iPad, and Apple Watch. Visit Verizon.com today. Additional terms apply. Service plan required for Apple Watch and iPad.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit the store for a free test walk. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Wet Go Car Wash, urging you to go unlimited. That means you can wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient Wet Go locations when you sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. You're getting a pass that gives you access to all those car washes for one low monthly price. You're getting an undercarriage wash, underbody protectant, sealer, wax. Your car is going to look so good. So what are you waiting for? Sign up now. And for an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wet Go Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-0766, 800-390-0766, 800-390-0766.
Are you ready to launch your career with one of the region's top builders? At PJ Dick, Trumbull, the Lindy Group, you can build something meaningful, your future. Our dynamic internship and co-op program will immerse you in the industry from day one. Join a complete team of companies that has become a recognized leader in innovation, safety, and quality. Keep up with us on social media and check us out at www.pjdick.com. See you soon, future builders.
What would you do if you could go back in time with the tap of a button?
Watch the ancient Egyptians build the pyramids?
How'd they do it?
Buy enough Bitcoin to purchase your very own private island.
Or maybe just skip the joke that flopped at the holiday party.
Unfortunately, we haven't figured out how to rewind time. But you can rewind live shows with the free Odyssey app.
Never miss your favorite sports talk again. To get started, download Odyssey and search for your station.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
both Ned and Joel are capable of better. You know, Joel's a young goaltender. He's very athletic. We're really excited about this guy, but he's a young goaltender and he's going through a learning process here. And so the challenge is on us as a coaching staff to help him. We'll do the same with Ned. We'll keep working.
Not sure why there was like Neo in the background of that Mike Sullivan
hell was
clip.
that?
But that's the clip that was given to us, and that happened. Mike Sullivan just bitching up a storm about his goalies, and he should. I mean, they don't have an NHL caliber goaltender in the organization, and they have one signed for over $5 million a year. And they flipped the one guy who would be for Derek Brassard. But hey, Jim Rutherford was at least making good moves to offset the bad ones. I can't say that about Ron Hextall, and I can't say that about Kyle Dubas. And honestly, this is really painful to say. I think Hextall has more good moves on his ledger than Dubas to this point. Hextall traded for Raquel and then signed him. And that looks like a bargain right now. Whereas Dubas signed Jari, Graves, and traded for Erik Karlsson, who, as soon as the Four Nations was done, you notice Erik Karlsson went right back to being a complete waste of space. Coming your way at 2:37, brought to you by Gina G. and Petro, Remax Select Realty. This is Hockey Talk. More with Gary Bettman in about 20 minutes. The commissioner of the NHL has said, I cannot wait to talk hockey with Andrew Filipponi, Chris Muller, and Donnie Football on 93.7
Now, are you going to change
The Fan.
to be Donnie Hockey for this interview?
No, I don't know if that person will ever exist.
We know Craigie
I can't
Hockey
fake
didn't
something
exist.
like that.
When Craig was in that booth, we could have played the old Craig named 10 AHL players, and I don't know if he could have done it outside the Penguins.
We have Sean McDonough's homage to Mike Lange from Saturday that you'll hear in a few minutes. We also have PK Subban, days after the Pittsburgh hockey fan loved PK Subban for what he said about the NHL versus the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now here comes the other side of
PK
Subban.
giveth, PK taketh.
And Subban knew that he could incite the Penguins fan base with this take. The ESPN NHL feed didn't put out this clip. Subban had to put it out on his own. And it sounds like he literally had somebody shoot the video of him giving this take in the studio, because the sound quality of this is just not very good. So I'm going to say that right off the bat.
Okay.
But we have it anyways. Pomp actually played it on the Showdown last night. He was so fired up by it.
Were you on the Showdown last night?
I was. So was Kabali. Kabali brought his son with him, and he said, hey, this is the kid that you guys talk about who always clogs toilets.
Big
and
celebrity.
I said, it's not just us. McAfee does the same thing.
Who was the third man in?
Mackey. Mackey's everywhere these days. Mackey's on here. Mackey's writing. Mackey's doing this and that. All right, so we have Subban. This is what he said about what's going on with the Penguins as he was watching them Saturday get destroyed by the Washington Capitals.
This is a poorly built team. They're undersized, undermanned, they're soft. They're set up to fail. And to me, the way this team is built, it's inexcusable. They shouldn't be against the biggest team in the league. They're getting outmanned in front of the net. You got two small defensemen there trying to battle Tom Wilson. It's not going to end good. Crosby deserves way more than this. At the level that he's playing at, where he's at right now in his game, his career, this is not enough for Sidney Crosby to do some damage with. He needs a better team around him. Mike Sullivan needs better players to coach. It's got to be put together the right way for these guys to be able to have a chance to make the playoffs. And I don't see it. And for me, it's on Kyle Dubas. You're getting paid $7 million a year? That's what I expect. If it's a rebuild, then rebuild. And if it's not, then we got to see better results on the ice. This is inexcusable.
Now, there's a ton there.
Is that one of those like ASMR videos where like they're trying to make like gentle crackling noises near the mic so you get relaxed and go to sleep? The hell was that?
I didn't know that Dubas was. I should have known this. I didn't know Dubas was making $7 million. That is stealing. How many guys on the Penguins roster, Donnie, are making more money than the team's GM? Look that up for me. And he's making more than Sullivan. Even though, you know, if I'm going to defend Sullivan for a second here, at least that guy's won 2 Stanley Cups and rescued a team that was looking a lot like this team looks now, and won a cup, and then did the unthinkable in the salary cap era, ran it back and won another one. Dubas's claim to fame is that he took an underachieving Maple Leafs team, made them respectable. That's the most I can say about it there. They didn't do playoff damage. They were thought of as a team that could win the Stanley Cup.
And never did.
And part of it was because he kept getting the goaltending thing wrong. And what do you know? They're doing the same thing now. How many guys are making more money than him, Don?
2 that are over $7 million.
Sid and Carlson?
Yep.
I think the biggest indictment I can give of Kyle Dubas, there's twofold. I think I used to do this, and then the more people I talked to, the more I backed off this stance. I don't think he had to have his arm twisted into Tristan Jarry getting that extension. Like, people said Mike Sullivan was just so pot committed to Jarry mentally that, like, they kind of pressured him.
Kabali said last
I don't
night
think that's
that
at all the case.
Dubas was forced to do it.
Yeah, I have heard from multiple people that in no way, shape, or form was he forced to do it. He didn't. If he needed any cajoling to go along with it, it was barely any. Like that was a warm. He was a warm prospect already. He was a pretty big Jarry fan. Here's the other thing. I also think that they're rebuilding now. Clearly, I do think his mandate initially was to try and win, and the moves he took or that he undertook to try to make a winner again or a playoff caliber team again
were god-awful.
Were horrible. I do think right now what he is doing is trying to strip this thing down. I think they have more draft picks in the next 3 years than any other team in the NHL, or the top 3 rounds. They
Great,
have a lot
because
of
we
picks.
know second and third round picks in the NHL turn into
late
good players.
Firsts turn into crapshoots. My point is, whatever he's doing now is somewhat irrelevant to the question of when he got hired, was he trying to build a playoff team, a contender, a team that could still get in and try to win? And I think he was, and he did a horrible job of it. So if that's your basis on which to judge him, why on earth would you then feel great about the prospects of him in the long term, building this thing back and making it something that is the envy of the rest of the NHL?
The overall point that Sidney Crosby deserves better than this, I agree with, to be stuck on one of the worst teams in the NHL. I do think in the pie of blame, there is a slice that goes to Sid, not because of the way he's played, but because he wanted Malkin and Letang, and he wanted those guys, that core.
They said we're going off. They said we're going off the Cliff Thelma and Louise style.
But I mean, I still think with those 3 guys, if Hextall and Dubas had done a better job surrounding them with players, that they could be something close to what Washington is right now.
This gets brought up all the time, and because this guy was always kind of in a way my favorite of the big 3 to watch, it always hurts me and stings, and I would occasionally say I didn't believe it or didn't agree with it. But given the fact that they've done nothing in the postseason since 2018, haven't won a series, you could have probably traded Malkin at some point. After what? You lose to the Capitals, you don't three-peat. You could have at least entertained the idea, and the pretty obvious consensus is they didn't even entertain it. Going back to, again, the big 3 wanted to stay together.
Yeah.
Let me put it this way.
I mean, I wasn't ready to do it then, so I have a hard time levying that criticism against them.
I wasn't ready to do it then, but sometimes you have to be a year early on something or take a bold step early, and that would have qualified, but again, they all wanted it to be this way, and if you weren't going to take a shake-up step like that still would have required the players' approval and sign-off, then this is probably what you were always going to get as a logical endpoint.
You're going to hear Sean McDonough's tribute to Mike Lange next. You're also going to hear the commissioner of the NHL, who is set to join us at 3, what Mike Lange meant to hockey and his take on the 4 Nations tournament. What's next for the 4 Nations, how they keep the momentum going. All of those things are on the docket with the commissioner at 3. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. It's the PM Team.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
College basketball is at its most exciting stretch of the season. Right now, new customers on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 to bet on everything from conference clashes to tournament upsets and even who's cutting down the nets. Listen, I've been talking about St. John's for a while right now. Just saw them play UConn. They seem to have the toughness and ability to get far. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. The app is easy to use. When you win, you'll get paid instantly. So visit FanDuel.com/Starkey, STARKEY, to get in on the college hoops action before March takes over. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Bresman attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You know what pain is? There's two different types of pain. There's mental pain and it's physical pain. You know what revenge is. Revenge is when somebody hurts you and you get them back. That's revenge. Revenge is when you sick the dog on them. Let them go bite them. They got you into that accident. Let the dog go bite them. Top Dog's his name. He's out for top dollar. Out to get him back. He's out for top dollar. Trying to erase that mental pain. Turn it into money. Trying to erase that physical pain. Turn it into money. Medical malpractice, car accidents. You make the call. Top Dog Law.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. 93.7 The Fan is turning 15, and we want you to join us for the celebration. Visit 937thefan.com for details on where you can get free tickets to the event at Rivers Casino, February 26th from 6 to 9. Fan 15 is brought to you by Sand Designs, Washington Wild Things, Gingerbread Man Running, and Surfside Seltzer. Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union continues to grow. They're proud to announce their newest location on Cochrane Road in Scott Township. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and become one of the nearly 25,000 Western Pennsylvanians who are part of the family. Visit AllegiantFCU.org today. The captain is back. That's wild caught, beer battered cod with melted cheese and all-American sauce on a sandwich or sub. Don't let this delicious option sail away. Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
T-Mobile 5G home internet keeps getting better. Get our fastest connection loaded with benefits. Get T-Mobile's best home internet starting at $55 a month with auto pay and any voice line. Plus, Price Lock. We won't raise your rate on internet. Check availability at T-Mobile.com/home internet.
Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Guarantees regular monthly rate plan price of fixed wireless 5G internet data with qualifying service. After $15 bill credit with postpaid voice line plus $5 a month without auto pay with debit or bank account. Regulatory fees included for qualifying accounts. $35 connection charge applies. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid in a combo or in
We wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia. See the Sweetheart Savings Event, the new 2025 Kia K4 LXS and lease for just $195 a month, or purchase with special low APR starting at 2.9% at Monroeville Kia. Our dealer exclusives are the keys to a great deal. You get free lifetime state inspections, car washes, free charging for Kia EVs, and professional customer care with every purchase. That's our promise because we wanna see ya in a MonroevilleKia.com. Call for details 412-856-2100.
I'm approaching the age where I'm gonna start getting my clothes the same place I get my groceries.
Angela Johnson-Reyes, the family reunion tour.
Can't keep shopping at the same stores I used to shop at. Like Forever 21. No, you're not. Turns out that was a lie.
See Angela Johnson-Reyes live on stage in Pittsburgh. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com.
As you know, it's tax time again, so if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half your salary, or only 25%, of course you'd choose 25%. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. So don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich & Fishman. Their fee is only 25%. They have a 99.7% success rate over 25 years, and there's never a fee unless you win. If you've been injured, call 1-888-98-TWINS or visit 98twins.com. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Men with ED, if you think chewing gum or calling an 800 number for pills will fix your ED issues, you've been duped. If that crap worked, NuFlow Men's Health wouldn't be here. No pills, no injections, no games. Quit lying to yourself. Call NuFlow at 412-784-9000. That's 412-784-9000.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. In the past 10 years, the weight loss industry has seen it all. New medications, fad diets, sculpting, and still Awaken 180 continues to stand alone as the proven solution for weight loss. Results at awaken180weightloss.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh.
An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Just an awful loss for Pitt Hoops Saturday in South Bend. They are now 16-11. They take on Georgia Tech tomorrow night. Pre-game coverage here begins at 6:30. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Monday edition of the PM Team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Mike Sullivan said they drove together, did he and Sidney Crosby, to the airport in Boston yesterday to get on the plane to come back here. Here's Crosby again. On the backhand, he scores! Oh, scratch my back with a hacksaw. Sidney Crosby has tied the game at 2.
15-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. That was ESPN and Sean McDonough paying tribute to the great Mike Lange. The Penguins had a tribute before the game. They also had a montage during the game, during one of the breaks in play.
They always do a really good job with that stuff.
Gary Bettman is about 5 minutes away from joining us to share some of his Mike Lange memories, and also we're going to ask him about the great success of the Four Nations tournament and how the NHL keeps it going. I know you can accuse me of having a bias because he's a Syracuse guy, and I've had a few to several beers with him over the years.
Pony, you're biased.
But I think McDonough's gotten way better at hockey. I thought he was tremendous in that USA-Canada game on Thursday. And, I mean, it's, as many people have pointed out, it's not an easy sport to just parachute into.
Well, all the Mike Lange tributes, I think, underscored for a guy who was known for his catchphrases. Everyone that talked to us about him told us how hard he prepared even to the last years of his career when he probably could have coasted. You've got numbers that are hard to see to begin with. Guys are constantly going over the boards. How many, like you and I have sat in that press box many a time. There are only a handful of people skating on the Penguins even who skate so definitively and look so obvious that you can tell who they are without like guessing or looking hard. Letang, Crosby, Malkin. Who else? Stahl, when he was here, you could kind of tell that who he was on the ice. But I think McDonough's just done a great job at getting comfortable with it. And, man, he's always had the I just know how to broadcast, like the sense of the moment. That
I on Saturday, Amanda was driving back from Columbus.
The homage to Crosby or to Lange on that call was terrific.
And he picked Scratch My Back with a Hacksaw as the signature call to go with there. He must have deemed that to be the quintessential Mike Lange catchphrase. I would agree with that.
He might be right.
Speaking of McDonough, Amanda was driving back from Columbus on Saturday. So while Stella was sleeping, I decided that I wanted to go back and watch old Big East tournament games.
As one does.
When it was McDonough, Billis, and Raftery, what a friggin' combo that was.
Did life ever get better? And
No.
I'm a huge Dan Schulman fan, but McDonough and Billis' interplay and then Raftery just interjecting.
That was a little bit before Donnie's time. Donnie, you need to go back and watch some of those
They'd get those guys together. Yeah, they get the Big
Broadcasting
East tournament
clinics
together.
those three put on together.
Billis kind of doing the...
When he still had hair?
Billis doing kind of like the smartest guy in the room, but those guys always taking him down a peg.
Always acting like he was out till 6 a.m. drinking the night before. McDonough busting his balls for it.
Shulman's great. McDonough, though, has like the unhinged, and I mean this compliment in a complimentary way.
He knew how to josh
Big
those
game
guys,
calls.
as they say.
Oh, yeah.
Joke around with them.
All three of them, you could tell, were good friends getting to do that, and that's how you have, I think, like the best booth possible. People often say that about this show.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's what Barrett Sports Media said.
3 years in a row they've said it.
Highfalutin program directors out there.
Was I not on the email for that one that they sent out around the station to recognize us for that? Did you guys get that? I might have just been missed.
I have like 19,000 unread emails, so I'm the last person in the world you need to ask.
Donnie, they must have forgotten to include me on that one.
I don't know if Gary Bettman has talked about the fights from USA Canada, so I'm excited to ask him about that too.
A lot of questions about that, about all of it, because it's just, man, when was the last time the NHL felt like this, and hockey felt like as much of a cultural touchstone as it did? I can't even remember like a time where just everybody, it just felt like everyone was talking about it.
It did with USA Canada in 2010, but that was not an NHL event. That was
an
the
IAHF,
Olympics.
yeah.
And the NHL trying to draft off of that. I mean, I still remember when the Sabres and Penguins played the first game out of that break, and Ryan Miller got a standing ovation here from Penguins fans. It was incredible.
The last time maybe the NHL, I think, had that level of cultural cachet, maybe the initial Winter Classic, the Snow Globe game in Buffalo. You've got the biggest star in the league with like flurries coming down, maybe.
Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. We are very pleased to be joined right now by the commissioner of the NHL, Gary Bettman, Andrew Filipponi, and Chris Muller back here in Pittsburgh. Gary, how are you today?
I'm great. Good to be with you guys.
We were just hearing Sean McDonough pay tribute to Mike Lange with his goal call from Saturday after Sid scored, scratch my back with a hacksaw. Gary, your thoughts on what Mike Lange meant to Penguins hockey and the NHL?
I mean, he was a truly special and unique play-by-play guy. I mean, scratch my back, shave my face with a rusty razor. I mean, he said it all. And he started in 1974.
Yes.
For 46 years, give or take.
Yep.
He was the voice of the Penguins. He was synonymous with hockey in Pittsburgh, and he died too young, too sick, and we're going to miss him.
Gary, I always heard, too, that, like, Mike was one of many, and I think the most famous of many. Like, when hockey was gaining a foothold in some of these expansion cities when he was starting out, some of those broadcasters were every bit as identifiable as some of the players. So I feel like you could say that Mike and some of these other guys absolutely helped grow the game just like the players did.
Oh, no question. I mean, the game obviously exists on the ice, and fans come to the game and watch it on television, but it's the stories and the action and the energy that's being communicated. That's the biggest connection point for our fans, and we're grateful for all the great work that guys like Mike have done over the years. We wouldn't be where we are today if it weren't for the Mike Langes.
Gary, do you have a favorite moment or favorite story about him?
No, I mean, he was always so engaging and so friendly and passionate about the game. And, and I go around to all the rinks, but he's one of the guys who was always friendly and willing to have a chat and was always so animated because, like the players, he was so passionate about the game.
Gary, you mentioned just league wouldn't be where it's at without guys like Mike Lange. Well, where the league was at while the Four Nations was going on was occupying a very high place, I think, in kind of the sports consciousness around this country, doing ratings, I think, on ESPN that were bigger than any hockey game, any NHL game has ever done on ESPN, that championship game. So I guess first I just wanted your reaction to the success that was the Four Nations, what you expected maybe going in versus what it actually delivered for the league.
Well, our players, and you guys know this, are extraordinarily passionate about the game. And whenever they're playing and whatever the circumstance, they go all out. And our players, because of the diversity of our player pool, love representing the countries from which they come from. There's a history and tradition of that in terms of them playing as teenagers in the World Juniors, the best players. And while there's also a history and tradition of international best on best in hockey, prior to '98, NHL players didn't go to the Olympics. And then we went a while, and it was kind of a mixed bag in terms of what it did to our season. But when we stopped going after Sochi, it became very clear to me how important it was to the players that they have those opportunities. And that's why we now, are focused with the Players Association on a 2-year schedule going forward of Olympics, 2 years later World Cup, then Olympics 2 years after that, and 2 years after that World Cup, and so on. And we think that will satisfy that element of passion play for our players and for our fans. But I heard you guys before I got on the air. Game 7 of last year's Stanley Cup Final was a seminal moment.
Yes.
I mean, sports is made up of great moments. We had high expectations for this tournament because it was in our mind a jumping off point to reintroduce people and the players to international best on best. And there were passionate rivalries. I mean, Finland, Sweden, Canada, U.S., you don't get much bigger than that. And the players came to play. They weren't kidding around. All you had to do was watch the first 9 seconds of the first Canada-U.S. game, and you know that guys were in this because it was Bill.
Gary, what did you think of those fights? How did you react? Just your gut feeling the minute you saw it happen that way. I think the rivalry there was the Kachucks with the entire nation of Canada at that point.
There was a build-up, over the ensuing few weeks. We had heard from the players how excited they were about this tournament, and they couldn't wait to get going. And with everything going on in the world and the overlay and everything else, the team showed up ready to go. I mean, they were energized, and you saw that from the outset. And then they settled down and played 2 great hockey games.
We're talking to Gary Bettman, the commissioner of the NHL. Great success, the Four Nations tournament. We obviously were spellbound to it in Pittsburgh with Sidney Crosby playing for Team Canada, Mike Sullivan coaching the U.S. side. You had Pittsburgh-born players like Vinny Trocheck, J.T. Miller that also participated in it. Gary, my question off of that is, how do you carry the momentum from that great tournament now into the rest of the NHL regular season?
Well, everything we do builds on everything else. So in a very concrete way, next Saturday we're going to have 90,000 people at the Ohio Stadium in Columbus for a game between the Blue Jackets and the Red Wings. We're in the stretch run to the playoffs. Look at the standings in the East. And then, there's nothing like our playoffs, particularly the first round. This will continue to build. ESPN and Turner did a great job in bringing it to life in the United States. And, our great players every night come back and do great things night after night. I mean, look in Pittsburgh. Sid Crosby is a marvel, and we've been lucky to have him in the game. Mike Sullivan, did a great job with Team USA, not just in coaching the team, but the way he conveyed to everybody what was going on and how everybody felt about the tournament. So, maybe this whole event will give people who weren't really hockey fans, maybe not even sports fans, an opportunity to say, you know what we saw was really good, really exciting, really entertaining. I want to see some more of it.
Gary, who are some of the people outside the hockey world who either text you or reached out and you're like, oh my God, I can't believe we got this guy to buy in and lock into this great tournament?
I heard from governmental leaders, politicians, business people. I mean, yeah, my phone lit up, and it was gratifying. People telling me stories that they were at other sporting events, and everybody was on their phone watching the games on Thursday night. Listen, the numbers we did were huge numbers. So it's clear that lots and lots and lots of people were tuned in. And if you compare the number in North America, I think we were over 16 million because I think we did another 8 million in addition to the 9.3 in the U.S. We did 8 million in Canada.
Gary, you mentioned the game at Ohio Stadium coming up here. Do you still feel like outdoor hockey, especially in the United States, is moving the needle the way you want it to for the league?
Absolutely. It's a great event, particularly in person. Fans in the markets where we go to do it. And we've done a number of games in Pittsburgh. So, I mean, people love to come to the outdoors, brave the cold, and in record numbers compared to the 15 to 20,000 we typically have indoors in arenas. They love it. It takes the ultimate reality show, sports, and our game, and subjects it to the elements, and it brings up, conjures up memories of kids learning to skate on frozen ponds, and it also creates its own memories, when people come together from all over in those large numbers.
Gary Bettman with us, the commissioner of the NHL. I'm sure once you have a great tournament like that, you think about ways to make it better and make it more successful the next time you do it, Gary. One question we got throughout was, will they add Russia? Can they get Russia and Evgeny Malkin and Alexander Ovechkin into this tournament? What would you say to that?
Well, there's a two-part answer to that. One is when we do the World Cup, we're envisioning at least 8 teams. At this point, for the 4 nations, we had to do with the timing because we only had a short window to put it together, and the realities of the geopolitics in the world. I mean, 2 weeks ago, the IIHF, the International Ice Hockey Federation, voted to continue to ban Russia from competition. The IOC's got to make that same decision for the Olympics in the next couple of months. So, that issue is not one that we decide. It's more one where we have to pay attention to what the world governing bodies are doing with Russia in sports right now.
Gary, to go back a little bit with something else 4 Nations related that is not about geopolitics, we're obviously blessed in this city to have had an almost uninterrupted run for 40 years of basically the brightest lights in the sport calling Pittsburgh home. Mario Lemieux, before that game, can you walk us through the process of having him involved on the Team Canada side leading into the 4 Nations? Because
we haven't seen him here in a while, Gary.
It's been a while here.
Well, he has a place not too far from where we were in Montreal, and he generally is kind of somebody who stays away from the public eye. But the crowd in Montreal at the Bell Center was electric. I think I heard one of the players from one of the other teams go, I'm sure glad he doesn't introduce the team when we had to play our game. It was emotional. He is beloved, not just in Pittsburgh or in Montreal, but throughout the NHL. He's given so much to the game. And frankly, I thought it was great to see the reaction he got, and then I was with him to see his reaction to what the reaction to him was. It was really a very special moment.
Gary, the next time you do the 4 Nations, is it set to be Montreal and Boston, or could it be in a place like Toronto for Canada and Pittsburgh, where we obviously love hockey?
Oh, no, we're going to bid it out, and there'll be some games we believe in Europe.
Wow.
The World Cup is going to be a real World Cup, like depending on how many teams, there may be some qualifications. We envision once we bring the World Cup back, which we'll do 2 years after next year's Olympics, that people will view this like they do the World Cup of soccer.
Gary, I have to bring this up just because, it's kind of the nature of sports fandom. You're comparing one thing to another, and people talked about, wow, this 4 Nations is incredible, and then would bring up the All-Star Game in less flattering terms, but the All-Star Game isn't gone. What, if any, kind of different or new plans do you have for the All-Star Game moving forward in the NHL?
Actually, our All-Star Game for a number of years has not been criticized at all. We revamped the skills, and we did that with players like Connor McDavid having us do it, and it's worked well. And then I think it was the All-Star Game in Nashville, 6, 7, 8 years ago, where we went to the 3-on-3 round robin $1 million winner take all, and we've not gotten criticism over our All-Star Game. Obviously, 4 Nations took everything to a new level, but our All-Star Game wasn't one that was under siege by any stretch of the imagination.
You've got to feel good, though, that it seems like the discourse afterwards was, how do the other leagues either steal or copy or find a facsimile of what you guys did?
That remains to be seen over time. To the extent people take something away from it that they thought might work for them.
Yep.
What do they say? Imitation's the highest form of flattery.
Exactly.
We don't, we kind of do our own thing. Again, we changed the All-Star game to go to 3-on-3 with a little round robin. We move our skills around. We try the outdoor games. We don't hesitate to try some things that are new and innovative, and our fans might find very special. Hey, listen, we're going to play 2 outdoor games next season in Florida. That's new, that's innovative, and some people say it may be crazy. We'll tune in now and see how we did.
Gary, we are now 12 goals away from Alexander Ovechkin tying Wayne Gretzky. We are 13 goals away from him breaking Gretzky's goal record, which felt like an untouchable mark, particularly since it wasn't the roaring 80s anymore offensively for the league for a while. What, when you consider Ovechkin, the achievement that he's on the precipice of, just what is your reaction to the fact that the NHL is very soon going to have a new all-time goal champion?
Well, actually, before I answer that question, let me just touch 2 points. One, while Alex and Sid have been playing, and we have been more than blessed to have them for roughly 2 decades, that was the era after we lost the season, created competitive balance, and made the rule changes that opened up the game. So we've been more offensive-oriented than we were in the era you were referring to back before their careers. But again, having Sid and Alex in the game has been unbelievable, and we're grateful to both of them. But yeah, I mean, having a record that nobody thought could be broken, and looking at Alex's endurance and the level of skill and compete that he's had, it's really special. And I was with Wayne in Boston, and frankly, at the end of the day, he and I are both going to be following Alex around to hopefully be there, plan to be there when he ties and then breaks the record. And it is one of the truly extraordinary events that you'll see in sport.
And that could lead you to Pittsburgh, because the last game of the regular season is Capitals and Penguins. How about the schedule makers nailing that one as a potential place where he breaks the record or ties it, Gary?
Probably wasn't a coincidence.
I don't think so.
But based on what he did yesterday, if he keeps that up, we may not get to that.
I was just going to say, you might have to tell some people to try to slow him down a little bit.
Gary,
right now.
You've touched on Sid a little bit in this interview. I'm very interested in just hearing you, because you're such an eloquent speaker, just describe the Sidney Crosby impact on the NHL. There's a stat going around that he's now won gold or an international championship 5 times for Team Canada. The U.S. as a total nation has only done it 4 times. And so just his serial winning that he has brought to your sport.
Well, actually, I think up until the game that they lost the first game in the 4 nations, Team Canada had won like 26 games in a row with him. I mean, let's start. He's a great player. He's a great leader. He represents the games on and off the ice, incomparably. He represents everything that's great about the game. He represents Pittsburgh well, and he's just a first-class, terrific person. He's the whole deal, and we have been grateful to see this career unfold from when he was, a kid.
And he's gotten other kids involved in the sport here. Logan Cooley got drafted by Arizona in the first round as a top pick, and he came through Sidney Crosby's hockey program.
Yeah,
Gary, how about that?
He's done it all on and off the ice, and it's just, it's been great to see. And obviously, when he's done, we're going to miss him, but hopefully he won't be too far from the game.
Gary Bettman, NHL Commissioner. Gary, thanks so much. High times for the NHL. We loved it here in Pittsburgh, just like the rest of the world did. And, we'll catch up again when you bring a big event to Pittsburgh. How's that sound?
Sounds great. Thanks for having me, guys.
Thanks, Gary.
Gary Bettman, Commissioner of the NHL. That's pretty cool.
Man, he had stats ready for me, though, about the roaring 80s.
Oh, I mean, look.
He had his numbers lined up. I know they came out of the lockout and it was all offense, but...
He's obviously a lawyer, and he's done what I've heard. He's done some interviews where there's a repartee and a big-time back and forth. I mean, given what the NHL has accomplished here in the last 2 weeks, there really wasn't a reason to get into any kind of, argument with him.
I tried with the All-Star Game one, but decided... I was going to let sleeping dogs lie there.
Cavalli wanted me to start in and say, hey, are you going to ruin the 4 Nations the way that you've ruined the Stadium Series games? I'm like, come on, Mark. What do you think I'm doing here?
Did you notice I tried to ask something about that? And, the appetite is insatiable still. Well, then there should be more than 2 of them, no?
More than 2
like he
outdoor
was talking,
games?
Well, I guess he was.
Well, you don't want to water it down, Malls.
Well, how many did they have at their peak in a given year? They would have, it seemed like 8 or 9.
It seemed like there were a lot, yeah.
That's what I mean.
He is right. I went to the one a few years ago with Giannotti. We were in Nashville for Lightning and Predators. And it's definitely true, and people know this from going to the Washington-Pittsburgh game, even though it obviously had one of the worst moments in Penguins history with Sid's hit from Steckel, and the Penguins-Flyers game that was here.
At both of those.
Yes, it is. When you have it, it's
a
cool.
spectacle.
But
hard to see the ice if you're high up, but it's a spectacle. I was at the one in Chicago.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about that.
Which is like the ultimate spectacle.
Wasn't it so cold you were drunk the entire game?
My beer was freezing in the can, and it was room temperature when I left, and then we were drinking Fireball to stay warm. The only
has he said anywhere else that Russia can't play in this?
No.
Is that news? I guess you might be able to
glean it.
Ascertain that on your own, just based on what he said.
He's going to follow. He's going to follow the political
policy.
winds. Yeah, he's going to follow the other organizations. I think it was very clear there. He does not want to be seen as the guy who rocks the boat on that.
But how about that, Donnie? I mean, basically, it sounds like unless the political landscape changes, we might not even see Ovechkin, Malkin, and Russia in the Olympics.
Yeah,
next
it just
February.
sounds like that's unfortunately.
Well, the political landscape appears to be changing, however, under our feet with that one.
But until that does change, I think he is wise to kind of wait until it's all clear.
One more thing. I mean this very sincerely. He's the commissioner of the entire league, and he gave us 15 minutes.
I agree 100% with that.
Which is, I think, a very, very, very cool gesture. Wow, it seems like some sirens were blaring behind him in the background. One thing, though, Gary, I say all that to say this. I know you're going to defend the sport. Do you have your Twitter search terms muted for "this is so much better than the All-Star game"? Your All-Star game's not under siege? What are we talking about here?
I think he's saying relative to the Pro Bowl and the NBA All-Star game. He's right.
But
even before this, it was second behind Major League Baseball's All-Star game.
The Four Nations, I didn't have the exact number, so I didn't want to go with it, although I think Gary probably would have known it, did 560% better in the ratings in the United States than last year's All-Star game.
Yeah.
I think there's an appetite for real competition and not for whatever any sports All-Star weekend is anymore. I'm just pointing that out.
They deserve a pat on the back. They came up with a concept, but then the thing about it is the execution of it. Are the players actually going to take it seriously? And they did, and he said it was a testament to them, and that's not him pumping his players' tires or his league's tires. It's one thing to say, let's put all these great players on the ice and have them slap Team Canada and Team USA on the front of their sweaters.
It's another thing for the players to take it seriously.
I mean, they went out there and they acted like this was 1980 and Lake Placid all over again.
His league is also getting rid of fighting more and more, but it's clear that he thought that the fighting was certainly not a net negative.
And he's right about that.
He just wasn't going to say, it was unbelievable.
He wasn't going to say it was uncouth. He wasn't going to go in that direction because he knew that it drove ratings for it.
Well, he also said, they played 2 very good games. This is a dumb question. He kept referring only to the World Cup. Is this just a temporary patch over to that, basically?
What do you mean?
The Four Nations itself.
They're going to do both. They're going to alternate them.
But how many years ahead do they even have the Four Nations planned out is my point. I'm not even sure. You know what I mean? Because I think when he's saying the Olympics and the World Cup, it's you could just stagger those every 2. Which would mean the Four Nations, where does that fit?
I think that those 2 things are going to happen again before the next Four Nations.
So, Four Nations in 2029, right? I guess? Because it's happening in odd years.
So then it would be...
So the Olympics would go 2026.
Yep, and
World Cup 2028. Are you going to stick a Four Nations in there in 2029 and keep having that? Then it's constant international competition, and I think you do probably run the risk of cheapening the Four Nations a little bit at that point. That's why... Whenever you kept asking about that, he answered questions in the form of World Cup, World Cup.
That's a good – well, that's because I think he's trying to tee up the next one that they're putting on and not the Olympics is out of their hands. They're just giving their players permission to go play. But so you're –
What I'm saying is it seems like the Four Nations was just a temporary bridge to get to the World Cup. The Four Nations as we are talking about it is not actually going to happen.
I think it was a way to bring –
NHL-driven international competition.
Before the Olympics, yes. And it was an appetizer to whet the appetite before that event happens. And the thing that worked in its favor, too, is it had been so long since we saw the world's best players compete in something like this because they did not go to the last two Olympics. And he said it was a mixed bag when they sent players. And I think the only regret I have from that interview, now thinking back to it in my head, that I should have asked him that I didn't, was what kind of feedback have you gotten from teams about the break and injuries? Right? I mean, McAvoy's out in Boston.
Didn't he allude to the fact that, like, there was, with the Olympic break, which is much longer, there was, like, mixed feedback from teams about, like, they didn't...
Well, the
gap. People didn't love the gap.
The issue there has always been, other than eyeballs on hockey, we're not getting anything out of it.
Right. Yeah. What does it do?
Texas on the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line, a person in your law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. A PM Team weekend review coming up, including a former Steeler who was on the station this weekend. But first, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins losers in both games of their back-to-back at home this weekend. The Capitals beat them 8-3 on Saturday. The Rangers beat them 5-3 yesterday. Pens visit the Flyers tomorrow. Pucks are up set for 7 in Philly. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thanks, Don. Let's talk right now about Mike's Beer Bar. Mike's was a great place to watch these big hockey games, a place to drown your sorrows after hockey losses on Saturday and Sunday. Our teams are not doing a lot of winning right now. So it's a good place to get together with friends and maybe discuss those things. Man, what should the football team do in free agency? Who should they draft? Should they trade for this quarterback? And they've got all the sports on at Mike's, including great food options, and I can't leave out the beer. 80 rotating taps of great local craft beer, 500 beers from around the world. Meet me at Mike's.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan brings you the Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show with Pony and Muller every Thursday at 4 p.m. Get the insight you need to win big. The Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by TGL, presented by SoFi. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Am I the only one that found it a little odd yesterday that Indiana celebrated the 40th anniversary of Bob Knight throwing his chair across the court in anger? To me, that incident connects to the worst things that Knight did in anger. So, head coach Mike Woodson using the chair yesterday is not something I would have signed off on. I'm Andrew Bogish.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime-forcing, playoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf. Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime-forcing, playoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Have you ever thought about flying private? No hassle, no lines, it's a beautiful thing. Pat Bostic here from my friends at AMG Jets. Whether it's a business trip or a weekend getaway, AMG has a fleet of private jets to take you where you need to go in unparalleled comfort and style. They have been departing from Pittsburgh International Airport for over 20 years. Begin your private jet travel today. Visit AMGjets.com. That's AMGjets.com. AMG, a proud supporter of the University of Pittsburgh and Pitt Athletics.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
The Mitsubishi deals are sweeter at Jim Shorkey.
Remaining 24 Outlanders up to $9,000 off. Both Outlander and Eclipse Cross come with 0% financing.
And you'll feel the love when you receive up to 125% of KBB for your trade. Stop by for an instant, no obligation appraisal.
Your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. Shop them both at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing on select models with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Drowning in IRS debt? If you can't afford to pay your IRS debt due to economic hardship, you can now be free of IRS collection efforts by taking advantage of a special IRS tax hardship program. This program allows Americans who owe the IRS to resolve their delinquent tax debt once and for all. In some cases, maybe even reducing what you owe significantly. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Simply dial 800-514-1026 if you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back or have years of unfiled tax returns. Help is standing by. Just call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-514-1026 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-514-1026 to see if you qualify. That's 800-514-1026.
What would you do if you could go back in time with the tap of a button?
Watch the ancient Egyptians build the pyramids?
How'd they do it?
Buy enough Bitcoin to purchase your very own private island.
Or maybe just skip the joke that flopped at the holiday party.
Unfortunately, we haven't figured out how to rewind time. But you can rewind live shows with the free Odyssey app.
Never miss your favorite sports talk again. To get started, download Odyssey and search for your station.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official betting partner of 93.7 The Fan. College basketball March is almost here, and Pitt is getting ready to play its biggest game of the season by far at Louisville on Saturday. This is a game Pitt absolutely has to win if it wants to lock up a shot in the tournament. So you'll be watching, and if you've got a good feeling on this game, you should bet on it with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. And right now, new customers on FanDuel get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 to bet on everything that's going on right now as we get into the conference tournaments and then all the way to the end when a team cuts down the nets. And the app's so easy, when you win, you get paid instantly. FanDuel.com/Andrew to get in on the college hoops action. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. For online real money wager only, $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Crews are on the scene of an accident on the outbound side of 28 just before the exit for Murray Hill Road in Creighton. There is a shoulder closed. Look out for a delay in that area. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
We're trying to go on a generational run here. Gary Bettman just joined us a half hour ago. You can go back and listen to that on the Odyssey app. One of the most beloved Pirates since our station launched in 2010. We'll have our big 15th anniversary shindig on Wednesday. That is going to be a night to remember. Got an email about how this place is going to be, the Rivers Casino Ballroom is going to be rocking for that event. We're going to have, hopefully, fingers crossed, one of the great Pirates from that era wants to come on and chat it up with us tomorrow. We had Kenny Pickett on the station Saturday.
Look at you. You don't even have a segue for that.
This is PM Team Weekend Review. And I think Kabali sent me a text that said, riveting 9-minute interview. Kenny Pickett. I could not tell from a text if it was...
What is with you and the Kabali? I mean, man, Kabali's like the main fourth character on today's show. He's got an opinion on everything.
Because he's the radio station and show ombudsman.
I thought that was Jason and Slippery Rock.
Jason and Slippery Rock's losing that title to Mark. Mark's commenting and opining more.
Just so Mark knows, we're not paying him like McAfee does to be the ombudsman.
Not sure if it was said in jest or sarcastically, or if Mark was actually legitimately jealous and intrigued
What's
by
your
hearing
gut tell
Pickett.
you?
With Mark, it always skews negative. Would you agree with that, Donnie? I mean, it actually could have been a great interview, and Mark's going to find something about it that he thinks sucked.
You're saying Kabali's negative about things?
Oh, man, I got to go to the Combine, and McAfee wants me to hang out because they're doing their show live there, and he's going to take me out to the great steakhouse there.
I've been trying to eat healthier. He's going to want me to have shrimp cocktail. It's kind of spicy.
They have these dry-aged steaks that usually go for about $150 a piece that I'm going to have to eat.
Pat's going to snap his fingers, and 4 of them will appear, and I'll pick one.
And when I ask for it well done or ketchup on the side, everyone's going to make fun of me.
That would be a tough look for him.
Anyways.
He makes me look positive.
He does.
I mean, you want to talk about a real indictment. He makes me look like a glass half full optimist.
But somehow, there's a lot of Steelers fans who, accept his negativity or take it better. It's weird.
Than they do ours? Well, I think there's this idea that he's on the inside, so he must have a real, perspective on it somehow.
Well, he said something on the showdown last night that we're going to get to regarding the Steelers' situation going into the Combine. But here are some highlights from Kenny on with Bostic. Was asked what it was like playing in the Super Bowl. He did go in. He did attempt to pass. He did take
Vegas badly, by the way.
Because that means more than 2 players attempted to pass in the game, which is always a big
I saw one of those guys who runs a casino out there, and does the liability and how much they're on the hook for. Say that particular play crushed them.
So Kenny made a lot of people money.
Yes, he did
in the Super Bowl. Here he is telling Bostic about that experience.
Yeah, it was special, especially having my wife there, my family, parents, a lot of people that have been there from the start were there. And to be in an Eagles uniform growing up, going to the Link, and kind of that's where I really, found the love for the game when I was 5 years old. Having my dad and my grandfather take me to the games, doing that in an Eagles uniform is special.
So I think most people here are not happy for him, and I think most people here thought it was like a punchline that he went in. And I think he might have looked at it somewhat that way, if not for what he said there at the end. It being his boyhood team. And when you're trying to deal with, I think, the pain that comes with you're a first-round pick and already 3 years in, you're carrying a clipboard and you've lost your job and you're on a new team, the fact that it's with that team that you wore their jerseys and you had posters on the wall and when you're in the backyard, you're pretending to be an Eagles player.
When he has grandkids, if and when he has grandkids someday, I mean, in all seriousness, no matter what, whether he has to tell the whole story to them or not, he's going to say, I took the last snap of a Super Bowl.
Here's the ring.
I walked off
Maybe
with the
he kept the ball.
I would imagine, unless somebody on the team who did more in the game asked him for it, I walked off with the ball like this was the last snap of the Super Bowl. And those kids are probably going to think it's unbelievably cool.
If Elliott asks him for the ball, does that constitute having done more in the game to give it up to him?
How many field goals did Elliott even kick? 1?
No, he made a couple of long ones, I thought.
Wait, I'm sorry. He kicked what? 2 or 3, I guess. I would say Elliott did more.
What if Mann, the punter who had a cup of coffee in Pittsburgh, asked for the ball?
How many punts did he even have?
I think 2. What if he played the card of I contributed more to the team the entire year?
I think he'd have a case. But no way a punter or a kicker's getting that ball before a player who would want it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. They're punters are people too. They're players too.
I think Jalen Hurts probably ended up with the ball, or Saquon would be my guess. Or maybe Brandon Graham, who's been there forever and has given his...
What if Kenny held it for ransom?
You sold it off?
You want this ball, you pay up.
Pickett on his time in Pittsburgh.
You develop such strong bonds playing football, especially at this level and how much time that gets put into it, during the season, OTAs, training camp, being able to throw, being in dorm rooms. You get really tight with guys. Alex Highsmith's actually down here now, so we're going to hit the golf course.
This is really your first time on the air here in Pittsburgh. What was the offseason like for you?
The offseason was crazy. Everyone's journey is different. It's the NFL. It's a tough league. Everyone's journey is different, so I'm just kind of taking it a day at a time, being where my feet are, putting everything into my craft, working hard. See what happens. So that's really just where my mindset's at. Loving Philly, love my time in Pittsburgh. So excited to head into year 4 next.
That's called taking the high road.
Yes,
Loved my time in Pittsburgh.
Be where your feet are. That's a Clint Hurdleism.
Well, I was just going to say, Donnie, do you sense love my time in Pittsburgh, meaning he's referring more to his time at Pitt? He didn't say Steelers there?
I mean, I guess it could mean both. I'm going to guess, though, that he liked the time at Pitt a little bit more than the Steelers. That's just a guess. He was here.
He didn't say Steelers. I think that's not a slip up. I think that's
he was
done.
Also here for what, like 7 years?
5 at Pitt. 2. Yeah, I mean, he went from an 18-year-old or 17-year-old kid to 25 years old here.
Interesting that a guy like Highsmith still considers him a friend. They weren't on the same side of the ball. They didn't come into the league together.
I'm not totally shocked because I could see some of the defensive players being better friends with him, even though I know there are a lot of short drives or whatever, but could almost see there being frustrations.
I was just going to say, you don't think there's defensive players that are like, damn, he wasn't good enough, which hurt our team, and then he basically asked out?
That defense can't exactly say a whole lot for itself necessarily all the time. I would think that the offensive players, though, would be more frustrated. Hey, we did our jobs. He didn't make this throw, or he spun himself into a sack. What?
Oh, you're right about that.
What, dude?
He did that a lot.
Of all the offensive players, you know who I think should have the warmest feelings towards him? Pickens. He still had some big plays with old Georgie boy. The Raiders game.
How about the Ravens?
The Ravens game.
Yep.
Now,
Here he is on one more. Here's Pickett telling, or Boskett alluding to a big thing that Kenny's going to come back for.
Birdie tells me you're going to be back for the spring game here in a few weeks.
Yeah, I will be soon. I got to talk to Avante Maggs. I think we might be coaching against each other.
Oh boy!
So I got to get him on the phone and we'll see. Yeah, but I'm really, really excited for it. Really excited to get back to Pitt, see all the guys, see all the coaches, and, see how the team's looking this year.
Big gloves to fill there, Ken.
Pony's gloves.
I coached my heart out in that game. We still lost because we got screwed by the refs.
I got kind of relegated to the sidelines in that one, literally and figuratively, Donnie. Pony just took up all the oxygen. He was so ready to coach. I felt like I was more the Big Dom of that situation.
Well, Big Dom is beloved in Philadelphia,
yeah,
so
trust
what's wrong
me,
with that?
You would make your way into some FaceTime if you were more like Big Dom.
Big Dom took the Lombardi Trophy to a Flyers game the other day and got mobbed.
I feel like that's pretty on brand.
Do you think he gets booed?
Who?
Ken.
No, because Pitt fans are his most strong core constituency.
He got booed when he came back for a game Labor Day weekend this past season.
I think Pitt fans, they are going to cheer for him. They are.
Time healing wounds and whatnot?
I think the fact that the Steelers didn't fare any better in a tangible way, they went to the playoffs and lost, maybe has turned more people against the Steelers. I'm still thinking about that game we coached, and they made us run out through the cheerleaders or whatever. That was when I had just torn my meniscus.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So I was hobbling there like a pirate doing the dead leg, like a stanky leg, trying to run out. My knee was
I blacked out. I don't even remember what I did in that situation.
You ran out and looked like, Johnny football coach, like Dabo coming down the hill in Death Valley. And here's what was so weird about you.
Okay.
I would try to say something flippant to you during the game, and you were so insanely locked in. It was like the lights were on when I was trying to talk to you and no one was home.
Well, I'm a very competitive person. I wanted to win for that reason.
But you really were off in your own world.
I also wanted to impress them and make Narduzzi think that I was somebody who he could consider for a spot on staff. I thought I took it as an audition.
Now, how high up the coaching ranks on his staff would you have had to have a job offer come in to actually leave this job? You can't Gottlieb it and do both.
What if he made me GM? Did
they even have one of those formally back then? They didn't.
No, they didn't, but maybe now he could consider it.
Well, you would
how
probably
that
take that job because I think that would pay you more than this place does. I think most of those guys make several $100,000 a year. What if he said assistant, or if he said wide receivers coach for me?
See, I wouldn't do well at that job.
What job would you do well at there?
I think I just told you.
Just the GM job? So not actually a coaching job, a front office job.
I don't think that do they want to hire a czar of common sense? Because again, I think
look away from you.
Because again, I think I could. Well, what do you mean? See, the czar of common sense in that game against Penn State would have said, "Hey,
go for it.
We're not kicking a field goal from the 1-yard line when we're out on the extreme right hash." Or, for example, in the second overtime against Toledo, I would have said, "Hey, we're going for it."
Yeah.
And not playing for a third overtime.
How much would Pat have wanted to pay you to be a czar of common sense, though? How much is that worth?
I think it's a very important position. I think that's like a $500,000 a year job.
What if the Steelers paid you to be the czar of common sense, but the problem for you was you still had to report to Mike Tomlin?
Well, so that's what the issue would be with them. I would say, if you're going to hire me as czar of common sense, you actually have to listen to my common sense. And I have my doubts that your head coach is going to do that.
Would you quit in a huff after like 1 week? Mike, you've got to go for 4th and 1 here from their 44. You've got to go for it.
I would.
The percentages say go.
In that situation, if he didn't take me seriously as the czar of common sense, I would hand in my resignation.
There's a 0.0%.
Donnie, how do you think I would do as the czar of common sense? I honestly think these teams need an infusion of common sense.
And you think you're just the man for the job?
Yes. Here's the problem. He's just admitted he's super competitive and almost blacks out. We see the way he tweets during games. He's like a psychopath. I don't think he could keep his head on straight in those situations. I think he'd get too wrapped up into what he was doing.
Chris brings up a pretty strong point.
No, I'm not emotional in those.
Because you would still have sports talk guy brain, and you'd be like dog cussing Russ or something like that for missing a throw and getting ready to tweet until you realize, no, I'm supposed to make a decision for Mike.
How do you think I would do in that spot?
He would be so mad at Russell Wilson or whoever's at quarterback, he would punt on 3rd down.
Right. No, say they had gotten stuffed on 3rd and 1. He'd be so furious that
you guys are missing the bigger picture,
stuffed,
though.
He would just say, punt. I don't care what you do.
It's not just in-game common sense. It's global common sense, too. Yes.
You are the global common sense king.
Yep.
You're like Abe Froman, the sausage king of Chicago. When I think of you, all I think of is common sense. I definitely don't think of a guy whose wife has actually said you're a really smart person with little to no common sense.
You know, she did make a offhanded remark yesterday while we were watching Robert Morris Milwaukee that did not sit well with me.
Was it, why are we watching Robert Morris in Milwaukee?
She was like, we're doing this again.
So why are we watching Robert Morris in Milwaukee?
We are, as a matter of fact. That's a great story. She likes Andy.
Andy's awesome. I'm glad you were watching the game, but I'm not surprised that was her quote.
And when I told her this was for first place, she said, okay, I guess I can get down with it.
What an incredible specimen we get to work with.
PM Team Weekend Review is next. Or no, we just did that. My bad.
Man, he's off to a roaring start.
I'm thinking about my common sense abilities. Coming up next, Pomp incites the masses with an insane Pirates take. What is it? Did his insanity have a kernel of truth attached to it? That's coming up. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. It's the PM Team.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Notre Dame beats Pitt 76-72 on Saturday. The Panthers take on Georgia Tech tomorrow at 7. Pregame on the Fan starts at 6:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Mostly cloudy and mild tonight, lows in the mid to upper 30s. Toward morning, showers arrive and stick around through the morning commute, clearing by late afternoon, highs in the upper 40s. On Wednesday, morning fog, but then highs in the lower 50s. In the KDKA First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Kristen Emery.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
At Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center, we love to exceed our customers' expectations. It's what we've been doing for over 50 years.
Our kitchens are a combination of quality materials and master craftsmanship. And through each step of custom creation to expert installation, it's all about taking care of the details.
With a focus on the details, we make sure that the design meets your needs and that the materials and construction ensure that your kitchen will stand the test of time.
all while managing the scheduling so that your life has as little disruption as possible and your kitchen is completed without surprises.
Exceeding expectations. We'll deliver more kitchen than you expected for less money than you expect to pay.
Visit our showroom or call us at 412-279-2222.
That's 412-279-2222.
Haven't you waited long enough?
PA 625.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Oh, Downy in the rinse change. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
We're officially less than a month away from the madness, and it's time for some college hoops. I'm Kate Constable, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. I'm backing McNeese State to cover as 15.5-point favorites ahead of its home matchup against Texas Rio Grande Valley. The Cowboys secured a 30-point road victory as 10-point favorites against their conference rival earlier this season and will likely lock down another convincing win to kick off their week. I'm Kate Constable from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Do you want to walk, play pickleball, and enjoy other fun activities to stay healthy but cannot because you're in pain? You deserve a better life, and the Good Feet store can help.
I just had difficulty walking. I could not walk in bare feet at all.
Do you keep buying new shoes and inserts from the store or online with little or no relief?
I tried all kinds of shoes. It was the arch supports that made the difference from the Good Feet store.
Thanks to the Good Feet store, I'm bowling 3 nights a week, pain-free.
Don't let foot pain get in the way of staying healthy and having fun. Stop by the Good Feet store today with your favorite shoes. We'll personally fit you with high-quality arch supports to ensure your comfort. Come to the Good Feet store today and live the life you love. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA. Come in and take a free test walk today.
Drowning in IRS debt? If you can't afford to pay your IRS debt due to economic hardship, you can now be free of IRS collection efforts by taking advantage of a special IRS tax hardship program. This program allows Americans who owe the IRS to resolve their delinquent tax debt once and for all. In some cases, maybe even reducing what you owe significantly. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Simply dial 800-514-1026 if you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back or have years of unfiled tax returns. Help is standing by. Just call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-514-1026 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-514-1026 to see if you qualify. That's 800-514-1026.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
This season, a new hot deal has arrived at Metro. $25 a line for 4 lines with all the data you need and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G phones. Getting Metro's best deals is easy. No ID required, no activation fees. Get a new number or keep your own. It's up to you. That's 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 free phones. Visit a store or go online today. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
When you join Metro Plus Tax, for a limited time and subject to change. Max 1 offer per account.
I'm approaching the age where I'm going to start getting my clothes the same place I get my groceries.
Angela Johnson-Reyes, the family reunion tour.
Can't keep shopping at the same stores I used to shop at. Like Forever 21. No, you're not. Turns out that was a lie.
See Angela Johnson-Reyes live on stage in Pittsburgh. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-656-1551. That's 800-656-1551. 800-656-1551.
Now's the time to get into your brand new Dodge Ram at South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Peters Township. Pick up a 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn. Payment starting at $375 for 39 months. South Hills Chrysler Jeep.net. See dealer for details.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with savings on hundreds of items every time you shop, with new low prices, deals for days, weekly sales, and My Perks at your neighborhood Giant Eagle. Visit gianteagle.com for details.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You know what pain is? There's 2 different types of pain. There's mental pain and it's physical pain. You know what revenge is. Revenge is when somebody hurts you and you get them back. That's revenge. Revenge is when you sick the dog on them. Let them go bite them. They got you into that accident. Let the dog go bite them. Top Dog's his name. He's out for top dollar. Out to get him back. He's out for top dollar. Trying to erase that mental pain. Turn it into money. Trying to erase that physical pain. Turn it into money. Medical malpractice, car accidents. You make the call. Top Dog Law.
It's Nicholas Eric Callis from the Fan Morning Show. And guess what I'm doing again? Baseball drills. When it's nice outside, I'll take batting practice, do fielding drills, base running drills, and I've worked on my pitching mechanics as well. All of this is going to help me play in a big exhibition baseball game coming up in June, and Awaken 180 has been a big help. Dropping 50 pounds with Awaken 180 is changing everything. So much so that when I looked in the mirror this past week, I was able to see my waistline. My body used to be just clouded by fat, and now it's all being reduced. I can only hope that my experiences can be inspirational for you, but the most important experience is going to be your experience when you make the call, get the consultation, and lose the weight that's been holding you back. I had to stop being stubborn, and I had to get help that I never thought I needed. Now it's your turn. Give them a call, 844-346-1800. That's 844-346-1800. Or go online for your free consultation at awaken180weightloss.com.
That's awaken180weightloss.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Crews are on the scene of an accident on the outbound side of 28 just before the exit for Murray Hill Avenue in Creighton. Traffic is down to one lane. You'll see it back up all the way to Cheswick. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com.
In the past 10 years, the weight loss industry has seen it all. New medications, fad diets, sculpting, and still, Awaken 180 continues to stand alone as the proven solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins take on the Flyers in Philly tomorrow night, losing both of their games coming out of the Four Nations break. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, more PM Team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
50-minute mark on the Fans brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19, Peters Township. Earlier this hour, Gary Bettman joined us. Yes, that Gary Bettman, the commissioner of the NHL, hit on a bunch of different topics. He offered up some thoughts on Mike Lange's broadcasting career, what Sidney Crosby has meant to the NHL, the future of the Four Nations tournament, all those things with us. That was really cool. So you can go back and listen to that whenever you feel like it. Papiani and Starkey, as they often do, preceded us. I say often because sometimes Bob is not a part of that show, which is part of the great setup he has here. We, of course, when Bob agrees to become a fixture on this station, you give Bob the freedom that he needs to do his TV job and also enjoy time with family and time on the golf course and things like that.
He's definitely the best TV man I know who's juggling radio or vice versa.
I know another guy that got into TV and radio last night. We don't have the clips of that, which I was hoping for. Oh, we have audio of the intro. We might have to hear that later. Pop is still sometimes doing his Saturday show. I don't know why, but my phone was blowing up from his show on. Well, I do know why. We'll hear it. But my show was blowing up because of the topic he got into.
Man, shouldn't that be his time to just like kick his feet up and kind of have a relaxing Saturday morning show with people?
Well, how do you define relaxing? He brought up a topic that caused people's brains to melt, which in turn sparked a ton of conversation and people calling in. One of those classic sports radio situations where somebody would call in to disagree with Bob, and then the next caller would come on and they would either want to stick up for Bob or trash the guy who just called in for the opinion that he had. So in that way, it was beautifully done.
Just
the art of doing a talk show.
Point counterpoint.
Yes. But the impetus to it all, the genesis of it all, was causing people to freak out a little bit. And it's Pirates related. He got people buzzing on the Pirates in February, which is not always easy to do, given how much apathy there is sometimes with them, given their lack of winning for so many years.
They've got a fan base in this town that still has a wellspring of frustration and anger that can be tapped at almost any time.
So are you aware yet of what had Bob?
No, I like to go into some of these like deliberately, blissfully ignorant and blind, and in this case, that has happened. Like I've actually had fun sort of playing as a little mental exercise what he could have said that got people completely
so
out of
it's
their minds.
Pirates related. Do you want to take a stab at it?
He gave a take that infuriated people.
It incited them with the insanity of it.
Can you before I guess, is it like broadly about the team's prospects for this year for contending, or is it about a specific player?
It's a topical thing is the best I can do here. It's a reaction to recent news.
I'm going to say it's something about like he said he liked the Andrew Heaney move.
So Andrew Heaney got the people buzzing.
I'm trying to think of like other stuff that has very recently
Donnie,
happened.
do you already know what it is? Did we talk about this yet? Do you already...
No, I don't know.
Do you want to...
I don't think it's Heaney.
Because the way he described recent, well, that was like the only real recent thing. Oh, I got it. I feel like I got it. Automated balls and strikes in spring training.
Not a bad one because people do
The
have
ABS,
strong opinions
that
on
ABS thing.
Donnie, you want to take another stab here, or are you flush out of
thoughts?
He used up all his takes on TV last night.
Oh, and I was full of them.
Oh, wait a minute. I just realized you thought I was ripping you when I said the thing about TV and radio.
That's what I thought you were doing.
Oh, no,
I did not.
That was a shot at somebody else who might not work in this city.
A lot of questions about whether or not you went Fetterman last night for your TV debut.
Like pants on. Like actual long pants.
What if you went Fetterman and decided to go hoodie and shorts? Do you think that would have been shot down?
I can't do that for my first
But
episode.
that's authentically who you are. And the thing about Fetterman is that now I feel like it's given people like you the ammunition to do that. Yes. Like, what are you saying?
Cover.
John Fetterman can dress like this to go to the...
Go on that thing and support
to
fracking.
go to Congress and I can't?
Stand for fracking on that
I'll
show.
stand and I'll support
You're
fracking.
telling me this is a bigger deal than
Donnie,
Jimmy Carter's funeral where he dressed in a hoodie and shorts?
Donnie, I will admit this to you. Now, I don't do it when I'm doing the sports showdown, but when I'm on the sports call, the nice designer, like good-looking hoodie.
The casual Muller comes out.
Oh, yeah. They want the casual
I've
Muller on
often
the
seen
sports
your
call.
fits for that. I mean, I'll see
Your
you.
fits. How about his drip? Have you seen his
the
drip on
is
there?
great.
And I am pulling the
I mean,
Fetterman
half
there
the time
because
he's
it's
rolling in, I'm sitting right here.
It's a chest-up shot, so half the time I am pulling the Fetterman. I got shorts on. If it's warm out, there's no way I'm wearing pants in the summer.
Oh, no. I mean, that move is something that I did back in college on, like, college TV stations. You tossed the shorts on.
Wait, did I ever tell you, Pony, the very first time I did the sports call, it was right before COVID, so we were still supposed to go down to that studio, and I didn't realize that I wouldn't be fully hidden by the desk.
Then you had shorts?
I had, like, black pants, like black sweatpants on or something.
Good for you.
Oh, that was a rough one.
But again, that was before the age of Fetterman, so you couldn't get away with it.
That was a tough scene. Tough scene for me.
That was BJF before John Fetterman. All right, so this is, without any further ado,
okay.
Here is the topic that had people losing their minds from Pomp Show on Saturday.
This will immediately be shot down by just about everyone, but it doesn't mean it can't happen. It means they would be unwilling to make it happen, and maybe the person I'm just going to mention here may not be willing to come here. However, the Toronto Blue Jays have tried, but they have failed to come to terms on a contract extension with their heavy-hitting first baseman, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. He's only 25 years old. Now, if you look at his season last year, he had .329 with 30 home runs. He drives in over 100 all the time. He's a 40-home run guy, potentially. He's a free agent after this season. He could be traded at the trade deadline if Toronto falls out of it. So he could be a rental for somebody. But the question is, given the escalating prices, how much will it cost?
So that's what he started with. His first line is, I know this will never happen. But then he said it could happen. But they just don't want it to happen. So there's a little there. You understand right off the bat how this is confusing people.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about something that has a 0% chance of happening, but it could happen. Well, which one is it?
There is no chance, so you're saying there's a chance. It's kind of perplexing at the start, at the outset.
We have more.
All right, so here's the thing. Listed as potential teams that may be willing to get into this would be the Cincinnati Reds. Now, you're going to tell me the Cincinnati Reds, similar to Pittsburgh, if they would be willing to pay for Vlad Guerrero Jr., why wouldn't the Pirates be willing to pay? Only because he's 25. They have never had a first baseman consistently for how many years? They haven't had anyone in 52 years hit a 40-home run season. It's a missing element.
You're going to tell me that they're unwilling to pay. Yes, I am. Going to tell you that, Bob.
Yep, they are. Unwilling is their middle name on this particular case.
So this is one of those things which sometimes happens in sports talk radio, and that's fine. Somebody has a good idea, but they know that their good idea is never going to happen.
My good idea is dead on the launch pad.
So you put it out there as it's. You know what it's actually the baseball equivalent of. It's like if you came on the air and said the Steelers should fire Mike Tomlin. Because you know it has no chance of happening, but you believe that it should.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's what he said. There's more here from Bob. I mean, this went on for like 2 hours on Saturday.
The asking price probably is going to be in the $350 million total package range. But before you tell me that it's impossible and it'll never happen, and you are right, it will never happen, but again, that's a choice. Why couldn't you add on a guy who's going to make $40 million a year to a payroll right now that is less than last year's? So even with $40 million added to it, that brings you out to about $110 million total. That's if you add a guy making $40 million a year. So sure, would that be uncomfortable for Bob Nutting? Yes. But can it be done? Absolutely yes.
But will it be done?
By the way, it's also, I think, reported $500 million
is what
he wants, which is why the
deal didn't.
They're
get
at an
done.
impasse in Toronto, even though they've got much bigger wallets than the
fourth
Pirates.
biggest metro area in North America. Well, no, U.S. and Canada. You know what I mean. Of course, they've got the money.
I mean, do you think he's onto something here, or is it a preposterous
go get
thing?
Vlad Jr.?
Like if I say something like that,
mm-hmm.
the reaction is, well, Pony says a lot of dumbass, crazy things, so this is kind of par for the course from them. That's what social media would say.
Mm-hmm.
But you have the Bob gravitas attached to this, and I feel like that gives Bob more license and leeway in situations like this. Like, it's much easier for people to say you or I said something dumb than it is for people to say Bob did something or said something dumb, because people have so much respect for Bob, and
That's
for good
correct.
reason.
That's correct. Not that he would get a pass saying the same thing you and I say, but it just, when it comes from a different source, people are more receptive to the idea.
Don, tell me if you, I do think messengers matter. If I came on the air and this was my topic, I think there'd be a lot of people like, why is Pony wasting people's time by even bringing up Vladimir Guerrero Jr.? It's never going to happen.
Move on next.
1,000%.
But if Bob says it, it's like, well,
Pomp
hold on
had
a second here.
Hey, guys, Pomp
do you
had
agree
a
with me
pretty
on that?
interesting take.
1,000%. I mean, I think... And
Donnie, I think if you came on the air on a solo show, if you were pulling an Ernie Banks and you said, the boys didn't really touch on this, so I'm going to, I think you'd get a better reaction than either of us
I don't think so. I think Donnie gets lumped in with us. Here he goes.
I completely
Shot talker.
disagree.
The guys he does the afternoon show have worn off on him, and he's just saying.
Completely disagree. Categorically disagree. I think on this show,
that's not true.
He's the people's champ.
Well, Donnie has done a great job of absolutely assimilating here and becoming a very popular figure.
I'm going to tear us down and build him up. I see quotes. Now, Donnie never retweets them or likes them, but when he's doing his thing, I see a lot of people who don't like us saying, replace those two morons with Donnie, and you've got a better show.
Yes, absolutely. People say that all the time. But when Donnie said that Art Rooney was the worst owner in town, people didn't say, well, Donnie's allowed to say that and the afternoon guys aren't. Like, so there absolutely is a Bob gravitas here that I'm talking about, where people went insane with this on Saturday, but I think it had people conflicted because it's like, wait a minute. I don't feel good criticizing Bob for an outlandish take. That's usually I reserve that for a Crowley or a Pony or a Muller.
Yeah, I mean, Pomp has been a legend in this town for almost 50 years at this point in the sports media scene. So, yeah, I don't know if he knows it, because he always likes to downplay his accolades and accomplishments, but he can pretty much say whatever. And
he's allowed to take the crap and throw it against the wall and see if it sticks, is what you're saying.
And people will find themselves agreeing with him a lot more. Like, think, if we're all lined up and we all have the exact same take on something.
Pony gets the worst reaction.
Yes. By a million miles. He could say something completely sensible, too.
Yeah, you're right. And then I probably get the second worst reaction, then Crowley, then Joe, then Doran, then you, then Pomp. Completely correct. I'm just trying to think
So the messenger absolutely
matters.
matters.
I mean, the messenger matters a ton.
I mean, Pomp, if he wanted to, could say, like, I think the NFL should just shut its doors and end operations.
I mean,
people be like, I think Pomp actually makes a point here.
As far as realistic things, like the odds of Matthew Stafford happening for the Steelers.
Much greater than this.
I mean, exponentially.
By orders of magnitude greater. For sure. There's no doubt.
But I think a good talk show host gets people thinking. Sometimes it's critically. Other times it's like, wait a minute. This is one of the most ludicrous things I've ever heard in my entire life. Pop's talking about the Pirates trading for, giving up big prospects, and signing Vladimir Guerrero Jr.? What's
gotten into him?
What's gotten into exactly?
Smoking? I do think people like the idea, though, of I think one thing that works for Bob, and maybe it would still work for you, not as well, but like people, once you explained your point, people would gravitate towards it. There has always been the idea that I want the Pirates to do something that other big-time, big-spending teams do. Give up a bunch of prospects for an objectively great player and pay him a ton of money. It would be the old axiom of, or the old saying of, at least they're acting like a serious ball club here. They're acting like one of the other, big swinging teams of the league, a Philly, a Chicago, a New York, etc., a Boston. They're behaving the way the teams that take themselves seriously behave and take winning seriously behave.
He brought up the Reds. I mean, if something like that were to happen, then, I would be, number one, completely shocked by it.
Did he cite Votto and how they gave him a big deal?
No, he didn't.
I mean, they did give Joey Votto a $220 million deal.
But that's only half of it, though. Because you also have to...
You're trading.
Yes.
Players, yes. You're trading your best guys. Bubba Chandler's going the other way.
This is Pop on what he'd trade for Vlad.
If he were 32, I'd say absolutely not. This is a 25-year-old guy who's going to command a lot of money, and I know Boston and New York and L.A., and they're all going to come... The price may be driven up because of it. But why wouldn't you at least entertain these thoughts? Would you? And if Toronto wants, for example, you could trade for him right now if you want, even for this year, would you be willing to give up Bubba Chandler, somebody else, whatever, to get him?
It's just such a non-starter.
But he had people foaming at the mouth on either side of it.
Yes.
I mean, then I say mission accomplished,
Like it was
Bob.
Kudos to you, Bob. Thank you for bringing it up. And then the next call would be like, this is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard in
Did
my
he get
entire
any
life.
classic Pirates fan callers?
Oh, they all came out of the woodwork
Did
for
he
this.
get our guy, Paul? He get anybody like that?
No, I don't know about Paul. I didn't listen to the whole thing, but I just had people texting me nonstop about it. Like, guess what Bob's saying? He said they'd hand out a $500 million contract and give up all their prospects for Vladdy right now. He's saying it should never happen, but it could happen, and it should happen.
Man, when is their first $200 million deal going to happen?
Another 30 years. People will get their wish, and Donnie will be doing the afternoon show by then. And Bob will probably still be here on TV.
He'd be in his 90s, I think, by then.
I'll roll it out. Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates fan text line, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You want to chime in on what Pop said, you can, 412-928-9370. We did take a great call on this. We'll hear that coming back, but first a headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins lose both of their back-to-back home games this weekend. The Caps beat them 8-3 on Saturday. The Rangers beat them 5-3 yesterday. Penguins visit the Flyers tomorrow. Puck drop in Philly set for 7. Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thank you, Donnie. All right, it's Mulsey here. Guys, what I'm about to say, it is okay to admit a lot of us out there could probably benefit from a little bit of extra confidence in the bedroom, and Blue Chew can help. Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, and at a fraction of the cost. If you don't like swallowing pills, don't worry. They are in chewable form. You don't need a glass of water or anything like that nearby. Blue Chew's tablets, simply put, can give you the extra confidence that you need when it's time to perform. And because Blue Chew is an online prescription service, you will be spared that awkward conversation or that trip to the doctor or that standing in line time at the pharmacy because it ships right to your front door in discreet packaging. Plus, the licensed medical providers will work with you, because no two guys are the same, to find the right ingredient, the right strength for your prescription. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Overcast with some drizzle tonight, the low 38.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Robert Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Pompey had the crazy idea that the Pirates, who were rained out today, it was supposed to be Paul Skeen's spring training debut. The Pirates should trade the farm for Vladimir Guerrero Jr., who is available in Toronto because they're not going to re-sign him, and then give him a deal that pays him more than $40 million a year and will likely cost them at the bare minimum $400 million. And as I told Chris, it's one of these harebrained, insane topics that I think people would tell us this is so stupid because it's never going to happen. But with Bob, it took off like wildfire. So many people agreed. So many people thought it was absolutely nonsensical. So it really ran the gamut. And even in the conversation we had about it, I sensed with both of you guys, I'm not going to rip Bob for this take because I don't want to rip Bob. But if Callis had said it on the early morning show, you would have been like, good Lord, was that dumb?
Would I have ripped it because it's
being
dumb
is
because
that
it's
dumb?
not going to happen, or because it shouldn't happen because it's on baseball merits?
I don't know. Is
bad.
It both?
Well, I just think there's two different ways to rip a take like that.
Okay. How do
you can go and do both, but one of them is who cares? This isn't going to happen, so why are we discussing it?
Yep.
Or this is bad from an actual baseball sense to pay a guy, what would it be? How many years does he actually want?
I think like 10 and 50.
So 10 and 500 is the contract and everything. So you're paying the guy $50 million, period, end of story. Is a first baseman who's I would say a very good, but I would not call him over the course of his overall career an elite offensive player. Go look at the numbers if you want to get mad at me for that. He's had some ups and downs. Is that worth $50 million at that position? If you've got Vlad Guerrero Jr.
You're phrasing it in the form of a question, which makes me wonder when you're going to answer it yourself.
I mean, if he plays first base, I don't think that's a $50 million player with a career .863 OPS.
So you are disagreeing with Bob in every respect.
Yes.
You think it's a dumb idea to trade for him?
I don't think it's a dumb idea. I'd be extremely excited if it happened because it would be the most insane, newsworthy thing that they have ever done in my lifetime, as far as a player transaction. If he was a shortstop, if he was Bobby Witt Jr. with those offensive numbers, different story, but he's a first baseman. He's a guy who, let's be honest, let's look at Vlad Guerrero Jr.'s body type. How much longer is he going to be playing first base?
Because he's slovenly?
He's a big guy who's probably going to get bigger. David Ortiz in his first year with the Red Sox didn't look like a...
But it was the position invented for the slovenly.
David Ortiz.
That was Daniel Vogelback's position, Malsey. Now look
Ortiz,
at him.
Donnie, when he started playing for Boston, pretty trim. If you go back and watch the 2004 Yankees series, he's surprisingly kind of just.
So you're anti it because you think Guerrero can't put the fork down and he's basically going to eat his way out of playing first base?
I think Vlad Guerrero Jr. is going to be a designated hitter more or less exclusively within 5 years. 4 years.
I mean, Donnie, am I right saying that you're kind of tiptoeing around it because you don't want to blast Bob?
That I'm tiptoeing around it? I mean, I think I would love if they did something like that. But
so you do think it would be a good idea?
What do you actually think?
To actually
Do it.
that?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you
mean,
give up Bubba
ever
Chandler
happen.
and all the prospects, and you would give him $500 million.
Yeah, I mean, they got the money to spend. You know that. It's baseball. I mean, they've had joke after joke at first base for the last 5 years, and that's just putting it lightly. They haven't taken that position seriously whatsoever. Rowdy Tellez and Connor Joe last year.
Jeez.
Now, I mean,
Yes,
Carlos Santana was actually good. They traded him. Alfonso Rivas, how could we forget his stint at first
No
base?
doubt, but there's a big gap between go out and sign like a Christian Walker in free agency versus let's trade all of our best prospects and then give somebody like a top 5 contract in Major League Baseball history.
Yeah, I just for the record, I would not do it because I don't think he's worthy of the top 5 contract, even though the Pirates could afford to pay any guy a top
That's
5
why I'm
deal.
shocked Donnie's for it.
So to be clear, you're against it, Tony?
Yes. How could you? Yes.
I thought you were more saying I personally, Pony, am against it because it's a non-starter of a conversation because they won't do it. But I just wanted to get you on record.
And then Skeens is gone 100% if that happens.
Skeens is gone anyway.
Not necessarily, because you could have looked at it like, well, my God, if they were actually interested in giving out a $500 million contract, you should have given it to him.
I will be
Right?
shocked if Paul Skeens plays more than his prescribed
but
6
do you
years
get what
here.
I'm saying? If a $500 million
Yes, they would
deal
be
was on the
prioritizing- they
table,
would be
why the
making it
hell would
clear.
you pick, like you said, tubby first baseman over the
I didn't
greatest
call him
pitcher of all?
tubby.
You said he's going to eat his way out of first
I
base.
didn't say that either. You put words in my mouth. I said he will probably get naturally
Do you know what I
bigger.
mean, Donnie? I mean, and if $500 million was available to give to a player, why the heck would you choose Vladimir Guerrero Jr. over Paul Skeens?
Why I would choose Paul Skeens.
Yeah, that's why I think that all the way around. I don't think that there's there's dead ends everywhere with this conversation. It's full of them.
I don't think that they would ever do it.
It's
I don't
unrealistic.
Think it would be
It's
a good
unintelligent.
thing to do. I think it would be mortgaging the future because I think, you know what I think is the real take there from Bob? They haven't had a 40 home run guy in over a half century. We've got to remedy that. We've got to find a guy with real pop. Guess how many 40 home run seasons Vlad Jr. has? 1.
I mean, they could have signed Santander from Baltimore, who ended up in Toronto, for $50 million a year guaranteed or whatever it was with him. Then you might have a potential 40 home run hitter.
He had
there.
14 more of them than
I like
Guerrero
that
last
guy
year.
a lot.
Santander, by the way.
And you don't have to give up Bubba Chandler and then turn around and give the guy almost $500 million.
Santander is going to make 16-2 this year.
They should go back to the 2022 first baseman, Michael Chavis and Yoshi Susugo.
Suyo.
Brownie made that call on
Yeah,
a
I know.
walk-off home run.
I know.
Here is one of the calls that Bob took on this topic.
I've never had an Igor call here, and so my antennas are up. Joel, you took this call. Igor in Indiana, is this correct?
And that's the first time I've ever screened a call from someone named Igor as well.
And you think it's legit? You put it on
I don't know.
here, so-
I'm 50-50 on it.
Well,
I'm
let's find out.
50-50.
Igor in Indiana, how are you today? You're such a jagoff. You really are.
Come on, Bob. Igor?
Well,
at least Jolie, I'm glad Jolie's not a bouncer. Everybody would get into any bar they wanted.
I have a theory about that. I have a theory as to what happened there. I think Jolie actually was trying to do some tradecraft and some I'm going to create theater of the mind.
I think everybody was in on that one. Didn't make it any less fun or entertaining.
99% sure Jolie knew and probably wrote something like, it's Joe.
I don't
And
even
Bob
think he needs
took
to
the
do that. He
call
sees
and knew
Igor
it
in
was
Indiana,
Joe.
and he knows it's either me or Bob or someone else from inside the hen house.
You
pranking him.
you would be more subtle about it. Like George and Washington, Thomas and Jefferson, you don't go for alliteration. You go for first name matches the location as a last name. Ulysses out in, I don't know, Grant
and
Park.
Lincoln.
Hey, yeah, Abe and Lincoln Park.
Igor in Indiana.
Yeah, and also that's not how Igor would have said, "My master, what must I do for Hey, Bob." It's his only voice.
I do think Jolie knew, but that made it
Jolie
better.
knew. Jolie for sure knew. For sure knew. And I'm assuming Bob knew because he set it up for a half hour, getting ready. All right. I don't know about this guy.
Donnie, when Joe calls in, doesn't his number pop up?
Yes, and Joel is definitely wise to it now.
But not every producer, I think, looks at the number. I know Johnny the Barber's number by
But
heart because of this.
Nelson's a veteran.
Oh, sure.
A wily one, too.
He is. Nelson.
That's not a.
Nelson knew. He knew and Bob knew. Joe wasn't sneaking up on anybody.
Like, I knew I had a shot to pull a fast one because Tyler Polk was back there, and it was one of the first shows he ever produced when I called in and got Joe with the wooden
Didn't he
toothpick.
get, like, very exasperated?
He was pissed
and go,
with
like,
me.
God almighty, I'm just trying to keep my head above water here.
Yeah,
Here
he
comes
was upset
this
with
jag.
me. He was upset. But Nelly, I think, just wanted to hear.
Hang on, Bob. Let me put in my wooden.
I think Nelly wanted to hear
what the voice was going to be,
what Joe was going to do, and then how Bob was going to react.
I think
that's good producing.
I'm going to critique Joe in one way. I'm serious. You got to come up with an extra voice there. You can't just go.
I don't know about that. You laughed at it. I mean, it still had the desired effect. We all loved it.
I laughed at it because it's an Igor. It shouldn't sound like, "Hey, Bob."
Matt Cole had a show last year. He took that one from Ron in Cook's Forest.
Ron in Cook's Forest wants to talk about Jared Jones. Hey, Ron.
Hey, Folsey, you know what they say. You can't make the club in the tub, Bob.
Ron in Cook's Forest. That is absolutely incredible.
There goes Joe with the wheeze at the end.
I actually like that one a lot because it's just such a ridiculous Cook catchphrase.
I don't remember which one it was. The time that Joe played a little bit dirty and had his wife actually call.
Yeah, that was Fanny and Butler.
Fanny and Butler. I told Joe.
Bob got very upset with that
Joe
one.
texted me about. He loves to text me and tell me about these like conquests of Bob's show. And I straight up said to him, I was like, you cheated. That's outside
Fanny
the
and
rules.
Butler is joining us right now. What's up, Fanny?
Hey, Bob.
How are you?
Hey, Bob.
No. You can't do that. Fanny and Butler makes no sense. You know what?
Are you kidding me? You got through with that?
I love the content of that one though. You think Billy Chirpak should replace Tomlin?
Not a bad take.
Oh, that was the old running joke, Donnie, when you were like 10 years old.
He should have done that.
Was Chirpak as the new Pitt coach every time they were looking for somebody? Hey, Chirpak.
As far as things that aren't going to happen, Bob could have just as easily said,
I've got an idea for you.
Chirpak should replace Tomlin. It's the same thing as saying the Pirates should go out and trade for and sign Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
Rank these three things in order of most to least likely to happen. Stafford to the Steelers, Chirpak replaces Tomlin, Guerrero Jr. to the Pirates. $500 million deal.
I think the way you ranked them.
So you actually think it is more likely that high school coaching legend Bill Chirpak would replace Mike Tomlin, move from TJ right to the Steelers, than that the Pirates would sign Guerrero after trading
Follow us on Twitter,
Incredible.
brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township, southhillskia.net. Donnie's segment is next, the football debrief, but first a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Phillies canceled today due to rain. The Buccos get back on the spring training fun tomorrow against the Braves at 1. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you so much, Don. Let's talk right now about the Wet Go Car Wash. 45-plus locations all around town. I was there over the weekend with my daughter. We tag teamed the day. We went to the library. We went and got lunch together. We ran a few errands and then included a stop at the Wet Go Car Wash. It's nearby. Car needed cleaned. Car needed gas. So I was able to do multiple things at once. And when you have that Wet Go Unlimited pass like I do, there was a long line. So many people were out on Saturday wanting to get their car washed, went to the VIP lane on the left, cut pretty much the entire line, and there you go. Boom, my car was washed in 90 seconds, looking good. And you can do that over and over and over again when you sign up with Wetco and you go unlimited. They don't raise the price if you go a lot in a month. They don't give you a report like, what the heck, you took advantage of us. You got your car washed 20 times. You're only paying less than $20 a month. This isn't fair. No. There's no fine print. You can cancel anytime you want without getting billed. So sign up today. GetGoCafe.com/Wetco.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. When things like the Four Nations face-off matter to you, nobody covers the moments better than us.
We are very pleased to be joined right now by the commissioner of the NHL, Gary Bettman.
I just wanted your reaction to the success that was the Four Nations.
Well, our players, and you guys know this, are extraordinarily passionate about the game.
Whether it's hockey, football, or baseball, the best talk about what matters to you happens here. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray. Did you know that if you are a caregiver for a family member at home, that you may be entitled to payment from the government for your services? You are sacrificing a lot to provide care to a loved one, and every month that goes by, you could be missing out on valuable cash benefits for your services. For a no-obligation consultation with one of our certified elder law attorneys, visit grayelderlaw.com. That's grayelderlaw.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Okay, let's go. Come on.
Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Foley and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
Ooh, Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. In 2025, we have a new sound to the Donnie Football Debrief. His biggest football story of the day. Still plenty of time for you to sponsor this great segment. As Chris pointed out, Donnie stock is on the rise. People love Donnie, and so you'd love to get your brand associated with Donnie. We have an amazing sales staff here that would absolutely take your call on an idea to get on that Donnie rocket ship. And right now it includes his thoughts on the biggest football story of the day.
The Debrief, February 24, 2025. There was a team that submitted a proposal to ban the tush push in the NFL, and that team was the Green Bay Packers. Doesn't sound like it'll be banned, but a team is tired of it.
Pretty weak. They played in the first game last year in Brazil, and they ran it a lot, and it worked a lot against him, even without Kelsey in there missing his first game post-retirement. I don't know if they play again this year. I don't think they do, because Green Bay did not finish in first place and Philly did, so they don't match up with each other. I look forward to the next time they do play, though. Maybe Philly does it on every play.
70 tush pushes? You've told me, I've asked you the insane hypothetical, if a team could guarantee 3 yards with every tush push, would you want to watch them go from week 1 to week 18 and win the Super Bowl 3 yards at a time on the tush push? You said yes.
Yes.
They do play each other next
let's
year.
go.
It is in Green Bay.
Oh, baby.
I have two opinions on this. I think, one, it does get oversimplified, the tush push, as to, well, it always works. If it always worked, every single team with even a remotely mobile, sturdy quarterback would do it.
Steelers sucked at it.
So there is an obvious skill component with their line, with Hurts, all of it. So it would be punishing the Eagles for being really good at something. Having said that, God, I am sick of watching that play. I just don't give a rat's ass if it's fair or not. Get it off my television screen. I hate, if I wanted to watch a rugby scrum, I'd turn on beIN Sports or whatever the hell that network is.
But how is it any different than, how does that offend you and yet a quarterback sneak does not? It's the same type of play. So do you want that banned too?
It gets run, I feel like, more than a quarterback sneak does.
Well, it gets run more by Philly because they're so good at it. And other teams have tried to steal it, and they haven't had the same success.
I find it tedious. I feel like the only way a team is going to actually stop it one of these days is a linebacker comes screaming in and earholes Jalen Hurts and, knocks him unconscious.
Okay.
And then we're going to have the big debate of, is football no, they're just sick of this play working, so somebody decided to take a suspension for the team.
Ask Buffalo about the tush push. How did that go against Kansas City when they played?
I acknowledged up front that it is obvious that Philly does it better, and it's not a guaranteed to work play unless they're doing it. I'm just sick of watching it.
But it's one team that does it. Don't watch the Eagles then.
It's kind of hard because they're the reigning Super Bowl champs, and they're going to be all over primetime television as a result. Man, look at you, the defender of Philly and all things Eagles. Congratulations, Philly. You have a new champion. He's the czar of common sense, Andrew Filipponi.
I just hate in sports when somebody's good at something, and our answer is, instead of coming up with ways to stop it, let's ban it.
I would normally say I agree with that. It's just the play aesthetically just drives me insane, so I don't want to see it. I would agree with you on merits, when they banned the dunk in college basketball because of Lou Alcindor. That was stupid. This is just a play I just don't care to watch anymore.
Or guys are, they're making too many outs because of the shift in baseball, so let's ban it. Teams are figuring out where they should position their players, and instead of hitters trying to make an adjustment, let's just ban it. I hate crap like that.
I thought that was always more of a consequence of, that was the logical extreme of, we are going to shift away so they can't get these hits because every batter's trying to optimize. And instead of just telling their hitters, flip the ball the other way for an automatic double, teams have become so rigorously married to the 3 true outcomes that they still tell their guy, just try to hit a home run.
Donnie, you've not put your 2 cents in on this. Are you on Green Bay's side? Or are you on Philly's side of this debate?
I think I'm actually on Philly's side a little bit more. It is an annoying play, and Philly has perfected how to run it. But it is easy to point out, well, a lot of teams still find a way to screw it up. So it's difficult if it's just one team that runs it so well, it's difficult to ban it league-wide. If every team was doing it at the success rate of the Eagles, then I think the point would be a little bit stronger. If maybe not even all 32 teams, but if 2/3 of the league ran the tush-push.
Yeah, because it would only punish the Eagles,
level
Chris.
that the Eagles did. That's a little bit
I'm just surprised that here in Pittsburgh we're suddenly clutching our pearls about punishing just the Eagles.
No one's clutching pearls for anything.
I do think it's an annoying play because you just know what's coming every single time. And we go back to the playoff game against the Commanders, the NFC title game, when the officials claimed that they were about to just award the points anyway. You can't blame the Commanders for how they handled that. That's one of the only ways to attack it with that team that runs it so well.
Tom Brady's success rate on quarterback sneaks, I think, was over 85%. Okay, so should we have banned that because it was basically a fait accompli every time he figured out a way, a nook or cranny to get himself a first down in those situations? Hell no.
Pony, I made my feelings here clear. I acknowledge that Philly is just better at it than everyone else, while in the same breath saying, as is my right as a sports talk host, that I hate the way that stupid-ass play looks so much that they should ban it anyway. Even though I am aware that that is patently unfair to the one team that's actually really good at it.
Donnie, thank you for your debrief. Coming up next, the NFL Scouting Combine is about to get underway. Leading up to it, the Steelers had intense debates or conversations internally about where to go at quarterback. Mark Cabali thinks he has the inside scoop on what's going to go down there. You'll hear what he said about it next. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. First, a message from Mulsey.
It is a message from me. Nothing about unfairness here. Just telling you about the best place to go to find the Mitsu that fits you, and that is, of course, Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Go see them right now. Deals that you will have to see to believe. They're sweet deals. I guess this month is still technically about sweets. You might still be thinking about that holiday from 10 days ago. They've got remaining 2024 Outlanders up to $9,000 off. I drive a 2024 Outlander. I think it's a terrific SUV, 7-passenger capable, all-wheel drive, 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, all the bells, all the whistles, all the modern creature comforts. I am big into those. They've also got Outlander and Eclipse Cross available with 0% financing. And if you're trading in an old ride to get the new ride, you probably are, you're going to receive up to 125% of Kelley Blue Book value for that trade. Stop by for no obligation appraisal. It's time to get your deal your way. What a great day. Check them out, Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington, or online, ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The best talk and the biggest guests happen here.
The commissioner of the NHL, Gary Bettman, you touched on Sid a little bit in this interview. Very interested in just hearing you just describe the Sidney Crosby impact on the NHL.
He's a great player, incomparably. He represents everything that's great about the game. He represents Pittsburgh well, and he's just a first-class, terrific person.
It doesn't matter what the story is. Nobody talks Pittsburgh sports better than us. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Luka Doncic's dominating performance against the Denver Nuggets over the weekend is a reminder of the obvious, although it'll be easier said than done to execute in LA. This has to be Luka's team. That means LeBron James, one of the great players of all time, a control freak, a winner, and someone who's used to the world orbiting him will have to take a step back. If he can do that, on and off the floor, the future in LA is bright. I'm Bill Renner.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Most finance HMF, low APR, tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition fee, title, plates, and dealer dock fee. Rebate offer on select Santa Fe trims only. All buyers will qualify. In stock units only. Offers end 3/3/25. Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai for great President's Day savings all month long. Drive the new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe or Tucson SE, both available with financing as low as 1.99% for 48 months. Or receive up to $3,000 in rebates. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Hamlin Advantage oil changes for life.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Providers help thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-352-9239. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-352-9239. 800-352-9239 or biglou.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Right now at all number 1 Cochran locations because it's Show Me the Savings time with their most dazzling auto show offers ever. Find leases as low as $139 a month. Get financing from 0%. Or enjoy savings up to $25,500 off MSRP. Plus, choose from new vehicles starting under $19,000 with more than 175 models under $25,000. Come see #1 Cochran Auto Show offers now during Show Me the Savings time. Visit a location near you or shop online at Cochran.com. Subject to Tier 1 credit approval through applicable manufacturer. Cost per $1,000 finance varies with vehicle, APR, and term length. Ultra-low mileage leases may include mileage overage fees. Excludes acquisition, tax, plate, license, and dock fees. May not stack with other offers. In stock while supplies last. See dealer for details.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
At Planet Fitness, we're declaring it. This is the year of getting stronger. And future stronger you can get started now by saving $28 or more when you join today. You in? We have all the best in-class equipment you could ever need to keep stepping it up. And free fitness training to help you mix up your routine. Plus, most clubs are open 24 hours. So let's do this. Join Planet Fitness today and save $28 or more. Just $1 down, $15 a month, cancel anytime. Deal ends February 28th. See Home Club for details.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official betting partner of 93.7 The Fan. College basketball March is almost here, and Pitt is getting ready to play its biggest game of the season by far at Louisville on Saturday. This is a game Pitt absolutely has to win if it wants to lock up a shot in the tournament. So you'll be watching, and if you've got a good feeling on this game, you should bet on it with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. And right now, new customers on FanDuel get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 to bet on everything that's going on right now as we get into the conference tournaments and then all the way to the end when a team cuts down the nets. And the app's so easy, when you win, you get paid instantly. FanDuel.com/Andrew to get in on the college hoops action. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. For online real money wager only, $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is knowledgeable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Welcome to Porky's Bar and Grill on Bridge Street in Etna. Porky's is known for its barbecued meats. The smoker's right in front. For a 5-star dive bar, the food at Porky's is great. 30 taps of beer served cold. The homemade soup is steaming hot. See you at Porky's.
Winter, snow, and ice wreak havoc on your home, especially if your roof, siding, or gutters aren't up to par. There's only one choice. If you think your home isn't properly protected, call The Pickle. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, 724-515-5551, or callthepickle.com.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride to sport all-wheel drive as low as $345 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $220 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires March 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have health news, a CDC update.
Pneumococcal vaccination is now recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just one dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Zero Res wants to give your home the love and attention it deserves. This month only, get 3 rooms clean starting at just $119, plus the 4th room clean free, and $75 off your air duct cleaning. 412-701-1188.
This season, a new hot deal has arrived at Metro. $25 a line for 4 lines with all the data you need, and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G phones. Getting Metro's best deals is easy. No ID required, no activation fees. Get a new number or keep your own. It's up to you. That's 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 free phones. Visit a store or go online today. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
When you join Metro Plus Tax, for a limited time and subject to change. Max 1 offer per account.
Men lacking confidence in the bedroom because of ED, New Flow Men's Health is the area's leader in treating ED with long-term results. Pittsburgh guys helping Pittsburgh guys. New Flow is serious about helping your ED issues. No pills, no injections, no games. Call New Flow today for your free consultation at 412-784-9000.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with the sound of freshness. With new low prices on hundreds of your favorite produce items. So you save on all the crunch, all the flavor, all the just-picked goodness you love. Surround yourself with savings every time you shop with new low prices on apples, carrots, lettuce, celery, and more. Enjoy fresh savings on fresh produce at your neighborhood Giant Eagle.
Need to feed a hungry crew? Firehouse Subs at the Point in North Fayette has you covered. Firehouse Premium Sub Platters are stacked high with bold flavors. Freshly made salad platters add the perfect crunch. And don't forget decadent dessert platters, because every meal deserves a sweet finish. Looking for something easy to grab and go? Try delicious box lunches packed with everything you need for a satisfying meal. Make your next event easier and tastier. To order, call Matt Perry at Firehouse Subs at the Point in North Fayette at 412-788-4070. Check out the full catering menu at firehousesubs.com.
As a bank, PNC prides itself on being boring, but the truth is they couldn't be more excited to serve the dynamic Pittsburgh community. For nearly 160 years, they've quietly toiled away to deliver brilliant results for their equally brilliant clients. They have dedicated PNC teams throughout the local area, all ready to do the boring work to help you unlock your own brilliance. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Crews are on the scene of an accident at Ohio River Boulevard and Hazelwood Avenue in Emsworth. There is a lane restriction. You're seeing a pretty heavy delay in both directions. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. In the past 10 years, the weight loss industry has seen it all. New medications, fad diets, sculpting, and still, Awaken 180 continues to stand alone as the proven solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Pitt basketball, a horrendous loss to Notre Dame over the weekend. Their at-large potential basically went up in flames with that defeat. They do come back and host Georgia Tech tomorrow on The Fan at 7. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, more PM Team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
I just think you're going to be very underwhelmed by their decision of quarterbacks.
Tell me who the Steeler quarterback's going to be. Of all the people available, who do you think in the end will get it?
Russell Wilson, and I'm not happy about it.
Russell Wilson. How
oh, my God.
Oh,
seriously?
Yeah, I think I agree with him.
Oh.
Yeah.
I think I agree with him because I think Justin's going to find more money, more opportunity, a better place somewhere else.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. The hub of the NFL is now Indianapolis for the scouting combine. Omar Khan set to talk tomorrow. We will turn around those comments for you. That'll be the first time he's talked since the Steelers' brutal loss in Baltimore. We've heard Tomlin, we've heard Art Rooney, we've not heard Omar Khan, so we'll be waiting with bated breath for him.
When was the last time he talked, period?
Before the season starts, because he has continued over the
Colbert tradition.
The Colbert policy. That's the Steelers' policy. So we have that. We have the Matthew Stafford rumors heating up. Albert Breer. Steelers, one of 4 teams to have shown interest in Stafford. Tom Pelissero. Rams have given Stafford permission to seek a trade. So that's swirling. And in the midst of all that, you have Debbie Downer-Cabali. Last night on the Showdown, after these intense Steelers meetings that Dulac reported on, where they were discussing their plan of action at quarterback, Mark saying it's most likely to be Russell Wilson because Justin Fields is going to price himself out of town.
Get ready for disappointment. Here comes Russ.
And Mark's like the only guy that's actually excited by that. The Jets are the team that people believe
will do this.
Are positioned to take a flyer on Fields. Aaron Glenn would have seen him up close in the division when he was with the Bears, and he was the Lions defensive coordinator. So part of that is maybe Glenn thinking he was tough to play against. I mean, Fields did have some very good games against Detroit. 2 years ago, as last year in Chicago, they probably should have beaten him twice. And Detroit had a hellacious comeback in one of those games to win. But Fields was very good, and let's start with a cheap option.
Over there. Yeah, they're in need of a bridge over there. And if you want a guy who can handle a reasonably big, obviously a huge market, and is like the diametric opposite of Aaron Rodgers personality-wise and with his teammates, there's your guy.
And so, I mean, if that's really the sense, Cabali, I think, is getting the sense that at the very least, the Steelers' desire to lock up Fields before free agency starts is just not going to happen. That the guy feels like he needs to hear what the other offers are. And I hope that this, let's settle on Russ, let's have somebody in place, and not even risk losing both. I pray that that doesn't happen. And if it does, it goes back to something else Cabali said, and others have co-signed, that it's the owner that's driving the Russell Wilson discussion, that it's the owner that wants Russ.
The owner's motivated to have him back, run it back again, and do it. And he thinks he's going to get what? Better Russ out of it?
I think it's, I don't know this. No one has said anything, but it almost feels like to me, Art feels like Russ has not been given a full shake. He didn't have a full season last year because of the calf injury. And maybe he also feels like, you know what, this guy did us a solid where we only technically paid him $1 million and the Broncos paid him everything else. So
did you a solid? Nobody else wanted him, man. How in the world is that him doing you a solid? You did him a solid. It was here. Maybe the Giants are nowhere else, Art. You were almost and maybe actually were negotiating for his services with yourself. Did he ever get on the plane to actually go meet with the Giants? I guess he did. Yeah, that's right. He did meet with them. Still, not a very compelling case, apparently. I would question, man. I know Art is more involved than people on the outside think, although now I think we all kind of say that he's involved. How could he possibly have watched not just the Ravens playoff game, but the last 5 weeks of the season and said, not just this whole team is a problem, but like, you know, Russ himself is not an issue. He's part of the solution. There's no way you could reasonably come to